I was a bad kid. And no, I'm not talking about your regular teenage delinquency like trying cigarettes, school detentions, or getting bad grades. I mean really bad. By age 17, I was shoplifting, stealing cars, getting picked up by cops for all sorts of things. Not exactly hurting anyone, but I was a constant headache for my mom and dad. Then after me and Dad almost got into an actual fistfight, he kicked me out of the house. I know I deserved it, and I know they figured I'd just go stay with friends for a couple of days because that's exactly what I did. But me being me, I quickly wore out my welcome at my buddies' houses and ran out of places to stay. But again, me being me, I was way too proud to just go home and apologize. Since it was summertime, I figured it'd be a good idea to head down to the park to find somewhere to sleep. Now, I lived in the inner city back then, so there was a bunch of other actual homeless people already sleeping there. And as soon as I realized I was actually stuck out there for a night, I started to realize that this homeless thing wasn't a game anymore. As it started to get really late, I got to the park at around 11 p.m. and it was like 1 a.m. by the time this happened. One of the homeless dudes walked up to me as I started to bed down on a bench and started talking to me. He asked what I was doing, and being naive, I told him, "I'm homeless." He immediately responded by saying, "No, you're not," and pretty much guessed the whole deal about me having a falling out with my mom and dad. I didn't want to admit that he was exactly right, so I just kept my mouth shut. But I remember him saying something like, "Really though, kid, if you have kin, you need to pay him a visit because I promise, you ain't ready for this life." My pride kept me out there for 3 whole nights, and every single time I curled up on that bench, the same old homeless dude would walk up and be like, "Go home, kid. This ain't you." In hindsight, he was exactly right, but at the time, he was just another person to prove wrong. My final night on the streets also happened to be the first that I tried to ingratiate myself with the homeless folk who slept in the park, partially out of boredom, partially out of hunger. I'd run out of money, run out of food, and I figured if I hung out with the other guys, I could maybe get in on some of their food or something. I asked around, but no one had any spares. Until I asked this one guy, and he told me to buzz off, and I noticed a Snickers bar sticking out of his coat pocket. My rumbling stomach basically just overrode my brain, and with all the dexterity of a Victorian pickpocket, I slid the thing out of his pocket and walked off. Not my proudest moment, stealing food from a homeless guy when I could have just swallowed my pride and walked home, but it is what it is. So I go off to hide somewhere so I can devour the Snickers whole, then I walk back to where the other guys are to hang out some more. Maybe like 2 or 3 hours later, I'm still trying to ingratiate myself with the homeless guys, but I'm also still pretty nervous around them for obvious reasons. I figured the guy I stole from is too drunk to even notice that I stole from him. But oh boy, was I wrong about that. Because like I said, a few hours after I stole it, I noticed the guy began to tap his coat pocket, obviously noticing that the candy bar is gone. I'm trying to remain inconspicuous, but I'm also trying to keep my eye on the guy because if he put 2 and 2 together and worked out that it was me that stole from him, I wanted enough warning to be able to get out of there. So the guy taps his pocket, and when he stops, I can see the cogs turning in his booze-soaked brain as I figured he was thinking, pretty sure I had some candy in there. But then a few seconds later, he's back taking pulls from his 40-ounce like he'd completely forgotten about the whole thing. Only, he hadn't. And the most shocking thing about what came next was how it went from 0 to 100 in like a second flat. So remember that pull of his 40? He takes 1, then 2, then a third much longer one, almost like he was trying to polish the whole thing off in a hurry, which as it turned out, was exactly what he was doing, because what was once an innocent beverage receptacle soon became a weapon. When he turned to the guy to his right and sent the glass 40 bottle smashing into his face. The guy just collapsed, hands covering his face, same hands with muffled blood-curdling screams that he let out. The guy I stole from then started kicking the life out of him. "Steal from me? Steal from me, mother effer?" And out of all the homeless people there, only one actually tried to break it up. And even then, it was just a slurred, "Hey, break it up over there. which ended up being totally ignored. I remember turning to the older dude who'd been nice to me, telling me to go home and whatnot, and I feigned ignorance as I asked him what was going on. The guy said the dude getting beat down was always stealing stuff, so if anything went missing around the park, it was most probably his fault. No one cared though. No one gave a single worry that this guy was getting his face stomped on, and it was all my fault. Oh, and I mean stomped on. I could hear this guy's face literally crunching under the guy's boot. I knew I should have said something. I know I should have owned up, but believe me when I tell you that I've never been that scared. Not before or after. All I could think of was, if I tell the truth, that'll be my face getting stamped on, only it'll probably be like 100 times worse because, well, look what I caused. I turned to the nice guy and was like, but what if he didn't steal it? What if someone else stole it? The guy looked at me and his eyes went all wide and he leaned in and said, "Don't say a word, kid. Just leave. Leave and never, ever come back." As I walked away, I could still hear the guy getting his butt beat, and although I never found out what happened to him, I don't see anyone being able to survive the kind of head injuries he got. That very same night, maybe at around 2 a.m., I walked back to my parents' house and banged on the front door until my dad woke up and answered. I just blurted out this big, long apology about being a total idiot and not appreciating what I'd had. I'm pleased to say that that was the first step on the road to being a decent human being, because almost everything I did before that had little to no consequences, or rather, what little there were didn't bother me. But that night I stole the candy bar, I actually saw how bad the repercussions could be, and honestly, I had no idea they could ever be that bad, just for taking a candy bar. I feel equal parts shame and horror when I look back on it. My pride and greed caused me to do something shameful, and my cowardice might have cost a relatively innocent man's life. I wish it had never happened, but at the same time, if it didn't, who knows? I might be still hanging out in that park today, if I'd even be alive at all.
This happened to me when I was 13 years old. I was a nerd. Studies were always my first priority. It was a sunny Monday afternoon when I returned home from school. I saw my parents getting ready for a party. My mum asked if I would join them. My answer was a big no because I had a math test, so I went upstairs to my room to start studying. After about half an hour later, my brother came to my room and told me that they were leaving. I closed the door and waved them goodbye through my window, and then closed the curtains. About 45 minutes later, there was a knock on my door. I got spooked at first. Then I thought I heard my mom telling me that the party got cancelled. She told me to come and have dinner with them. I denied. She repeated the question 3 times in every 15 minutes. The third time I told her to stop, and I was going to bed. After that, I went to sleep. At around midnight, my mom came into my room. I woke up from her silent footsteps. Then I apologized for shouting at her earlier. She was confused and told me that they returned just 15 minutes ago. I started panicking. My mom tried to calm me down and stayed next to me for the night. At around 2 a.m., there was the same knock on my door, telling me the same thing, but this time, furiously. I said enough was enough. I got up and I was about to open the door, but me and my mom froze. There were fighting sounds coming from the house, and when I opened the door, a woman with shabby clothes, a white face and a long hair was hitting my dad. My mom went ahead to call the police, but the woman catch my mom by her hair and threw her downstairs. She then took out a knife and stabbed me. I fell unconscious after that. When I opened my eyes again, I was in a hospital. My mom told me that my brother threw his skateboard at her head and she fell unconscious. They then called the police and an ambulance. The police reported that she was a famous mimicry artist. Apparently one day, she lost all her wealth and lost her mind. After losing her reputation and wealth, she started murdering people. I still remember her face. My name is Madison, and I am a 22-year-old woman. And this is a story that happened to me 11 years ago. I was an average 11-year-old, living comfortably in a 2-story house. We lived near a lake that had a park in front of it that I would always go play on. The walk wasn't far, maybe a 5-minute walk. I knew the area well and the people living in it, so my mom didn't have a problem with me walking there. Every time I would walk there, I would notice a man sitting on a bench smiling at me. I didn't know his name, so for the sake of the story not being confusing, let's call him Mike. I was always creeped out by him because he would just sit there and watch me. I also noticed that he drove there and didn't live close by, which was odd because the park was closed off and only the people that lived in my area knew about it. He would always keep an eye on me when I walked home too. One day I was going to the park and another man that I had seen before started following me. He began walking behind me every time I went to the park and home. I stopped going to the park because of that, but I eventually got bored. I lived on the 2nd story of my house and had a window in my bedroom leading to the roof. When I was bored, I would just go on top of the roof, which my mother always told me was dangerous and I could fall. This one time, not long after I stopped going to the park, I saw the same man that would follow me outside my house's fence, checking out my home, and Mike was standing close behind him. The man saw me and tried to jump the gate. I ran downstairs and called for my mom to call the cops. He was now at my front door banging on it. The front door had a big window so we could see that the man was banging on it with a knife in his hands. My mom stayed on the phone with the cops, and I saw Mike running towards our house and jumping the gate. Mike tackled that man and eventually knocked him out. We later found out that he kidnapped over 5 young girls in our area and killed them. Mike would always watch because he noticed that man before me and wanted to make sure that I was safe. I am forever grateful for Mike because without him, I probably wouldn't be here today. This happened to me back in the summer of 2015. The bus and the metro were always crowded with people, and it was kind of uncomfortable for me. So I would get a taxi to go to my school. On top of that, for personal reasons, I felt the taxi was a safer option for me. Until that year. I woke up at 6 a.m. as usual. After picking up my lunch bag, I said goodbye to my mom and sister and ran towards the taxi. As soon as I got inside, I immediately sensed that something was a bit off. The taxi driver was a middle-aged man, maybe around his 50s. He had markings all over his skin and wide open eyes. And I could see his mouth was full of scratches. He even looked and smelled like he didn't take a shower for a long time. Although all of his behavior gave me goosebumps, I tried to ignore it. He then started driving his car so fast that I felt like someone was chasing him. While he was driving frantically, he tried to talk to me about school, but I kept giving him short answers. When we were finally close to the school, he didn't slow down and I was terrified. Finally, I realized that this man is not fit to be a driver at all. I opened the window and desperately screamed for help. All of a sudden, he took his pocket knife out and stabbed me in the leg. I felt a sharp pain in my leg, but didn't stop yelling for help. I don't remember when, but I passed out. When I woke up again, I was still in the same car, but the driver wasn't there anymore. I could see police cars and cops around the taxi. It turns out that some of my classmates saw me in the taxi getting far away from school, so they ended up calling 911. And the police ran after his car and eventually arrested him. After the commotion, the ambulance took me to a hospital with my mom and sister by my side. My leg was in a horrible condition that I needed surgery, so I had to stay for a week in the hospital. To this day, I still got the scar on my leg, and whenever I think of that incident, my heart drops. I wonder what would have happened to me if my classmates didn't see me in the taxi that day. When I was 11 years old, my dad took me and my sisters to this very nice house in the middle of nowhere. It was very scary, and the neighbors had a weird vibe. When night fell, I looked out the window and I could see a scary old lady with her face all bloody right in front of my window, looking at me.
She was making crying baby noises. I brushed it off as my dad or my sisters playing a prank on me. The next day when I was going to bed, I saw the same lady, but this time in my room. I screamed, but she grabbed me. I was able to run to the bathroom. My dad and my sisters couldn't hear my screams. I thought I was going to die, but I had my phone with me, which barely had any signal. And my 911 call was keep breaking off. But thankfully, the police came. They took down the woman, handcuffed her. Later they told us that the woman is a child predator. And apparently she was living in my dad's shed. And none of us realized it. This story happened very recently, when my cousin came to visit me and my family. We had so much fun until he came into my room, leaving the door open, and we were alone in there. Just to give you an idea of how my house is shaped, my room is connected to the living room, and the living room is connected to my parents' room. The kitchen is within the living room since our house is small. Now let's get back to the story. Everything started when I had to take my medication and lay in my bed to relax. My cousin was acting normally at first, playing with me and the toys in my room. But after 10 minutes of me taking the medication, he started acting weird. At first, he was just screaming. After all, he is a 4-year-old, so he can't really speak. I thought it was because I was just laying there, watching onesie videos on my phone. But then he started biting me really hard on my hand. I warned him that I would punish him if he ever do that again. But he did something more sinister. He got on my back and started to strangle me. I was confused. He is a sweet child who have always been so kind to me. He always kissed me and hugged me, but now this was happening. Of course, my first reaction was to punch him in the elbow so that he would stop what he was doing. When he stopped, we looked at each other and I saw his eyes filled with anger and hatred towards me. He whispered something which I couldn't hear, but then, all of a sudden, he started hugging me and playing with me. After about 2 hours, he and his parents left. But this story doesn't end here. Earlier today, my grandmother invited us, my cousin, and his parents to her house. We got there, laughed and played. After that, me and my cousin decided to play hide and seek, and he was the seeker in the first round. He started counting, and I hid in my grandfather's room behind the door. The room is small, and there's a light switch right where I hid, and next to the place that I hid is a wooden desk. So I was hiding there, and after a while he found me. The next round I was the seeker. Since he is 4 years old, he would gasp or chuckle when I got near him, which would give out his position, but I always acted like I didn't know where he was. And I did the exact same thing today. When I learned where I was hiding, I went to the other side of the house where I hid before, just to play along. While I was walking, I looked through the window of the place where I hid, because he was able to see me through there. But what I saw in my grandfather's room shocked me. There was a girl, sitting down with her hair in front of her face. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them, she was gone. I brushed it off as being my imagination because the day before that I watched the horror movie Ring. Immediately after that, I went back and got him out of the place he was hiding. We stopped playing hide and seek because of that girl and went directly to the living room. While sitting, he got distracted by something. I followed his gaze, but saw nothing. He then walked towards the place he was looking at, and after about 15 seconds, he came back screaming. He was scared by something, and I feel like I know what that thing was. The adults wanted to know why he was screaming, but I just told them that he was probably bored, putting the pieces together. I think I know what's going on. I think my cousin is somehow possessed by that girl. We both saw that girl, I know we did. That is the reason why he was screaming. I just hope nothing happens to him. and I hope that girl will leave him alone. The happiest couple I've ever met, the couple to give hope to anyone who didn't believe in love, came crashing down from their happy, cloudless blue sky. And it all began with an old, bitter woman. I arrived at JC's house 5 p.m. sharp. She's always obsessing with time, questioning why you're a minute late or a minute early, as if she's a detective and you're in her interrogation room. A young woman with pitch black hair, dark clothing, a nose ring and a few tattoos to go with it all. Her home decorated not too differently from herself, with pumpkins sitting on the porch in September, black wind chimes, and a very welcoming rug at the doorstep that reads, "Leave now." I felt special being the only person she trusted. Still, it took me a few knocks and even a reluctant ring of the doorbell to get her to answer. "Hey," I began, ending the awkward stare down she always initiated when that door opened. "Ralph," she said, smiling. "How you doing? Good? Good, yourself?" She took a moment to trace the floor with her left foot. "Good. JC and I had planned a movie night. Well, as long as the movie wasn't too long, as she never allows anyone, even me, inside her home after 9:30 p.m. My nostrils were introduced to a scent of fresh batch of cinnamon cookies. I'd hoped that they were for me, for us, but JC brought back a bowl of popcorn and soda for the movie instead. Which was fine. I certainly wasn't going to complain and then end up losing her trust for the next 2 decades. The movie ended. We thought Halloween 2 was okay. I gave myself a little tour while JC went upstairs to find another movie. I was glad she was willing to watch another, that she was beginning to open up and let her friends back into her life. I guess the burden from all the loneliness she's been experiencing the past few years finally got to her. My eye caught a picture framed above the fireplace of JC and her ex-boyfriend, Tyler. No one knows what happened between them. All we know is that one day they were together and the next day they weren't. After the breakup, Tyler simply disappeared and no one's seen him since. And the aftermath shows. It shows in JC's eyes. "Saw 4? JC waved the DVD from atop the stairs, awaiting my response. "Sure." Somehow, over and despite the gore of Saw 4, she slowly drifted into a deep sleep. I wasn't really paying much attention to the movie anyway, so that was fine. And it was about time for me to leave soon. I made myself over to the kitchen for a glass of water. I noticed the time, 9:15 p.m. I thought I'd better get going soon, even if JC wasn't going to wake up in the next 15 minutes. I told myself I would wake her up before I left out of respect for her rules. I noticed a tray of cinnamon cookies on the counter and figured she wouldn't notice one missing anyway. I looked down the hallway before turning the sink on to see if JC's still asleep. I didn't want to make too much of a noise washing my hands, but it wasn't the sound of running water that woke her up. It was my scream. As I washed my hands, I made out a face of a man in the window in front of the sink. I jumped back in shock, with JC running into the kitchen with questions. What happened?" she demanded to know. "Call the cops. I think someone tried to break into your house. I saw him through the window by the sink." "What did he look like?" I don't know. Definitely a man though. I think he was white." She burst out in a sudden laughter. "No more movies tonight, Ralph. Time to go." She didn't believe me, or she wasn't taking it seriously. "I'm not leaving you here. You're not staying here alone." "I'll be fine." "Not happening," I sternly interrupted. JC finally noticed the time. Her expression suddenly turned serious and she uncrossed her arms. "Oh, no, Ralph. You have to go. Now." I poked my head to the side, looking out the kitchen. I saw the same men through the living room window this time. "Holy shit! Call the cops, he's right there!" JC looked back. She saw him too. A very loud and violent bang against the door rumbled throughout the house. She ran for the front door to make sure it was locked. Except, she actually ran to the front door so I wouldn't look through the peephole. "Move! What are you doing? We gotta see this guy's face so we can describe him." "Ralph, what? Move!" "Ralph, please." Confusion hit me. "Why won't you move, JC?" Tears ran down her face, followed by trails of black eyeshadow. She seemed hopeless, like she had just given up, like she was finally ready to tell me something. Ralph, do you remember that old woman? The one Tyler and I, she dried her face with her sweater. The one me and Tyler visited. Yeah, okay, what about her? JC and Tyler were as open-minded as they come. They dipped their toes into diverse pools of knowledge. Knowledge in religion, culture, science, you name it. They studied Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, and anything else that sparked their interest. Which is why, at the request of a former friend, they decided to meet with a woman who claimed to possess certain abilities. A very old, serious, grey-haired woman whose shoulders almost met the back of her neck. This woman lived up in the mountains, in absolute isolation. Although open-minded and always willing to listen, JC and Tyler couldn't help but laugh at the woman, who claimed to be one of the last people on Earth who knew how to practice real witchcraft. The woman did not react mercifully at their mocking, and supposedly proved to JC and Tyler that she was in fact very real. It was a running joke that JC would tell us from time to time, even when Tyler left. They broke up immediately after meeting that old woman. But no one thought that it was their reasoning. JC! She looked up at me, still leaning against the door. What about the woman? What the hell does she have to do with anything that's happening right now? The tears started again. Then another very, very loud bang against the door. It was so strong that it rattled the locks and even shook some picture frames on the wall out of place. Holy shit! Okay, JC, move, please! I moved her away from the door to look through the peephole. Ralph, please! I saw the stuff of nightmares. A man on the ground, standing on all fours. That is, standing on his legs and hands. His crooked head looking up at the door, shifting fast. Shifting inhumanely fast. His eyes were pitch black, like JC's hair, and he was completely naked, with his ribcage poking against his skin. He was standing so close to the door that I was able to see every little detail. Then he, or it, opened its mouth to reveal cat-like teeth. I jumped back as it began to bang its head against the door again. I looked at JC, waiting for an explanation. She just looked back at me, as if expecting me to figure out myself, like I was supposed to know. Then she ran to the kitchen, and she came back with a tray of cinnamon cookies she had baked earlier. She placed her hand on the doorknob and looked at me. They're still his favorite. What are you doing? Don't open the door! She opened the door and walked outside, closing it behind herself. I looked through the peephole, then ran to the living room to get a better look through the window. She was feeding it the cookies and petting it on the head. It rubbed against her legs. She kissed it on its forehead while it consumed everything she placed in front of it. Then, in a sight that made me jump back from the window, it suddenly ran off into the woods, moving incredibly fast. I just stared at JC as she walked back inside. She froze by the staircase, still waiting for me to say something. By then, it just hit me. Tyler always did like those cookies.
So, I'm a big horror fangirl. I'm 20 years old, and over the past year, I've been collecting from the figures to the mask to even life size. I won't say this story was terrifying or anything, but to me, it basically saved me. I'll try and make it simple. I'm a big Michael Myers fan, and last October I bought a life-size figure of him. Oh, and a Chucky doll too. And not just one of the cheap ones, the replica-looking ones. Some may call me crazy, but what's not to love about horror, right? I keep everything stored away at the moment, apart from the life-size Michael, which he stands around 6 foot. He's not a cheap-looking guy either. He looks like the real deal. The replica mask, real coveralls with blood, and even a knife too. He stands in my room right next to my bed, and even though it used to creep me out seeing a dark black figure in my room, I eventually got used to it. like to the point where I actually felt comfortable around him. I don't move him anywhere else though, as nobody in the house really liked him. Anyway, now that that's all out of the way, here's the thing that happened. So last year when I received him, I was home alone watching films downstairs when I then heard a thud upstairs. I froze, as I didn't really know what to think. I slowly got up and went up to my room, and then instantly heard the thuds from the downstairs door. I had absolutely no clue what the hell was going on because I was the only one there. I quietly sat in the dark as I didn't keep the lights on, and I listened. I heard what sounded like men talking, and then I realized someone had came in and that I didn't lock the door. The TV was also left on, so they had to have known I was there. Anyways though, there I was sitting face to face with the Michael figure in the dark. I heard the footsteps coming up the stairs to my room while I sat in the corner with my head spinning. I felt like I wanted to pass out. I even started to sweat a little. My door then opened and there I'd seen a hooded figure walk in and head straight towards me. He had something in his hand, something sharp, like a pocket knife. I was leaning against the cold wall more and more, wanting to grab something, until out of nowhere, Michael's arm then started moving. Bear in mind it was still dark, so this guy had no clue that Michael was behind him until he heard it move. I also want to add that it wasn't an electrical noise, it was the material of the arm rubbing together. The man then turned around and instantly yelled, and I mean I've never seen a man run so fast in his life. The man then started yelling, "Go, get the hell out of here," to some other guy that was in a van outside. I stood up and watched them as they drove off. I then noticed a crack in my window. Obviously these freaks were throwing rocks in my window, possibly to distract me, but I didn't care about that. I turned around and just stared at Michael because I really had no clue that he could even move. I started investigating and then realized he was an animatronic the entire time. But I was thinking he moved just at that exact moment and basically saved my life that night. I can even laugh about it now because of how scared the guy was. I got my window repaired and did mention to the police that I had a break-in, but there was really nothing they could do about it. But it was still reported just in case they tried anywhere else. Luckily nothing was taken, as there was really nothing valuable downstairs. Obviously this Michael Myers looked like a real person, and anyone that looks at it, especially in the dark, gets the creeps by it. I know it sounds insane and maybe even funny, but this incident really happened, and I'm so damn thankful that I have him in my room. I never even once thought it would save my life like this, especially if he never moved. I always wonder how he moved anyway. I mean, it happened all by itself. Was it some kind of coincidence? I'll never know, but thank you, Michael. God only knows what that guy would have done to me if you weren't here. A little bit of context. I'm a 27-year-old female, and I live alone with my dog. I purchased my home in December of 2019, so I'm still a bit new to the neighborhood. My neighbor to the left of me is a sweet old man named Leo, and we really get along quite well. We were chatting one afternoon, and he was giving me the inside scoop on all of the neighbors. He was the first house on the block, so he knows pretty much everything about everyone. When we got to talking about the man who lives on the right side of me, let's call him Tom, well, Leo seemed to become hesitant. Leo then said, "Well, you know that Tom was involved with that group that murdered that librarian, right?" Obviously very confused, I told Leo that I wasn't really sure what he meant, and I asked him what happened. I'm not sure if Leo just regretted telling me in that moment, or if his hearing is just bad and he didn't hear my question. Regardless, he immediately changed the subject, and I didn't dare pressure him to elaborate. After our conversation, I thought about the little that I know about Tom. He's tall with graying hair and seems to keep to himself. When I first moved in, I was honestly a bit concerned for him because I never saw any lights on in his home. Every single blind was pulled down consistently, and his old truck rarely ever left his driveway. He's also the only one on our street with a privacy fence surrounding his backyard. total red flags looking back now. Later that night, I decided to do a bit of research, trying to figure out what Leo had mentioned. And, well, it didn't really take long for me to stumble across the news article. One of the most gruesome murders in the county, it read. I read articles upon articles and full court documents all about the violent murder of a middle-aged woman. It turns out that when Tom was a young adult living in the next county over, he and his friend attempted to rob a neighbor by breaking into her home during the daytime, but she unfortunately caught them in the act. Instead of fleeing the scene, however, Tom's friend then knocked her out cold with a bottle. Afterwards, Tom beat her skull in with a baseball bat. The friend slit her wrists. The men then stole her car and were later arrested after they ended up crashing it due to icy road conditions. When the deceased woman's son came home from school, he said that his mother looked completely unrecognizable. Tom's lawyers tried to plead insanity with the help from his family, who put forth evidence of Tom's erratic behavior as a child, even once pulling a knife on his own mother. Although the insanity plea was unsuccessful, Tom still ended up serving a pitiful amount of time in prison for what I see as the most disturbing role in the murder. Tom's friend was released in 2016. They didn't receive life sentences because of some weird discrepancy with the initial robbery being done during the daytime and not at night, which is absolutely ridiculous and shows just how crooked our criminal justice system really is. After finding all of this out, I've only had one interaction with Tom. I was going to take the trash out, and his dog, who was chained up in front of his house, then lunged at me while barking like crazy. Tom came and took the dog and apologized. I absolutely love dogs, and I wasn't upset by this, and I told him it was totally fine. Not that I would have argued with him anyways. I've interned in a jail before, and I've had conversations with inmates who were on trial for murder. So I'm not necessarily intimidated easily, and I do believe in the possibility for a criminal to reintegrate into society and then be successful after proper therapy. But something about a convicted murderer living directly next to you just really hits different.
This wasn't my first paranormal experience, but I can say that this story is one of the most horrifying experiences I've had. It was back in September of 2010. My grandma was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer. It was Sunday when I first encountered this lady wearing a black gown. I was home alone at the time, since our family goes to my uncle's farm every Sunday. My brother and I were raised by our grandma and aunt. I was reading a book. My bedroom's door was open. I could see the living room outside and the screen door that leads to our garage. Suddenly, I felt a cold wind that seemed to surround me within my room. That wasn't normal, as our AC wasn't on, and all the windows in our house, including those in my room, were all completely shut. I looked into the living room, and there I saw her, the lady wearing a black gown. She looked to be around her 40s, and I just couldn't believe what I was seeing, so I froze and I stared at her. She wasn't looking at me. She seemed to be walking. No, she seemed more like she was floating. She proceeded to go through the living room door that led to the garage. I didn't yet tell anyone in our family what I encountered that day, since they've always been skeptic and didn't believe in the paranormal. Little did I know, that was the day that started my sleepless nights. My grandma's bed was soon moved to that living room, since she liked watching the TV there until she went to sleep. The main bathroom is also more accessible there. So whenever I'd wake up late at night to go to the bathroom, I would turn off the television for her if she was sleeping. It's always been just me and her at the house during those times, since my brother stayed at our aunt's house, which was just beside ours. That first night after seeing the lady, I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, and I turned off my grandma's TV like I always do. When I was on my way back to my room, I passed my grandma's bed, and that's when I noticed there was a woman standing next to her bed. It was the lady wearing a black gown, the same one from before. She was just standing there. It seemed like she was guarding my grandma. She wasn't even looking at me. I got so scared, I rushed and went to my room and locked my door. I slept with the light on that night. The following night, I told my grandma that I was going to sleep beside her that night. I was scared that this lady would do something to hurt her. She asked me why, so I simply said I wanted to sleep beside her like I did when I was a kid, and she agreed. My grandma fell asleep, so I turned off the TV. I didn't get enough sleep the night before, so I fell asleep too, but it didn't last long. I woke up, and there she was, standing next to my grandma's bed, but with a bit of distance this time. I panicked, but I didn't want to wake my grandma, so I ran to my room, turning on the light, but I left the door open to make sure nothing happened to my grandma, just in case. Days passed, and I still had sleepless nights. I always felt that there was someone inside my room with me, but there wasn't anyone there. The woman wearing a black gown was always guarding my grandma, standing next to her bed every single night. Weeks passed, and she would still be there. One day, my aunt hired a nanny for my grandma to help her with her needs. My aunt requested that she slept on the couch near my grandma's bed for a few nights, so she did. I couldn't help but worry about her, so I told her of my encounters with the woman in the black gown. Of course, she didn't take me too seriously, and told me it's just your imagination, since I was 16 years old at the time. I didn't say anything more and just left her to her business. The next day, morning came, and we were about to have breakfast. I saw the nanny, and she looked as if she didn't get any sleep. She looked at me and said, I saw her. She seemed to be very scared. She asked my aunt if she could go home every night to sleep at their house instead. When my aunt asked why, the nanny replied she couldn't sleep well at our house, so my aunt obliged. My days stayed the same. The lady in the black gown was still there, and I wouldn't get any sleep at all. I think I even got sick due to lack of sleep. I was also in high school at the time, so it was hard for me. One morning, I was having breakfast with my aunt, and she asked how I was doing. She said that I looked sick, so I spilled everything. I told her about the woman wearing a black gown, standing next to Grandma's bed every single night. This time she looked like she was convinced. She knew I was someone who loved to sleep, someone who rarely got sick. Grandma came to have breakfast with us, and she looked annoyed. My aunt asked what was up, and my grandma looked at me and said, "Why were you going inside and out the living room to go to the bathroom last night? I couldn't sleep, and you wouldn't listen when I asked you to stop." My aunt and I looked at each other. My aunt was shocked. I hadn't gone to the bathroom last night, since I felt really sick. So who was it? I didn't tell this to Grandma, so I simply apologized. Months passed, and I got used to the apparition, since she really didn't do any harm, and I didn't want it to affect my lifestyle anymore. The strange thing was, I still had this feeling that there was someone in my room with me, and that feeling would not go away. And something told me that energy wasn't the same energy that came from the lady in black. Every time I tried to sleep or close my eyes, even for a second, I felt as if there was going to be a face right in front of mine. So I always tried to stay awake. It was terrible. I was getting very sick, so my brother decided that he'll sleep on the couch next to my grandma for the next months. He was a cat lover and brought all 6 of his cats with him, which we all loved dearly. That night, I bid him and my grandma good night and closed my door. I fell asleep right away, but after a few minutes, I woke up with my pillow being pulled. I opened my eyes, and I didn't move, but I still felt the pillow being dragged from my head. I froze. I was shocked and terrified. Suddenly, my brother yelled, "Hey, wake up! Get out of your room!" I snapped out of it, ran and opened my door. There, all 6 cats were sitting right in front of my doorway, surrounding it. I looked over at my brother and I was about to cry. I ran to him, and before I could even say anything, he told me, "Don't sleep in there." My cats were never this bothered, and ever since you closed your door, they just sat there. That's usually not a good sign. I felt scared, so I yelled out and called to you. I cried and told him what happened. He believed me. He told me I could sleep in his room for the night, and he'll stay with my grandma, so I did. I never did see what gave me that dreadful feeling in my room, or the thing that pulled my pillow, but I'm glad it's over. As for the lady wearing a black gown, she did disappear when my grandma was getting better. It's been 11 years. 4 years ago, my brother passed away, but my grandma did survive cancer, and she's still around.
One day, me and my family went to a river which was not too far away from our house. When we arrived there, I immediately felt something was strange, so I got out of the car, and there was a very bad smell coming from the bushes. I didn't think much of it at first. However, when I was about to go back to the car, then I saw a bloody knife. It looked pretty new one, but I know that I didn't see it before though. I just thought something was catching a fish around there. After returning home, I heard on the news that a dead body was found near the same river we visited. And surprisingly, the victim was one of my dad's friends. That night, I had a nightmare while I was sleeping. I saw a man killing the other man and hiding it in the bushes next to the river. Then he came to me in the nightmare with a bloody, creepy smile on his face and asked me, "Kid, why didn't you check the bushes?" My body froze and I couldn't speak at all. He continued saying, "I want him to be dead. I want him in jail. I want him in hell. I had kids." That was the moment when I woke up, and the time was about 4:30 a.m. Even though I woke up from that dream, I could remember his face clearly. Anyway, I didn't tell anybody about my dream after that. Until this day, the killer was not found yet.
It happened in December 2018. I've been running a pizza store for a long time in a small neighborhood. I got an order call around 12 p.m., which came from an apartment building B, number 201, which was located in a remote area. It was almost the closing time of the store, so I was sure there will be no more orders. And to save about $5 for the delivery fees, I decided to deliver it myself. When I rode my motorcycle following the mobile phone navigation, I saw apartment A written on a fairly old wall, so I thought the building next to it would be building B. So I stopped my motorcycle nearby and went into it. Since the building was so old and unmanaged, the numbers on the doors were worn out, and all the sensors did not light up while I was going up the stairs. However, I know that many old apartments are often out of light, so without thinking about it, I just turned on my cell phone flashlight and continued going up the stairs. There was an amulet attached to room 201. And reading those Chinese characters, it wasn't that important meaning. And I checked the number to see if the number was correct, knocked lightly on the door, and heard a woman's answer. And I heard the sound of people standing up. Then the footsteps entered somewhere from the living room. I felt like I could hear the floor creaking well when she walked, maybe because it was an old apartment. They don't have to look for the wallet because they paid in advance. I was wondering at first, but decided to wait a little longer, just in case something happened inside. So I waited in the dark for 3 more minutes, but there was no sign of people coming out. I knocked again and rang the doorbell, but after that, no answer was heard from the house. And beyond the door and upstairs, I could hear laughter from some kind of entertainment programs on TV. I waited to see if the person inside went to the bathroom and knocked again, but no one didn't answer. I couldn't wait any longer, so I called the number I got. Fortunately, the phone was connected quickly. "Pizza delivery. Please, open the door." It seemed that the person who had ordered wanted to give her children at home for a late-night snack while working overtime at work. "I'm working outside right now. Our apartment is divided into A, B section, and A2, B2 section." "I think you went to the wrong apartment. People often get confused. The A2 and B2 buildings will be demolished soon, so no one lives there right now." When I heard that no one lives in building A2 and B2, the TV sound heard beyond the door and upstairs suddenly stopped. When I see other scary stories, usually the TV sound would have become louder, or something would have run down from upstairs, but I just could feel the cold coming up my ankle at the same time as the sound was cut off. I said okay and hung up the phone and came down the stairs with a flashlight on my cell phone. It was only the second floor, but the cold came up to my back neck as I was going down and, surprisingly, disappeared as soon as I came outside. When I came outside and looked up, all the lights in the building were turned off. I mean, the lights of 201 and 301 were literally turned on at first. I wanted to go back right away, but I had to complete the delivery anyway, so I walked around the building for a long time and finally found Building B. The apartment's lobby was lit up and seemed that people were living it there. And when I knocked on the door at 201, a grandmother and 2 children opened the door right away and took the pizza. Because I left my motorcycle there, I had to pass in front of Building A2 again. But there was only silence, as if nothing had happened. What were the answers, TV, and laughter that I heard in Building A2? Sometimes I get goosebumps when I think of that day, even now.
This is what my aunt actually went through. My aunt, who lived alone at the time, came home from her morning appointment and suddenly heard a rattling sound in the kitchen. The sound was too loud, so thinking that a burglar had entered, she immediately took out the golf club from the shoe closet and headed quietly to the kitchen. She then saw a draining board that put the plates and a cabinet on the sink, but there was something else. An old lady with a black face was hanging from a cabinet and smiling. Not just a normal smile, but she was shaking the cabinet as if she were like mad. My aunt was so surprised at the moment that she just stared at the old lady with her mouth open. Then she ran to the living room to call the police, thinking that a stranger had broken in. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the kitchen. When she went back to the kitchen to see what's happening, both the cabinet and the draining board were collapsed, and the old lady vanished into thin air. However, the story doesn't end here. A few days later, there was an incident that an old lady who lived in the next apartment hung herself on a drying rack while suffering from depression. My aunt eventually moved out after that. This happened to me not too long ago. One day, I was so tired that I couldn't even think of turning off the light and fell asleep. And I ended up getting sleep paralysis. Suddenly, the light started flickering as it turned off and on. I wondered what was going on, but soon decided not to open my eyes because I was scared for some reason. However, the speed of flickering began to increase, and I couldn't resist the curiosity, so I finally opened my eyes. And in front of me, I could see a woman staring at my face, tilting her head on both sides. As her face tilted, the light was hidden from my view and repeatedly seen again. The moment I bumped into her eyes, I fainted, and it was morning when I opened my eyes again.
It's been about 10 years. I was in my early 20s and I went on a trip to the countryside with my girlfriend for vacation at that time. I don't remember exactly how many days we went around, but what I experienced at the motel on the first day is still memorable. My girlfriend and I arrived at the bus terminal without any plans. The sun was going down already and we were tired, so we decided to stay at a motel near the terminal as soon as we got off the bus. I think the problem was that we entered anywhere nearby without considering the location. After having a good time with my girlfriend, I fell asleep deeply, and suddenly my eyes opened for no reason. For your information, I tend to fall asleep very deeply when I fall asleep, so I don't wake up unless someone shakes me. But my girlfriend, who was sleeping next to me, tossed and turned, and I ended up waking up slightly because of her movement. I opened my eyes slightly and watched my girlfriend turn around by the bed and go to the bathroom. And at that moment, I saw a black shadow following her. It wasn't a shadow of my girlfriend, but it was a black shadow with hands and feet moving separately. No eyes, no nose, no mouth, but it was just like a human being. I didn't believe in ghosts and strange phenomenon without scientific evidence, but I definitely thought something was wrong. When I woke up, I jumped out of bed and ran to the bathroom where my girlfriend went in. I tried to open it, but the door wasn't open. And then I heard a middle-aged man laughing inside. I remember clearly because I wasn't drunk and I was already awake, certainly. Turning the locked door handle, I shouted my girlfriend's name. "Babe, open the door!" But no sound was heard from the inside and the door was not open. I still can't remember whether the next scene is a dream or a reality. When I pushed the door with my shoulder, the door finally opened. But she was not there, and the bathroom was empty. I thought for a long time about what happened and came back to bed in order to get back my senses. I almost fainted when I saw it. My girlfriend was standing on the bed, smiling fiercely at me. I've been dating her for almost 2 years, but I've never seen that creepy smile before. I don't remember exactly whether she opened her eyes or not. I just grabbed her by the shoulder and shook her, but she slipped back to sleep. I couldn't fall asleep that day, and I waited until dawn with my open eyes. I woke my girlfriend up as soon as the morning came and escaped from the motel hurriedly. When I went out of the motel and asked her if she remembered what happened yesterday, but she didn't seem to know anything. I didn't say anything to her either because I thought she'd be scared if I told her about it in detail. This is all my story. But now, 10 years later, I suddenly remembered this incident and searched the motel. And turns out there have been several murders and suicides over the decades. The media didn't put the name of the place directly, but I'm sure that the place is right after reading several reviews of the accommodation. Of course, I still don't believe in psychic phenomena. But after that day, I stopped going to the motel again.
My name is Hazel, and I live in Canada. I am 26 years old now, but this happened to me 13 years ago. Whenever my mom goes to markets to buy some groceries, she would always get me toys from around there, since I really loved dolls a lot that time. One day, she went to a toy store with me as usual. When Mom entered the store, she realized that the store was in bad condition. The wallpaper on the wall was green and really dirty, and the lights were dull and flickering. But I didn't care, as I was so excited that I didn't even notice the condition of the store. There was a shopkeeper, and Mom told me to stay right next to her and choose a doll quickly. I was confused, but soon agreed, and after I finally picked a doll, we went to the counter to purchase it. When she was taking the money out of her bag, then I noticed the shopkeeper was glancing at me with a weird look. His face looked like he didn't wash it, and his outfit was a black shirt with stains on it. Being scared, I grabbed my mom's sweater tight. I don't remember much, but when I was about to leave the store, I was behind my mom. And as I was about to step out of the store, I felt like something touched me on my back roughly. As soon as I looked back, I saw that shopkeeper was looking at me. Screaming, I ran towards my mom and hid behind her. She also knew something was wrong, so she ran out of that place to avoid him. However, he even got out of the store and started following us to the market. Mom ended up deciding to call the cops as I got too scared of him. When the cops finally arrived, we explained them everything. They went to that market searching for the toy store and eventually caught him near the store. After investigating him, they informed us that they found out he has killed more than 17 innocent children who came to the store without their parents. When we heard from them, we were so scared that we were about to fall down. What would happen if I didn't run to my mom at that time? I would have been the next kid to die.
My name is Adam, and I was about 17 years old when this incident happened. So, back in 2015, two of my friends and I went to Disneyland in California. We were there until 11 p.m., and all of us were too tired to drive home in my friend Jay's minivan, so we ended up staying at a hotel. However, our budget was kind of tight to stay at a nice hotel, so we settled at a small 2-story brown hotel. As soon as we walked in, it was very dark inside, and I could see the front desk light was on. The short guy at the front desk seemed to be in his 30s and had a very friendly smile. He said to us that we were the only customers he had seen all day, and then we paid him $30 for the room. We could choose any room we wanted since there were no other people staying there, so we picked room 7 on the second floor. When we walked into the room, Jay jumped on the bed and fell asleep right away. There was one bed and a couch left, so we argued over who's going to have a bed. Rudy was especially scared about the Yelp app review that lots of people heard large rats in the vents. So I ended up lying on a large, stiff red couch right above this large vent. The vent was large enough and it was close enough to the ground to crawl in there. I was joking with Rudy that the rats are going to come through the vent and eat him alive, and this made him on edge, but he finally fell asleep. Around 1 a.m. when I finally went to sleep, I suddenly awoke to a bump sound in the vent. I looked around the room to see if all the suitcases were open, but both Jay and Rudy were asleep, so I was pretty spooked out at that time. No rat could do this, I thought to myself. Just then, something caught my eyes, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The man's face was staring at me through the vent. I quickly grabbed my phone and turned the flashlight on to see the man's whole face. He had a few teeth missing and strands of hair had fallen out from the side of his head. He then slowly opened the vent and said like this, "Please, don't scream. She won't like it." I yelled, and Jay and Rudy both awoke in fear. And just then, the man got out and tried to grab me as all of them ran out of the room. We all ran down to the front desk and called the police. A few minutes later, the police arrived. When they entered the room, no one was there, so they decided to check inside the vents. To my surprise, They found him in the corner of the vent with blankets and food as if he'd been living in there for a long time. They ended up pulling him out and arrested him. For a week, I was still in shock from what had happened, but the other day in the morning, one of the officers called me and told me about him. He escaped from the mental hospital 4 months ago and murdered his mother and grandmother. It is said that the bodies had been badly dismembered. He also had a kitchen knife in his pocket when they arrested him. They sent him back to the county jail, and I heard nothing else from the officer after that. To this day, I still wonder what would have happened to me and my friends if I just ignored the sound from the vent that night.
I was 14 years old at the time when this happened. Where I lived was right next to the forest, and of course, the children weren't supposed to go inside. However, me and my friends usually would sneak in to play hide and seek. That day was peaceful and calm as usual, as if nothing could go wrong. I'm going to cut to the chase for those of you who are curious. It was March 13th, and I had just gotten back from school to play in the woods. However, me and a few of my friends in our neighborhood decided to find a different route. As a result, as we got further in, we started to get lost. When we started to look around for the way to go back, we found an axe lodged in the tree with blood handprints on its handle. Furthermore, we then found a dead body lying in the creek as we passed by, which led us to panic. To our surprise, the body was of the guard in our neighborhood, who usually looked around for teenagers who sneaking out after curfew. It was horrible to see that his back was wide ripped. Being scared of the dead body, Charles, one of my friends, urged us to go on a different path and ended up going on his way with another friend, Luke. While we were going around in circles, we suddenly heard Luke's scream. Then I saw him running back towards us as 3 bullets pierced the air and shot him in the back and the head. Then a man came out from the shadows with Charles's body in his hand. I could see him munching on the insides of his brain. Terrified, the rest of us started to run as fast as we could, not even daring to look back. Just then, another friend, Jamie, who was running beside me, got caught in a net trap. I stopped and tried untying the net to free him. However, I had no choice but to run when I saw the man coming towards me. The other friends had already run further than I had, so I was on my own eventually. From nowhere, something hit my head and I could realize that it was Jamie's foot. I ran away from there like an arrow. Finally came back to the neighborhood and went into my house. After I told my parents about the whole story, my mom called the police and they came to arrest the man in the forest. Fortunately, he was found in the forest and arrested immediately. It turned out that he was a cannibal and strongly obsessed with the Silence of the Lambs movies. And he was a beef supplier for lots of fast food restaurants. He was finally sentenced to death for murdering a large number of people in the last 10 years. From this horrible experience, I ended up becoming a vegan and never eat any kind of meat again.
This happened back in 2012 when I was still attending college. Me and a few friends of mine opted to band together and rent out a 1-bedroom apartment near the campus. We were a bunch of party animals back then, and we wanted our own place, so we could indulge in that lifestyle without worrying about our parents or the school's administration. The apartment complex was located in a rather unsavory part of town. The cops were called out there at least once a week to break up fights or to respond to reports of break-ins. All we ever did there was shower and sleep. Having to overhear domestic disputes and arguing through the walls was just part of the deal. One night my roommates went to a party while I stayed behind to study for an upcoming exam. Aside from some Tupac playing somewhere in the upper levels, things were pretty quiet. It was around 11 p.m. when I heard a strange sound coming from the hallway outside the front door. It sounded like a large metal object being dragged across the concrete floor. There was also a muffled noise, like someone was saying something, although I couldn't quite make out any words. This went on for about 10 minutes, before there came a loud smashing sound. It was at this point that I got up and made my way over to the peephole. At first I didn't see anything, so I just waited to see if anyone would pass by my door. About a minute later, a figure came into view and stood between my door and the door opposite. It was a Caucasian male. Now I will list 3 things that instantly made every alarm bell in my head go off. The man wasn't wearing a shirt and was completely drenched in sweat. There was a large axe in the man's right hand that he was dragging behind him. And last but not least, this deranged individual had on a black leather gas mask that completely hid his face. I was awestruck. This is the kind of thing that you see in low-budget horror movies. This kind of shit doesn't happen in real life. It was a complete shock to the system. As if reading my mind, a creepy, muffled voice then began singing.
Come with me, Hail Mary, run quick, see. What do we have here now? Do you wanna ride or die? La da da da, la 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 la.
As soon as the man finished the verse, he lifted his left leg and heaved the axe into my door. The movement was so fast, it caused me to topple backward. As soon as I scrambled to my feet, I heard another voice from further down the hallway.
Hey, what the fuck are you doing?
I rushed back to the peephole. The masked man was now gone. To the left of my front door was a fire escape, where he was able to make a quick getaway. I then saw the apartment security guard step into view with his taser drawn. "Hey, do you want me to call the police?" I shouted through the door.
Yeah, if you don't mind. I'm going back outside to cut him off.
I immediately called the police and explained the situation to them. Unfortunately, the masked man managed to evade both the security guard and the police. The complex was surrounded by a small forest, and there was just too many ways for him to escape. After the lease was up, I moved out of that hellhole. A lunatic pacing up and down the hallway outside my door, wearing a gas mask and dragging an axe behind him, while singing a creepy-ass rendition of a Tupac song, was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was a terrifying experience, but I can look back on it now and laugh. I hope you've enjoyed my story. And stay safe out there, guys.
This happened with me when I was 10 years old. Every evening around 6 o'clock, my friends and I would play in the park near our building. This was our everyday routine, and I was the one who called everyone to play. I would knock at each of my 5 friends' apartments. It was not much work as we lived in the same apartment building. One time, I went to call my friend. We will call her Abby for now. Abby and I were very close, and we loved sharing everything with each other. Lately, Abby had been having nightmares. When she would wake up, she would not remember the nightmares. This was odd, I know, but Abby didn't like talking about it, so I didn't ask her many questions. I knocked on Abby's door. She opened the door and had a scared look on her face. I asked her if something was wrong, and she just said that she had another nightmare when she took a nap. Curious, I asked her if she remembered it, and surprisingly, this time she did. She told me that she had dreamt of a woman with a hammer in her hand, staring at her, looking right into her eyes. The woman had a creepy smirk on her face with blood on her white dress. The hammer was pointed at Abby, and the woman was standing in a park with swings and flowers. Abby then started crying and said that she didn't like having nightmares and that she wanted to change the situation. I comforted Abby and asked her to come play as it would distract her for a while. I also asked her to tell this to her parents, but Abby said it probably wasn't a big deal and that she's fine. We went to the park and played games, played on the swings and the slides. It was around 7 and it was dark, so Abby, my other friends, and I decided to leave the park. As we were walking towards the exit, a woman in a white dress appeared in front of us. She had a smirk on her face, which discomforted me, and the worst part, she was carrying a hammer, and her dress was covered in blood. My friends and I stood there in shock and fear. Abby looked at me. It was the lady from her dream. She was here. Abby's dream was not a dream. It was a vision. We rushed to the exit of the park as fast as we could. The lady with the hammer chased us to the exit, crawling on our hands and feet. But when we entered the apartment, she just disappeared into thin air. We went home and told our parents, but they did not believe us. Abby and I lost touch after this, but because I was concerned, I told her parents about the incident and how Abby had a nightmare about it too. They didn't believe me at first, but then they saw the terrified look on my face and they understood. They called the cops, and the cops did a thorough investigation in the park and took all of our statements. I was grateful that no one was harmed by the lady. The cops found no sign of the lady, and the worst part is that when the cops checked the camera footage of the park of that night, the woman was not visible. The camera didn't capture her. All the camera showed was my friends and I running as fast as we could after standing still for a moment. The cops then thought that we were just wasting their time and stopped the investigation. I'm 16 now, and my friends and Abby can still swear about what happened that day. We all saw the lady in the white dress. To this day, I am terrified of the incident that happened.
One day, I was home with my 2 older brothers. My mom was at work, and she wouldn't be back until 8 p.m. So, as a young girl, I was basically home alone with my older brothers. Keep in mind, I was only 7 years old, and my brothers were 13 and 14. They were also very protective of me at that time. Anyway, I remember this incident so vividly, I don't think anything can make me forget about it. And sometimes I get nightmares because of it. While my brothers and I were eating some cake, the doorbell suddenly rang. Remember, our grandparents and mom told us never to answer the door unless they let us know that someone is coming over. Saying like this, my second brother told us not to get near the door. However, the oldest brother thought he is just a chicken and went to the door. Before he opens it, he then looked out the window and immediately ducked down. He looked like he had just seen a ghost. Second brother took a look outside as well and quickly drew the curtains. "What's going on?" I asked, but my first brother took a huge freaking knife from the kitchen. "Bring me the phone, now!" I could even see him grabbing some pepper spray. I gave him the phone and approached the door. As a naive young girl, I ended up opening the door. That's when my second brother carried me and started running. It was just in time. I could see a bullet sliding by my little face. Luckily, it didn't hit me. The 3 of us rushed to the bedroom. It had 2 locks on it, and as soon as we locked the door, the sick freak started banging on the door. I burst crying so loud, and he said to me, "Don't worry, child. I can help you put her to sleep." My brother yelled, "Get the hell out of our house!" Then he took his phone from me and called the police and one of our neighbors to get some help. Fortunately, the police immediately arrived and he arrested right in the place. My mom also came back home after she got a phone call from the police. She told us that she would hire a babysitter. It turned out that guy was a serious stalker and a murderer, and he even had killed more than 10 kids. Of course, he was eventually sentenced to death. Several years later, I turned 20 years old, and I was watching the news with my mom and 2 brothers. There was a murder case that 2 young boys had been murdered in their house. I know that it's not the same criminal from my case, But it hurts my heart knowing that those kinds of people actually exist out there. I hope they stop doing that horrible thing.
I'll start off by saying that I don't live with my family. I'm currently renting a house a half a mile away from them. My mom and my brother live in a subdivision, and my dad is currently working abroad. My brother has a mental disorder, which can make him unpredictable sometimes, and he's still in high school, which also further complicates things. So last year, when my family moved into that house, my mother began experiencing unnatural things. Before she moved in, Mom decided to visit and clean up the house with two of her acquaintances. While they were cleaning, they found these weird red triangle stickers placed above each door. At first, they laughed it off. However, my mother suspected that something wasn't quite right here. When the stickers were removed, she had this inexplicable feeling that they were making a big mistake. The ceiling fans began to turn on and off by themselves. One of my mother's friends was an experienced painter, and he was left alone to paint the walls while my mom went for a food run. She knocked on the door when she got back, but no one answered. She then texted him to let him know that she was back. Suddenly, she received a reply. "Just wait." My mom was taken aback by the rude and abrupt message, but she figured that he may have been in the bathroom or something. After a couple of minutes, she knocked on the door again, and her friend eventually opened the door. When it came time to leave, she casually asked her friend if he didn't hear her when she knocked earlier, and mentioned the text message that he had sent. Her friend insisted that he had never sent her a message, and that he couldn't hear her knocking because he had been blasting music on his phone. This gave Mom the creeps. The next occurrence happened right after the house was done being remodeled. My mom, along with a coworker of hers, arrived at the house, and they couldn't open the door. They both pushed on the door as hard as they could, when suddenly there came 3 knocks from the other side. After they forced the door open, they searched the entire house, but no one was there. We found out from some of the neighbors that the family who lived there before didn't stay there for very long because of a series of bizarre and inexplicable occurrences. After my mom and brother moved in, the supernatural events worsened. There have been numerous attempts to deal with the restless spirits in the house, even inviting some local pastors over to bless the home. I was and still am worried about my wayward brother. Whatever resides in that house has seemed to take a special interest in him. He can hear his name being called out, beckoning to him. This is still an ongoing occurrence. I'll list some of the other things that they have been experiencing. Household items are moved around. Faucets are turned on. Lights flicker uncontrollably. Random knocking can be heard on the roof, and scratch marks have appeared on the walls. My mother has reached her breaking point and plans on moving out of that hell house. I just hope it's not too late for them. Their departure may trigger whatever is targeting my brother. It might just stop toying with him and make its move.
I grew up in this podunk town in Nebraska, and in the 18 years I lived there, only 2 significant things happened. The first thing, and probably the best thing, is that I was born. I know, you're all very welcome. But the second, and perhaps the worst thing that ever happened in our town, was when Kevin Meyer set his garage on fire. Or rather, maybe what Kevin did constituted the worst thing that never happened to our town, and if that doesn't make any sense, bear with me. All will become clear over the course of the next few paragraphs. So it was a Sunday night, and I was in my freshman year of high school at the time, so still at that age when me and my friends would go out on our bikes for an evening. You know, good old wholesome fun. We're just riding around when we see another kid from our class riding down the street at top speed. We stop to say hey, and in between panting breaths, the kid's like, "Oh my god, guys, the Myers garage is on fire, come look." We then hurtle down the street at full speed, following the kid from our class until we're faced with this raging inferno that used to be the Myers family garage. Only, right as we get there, we're immediately told to keep back by the cops and firefighters on scene. We thought we were already at a safe distance, so we're kind of confused but did as we're told. Only then we start hearing all these pops and bangs coming from the garage, and the firefighters trying to put the flames out suddenly ran for cover. I had no idea what was causing the little bangs, but if it was scaring the cops and the firefighters, then I figured I should have been scared of it too. I actually thought the Meyer house was about to explode or something, and so did my buddies, so we had no problem getting out of there quick, riding home and telling our parents about it. The next morning at school, all the kids were talking about the fire, mainly because Kevin Meyer hadn't showed up to any of his classes. Some kids were spreading rumors saying they'd seen the paramedics loading him up onto an ambulance, and he was so badly burned that he was just a smoldering husk. Others said that he and his parents had gone to live with relatives since the fire had made their house basically unlivable, which is the story I believe because I figured there'd be actual confirmation if anyone had died. But then the next morning, there was confirmation. News reports said that firefighters had recovered one body from the burned-out garage, while the surviving family members were staying with relatives and had asked the media to give them some space. So, on that Tuesday, we knew someone had died, but we had no idea exactly who. The Myers had 3 generations living in that house, and Kevin was one of 4 kids. A bunch more rumors began swirling, and it was only the following day when our high school principal called us all in for a special assembly that we actually got any concrete answers. I remember the whole school filing into the gymnasium where the county sheriff and a handful of deputies were all stood in front of the bleachers, each of them with a real serious look on their faces. Once we were all seated, the principal opened up by saying that the county sheriff had something important to talk to us about, and as he stepped forward and took his hat off, I swear you could have heard a pin drop. We knew it was going to be something about the Meyer family, but exactly what it was, I'd swear I'd never have guessed in a million years. I'm not about to pretend I can remember what the guy said word for word. This all happened almost 20 years ago now, but this is basically the gist of it. Folks, you've all heard about the fire over at the Meyer place, and I'm sure you've all heard about the tragic loss of life. Well, I'm sorry to have to be the one to tell you, but your classmate Kevin was the one who passed. There was a kind of rolling gasp across the gym, and the sheriff paused for a second before continuing. Now, we're still trying to figure out how the fire started, so we're inviting anyone with any information on Kevin to please step forward. You don't have to do it now. You can call my office whenever you like, and we can have a more discreet conversation. Please, if you have anything to tell us about any strange or unusual behavior Kevin exhibited in the days before the fire, I implore you to step forward. That was the first clue we had that something was really wrong. I guess they wanted to handle the whole thing with kid gloves, and I can totally understand why they might want to shield us from what they already knew. The initial reaction was one of total shock and grief. Kids were horrified that one of their own had died in such a horrible way. But if the cops had told us what they'd really found in there, I don't think people would have been nearly as sad. More like angry. It took 2 more days for the truth to come out, and by that time, the town had decided to defer responsibility to our parents. There was a town meeting, I remember that, because my parents asked me to do my chores before they returned, and all I did was play Perfect Dark for like 2 hours. When they got home, I thought they'd be mad that I hadn't even put a dent into any of the stuff I had to do, but they weren't mad. They had these weird but sad, but intense looks on their faces, exactly the same ones they had when my grandpa died suddenly. They sit me down in the TV room and ask how well I knew Kevin. I tell them not much, that I had Spanish class with him, but that we never talked. They then start asking me a bunch of other questions, if Kevin ever got mad at me, if I liked him, stuff like that. In the end, I just straight up told them it was obvious they knew something about Kevin, and that I'd rather they just told me that it was him taking his own life or something because I was old enough to handle the truth. Turns out, I was not old enough to handle the truth. Kevin hadn't taken his own life. He'd accidentally blown himself up trying to make a bomb. Apparently, he wanted to test his method out by making a test model. But as he was putting it together, he somehow detonated the thing and made it enough of a bang to kill him before setting his garage on fire. At first, it had looked like he might have just been a firebug, like a pyromaniac, and he was just screwing around with an accelerant or something. That's why it took a few days for the cops to be sure of what happened. They had to go over the burned-out garage and go through Kevin's stuff to try and work out why he did it. The cops then found a journal Kevin had been keeping, one where he'd basically laid out his plan to build a bomb, then put it under the church one Sunday morning while it was full of families. The cops wouldn't say exactly what the rest of the journal consisted of, only that it made for highly disturbing reading, and that there were several references to the Columbine massacre of the year before. Mom was crying by the end of the talk, and Dad was the most shaken up I'd ever seen him. That kid wanted to kill almost the entire town, and let me tell you, if he'd hit the church around the upcoming Veterans Day service, he'd have killed like 90% of the people in our town, all in one fiery blast. And the most I ever got for an explanation was just, the kid wanted to hurt people, or he wasn't right. No one really bullied the kid or gave him a hard time, he was just crazy, I guess. But I also thank God that he wasn't smarter and that he didn't put a little more research in or take a little more care, because if he had, he might have wiped our entire town right off the map.
This happened when I was studying for my master's back in 2019 at Amity University, Calcutta, India. Let me tell you a bit about myself. I am a girl, and I have recently completed my master's, and am now doing a job, and I am from India. I don't really believe in the paranormal or whatsoever, but I really don't know how to explain this experience of mine which I had back then. This one is perhaps one of the most scariest encounters I have ever had. Let me know what you think this could be. Well, let me start off with my experience. So, back in 2019, when I was doing my master's at Calcutta, I stayed in the hostel, which was inside the university itself. My room was a decent one. Let me tell you how we had our accommodations in the hostel. Every room had 2 compartments in it, where 2 people could share a single room. So, without further ado, let me directly come to the experience. So, it goes like this. One night, me and my roomie prepared to sleep as usual after dinner, and we had turned off the light and got into our beds. We bid each other goodnight and went off to sleep. After a few hours, I was a little disturbed in my sleep because it felt like something was licking my lips. I opened my eyes a little to see what it was. To my horror, here comes the scary part of it, there was a black shadow-like figure that was sitting on the floor beside my bed and was licking my face. I was too horrified at this. I froze, and I couldn't move my hands or feet. I was there, laying motionless on the bed, watching the strange figure right there beside me. Then I saw it get up and run towards the wall and disappeared in a split second. I was so shaken by this that I just froze there, unable to move in horror. I looked at my roomie. She was fast asleep, and I didn't want to wake her up. Then, slowly, I got up and sat on my bed, imagining for a while what could have possibly happened. Then I drank some water, and went towards the shelf and took the small idol of Lord Ganesha, Hindu god worshipped in India, and clutched it tight in my hands, prayed to God, and kept the idol under my pillow and went back to sleep. I haven't really shared this experience with anyone, and whenever I think of it, it gives me the chills to this very day. Was it sleep paralysis? Or something paranormal? I don't know. All I know is, whatever it was, it's a complete mystery. Hi, my name is Prarana from India, and this is a real scary story of my life. This happened to me on the 13th of August, 2020. Don't think this is a lie. What I am saying is true. This is a real story of my life. During the pandemic, while the lockdown was all over the world, I was super bored at home. I was getting lazy. I didn't know what to do because I have no siblings and my cousin's house was far. I watched a lot of horror things on my tablet and really enjoyed them, but especially the Ouija board videos. It's super creepy and cool, and I was thinking I should try it. I told my dad I need it, but he just said, "No, dear, because this is so creepy, and this is a total lie, and this is also expensive," which was a real bummer because I really wanted a Ouija board. But then I got an idea. A lot of things, like games, show up in the Play Store, so maybe I can find a Ouija board app there. I first searched in mobile, but the screen is so small. Then I decided to download the app on my tablet because that has a bigger screen, right? So I downloaded it and opened the Ouija board app. I was so excited to start playing with it. There were a lot of instructions about how to talk to the spirits respectfully. For example, the instructions said to ask, "What is your name? Where are you from? How old are you?" Things like that. So, okay, that seemed easy enough. I started to play and asked the questions that the instructions said to ask, but I was so curious. So I asked, "Will you kill me?" Suddenly, the screen was covered in blood, and I was so scared that I said goodbye quickly. Looking at the reviews, I saw one of them that said, "I was playing this game, then I said goodbye immediately. I went to sleep and got up at 1:18 a.m. and I saw a figure in front of my window. I was so scared. I pretended like I was sleeping and the figure went away. I was so scared, hoping it wouldn't happen to me, but I thought I was different." That night, I was sleeping in my bed with my mom, while my dad slept in another room to work on his computer for office work. I slept well, but woke up in the middle of the night. I looked at a clock, and it said 1:27 a.m. I thought I was safe for a moment, that I'd slept through the time the review said, and then I saw it. The review said they saw one figure, but I saw three girls. One was a small girl holding a doll, and another girl had nothing in her hand, and they were watching me. They were so scary, with big wide eyes standing in front of the door. It was locked, and I tried to wake my mom up by shaking her. I couldn't get any words out. When my mom opened her eyes, I tried to show her the figures, but they were gone. How? My mom asked in our native language, "What happened, Tobu? Why did you wake me up?" I said, "Nothing, Mom. I just saw a cockroach, and it is gone, so don't worry. Go back to sleep, Mom." She was confused at first, but went back to sleep. I barely slept all night, and when I got up in the morning, I deleted that Ouija board app and went to brush my teeth. When I looked in the mirror, I saw a massive scratch on my face. Only one scratch. I don't play horror games with my relatives or others now.
I'm 25 years old now, and the experiences I'm about to share took place when I was 5 to 6 years old. At that time, me and my family were in a different state. My father worked at a local factory and we used to live in company quarters. It was a small apartment, had a living room, one bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom. I don't remember much of my childhood there, but this thing I vividly remember. I still don't know if it was a sleep paralysis or a nightmare. I would frequently see some people during nighttime. This only happened a dozen times if I remember correctly. I sleep with my parents. As I told earlier, we had only one bedroom. These people would just walk around or perhaps just look at me. They don't intend it to harm me or frighten me. Whenever I see them, I can't speak and I couldn't get up, but I could turn my head and move my arm. The next thing I'm about to tell you is a bit hilarious. The only thing they did to me is tickle me. Yeah, I know I might be crazy, but that's the truth. Whenever I woke up at night, I just see them there, either just walk around the room or just look at me, or sometime even give little tickles. They were dark-toned and I don't remember seeing their faces, but I remember that their skin was rough and thorny, much like a croc skin. Now, I'm about to tell the experience I remember the most. As usual, I woke up in middle of the night. Mom and Dad were fast asleep. I sleep in between them as we had only one bed. And there they are in the kitchen, which is attached to the bedroom. We had a gas stove. And there were two of those people doing something on stove, turning their backs on me. As usual, can't make a sound, but I can move my arm. First, I tried to call Mom by poking with my hand. As I was about to do that, somehow one of them sensed it and turned and looked at me. I froze, didn't move a muscle. After he turned and returned to whatever he was doing, I decided to poke my father. As anticipated, when I was about to do that, the same guy sensed it again and just looked at me. Perhaps he was to warn me. Then everything went black. This was one of the few experiences I remember. But I'm sure they didn't harm me in any way, but they tickled me, which I disliked. I don't think I told my parents about them. Eventually, I also called them a name. I don't know when, how, or why I came up with such a name. I clearly remember the name though. I'm not saying that here. It's in native language and actually is a childish name and embarrassed to say it here. But the name is more synonymous to false god or false holiness. One other thing I remember is whenever I see them, I was not overly fearful or panicked. On the other hand, I was desperate to make them leave as I hated those tickles. After my 6th birthday, my father got transferred to a different place and we moved to another state and I didn't see them again. As I grew up, I came to know about sleep paralysis and lucid dreaming and accepted those as possible explanations. But something still fishy, as I described their bodies and feats. For a 5-year-old to imagine things with such details is impossible. Those scaly, thorny exteriors and the sequences they occurred can't just come from a 5-year-old's imagination. Well, I leave it for you to decide what it was. By the way, I'm still very ticklish to this day. Hypersensitive to tickles, actually.
My name is Alex, and at the time of me writing this incident occurred 1 week ago. For the past couple of months, I've been learning German because I thought it would be fun to learn another language. Never would I have expected it to save my life. I live in Maryland, and in my county, I attend school in person instead of virtually. Ever since I started going to high school, I've decided I should walk home because I personally enjoy taking walks, and I figured it would help me with the stress of high school. So like any other day, I started my walk home after school. I had my earbuds in, and I was walking home mostly looking at the surrounding trees and the passing cars. Around 15 minutes into my walk home, I heard 2 voices behind me. From what I heard, it sounded like 2 middle-aged men. I didn't think much of it, but I took out my earbuds just in case they tried to talk to me so I could hear them. I noticed they were talking in German. Being nosy and wanting to put my German to the test, I focused on them talking to each other. I started to feel worried because I kept hearing them saying, "the boy in front." The sound of passing cars didn't let me hear them entirely, but I did hear them say one sentence that made my heart drop to my stomach. One of the men said, "We need to get him quick before he gets away." Because I heard this, I glanced back, only for a second, and I saw the 2 men potentially about to kidnap me. One was a tall white man, and the other was an average height white man. They were both dressed in all black with their hoods up, and also wearing black face masks too. When I looked at them, they immediately looked at me, their eyes piercing through mine. I pretended like I didn't suspect them of anything at all, even though I knew exactly what they were planning. I started to pick up my pace gradually, and apparently so did they, because I could hear 2 pairs of footsteps slowly getting louder. Next, I did something I can only describe as stupid. I stopped and turned toward them, facing them directly, and they abruptly stopped as well. I had a good look at them now. They both had their face masks all the way down, and they both had a smile stretched from cheek to cheek. The most creepy thing about the two was the fact that even though they were smiling, their eyes still burned right through mine. It was honestly something you would see in your nightmares. I stood as still as a statue until I heard the tall one shout in German, "Grab him now!" I immediately started bolting down the sidewalk, trying my best not to look back. However, the urge to look back was very strong. The moment I looked back, I saw the shorter one basically inches away from my face, extending his arms out, trying to grab me. That only gave me more adrenaline, and I started to run, not stopping to take a breath until I couldn't hear the footsteps anymore. When I felt safe, I looked back and I saw the tall one making an angry gesture, while the other one, instead of doing something more predictable, let out a blood-curdling scream, almost animal-like. That one really scared me, and I don't think I'll forget that one for the rest of my life. I watched them both run the opposite direction. I didn't feel safe going back home until I saw that they were out of sight. When they eventually got out of sight, I ran some more until I got back home. I immediately went upstairs because I would feel useless mentioning this to my parents because number 1, they were dressed in all black. Number 2, I'd failed to get a good picture of the two in my head, despite seeing their faces for so long. Not to mention, I was also scared that somehow they might have found me. I sure as hell won't ever walk back home again. I don't think I'll ever forget that moment I turned around, only to see their horrifying eyes looking through me. Another thought that haunts me is what would have happened if I didn't understand German?
We're going back at least 10 years for this one, but it's something I still think about almost every dang day. It was the holiday season, incredibly cold out, and I was walking down the 40th Street, Lowry Street subway station near Queens Boulevard. I can't remember exactly where I was going at the time. I think I was on my way home from work, but I'm not sure if I actually worked a shift or if I just stopped by to pick up in advance, but either way, I'm basically in a world of my own, mulling over my financial troubles as I push through the ticket barrier and find a place to sit. Then, some person gets my attention, but only in that New York way where you don't ever look directly at the thing, you just observe it carefully out of your peripheral vision. This young-looking Latina lady, wearing a blue, white, and gray jacket, was pacing up and down the platform and, muttering to herself. It sounds cynical, I know, but when you grow up in NYC, you learn to live with stuff like that. You learn to just shrug it off and say, "It's none of my business," before moving on. But sometimes you don't get to just look away and pretend it isn't happening because that craziness, those damaged people, they make it your business. So like I said, the Hispanic girl is walking up and down, occasionally sitting down and then getting up again all erratically, and all the while, all the other passengers are just pretending like it's not happening. And then we hear the telltale sign of a train coming down the tunnel. So, just like usual, all the people taking it gradually stand up and make their way towards the edge of the platform. I remember seeing this one dude. He was some older-looking guy, and he's just minding his own business, waiting for the train to roll up. Then, out of nowhere, the girl basically runs up behind the guy and shoves him onto the tracks. The sound the crowd made is something that'll definitely stick with me for the rest of my life. You don't forget real terror like that when you hear it. But the messed up thing is, although they were screaming, no one actually did anything to help. I even remember seeing this flashing light and realizing that some dude was literally just standing there taking pictures of the guy lying on the tracks as the train got louder and louder and it got closer and closer. And then, as the screams reached this unbearable peak of horror, the train just rolled over the dude. I remember looking around and seeing the girl that had pushed him bolting up the stairs, trying to get as far away from the scene as she could. People were still screaming, only now some were crying while others followed the pusher up the stairs to either chase her or rushing the payphones to call 911. It all happened so fast I realized that all I'd done is just stand there, open-mouthed, just horrified by the whole thing. And for the longest time I kicked myself for not trying to help the guy. But more than one person has informed me that if I had jumped down to try to help the dude, I probably wouldn't be around to write this. I know the pusher was caught, as I followed the story for a while after, but I can't remember if they were charged with murder or just ended up getting locked up in Bellevue or something, because as sure as eggs is eggs, that girl was Ubats. Taking the subway got real stressful for a long time after, but thankfully, a lot of people were just as scared as I was, and I didn't have to suffer through the anxiety of watching people go too near the edge. They made sure not to all their own. Time went by and hysteria about subway pushers kind of faded, but every so often it still happens. In fact, it happened again just last month. Again, it was a woman from Queens that was arrested. Apparently, she never spoke to the guy she pushed, just picked someone at random and almost killed the guy. Hearing about other pushers just brings all that fear right back to me. One minute you're standing there minding your own business, just waiting for the frickin' subway, and the next, there's nothing. Life can end that suddenly, all because some psycho decided you had to die. Some psycho you never met before in your life. And the fact that people out there exist, and there are a lot of them, that's the thing that scares me the most in the world, and why I never get up for a train before it comes to a complete stop. Since mid-July of 2021, China's Henan province had been affected by a prolonged period of heavy rainfall. In just 1 hour alone, weather stations in the provincial capital of Zhengzhou observed a maximum rainfall of 20 centimeters. And that might not sound like too much, but consider the fact that just 20 centimeters caused a horrifying 302 deaths. The flooding has affected a whopping 9.3 million people, and with over 800,000 of them requiring emergency evacuation. Naturally, there are hundreds of thousands of tragic and terrifying stories that have come out of Henan in the past few months, but arguably none quite as horrifying as those that emerged from the floods of July 20th. Zhengzhou is located in a semi-arid region far from China's coasts, a place where the annual rainfall averages just 60 centimeters. But on July 20th alone, 67 centimeters of rain was dumped on the city's unsuspecting populace, with the water pooling in low-lying areas and flooding many of the city's streets. Zhengzhou University's chief hydrologist Hu Kaihong stated the city's drainage system was built to withstand what's known as a 100-year flood, so named so because they only occurred every 100 years. Zhengzhou's metro system, on the other hand, its subterranean location making it very susceptible to the flooding, was built to withstand a 200-year flood, with its entrances built on raised platforms to negate the effects of the heavy summer rains. Yet, Hu later stated that the Zhengzhou that day was more like a 1,000-year flood, and unbeknownst to the subway system's operators, water had begun to collect in a metro yard in a low-lying area of the city. Around 6 p.m. that evening, commuters traveling to the Zhengzhou subway system were well aware of the heavy rain that had been falling, but had already been assured that the system was essentially flood-proof. Yet when all the system's trains suddenly ground to a halt, most of which did so in the network of tunnels, its passengers began to suspect that the system wasn't as flood-proof as they'd been told. Some believed it was simply a temporary fault on the line and that the trains would resume service in due course. But after an extended period of time went by, the passengers began to grow concerned. By 6:10 p.m., just over 500 passengers were trapped underground. 500 passengers who noticed that water had begun to pool on the tracks outside their windows. They must have known that the suspension of service was connected to some kind of leak, but none could have expected how dire the situation was about to get, or the horror that would unfold as a result. Slowly but surely, over the course of the next hour or so, the water levels outside the subway trains grew higher and higher. Cell phone videos of the incident illustrate the elevating levels of concern as anxious humming grows into a crescendo of terrified cries when the waterline reaches the windows of the train's sliding doors. By that point, water had begun to leak into the train carriages themselves, and terrified passengers found themselves having to stand on the seats in order to avoid the still rising waters. By the point that it became too hard to breathe in the train carriages, the passengers knew they had to fight for their lives, and they began to break out of the trains and swim for safety. Many described the terror that they felt as they swam harder and faster than ever before, dreading the moment the water line slipped over their heads and only a lungful of oxygen would separate them from a painful death by drowning. We can only imagine their relief as they emerged at the metro system's various stations, wading their way through waist and chest-high waters as the sheer scale of the disaster became evident to them. Elsewhere in the central Chinese city, almost 100 children had to be rescued from a flooded nursery school, with Chinese state media airing footage of them being floated out in plastic tubs given to them by rescue workers. The first affiliated hospital of Zhengzhou also briefly lost power at one point, which naturally made dealing with the flood casualties extremely difficult. However, Chinese authorities were quick to add that power was restored to the hospital within just a few hours, and that the blackout didn't contribute to any of the deaths that day. The floods were such a catastrophe that an entire battalion of the Chinese People's Liberation Army was mobilized after a 20-meter breach emerged from the Luoyang City Dam. PLA High Command was apparently told that the dam could collapse at any time, and if it had, it's estimated that the breach would cause tens of thousands of flood-related deaths. Thankfully, the dam held, but for a while, Chinese social media was aflame with horrifying statuses posted by terrified flood victims. "We don't know how to swim. The whole village is about to be washed away," one person wrote, as the ruination of entire families was documented, each in less than 140 characters. Out of the 500 passengers that were trapped underground that evening, it seems a miracle that only 12 people lost their lives. But those are 12 poor souls who still should be with us today. And although we can argue back and forth on the cause of such dramatic rainfall, questions must be asked when the integrity of the city's public transport system fails so spectacularly and with such fatal results. We can only hope that the lessons of the Zhengzhou subway floods will be learned, and in 1,000 years, when the next apocalyptic rainstorm comes around, we'll be much more prepared to deal with it.
This happened when I was 13 years old. I lived in India with my parents and my grandparents in a very old house which was nearly 100 years old. My aunt and my uncle used to visit me to that house. We have CCTV footage in our house as the area is a little dangerous. The house has a terrace, which is from the first floor where my aunt and uncle stayed. Anyways, one day when I came home from walking my 11-year-old Labrador, I saw that everybody in the house were arguing and yelling. I ignored it and went to see my friends. The next day, I was surprised when I saw the same fight continuing when I returned from meeting my girlfriend. I thought it was a reoccurring fight, so I ignored it too, and I went and did my homework. The next day when I woke up, I had the most chilling part of my life. My dog was dead, and a guy was beaten to death by someone inside our house. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't as the scene was very horrifying. The head was smashed and the blood was in a pool. I woke up my parents and I yelled in top of my lungs. My dad called 100, which is the police number in India. The police came at 5 minutes, and they took the body in the ambulance which came with the police car. One cop began to ask questions to us, and they found no weapon or tool lying nearby. The most chilling part is that the police found nobody in the CCTV footage coming and going outside of our home. A guy jumped into our corridor and my dog barked at him. He stabbed the dog with a dagger, and when he went near our gate, he was pushed by someone who was not there in the camera, and he was beaten to death. He was moving as if someone was beating him. Then he passed away. My parents and I went to a Shiva temple near our house in our car, and we saw the priest. The priest came to our house and performed some mantras and looked at us and said, "She is very angry. She is guarding you." We looked at the priest confused. Then what he said was very chilling. Turns out a 15-year-old girl was staying in our house before it was sold to us, and she was brutally raped by the guy who got beaten. I was shocked from that instant. We moved out of the house. We never went to the house again.
My older brother dated a ghost for 2 years. He still doesn't know this. Rather, he is still in denial of the fact that he dated a ghost. He went to see a Buddhist monk and a shaman, was exorcised and went to a mental hospital. It took him 2 years to get the ghost off of him with all that happening. He could finally break up with her after that. But he couldn't accept the breakup and hurt himself out of rage, resulting in his admission to a psychiatric ward. He is still looking for her, but she can never come back, as she was sent to another world. The memory goes back 2 years ago. My brother was an ordinary man and he was popular among women with his good looks. He had good grades at school and was athletic and sociable. He was a good guy that anyone would like. Until that incident happened. My brother had an ordinary life, dating girls of his age like others. But all that changed one day. Our family went through a huge crisis due to our dad's business failing. We moved to another house after packing everything up. The new home was very spacious and seemed too great for its low price. There was one odd thing. The day before my dad signed the contract for the house, my dad's mom, that is my grandmother, had a dream, a terrifying dream. In the dream, Grandma followed us when we were entering the house. And once she entered, all of the family was weeping and staring at her. The scene was very spooky to her, so Grandma called Dad right away. But we didn't have another choice as there was no house available at a lower price than this, so we decided to move into the house. We thought nothing terrible could happen and considered Grandma's dream just a silly dream. That was when it started. After a week since we moved in, my brother began to act weird. He started to talk to himself in his room. I first thought he was on the phone with his new girlfriend. He was talking in such a sweet and soft voice, just like talking to a girlfriend. Every time I ran into him in the living room, he looked delighted with cheeks flushed with joy. I thought to myself, he must have started dating. Good for him. But one day, that shocking thing happened. I went into my brother's room to ask him to go exercise with me. He was talking to someone in a gentle voice, but wasn't on the phone. He was talking with his hands posed as if he was hugging an invisible person. I was so shocked and shouted to ask what was he doing. He replied, "Oh, you've never met my girlfriend before. Say hi. This is Mia." I told him to stop messing around. To my surprise, his hands were posed as if he was really hugging someone, and his natural pose really made me feel like there was someone there, and there were his nonchalant face and tone. My brother continued, "Why are you ignoring Mia? Aren't you going to say hello back?" I really felt like someone else than my brother was staring at me, and even though it didn't make any sense, it felt so real that I almost thought I was the weird one. Confused, I ended up running out of the room. I thought I should let my parents know of this incident as soon as possible, and I did tell them everything. They didn't believe me at first, but they also witnessed the scene not too long after. They were also shocked by my brother's actions. Dad lost his temper and yelled at my brother at first, but my brother wouldn't listen. My mom tried to persuade him and tried to talk to him, but communication itself was impossible. My brother was already out of his mind. After that, we have invited shamans, monks, and priests known for their powers, but all of them would just say that my brother is possessed and none of their exorcism would work. We went to several mental hospitals and psychiatrics to no avail. Strangely, my brother lost weight day by day. 3 months later, he was only left with bones like a corpse, but he still had a happy look on his face. He would always say with an empty gaze, "I'm happy, so happy." Made me feel like I'd go crazy. He kissed and hugged the empty air. I witnessed that craziness with my own eyes. During that time, my brother lost more than 30 pounds of weight. I thought my brother would end up dying like this. My mom became ill in bed from the shock. It felt like the entire family would be falling apart at this rate. Finally, Dad suggested that we move to a different house. We decided to move into a tiny house. We couldn't help it because we didn't have money. The new house was so tiny that our family wouldn't have any personal space, but it was more important to save my brother's life. So we ended up moving to a new house as soon as we could. Then my brother started to lose his mind. "Where's Mia? Mia's gone." In his madness, he started to throw everything around him. He destroyed the entire house. He stopped eating and the situation grew worse. One fortunate thing was that he isn't dating a ghost anymore. It seemed like he was slowly coming to his senses. But the thing is, he was suffering even more from love sickness. In the end, we forced him into a psychiatric ward. My brother finally started to calm down with medical help, and our family found peace again. My brother still doesn't know or understand that he dated a ghost. He still asks me if I heard from Mia. I tell him no every time. How can a ghost reach out to me? But to this day, I sometimes hear a knocking sound in the middle of the night. I would wake up by the sound, terrified. Of course, there was no one there, but I think it might be Mia looking for my brother.
This incident is what my friend went through in person about a month ago. A body was found in my friend's car out of nowhere. One day in July, he was parking his car near his house after work. He accidentally forgot to lock the door and got off as it was. And the next day, he headed back to the car to drive and saw a man sitting in the back seat before opening the car door. Surprised, he tried to wake the man up, but there was no answer from him. Was that a drunk who slept in the wrong car? At first, he opened the car door thinking like this. However, something was weird. There was a small amount of bleeding in the man's head, and the color of his entire body was already changed. In addition, there were purple spots on his skin everywhere, a symptom caused by blood clotting. Being frustrated, he immediately called 911 with his hands trembling. The operator asked him to confirm the body, saying that the process of dispatch varies depending on whether the person is alive or dead. He shouted, almost in tears, and appealed to come quickly, that it's a real body. The police and CSI were also dispatched, and then they all found something strange. I mean, it was literally an odd situation. Why on earth did the utter stranger suddenly die in the back of another's car? At first, my friend was suspected and almost summoned to the police station for questioning. However, fortunately, there was a CCTV in the nearby store, and the analysis concluded that it was just an accident. Turns out that the place where my friend had parked his car that day was in front of a building, and there was a staircase in the building. On that day, the man stumbled as he came down the stairs after drinking heavily, lost his footing in an accident, and just fell down. And the camera recorded the man falling who had been having symptoms of mental illness. I understand it's totally absurd, but just as he rolled down, he grabbed my friend's car's back door handle, opened it, and entered in by accident. The drunken man was knocked unconscious when he fell and crammed in the back seat just like that. Only the door was open, and as the taxi passed by his car, the taxi driver stopped and then closed the door. And that's what the camera had recorded, the whole incident. Since it was the middle of the summer at that time, the man had died from the heat wave and was found only a half a day later. If my friend had locked the car door that day, if that man hadn't lost his footing on the stairs, if he hadn't opened the car door when he fell, and if the taxi driver hadn't closed the back door, he might have survived. For some reason, this story from my friend reminded me of the movie Final Destination. I mean, don't you think it's a bizarre death? It felt really weird. Anyway, after that, my friend thought about changing the car because he felt uncomfortable to keep riding in it where the body was found, but soon decided just to ride it. However, body fluid already had come out of the body, so we had to change the sheet. My name is Lance. This story happened when I was 13. My older brother, Carl, had a group of friends that always came over to our house. Their names were Jack, George, Max, and Steven. They always liked to hang out in the living room, and usually when I was there watching TV before they came, my brother urged me to go to my room, which annoyed me a lot. I always liked snooping around my brother's room, since he had a lot of cool things in there. He'd always catch me later on and yell at me to get out of his room. One day I noticed that one of his friends, George, stopped coming over. I asked Carl about it, but he said they weren't friends anymore. I believed him and forgot about the situation. Then I started to realize that my brother was spending a lot of time upstairs in his room and told me not to enter his room at all. He sounded really serious, so I stopped snooping around in his room. His room began to smell really badly, and I asked him what that disgusting smell was. He nervously said that it was some of his gym clothes, and for some reason, I believed him. One day my parents had gone out, and it was just me and my brother that were home. I was in my room playing on my PlayStation when my brother walked in and asked me if I wanted some pizza for dinner. I immediately said yes, because it's pizza. It's my favorite food. He nodded and then told me he was heading off to the pizza place. Before he closed the front door, he told me, "Please don't go in my room," and left. A few minutes passed and I got bored playing on my PlayStation, so I began snooping around in my brother's room. I know, I completely ignored my brother's rule, but I'm that annoying little brother that makes you want to just smack me. I started going through his drawers but didn't find anything interesting. As I made my way near his bed, that familiar, disgusting smell began to come. I searched his bed to see where that source of the smell was. I then realized that the source was underneath his bed. I bent down and peeked underneath the bed and found a human-sized duffel bag. I began to panic because I thought that there was a body. And as I unzipped the duffel bag, I saw my brother's friend, George, dead. The smell was coming from George's body. I screamed and ran out of the house. I ran over to my neighbor's house and begged her to let me in. I explained to her what I just saw in my house, and she called the police. The police waited for my brother to come home, and when he did, he was immediately arrested. It turns out that George had stolen $200 from my brother, and this angered my brother and caused him to beat George to death. I didn't understand. My brother was such a nice person, and I couldn't imagine him doing something like this. He was sentenced to life in prison, and I haven't seen him since.
Hi, I'm Nathan. When I was 3, we moved to a 3-bedroom house. My brother was 5. We had one of the 3 bedrooms. Mom had decorated it with our toys. We had a bunk bed. My brother got the top because I was just little. Mom noticed a black stain on the carpet, so before we slept in there, she washed the carpet. My brother slept in the room first because I was still little and sleeping in my parents' room. My brother woke terrified. Having had a terrible nightmare, he said a ghost was trying to choke him. My mom hugged him and said sleep in here with us. She went to the bedroom to turn out the light that my brother had left on. She noticed the dark stain on the carpet had returned. She also felt an eerie presence in the room. She knew wasn't a person. That seemed to be warning us to stay out of this room. So she closed the door and came back to comfort my brother. The next morning, she got our toys out of that room and we didn't use the room at all. We began hearing footsteps entering and exiting the room even though the door was shut. It seemed to happen at a certain time each night about 10:30 p.m. It happened so much we jokingly laughed and said, "I think we have a ghost." One day, our friend wanted to stay in our haunted bedroom. Mom warned her that she didn't think it was a good idea, but she wanted to anyway. It was a sunny day and Mom decided to open the room and clean the dark stain to make the room ready to stay in. But the dark stain wouldn't go away like it did at first. Mom left the room open to air it out. That's when I came into the sunny, warm bedroom to play with a little toy that I had with me. My mom heard me screaming and came running to me. I was bending backwards in pain and couldn't stop screaming. The pain was so intense my mom couldn't even hold me. She immediately called my dad and we rushed off to the emergency room, which was 30 miles away. I was writhing in pain on the floorboards of our car, still screaming and in terror. As soon as we pulled into the driveway of the hospital, it was like something released its hold from me. All of a sudden, it was like nothing happened, and I was smiling and happy. I didn't remember going through any pain at all. My mom and dad were confused. I was fine. After that day, we began hearing more footsteps and we saw apparitions of my oldest brother Matt, who was 17. My dad even saw them. The apparitions appeared for a couple of seconds before they disappeared into the room with the dark stain. Once I was going into the kitchen to play on the floor. My mom was coming too. I turned my head towards the bedroom with the dark stain and looked up. I saw a figure that I thought was my oldest brother Matt. I said, "Hi, Matt." But then the figure changed into something terrifying I could not explain at the age of 3. My mom comforted me. One time I was playing chase with my 5-year-old brother Justin, and he ran into my mom and dad's room, passing the bedroom with the dark stain. I was running after him when I saw a dark figure with sharp teeth standing in front of the closed bedroom with the dark stain. I slid to a stop and it looked towards me and said, "I bite." I was terrified, so I ran to my mom and grabbed onto her in fear. She prayed with me and told my dad we should talk with the owners of the house. The next day, my mom spoke with the owners. She found out that a man by the name of Harry had terminal cancer, and his wife had been taking care of him in that room. He was said to be a very grumpy man who hated children, and how he exactly died is a mystery, because there was a pool of blood on the floor in the bedroom he died in. My mom is a believer. After she found this out, she went into the room with the dark stain. She said, "I know you must have been in a lot of pain, but you're free now, Harry. Go and be with the Lord." After that, there were no more footsteps or apparitions. There was a peace that filled our home, even though we never felt comfortable to use that room again, and we moved away a year later. My name is Daniel. I'm 17 years old and I live in South Africa. This story takes place around 2 years ago. My best friend, I don't want to mention his name for privacy, and I always get up to a lot of mischief when we're together. The trouble we cause ranges from ding-dong ditching to public vandalism. There have been a few instances where we have been chased by the police. My point is that we cause trouble and have fun doing it. When my friend and I were about 15 years old, we went to my aunt's farm in the Karoo. She stayed in her house, which was actually very nice, but my friend and I camped outside in a tent one night when we were braaiing, which is the South African version of a barbecue. My aunt told us about a house on top of a large hill which was abandoned and supposedly haunted, and she showed us where it was. My friend and I looked at each other, and we both knew what we were going to do the next day. We were going to investigate this haunted house. The next morning, him and I grabbed our backpacks and packed the essentials for an adventure: a pocket knife, a torch, warm clothes, some snacks, etc. We told my aunt that we were going to go for a bike ride, and she said, "Okay, just be safe and stay out of trouble. I don't want to hear any complaints from other people on the farm about your mischief." We assured her that we would behave. So we grabbed the bikes and our bags and off we went. It was a really hot day, so riding the bikes to the hill was exhausting. We were too tired to ride the bikes up the hill, so we left them at the bottom and walked up. Once we got to the top and had a clear view of the house, I felt nauseous and sat down for a while so I could rest. The house was very small, only 1 story tall. Eventually, I felt better and we walked to the front door of the house. To be honest, you wouldn't think it was abandoned. None of the windows were broken and it looked stable. We couldn't see inside though because the windows were boarded up from the inside of the house. We were really curious, so my friend and I did something very, very stupid. We threw rocks at the window so we could remove the boards and get inside. This hill was isolated, so we didn't think anyone would see us, and this house was also abandoned, so we also thought that no one would care. Once all the windows broke, we removed the boards by kicking and punching them down, and one by one, all the boards were down. I don't know why, but for some reason or other, we decided to break all the windows and take down all the boards instead of just one. It was probably just fun to break stuff as a dumb teenager. We crawled through one window, and since all of the boards were down and light came in, we could see everything very clearly. And the layout of the house was very simple. The living room was connected to the kitchen, and there was 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom. What we also saw confused us. All of the cupboards and drawers were filled with utensils, plates, bowls, pans, books, paintings, etc. Yet this place was supposed to be abandoned. Once again, my friend and I made a dumb decision. We started throwing rocks at the cupboards and emptied all the drawers and broke plates. What I'm saying is that basically, we completely trashed the place. In one of the drawers, we found cool board games, books, and cards and stuff. Then we went into the one and only bedroom in the house and found a picture of a family in the one drawer. There was an old man, an old woman, a young boy, and a young girl who was in a light green dress. She had very long dark brown hair. The weird thing was that the young girl wasn't near everyone else. The old man and woman and the young boy stood together and were smiling, but the girl was off to the left and far back. We thought that was weird. We also saw that something was written on the back of the picture. My friend thought it would be funny if he tore the picture into pieces. This made me uncomfortable as I thought that the picture looked like it held emotional value to whoever owned it. That was my train of thought. But I decided to keep quiet because I didn't want to be a party pooper. So I just said, "Go for it, dude," and laughed. He went on, and as he started tearing the picture, we heard faint singing coming from outside. It was the voice of a girl. My friend and I both looked at each other and were both pretty weirded out. My friend told me to go to the front window and have a look. I was freaked out, so I didn't want to, but eventually my friend forced me. I slowly went towards the window and had a look. There was in fact someone outside, and they were singing. That was already weird, but what sent shivers down my spine was that the person singing was a young girl who was wearing a green dress. She had dark brown hair exactly like the girl in the picture. How can this girl, who was around 11 years ago, be here singing in front of me when there was a picture of her from 1977? I was frozen in fear. I snapped out of it when I heard my friend whisper to me, "Dude, what's going on? What do you see?" I turned around and crawled on all fours back to my friend, trying to be as quiet as possible. I told him what I saw, and at first he didn't believe me and said, "That ain't even funny, bro." I assured him that what I was saying was true, but he remained stubborn and said, "Take a picture and I'll believe you." I asked why he didn't look for himself, and he said he didn't want to because he was also kind of freaked out. I obliged and went back to the window. I took out my phone and opened the camera. As I was about to take the photo, she stopped, slowly turned around, and let out an insanely loud scream while pointing at me. And then she jumped backwards off the hill. I dropped my phone and ran back to my friend. I felt so nauseous that I vomited. My friend was asking, "Bro, what happened? What was that scream? Why are you vomiting?" It took me a while to get a hold of myself, and I told him what I saw, and to my surprise, he believed me. We stayed in that house for a long time, too scared to go outside in case that girl was still there. We sat there silently for about 2 hours until we heard a car drive up to the house. We heard the car door open and a loud male voice yell, "We know you two are in there. Get out before we come in." It was the cops. We didn't know what to do. We worked on a plan to get out of this mess, and we said that as the cops come through the front door, we run out the back window and go around the house and make a run down the hill. So we did. The cop kicked down the front door and we hopped out the back window. We sprinted around the left side of the house and made a beeline down the hill for our bikes. Once we got our bikes, we got away quite quickly because the cops turned off their car and had to restart it. On our way back to my aunt's house, we didn't talk once. Both of us were traumatized about the whole situation. Later that day, we talked to my aunt again about the house. She admitted that what she said about the house wasn't 100% true. Her original story was just to scare us. The house wasn't abandoned, but it just wasn't being used. She said that it was a holiday house that foreigners could rent out for their visits to South Africa, but no one used that house because everyone claimed it was haunted. It was indeed an old house that people used to own from a long time ago. An elderly couple lived there from roughly 1940 to 1977. She told us that in 1977, that elderly couple had their grandchildren stay there for a weekend. There was a young boy and young girl. The young girl had a mental illness, bipolar disorder. In reports, it is said that the girl murdered everyone in that house and then committed suicide by jumping off the hill. My friend and I stayed up all night talking about that day. We both realized that the girl we saw was the girl my aunt told us about. To this day, we have never told anyone about this story.
My name is Christina, and this happened 2 years ago when I was 15. Just for you to know, it isn't really a scary story. I had a best friend named Adusa. She was from Nigeria. If you don't know, it's a country in Africa. She is very beautiful. She is caramel brown and has dark brown afro. Anyway, I wasn't that pretty. I mean, I wasn't ugly, but I had blood red hair and beautiful blue eyes, but Let's just say she was top-notch, at least to every guy. Anyway, this happened when we went to hang out. A white car stopped next to us, and a guy who was about 28 years old pulled down his window. He didn't look scary. He was actually very handsome. "Where are you pretty ladies heading off to?" he asked with a flirty grin. "None of your business," Adusa said. "What's the matter, pretty girl?" he said, looking at Adusa. Of course, it was just about Adusa, I thought to myself. "And what about you, cutie?" he said, looking at me and winked. I was blushing. This was the first time a guy talked to me when Adusa was there. I was all over him at that point, but Adusa didn't really want to talk to him. But that didn't bother me. Actually, I was happy that I had him for myself. After 30 minutes of talking, he asked us if we wanted to ride with him. "Get lost, freak!" Adusa yelled, but I did want to ride with him. By the way, his car looked very expensive, so it would have been very exciting. So I told her that I wanted her to. I told her I was going to go. She tried to tell me not, but my mind was already set up. I entered the car and left Adusa behind. Everything was fine. We were just driving around, talking and laughing. It was already night, and I wanted to go home. I told him to bring me home. He nodded, so he drove and drove. After 30 minutes, I noticed he didn't even know my address, and he didn't ask for it. Where was he planning on bringing me? My naive self thought that maybe he was just going to leave me where he found me. We drove and drove until I fell asleep. I woke up by someone tying me up. I opened my eyes, and there he was, that 28-year-old guy, tying me into a chair in a basement or something like that. He noticed I was awake and started grinning. "Your friend there was really smart. You know, I would have preferred of taking her." I was confused. What are you talking about? And what are you doing?" He didn't answer, just started laughing like a mad person. What the hell did I get myself into? Not long after, there was a knocking. He stopped laughing and went up to check who was there, and then they came down with a man who was in his mid-60s. "You promised me a refugee," the man said. I was so confused. They were both talking about me and for how much the old man would buy me. I was very confused. I didn't know what I should do at that moment. Then, I heard a loud banging on the door, and then someone breaking inside the house and immediately ran towards the door and banged it open. There were cops standing there with my parents and Adusa looking all worried. Later on, Adusa told me that the phone tracker we put in each other's phones to find each other whenever we needed to know where we are, she said she used it, since I didn't answer her phone. And when she found out I was in another country, she immediately called the police. "I am in another country?" I yelled. I was so shocked. I didn't even notice we drove for so long, but I was just happy to be home, and that 28-year-old man was in jail now because he kidnapped girls and smelled them, and he did that to about 30 other girls. I am just happy that I am not one of them. He's now in prison for 8 years. I just now know that not all crazy people look crazy, and that I can't trust anyone.
This is an unsettling story that I do not usually bring up in normal conversation, yet it's still always on my mind. It happened to me a few years ago, but I will never be able to forget this strange experience that happened in my own home. When I was a child, I was always afraid of the bathroom in my basement. Every time I walked in, I would always think that someone was hiding behind the shower curtain. I would say, "I see you," just in case someone was there, and they would be alerted. No one was there, it was all just a fear in my head. As I got older, it became a frequent habit of mine to always say, "I see you," as I walked into a room by myself. If I went to take a shower, I would say, "I see you." Come home from work, "I see you." It was all just to prepare for the slim chance that someone would be there and think that I saw them. One weekend when I was 18 years old, my parents were out of town, attending a close friend's wedding. My dad was the best man. I had the whole house to myself, and it seemed like the perfect getaway from their strict rules and occasional arguing. I didn't have friends to invite over, so I was always just alone, by myself. On the first night, things were upright. I binged my favorite horror movies, ordered food from my favorite Chinese restaurant, and just did classic teenage things that I enjoyed. I woke up the next morning for work, which at the time I was a delivery boy for a pizza place near me called the Bergen Beach Cafe. I did a lot of deliveries that night, and I remember making over $100 in tips, which at the time was huge for me. Around 8 p.m. my shift ended, and I arrived home. When I pulled into my driveway, I saw an unfamiliar car parked on the sidewalk close to my house. At first glance, I thought it was my neighbor's car, but there would be no reason for them to park in front of my house since they have a driveway of their own. Though it was strange, I brushed it off, and I walked in my house. I changed out of my work clothes and showered up into fresh pajamas. "I see you," I said, as I regularly do when I walk out of the bathroom. Something was sitting on edge with me, and the nervousness from seeing the strange car outside my house was clouding my judgment. Being alone for another full day, with my only family members out of town, was making me feel very apprehensive. But I continued on with my night. I walked downstairs and went into my kitchen to heat up my food. I get sick of eating pizza a lot of the time since I'm around it all day. So on my way home, I picked up some macaroni and cheese from the deli. 3 minutes in the microwave left me time to wait around and ponder my thoughts. I left the kitchen and walked into my living room to see what was on the television. I was a bit of a nerd and was always looking for cartoons to watch. "I see you," I said. Slowly, my heart started to drop below my waist. The moment I'd been preparing myself for my whole life had come. Something I will never forget and still haunts me to this day. From the corner of my eyes, I saw a tall, thick figure hiding behind the curtain. It started to move slightly. I was speechless. Goosebumps ran through every inch of my skin, and my brain couldn't process fast enough what to do. I swallowed deep, thinking quickly what my next move should be. The curtain moved again. I was frozen. Slowly, the curtain began to open, and a man dressed in all black was standing there. He had his head tilted to the right, staring at me with intent to murder. He had a Chelsea smile, a fresh cut with blood still dripping down, dirty skin, and his smile was wide with eyes full of rage. "I see you too," he said in a deep, raspy voice. He then pulled out a large knife from his back pocket and pointed it at me. I started to run. He immediately followed. I sped out the door with a 10-foot lead. There was no time to close the door behind me, as it would only hold me back. When I ran outside, it was pouring rain and pitch black with only the streetlights providing light. Luckily, my neighbor a few houses down across the street was a police officer, so my first instinct was to run there. I slammed on the door, knocking hard until my knuckles started to bleed. I looked back, and there he was. He stopped chasing me, but he was right there in the middle of the street, staring at me. The same smile and same crazy eyes. Suddenly, the door opened and I rushed inside and closed the door shut with no explanation to my neighbor. I looked outside the window from his house, but I could not see any trace of the man. To this day, he could still be out there, somewhere, lurking around. Every time I think of this story, I wonder what could have happened if I never said, "I see you," whenever I walked into a room. It was the last September that I had an accident. At the time, the police told my parents that my condition was very dangerous. And my parents, of course, they ran to the hospital and almost passed out when they saw me. For your information, I was unconscious at the time of the car accident, and I still don't remember how it exactly happened. However, there was one thing I remembered. It was that I couldn't breathe at all. Do you know what it feels like to be breathless? Well, I think this is the most similar explanation. First, breathe in as hard as you can. Hold it in for about 3 seconds, and then breathe in again instead of exhaling. Repeat it over and over until you really feel like you're going to die. Is this how I'm going to die? I had some friends who think about death so easily, but when death got closer to me, it was really scary. As things turned out that my face was so swollen that I couldn't open my eyes. Even my mom didn't recognize me at first. Anyway, I lost my memory when I was in an accident. But when I woke up in a very short time, I was so scared thinking that I was going to die. I just peed on my pants, struggling with my feet, and finally passed out again. Some people ask me if I dreamed of a dream or if I noticed the time passed while I was unconscious. But my answer is no. When I regained consciousness, I was already in hospital. You know what's really scary? Everybody knows that I was unconscious for 3 weeks in the ICU. But in fact, my consciousness has been back since a week later. But nobody knew. Family, nurses, and even Doc. They didn't know at all. I couldn't move my eyelids or a finger at all. Though I was conscious, I was unable to move my body, only hearing sounds with my ears. At first, I really thought I was dead because my consciousness came back very slowly. Is it heaven or a dream? I thought so, but later I realized when I heard my mother's voice when she came to see me during visiting hours. Okay, I'm in the hospital now. I had an accident. It was just like a hell. I wanted to let them know that my consciousness had returned, but literally, there was no other way that I could do. The nurses stopped by my room 3 times a day. They opened my eyes and lit up my eyes with a flashlight to see the pupil reaction. I wanted to roll my eyes and let them know that I woke up, but stupidly, my eyes just looked at the light. Couldn't do anything. I didn't even know how the days went by. I had nothing to do all day, so I just went sleep and kept waking up or being lost in wild fancies every day, which was terribly boring. If I think it's been 3 or 4 days or so, it's only been a day. Well, visiting hours were normally twice in a day, so I could confirm that the day had passed by watching my parents come and go. After that, I began to worry about my physical condition. Are both my arms and legs attached well? Is my spine okay? Dang, I realized that I had signed to donate my organs after my death about a few years ago. What if my parents agreed to donate my body, although I'm alive? I felt like I was going to have a mental illness even after I completely woke up. Furthermore, I could feel the enormous pain in my body. The most painful thing was when they drilled a hole in my throat, and the doctor also said that there was a problem with the tube in my side, that I had to rearrange it. But I was judged by the doc that I was unconscious at that time. So everything proceeded without any anesthesia. But later on, when my consciousness was restored, I realized that the intensity of the pain at that time was less than 1/10 of the actual pain. During the coma, it didn't hurt at all when they wrapped my wound. But later, I woke up. It felt like I was going to die. As you see, when you visit the ICU, you can see that the patient's condition is all clean. The nurses usually take care of everything before visiting hours in the morning. Literally, everything. That made me respect the nurses. One day, the nurses put something in a container and then injected it in my nose through the tubes. Actually, I wasn't hungry at all until then, but as soon as the food was injected into my nose, I suddenly felt hungry. I must not feel the taste because it was put in my nose, but actually, it was really delicious, and I could feel the way the food went down vividly. And that thing stops just below the chest, and it feels like something warm liquid is wrapping the area. I really love that feeling. But not long after, they sucked the food back with something like a syringe to see how much I had digested. I felt like my whole intestines were sucking up, and it really sucks. But once the food had been injected inside my body, I was excited whenever I heard the nurse shaking the can every time, because I wanted to eat it as soon as quickly. It's been about 2 weeks, and one day the doctor came in and said, "Let's wake me up." After some kind of drug was dosed, I thought I opened my eyes right after, but the doc said that I opened my eyes about an hour later. But nevertheless, the nurses were still all surprised, because no one usually wakes up in an hour. Of course, there wasn't much I could do after I opened my eyes. I was still put on a respirator and both my arms and legs were all tied up. I just kept my eyes open, moved a finger to right, talking a little bit. Just like that, I'd been given muscle relaxants for 3 weeks, and it seemed to have taken almost a month to walk again. Not only my arms and legs, but also my internal muscles were too relaxed. So it was the worst when I first went to the bathroom because I couldn't squeeze my butt at all. After a few weeks, I was able to leave the hospital. While lying down for a few weeks, I heard the nurses often gossiping about each other. So I just told my family about the fact that I was conscious. You don't want to embarrass each other, right? Well, whenever I lie on my bed before going to sleep, I keep thinking of that time. What if I can't breathe again while sleeping like this? Unfortunately, I can't sleep well since then, being scared of it. Imagine not being able to move a finger or your whole body at all, like my situation. You can't talk, and even you can't let the people know that you're awake. You know, hearing friends and family sob while you're lying down is much more miserable and just terrible than you thought. What most scary thing is that everyone doesn't know that you're conscious, but you are. Actually, this story isn't that great, but it's sure that this is something no one can experience easily. So I hope you guys are always careful and careful.
Hi, my pseudonym is Jade. I just wanted to share my experience that transpired 5 years ago. I was a busy college student back then. It was around 8 p.m. when I finished my classes. Shortly after our last subject ended, I am excited to go home to relax. When I find it hard to catch a ride, I decided to go to the jeepney terminal, which is a couple of meters away from our university, in order to secure a seat in the jeepney. Even though I was a bit exhausted from my schoolworks, I still managed to keep myself together and continued walking. It was just an ordinary busy evening, and as I am walking my way to the terminal, I always put my earphones on to listen to some music. As I approached the terminal, I heard the jeepney barker, a person who calls for passengers, said, "Oh, hulin biyahi hulin biyahi nata," means that jeepney will be the last ride for tonight. I just laughed at the barker and told him that this would not be the last ride, but it will be the last one only for this day. Then I immediately climbed up to the jeepney. When the jeepney was already full with passengers, it then started to travel. While riding the jeepney, I am fond of looking outside while listening to music. I noticed that the views started to change. Instead of seeing city lights and buildings, it turned into a field, like we're on a rural place. The place was dark, and only the jeepney's light inside was the source of light on the road. I was confused for a moment because I thought I rode the wrong jeepney. But after I read the signage hanging inside the jeepney, I am indeed sure taking the right one. Maybe the driver took a wrong turn, or is this a kind of a shortcut? I said to myself. So I asked the driver if where he is taking us. "Excuse me, Manong, where are we?" The driver did not answer and just continued to drive. When I looked at my fellow passengers, I was shocked. They were all wearing white with some bloodstains, and their head were all missing. I could not believe my eyes. Then, out of the blue, the driver spoke. "We're not lost, miss. We are taking the right way." I was really terrified and shocked. The things can't sink in through my mind. Chills ran down through my spine. I was coldly sweating and my face turned pale. I wanted to jump out of the jeepney, but I can't move a muscle. Suddenly, I heard someone's voice out of nowhere. "You do not belong here. Go, just jump. Why are you here? You are not allowed in here." It snapped the creep out of me. Then I jumped out on the jeepney. I got scrapes on my arms and bruises on my legs as I fell on the succeeding jeepney. But I'm glad I managed to get out of it. As I stared at the jeepney that continued its journey, it suddenly crashed. The jeepney was badly damaged and blowed up. I was screaming as hard as I can for help, but then I woke up. It was just a dream. The passengers were shocked and looked at me like I was some kind of a lunatic the moment I woke up. A lady asked me if I was okay because I was sweating so much and my face turned pale. I started to panic and crying, desperately asking the driver to stop the jeepney, even if I'm still far away from home. The other passengers trying to make me calm. After causing a commotion, I immediately got out of the jeepney. As the jeepney drove off, suddenly, it was hit by a big truck. Just a few seconds, the jeepney blowed up and starting to burn. I heard loud screaming coming from the jeepney, asking for help. I could not believe my eyes for what had just happened. Then suddenly, I remembered my dream. To this day, I still cannot believe that moment. Then I realized what the barker said right before the incident. He said it was the last ride. Even though I am thankful that I'm still alive today, still, there is some guilt inside me, for I did not manage to save them.
I was friends with the ghost. When I was around the age of 4, I had a demon as a friend. Her name was Dorothy, and she didn't look like most ghosts I would see. She had purple hair that was always in twin braids. She wore a black dress that went down to her ankles, and her eyes and mouth were completely blacked out, and you couldn't see her tongue or teeth, just darkness and palish skin. But I was never scared of her. She protected me and my sister from a dark figure that lived in our house with us. The figure was constantly trying to kill us and drag us down to hell, but it obviously feared her, so it left us alone. But Dorothy also made people believe that I was psychotic because she would ask me to kill my classmates and random people on the streets. She also gave me really detailed ways of how to dispose of the corpse, like drowning it in acid until it became ashes, and put the ashes in a tea pitcher inside the fridge so my family would drink it. But I never ended up killing anyone, even though I hurt them and drew plans to murdering them in my drawing books. Everyone at school feared me, but I never understood why, until I got a bit older and realized how terrifying it had to be for them to sit in a room with another child trying to plan out their death. But for the most part, Dorothy was nice. She helped me laugh when I cried, and even played with me when my sister didn't feel like it. But each night, she brought me out of the house, and we walked down to a pond down the street from my house, and she would sink, telling me, "Don't worry, dear child, I will be back in the morning, but I have to go home now." But only when she said that, she sounded like an adult. But any other time of the day, she sounded like a child. My mom used to believe she was an imaginary friend of mine, but I went under the bed and in the closet with her, and even creepier, I would sit in the corner of my parents' room and watch them sleep. Dorothy also taught me how to work guns when I was 5, but my parents never found out. My sister didn't know who Dorothy was for a while, but she found out when Dorothy took form of a laundry basket in her room one day and started laughing, which had my sister frozen in fear until I said, "Hi, Dorothy," which scared her even more, but she started to ease up when Dorothy started talking. "It's fine, I'm Sabrina's friend, and I want to be your friend too," in a sweet child's tone. My sister ended up being friends with her too in the end, but one day, I never got to see her again. It was the normal night for me. Walk down to the pond with Dorothy so she can go home, but this time she was crying out this black liquid, and it looked almost like her eyes were melting, and she seemed hesitant to go back but also scared at the same time. I asked her why she was crying, but she gave no response. So when we got down there for her to go home for the very last time, she said something different. She hugged me and began to sink like every day, but she said this, "Bye, my sweet child. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to see you for a while, but I will be back one day." Then she broke out in maniacal laughter and tears, but when her chin touched the water, the laughing stopped, and her face started to flake and break like porcelain, and she started screaming, and she told me to run, so I did, and I never saw Dorothy again. But I always felt bad about it because I felt like it was a child that drowned that night, but she wasn't a child. She just took form of one. I don't know when she will come back, but it's been a few years, and I've had that question running through my head for a while now.
This story happened 3 years ago. First, I want to start off by saying that I'm a femboy with long blonde hair and crystal blue eyes. I always get mistaken for being an actual girl due to me being 5'5" and very petite. Anyway, I worked the graveyard shift at Sonic's, along with 3 of my friends, which I'll name Mike, Robbie, and Charlotte for this story. We also had a shift manager that monitored our shifts and assigned us breaks and whatnot. It was around 11 p.m. and we were about to close in another hour. The shift was really slow, and there was really nothing to do other than redo everything we'd already cleaned. Our shift manager, being the laid-back woman she was, said that we could do whatever, but we would have to come back immediately if we began to pick up on orders. Really, she only said this so she could go out back to smoke a cigarette and scroll through her Facebook. Robbie and Charlotte decided to sneak off, knowing that our manager wouldn't return back inside until it was closing time. So they took Robbie's car and drove off, saying they'd be back before our manager even noticed. This left only Mike and I alone in the store. After a while, I noticed something on one of the monitors. A man just stood there. He was extremely tall and lanky. It was like his arms were extremely long, though I could be exaggerating. His skin did a horrible job on covering the bones underneath. His eyes looked like they were going to pop out of his skull, and his teeth didn't fit in his mouth. He just stood there, swaying side to side. It was like his body moved, but his head and neck didn't move with it, even though they were attached. Well, I was completely freaked out, and Mike just laughed, saying he must be stoned. I laughed it off too, but only to make me feel better. It didn't. Because he didn't have a car, my headset didn't connect to the speaker that allowed me to speak to him. He stood there for about another 5 minutes before he walked away. I felt a relief hit me as I saw him walk off the monitor, but I couldn't celebrate for long. Mike had asked me to blow him, and I was down for it. That was until there was a beep coming from a stall, which meant someone pressed the red button and wanted to order. Before I was able to do my sonic greeting, I was already greeted with jagged breathing. It sounded like someone trying so desperately to breathe for air, or as Mike would explain it, someone with a slit throat. I gathered up the courage and spoke. "Welcome to Sonic. Order when you're ready." I was just greeted by heavy breathing. I felt all the hair stand up on my arms. I repeated it again in case he didn't hear me. Just more breathing. After a while, I just hung up because I was getting freaked out. It was 11:30 p.m. by now, and Mike and I began to gather our stuff together due to it being almost home time. We both heard the back door open and close, and we figured it was just Robbie and Charlotte sneaking back in before our manager came back to say we could clock out now. "You guys are early," Mike called back there. No response. "You guys back there?" Mike called. Still no response. I could see Mike getting irritated. He marched back there while saying, "Hey, I'm speaking to you guys. Mike got quiet. I went to him to figure out what the hell was going on back there. As I stood next to Mike, I saw why he went quiet. It was that man from outside. He'd gone through the door our manager usually cracked open so she didn't get locked out while out in the back. He just stood there, staring, his eyes wider than ever. White stuff bubbled from his mouth. He pulled out something from his back pocket. It was a knife. Mike and I were both frozen, not knowing what to do. The man pulled up his sleeve, revealing his extremely long and bony arm. He then begins cutting himself, while making that same gasping noise along with a blood-curdling scream. He screamed so loud, I screamed, in shock. Then he turned and limped toward the door, one leg walking while the other leg dragged behind. Mike and I just stood there. It wasn't long before Charlotte and Robbie walked in, filling the silence with their laughter. They looked at the terrified look in our eyes, and we immediately told them everything. At first, they didn't believe us, but I guess the tone and look of our faces showed we weren't lying. Soon, our manager walked in asking if we were ready to leave. I asked if we could replay the outside tape from an hour ago, and she agreed. As we watched the tape, I was even more stunned at what I saw. There was no man in the drive-thru or standing at the stall. And the creepiest thing? Seeing me and Mike just standing there terrified, at nothing.
This happened to me when I was 19, and my brother Robert was 21. He took me to Arizona, and we had to stop at a gas station. We bought our snacks, and when we got out of there, he said he heard someone yell at him. But we didn't really mind, so we started driving. We switched seats so that he can fall asleep. After 4 hours, Robert said that he had to relieve himself, so we stopped somewhere in a desert. He went away to do his job, and I was playing with my Switch, until I heard the exact same yelling. I thought it was my brother, but it didn't sound like him. And when he came back, we heard a crying sound. We were both shocked, so we just drove away. When we got to the hotel in Tucson, Arizona, we went to a casino to play and eat. When we got back, there was a scratch in his truck. We were wondering who would do this, but since it was late, we just went to our rooms to sleep. The next day, my brother woke me up and said that it was time to go because we will be late to our next stop. I said okay, and we went our way. While driving, I also had to relieve myself, so I got out and was walking to a secluded area. When I got there, I saw a tall guy just staring at me. He had a big smile across his face. I ran and was scared. I hopped back inside the truck and I told him to drive. He was asking me what happened and I just told him about the man, and we decided to go to another hotel to sleep. While sleeping, around 3 in the morning, I woke up and I saw something in the closet. I was scared to look, but I took out a bat from my bag and walked up to the closet and heard screams inside of it. I woke my brother and we got our bags to leave. When we were halfway to our destination, I turned on the news and heard that there was an incident in the hotel that we were in. In the same room that we were in, a man and a woman had been murdered. We decided to go back, so we did. My brother asked the man what had happened, and he said that a tall man went inside the room 207 by climbing with his bare hands. And 3 hours later, 2 guys ran out, and before he said anything else, I told him what happened to us. He said after we left, a couple went inside the same room, and 30 minutes later, there was a big splat of blood on the window. So that's why he called the cops, but the man was nowhere to be found. I told myself that it was the same man that I saw, and even now, this incident still gives me the creeps.
Pearl Hotel was built in 1920. It belonged to a wealthy widowed countess, Sarah Ann. It is said the countess was extremely beautiful. Her late husband, the count, was said to be old, very old, and there was a rumor rounding the streets stating that the countess was a true vixen who had married the old count for his money and after a while killed him, becoming the sole heir to all the riches. Anyway, Sarah Ann lived a lavish life surrounded by servants and maids, hosting important events and even attending the most extravagant balls. Eventually, her lifestyle caught up to her, and money began to go dangerously low. She then decided to transform her mansion into her hotel, and as luck may see it, she became more rich than before. Her beauty and wealth attracted a lot of bachelors. Well, one of them managed to catch her attention. His name was David Lancelot. Very little is written about this man's background in historical journals. All we know is Sarah Ann fell head over heels in love with him, and within a very short time, they got married. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but even barely a year had passed when David Lancelot was pronounced dead. The young countess became a widow yet again, but this time the suspicions had mostly turned to true belief that the countess was a cold-blooded killer. Thorough investigations was carried out, and to her dismay, the court had its decision against her and found her guilty of murder. Officers had found out David Lancelot was a long-term con artist, and in fact was planning to absurd her wealth and escape with the help of his brother Jerome. Things, however, turned around when she learned about his plans and poisoned his food. Her most trusted maid, Kia, testified against her and stating that she mixed the poison into the food and told her not to tell anyone. Despite her wails and desperate cries, Sarah Ann, at the age of 24, was sentenced to life imprisonment. A few months later, the ownership of the hotel was handed over to the late Count's grandchildren. Exactly 3 years later, Sarah Ann escaped from prison. It is said that she was never found. Did she return to the hotel? Nobody knows, and she still remained missing till today, never to be seen or to be heard of again. Well, the hotel business boomed for years to come and progressed to becoming one of the most desired holiday destinations. People flocked from far-off places to see this fine haven. What drew them to this place? Was it the fine services, the amazing decor, the varying cuisines, the wonderful views from their rooms? Or was it the history of the hotel? Was it the fact that a murder had taken place attracted the large number of guests? Were people rolling in torrents in expectation of paranormal activity? Was the curiosity of trying to find out whether the hotel is haunted or not bringing in so many guests? Well, we were going to know about the reason soon. In 1960, the nightmares began. This was the year when women who were guests at the hotel began to go missing, and they were eventually found dead. According to the statements of the police officials in the newspaper, who did not give the exact description of state of the bodies which were found, but simply stated that this was a work of the sickest mind, 8 women went missing in a span of 6 months. None of these women had anything in common, well, except for the fact that they had black hair, light eyes, light skin, and a slender body. They had an uncanny resemblance to each other and almost appeared to be related to each other. The weirdest fact was that these were the exact description of Sarah Ann. An old portrait of her confirmed this fact. Who would be killing women resembling Sarah Ann 60 years after the incident? The hotel was ultimately shut down by the court as investigations continued, but every progress led to a dead end. Ultimately, the killer was never caught, and the case was closed. The hotel also remained closed for months. The original owners sold it, and it was completely restructured. Every single piece of furniture, artwork, etc. were thrown out. 10 years later, in 1970, the hotel was reopened with a new name, Grand Gem Hotel. The new owners assured the public that the hotel had undergone a tremendous transformation. Anything that was present from the 1920s was gotten rid of, and they had priests who conducted a spiritual purification. The headlines of the newspaper indicated it was an exorcism, which is supposed to deem that the place is now safe from evil. The hotel operated normally for not even a month when strange occurrences began to take place. At first, there were complaints made by women claiming that their belongings went missing. Other times, they would state things such as fine clothes, jewelry, shoes, or flowers would appear in their bedrooms. They would also receive cards with messages on them. Afterwards, they stated they were being pursued by someone. They felt scared. During their stay, these women faced fatal accidents. They all had one thing in common, yes, their uncanny resemblance to Sarah Ann. Well, this time no one died yet, but the hotel had to compensate for their injuries as they all claimed they were physically assaulted by an unseen being. They were left with bruises and even bones. The biggest blow was yet to come. During their anniversary party, a fire broke out, and everyone burnt to ashes. The firefighters tried very hard but couldn't save anyone. Afterwards, they tried to determine where the fire had started, but couldn't determine. This time, the property was captured by the government and closed down. 5 years later, it was turned into a primary school, but dangerous mishaps continued to happen throughout the years. Then, finally, in the year 2001, the whole building was torn down and the entire land was turned into an enormous graveyard. It is said when the school was inaugurated, which was around 1985 till 2001, there were reported cases of multiple accidents, 5 missing females, and 2 murder cases. Before the number of fatalities increased, it was best for the hotel to be torn down. From 2001 till today, there have been no such incidents. How could there be any cases? The place is now being accommodated by the dead. What do you think could have been behind all these mishaps? Some believed it was Sarah Ann herself. They said that she never left. She had been living in hiding within the walls of the hotel and became determined to punish the town people. But this theory seems highly illogical. The murders began happening 60 years after the actual incident. How could an aged woman do all this? Some say it was a fanatic serial killer who was obsessed with the history of the hotel and was living out their own sick fantasy, while others claimed that it was the ghost of David Lancelot in search of her to avenge his cruel death.
Some people may not believe this story, and to be honest, I don't really care. It may sound like a cliche story, but you're not thinking that anymore when it happens to you. I grew up in southern Ohio. Depending on your definition, I'm still technically growing, I guess, as I'm an 18-year-old male. But that's not the point. I've lived in the countryside my whole life. In fact, I've never moved from the property, although the house I live in now is one I helped build with my grandfather, separate from the one that was here when we moved. I was only 4, and I didn't do much outside of hammering some nails with supervision. My oldest memory dates back to when I was 3 years old. Me and my mother were walking out of the doctor's office, and the receptionist had me going. I was an excitable little boy. I was always fine with where I lived. I still am, as I live there today, but there have been some incidents that have left me spooked. I guess that would be the correct word. I think the one that stands out the most was my experience with a doll I had that seemed to be based on a family friend named Big John. As the name suggests, Big John was a big dude. He stood about 6'4", and he was built like a tank. But anyone who knew him would tell you that he had a kind heart of gold. He was always dressed like a trucker, but his job was construction, if I'm correct. That's part of the reason why this experience frightens me. The doll looked almost like him, from the trucker's hat to the details in his face. Looking back on it, it's scary how much the doll looked like him. But as I was 3 or 4 at the time, that could just be my memories messing with me. The doll itself was nothing really special. It was a simple plushie doll, like those ones at Kings Island or other amusement parks. The ones modeled after human-looking characters, like Superman or Batman. I'd always assumed that the doll was custom-made due to the resemblance, and I remember going to get the doll with my mom and my grandparents. As I was about 3 or 4 years old, my memory's a little hazy. I do know that I had the doll for a good few months, and all I can say now that it's gone is good riddance. The first few days, it was like any other doll. I played with it, acted like it was my friend. I would talk to it. Then things changed. One night I had a nightmare. See, in the old house we lived in before the new one, my grandpa would always sleep on the massive couch we had. My mom and grandma would share a king-size bed in the only bedroom we had, and I would sleep in between them. And in that room, on my mother's side of the bed, I had a toy box that sat next to it. I couldn't see it if I was laying down, due to my small size. As the doll was merely another toy, I would simply toss him in the toy box at bedtime, and that was that. This time was different. In my nightmare, I was being chased by the doll. It was a recurring dream. Big John's features were warped, twisted, however. His friendly smile was gone, and so was the cartoonish eyes. In their place were unnervingly wide eyes and a demonic grin, punctuated by razor-sharp sets of teeth. I'd jump from my bed and run from the bedroom, but I wouldn't make it far. The living room we had was huge, and it was connected directly to the bedroom. I would make it halfway through the living room before turning around to see if I was being chased, and then the doll was on me. Then I'd wake up. The first time I had the dream was the scariest, however. When I woke up, I shot directly up in my bed. My first instinct was to look at the toy box, where I should have been able to see the doll. But it wasn't there. I nearly screamed when I spotted the doll sitting on a chair at the foot of the bed. I know it was on the toy box the night before, because the chair that the doll was sitting on was from our kitchen table, and I'd always say, "Good night, Big John," before hopping into bed. I was scared, as all I could see was that terrifying visage from my dream. I laid back down and jerked the covers over my head. I had the belief that monsters couldn't get me if I hid in the covers, and at the time, I always went to sleep with the cover over my head, just to feel safe. So it was surprisingly easy for me to fall back asleep. I didn't have the nightmare a second time that day, but it always happened when I would go to bed for the night. Sporadically, the doll would go from the toy box to the chair, but that was never guaranteed on any day, so some days I would wake up with the doll still untouched in the toy box. Somehow, I would still play with the doll, but it eventually got to the point where I would see that demonic face on the doll instead of the friendly smile, and I'd throw the doll away from me. The only time I wouldn't throw the doll when it happened was when my grandpa was there while I was playing with it, as I usually played with my toys in the living room. Even though he had a bit of a gut, my grandfather was built like a tank. As he was only in his early 50s, it wasn't hard to see why, as he was a skilled carpenter, construction worker, and other stuff like that. All he needed was one man to help him build an entire house, and it was hard for me to feel scared in his presence. Eventually, the doll was lost. I'm not really sure how or why. Every time I try to remember, it's like it was there and then it wasn't. This may not be the scariest story, and that's not what I'm going for. But to be honest, this isn't the scariest part. A few years ago, I asked all three of them about it. I still remember how it went. Me: "Hey, do you guys remember that Big John doll I had?" Grandma: "Big John doll?" Grandpa: "What are you talking about?" Me: "You know, that old custom doll you guys got me that looked like Big John." They all looked at me funny. Mom: "What?" Grandma: "I don't remember that." Grandpa: "What are you talking about? We never took you to get a Big John doll." I didn't really think much of it when they said they didn't remember it at first, but the implications hit me not long after. I spent months getting terrorized by that thing, and no one remembers. Not even the people who bought it for me. I'm not sure what to think. All I know now is that I wish I could forget the thing.
My name is Maya. During one summer break, I had visited my friend's house. Her name is Mahi. She lives in Satara, a district in Maharashtra, India. We enjoyed ourselves there because it's beautiful countryside. There were large farms and houses with a river in the center. Well-paved roads between the dense forest. On a Sunday evening, we decided to go to a nearby snack stall to get something to munch on. After that, we had a great time together walking on the road. We realized a little too late that it was starting to get dark. Usually, nights seemed to be darker on the countryside. Then Mahi checked her cell phone and got nervous because there were 5 missed calls from her mother. We got worried and looked around as no one seemed to be on the road. Suddenly, it got dark. We're talking pitch black as the road lights went off. Mahi said, "We shouldn't stop until we find a rickshaw." I nodded as we started heading to our house. After several minutes, we heard a muffled sound of an auto rickshaw. We sighed in relief. Mahi told the driver to stop at her address, and to this, the driver agreed. We both quickly hopped on our seats. The driver asked, "Why are you both roaming around this late at night? It's dangerous. There have been so many crimes and reports of paranormal incidents that have taken place here." After listening to this, Mahi was agitated but suggested driving faster. I thought to myself that she might know something that I didn't, but didn't want to tell me. We peeped through a small window of the auto rickshaw, and chills went through my nerves as there was nobody. Out of nowhere, a woman sprung out in front of our moving auto rickshaw. The driver pulled the brakes haltingly. Mahi shouted and said, "Let's help her." While saying this, Mahi was turning to get out of the rickshaw, but I grabbed her hand and said, "She isn't what she seemed." Quickly, the driver also changed his path and drove faster. Then Mahi looked outside, and seeing this, I also looked back. We were both petrified as the woman lying down was smiling creepily at us with blood dripping out of her mouth. With this, she disappeared as we moved forward. At last, we finally reached home. Our parents were waiting for us, and as they saw us, they ran to us and hugged us tightly. Following this, we both caught a fever and a headache, and we can't forget about the lady. The next morning, strange news spread in all of the neighborhoods of the dead body near the river, and unfortunately, the body belonged to the auto rickshaw driver who had dropped us off. I was so scared that the next day I came back home with my parents. Soon Mahi moved to my city, as related murderous and spooky cases shook the entire area, leaving the townsfolk in deep fear. Mahi and I are still together. I turned 25 today, and to this day, this incident makes our blood run cold. We can't help but imagine what might have happened if we had gotten out of the vehicle and helped that woman. I was born in a huge family, cousins from almost every country, so it would be hard for me to be an introvert. I was also the most misbehaved girl in our house. I did so many stupid things while growing up, and I never listened to my parents or anybody. One time I remember I was in my hometown with my family. I run into the farms every time I go there. This time was no different. Nightfall came and I did the same. My parents were about to scold me when I came back, but when they saw that worried and scared look on my face, they took me inside. I finally felt relieved when I entered the house. I was only 7, so I didn't know anyone well there. So I met up with this boy named Matthew. I loved spending time with Matthew. He was like a younger brother to me. When I told my grandma about him, she was shocked, and she asked me where he lived. I told her that he lived at the other side of the farm. We had this mosque on our side, and whenever he heard the call of prayer, he started to collapse and close his ears shut, which always made me wonder why he was like that. However, this night was the first time I'd ever met him. My summer vacation was ending, so we'd only planned to stay about a week. When I told him that I was leaving, he just got up and yelled at me. "Are you crazy? How can you leave me?" He just shouted at me, which made me worry about him. And then I asked what was wrong. He didn't calm down. He took a rock and he threw it at the window of an abandoned house. Then we both just saw a dark figure passing by. Mischievous me had the idea of going inside to check it out, and Matthew agreed because we both like an adventure. I actually thought it might calm him down a little, so we opened that huge, old gate and went inside. And let me tell you, it was a different atmosphere inside. I could feel something, like a weight. It was something really strange. I looked at Matthew and he seemed normal. I tried to ignore that feeling as we were standing in the entrance. We walked inside. I can remember everything like it was yesterday. Matthew had his hands in his pockets and he was whistling. He was perfectly fine. On the other hand, my fists were clenched and I was trying not to cry because I felt so weird. I took deep breaths and closed my eyes. After a few moments, I opened my eyes back up, and Matthew wasn't near me anymore. And at that moment, a figure came running at me aggressively. I fell on the ground and screamed. I screamed as loud and as hard as I could until everything went black. And the next thing I knew, I was waking up in my bedroom. Nobody talked to me that entire day. And at the end of the week, we left. The next year, we returned to the farm and I didn't see Matthew anywhere. But for 5 years, I kept thinking about him. I thought I would never see him again. But on that 5th year, he was there with his bright smile. And luckily, he remembered me. I was so happy to see him again. One night, we were both sitting in front of my house and I asked him, "Do you remember that day when we went into that house near the farm?" And he took a sip of his soda and said, "Yes, how could I ever forget that?" I asked him what had happened to me with tears in my eyes. He replied, "You just screamed and fainted." After a long pause, he broke the silence between us and said, "It was as if you had seen something." Visibly upset, I looked at him and stammered, How do you know that?" And he said, "You saw the ghost of that house, which is also after me, and it beats me up every time I hear the call of prayer." And a tear ran down my face because I couldn't believe what he'd just said. After that, our families became a lot closer, and his cousin's brother and my cousin's sister even got married because they had fallen in love. This happened around my last year of middle school. I joined a new school in 7th grade and had been bullied by kids in that school ever since I joined. Even the kids on my bus wouldn't leave me alone. Every day was the same. Hop on the bus, get bullied and taunted, get off at school, and get bullied. Back on the bus to get bullied again on the way home. One day, when I got on the bus, I was already in a bad mood because my mom had nagged me about something petty. I sat in my usual spot, which was one seat before the last seat on the left. I rested my head on the seat and decided to try taking a nap. Within a few minutes, the boys pulled my hair and started to poke me and stuff, which was something that they do every day, but it annoyed me more than usual this time. I shouted back and accidentally pushed them off a little harder than usual. "Shut up, freak. Do us all a favor and die," he shouted back. What surprised me is the teacher on our bus never said anything about it. In spite of that, a couple of girls joined in and started telling me how I'd never be good enough and I'd be a worthless human for the rest of my life. All the bullying, it got to me, but not as bad as it did that day. I started to twitch and my hands started to shake. I felt a rush, and definitely not the good kind. The kids laughed and passed it off as me being weird, and then all of a sudden, I blacked out. When I came back to my senses, everyone was sitting in their seats instead of surrounding me and looked a bit shaken. I stood up to look behind, and the boy that had earlier pulled my hair flinched. I was so confused. Did I do something to them? The rest of the day went by fast, and it was finally time to go home. I got on the bus and sat down in my usual seat, but nobody spoke or hit my head or anything. I was usually one of the last ones to get off the bus, so once most of the kids had left, I asked the kid who sat in front of me what had happened this morning. He said my eyes looked red, and I had a demented smile on my face and laughed. One of the boys asked why I was laughing and was about to say something when I held him by his neck and whispered in his ear, saying this, "You're making me angry, and if you make me angrier, I'll make sure I slit your throat and hide your body where no one will find it. Do you understand me? And if you anger me again, remember, you'll be seeing me very soon." All of this while I was choking him when somebody pushed me off and I passed out. Everyone was surprised because I'm actually quite vulnerable and was very careful. I haven't been angered like this ever since. I don't exactly know what happened that morning, but I'm guessing this is how my shadow persona decided to make an appearance. I just hope this never happens again.
People call me Ren. This happened a few years ago when I was in sophomore year. One day, me and my two friends, Carly and Jenny, decided to go to Carly's house for a sleepover since it was a Saturday and we all had no plans. Around 6 p.m., I went to Carly's house and Jenny was already there. I arrived the same time as the pizza, so we all decided to grab a few slices and go to Carly's room. We talked and went on TikTok and Snapchat for about an hour. It was already 7 p.m. and we were bored, so Carly suggested that we go swim in our pool. We all agreed and then changed into our swimsuits. Carly's pool had a device that made the water in the pool change colors. We all jumped in and then sat on the steps. The water was at chest level. We just sat there, and occasionally getting out of water and jumping in the middle of the pool. We noticed that the red color was missing in the color rounds because we kept seeing orange, pink, and purple, but no red. A few minutes later, when we pointed out the fact that there was no red, the colors randomly turned into red. And that's when I looked over the backyard fence. What I saw sent chills down my spine. There were two beady yellow eyes. That made me feel like it was looking through my soul. Carly and Jenny didn't seem to notice the eyes, because they were too busy freaking out about the freakish red color in the pool. We all decided that it was time we went inside. So we got out of the pool and grabbed our towels. We stood in the front of the backyard door, drying ourselves while talking. I told them about the yellow eyes I saw and how it scared me. They all laughed and told me to stop trying to scare them. I got annoyed because they were dismissing something that clearly bothered me, but I just brushed it off, so I didn't ruin the night. We went back inside and took turns taking a shower. Later that night, we were all in Carly's room, joking around while watching a movie. I needed to use the bathroom, so I excused myself and went out of the room. I was walking around trying to find a bathroom since I wasn't that familiar with the house yet. I reached a hallway that had an open window. I then for some reason looked outside. All I saw were the same yellow eyes staring back at me. I freaked out and ran back to Carly's room, but I decided not to tell them because I just knew they wouldn't believe me. Around 12 p.m. we decided to go to sleep. I closed my eyes and fell asleep, but I got a nightmare about those yellow eyes. I jerked awake. I was just curious on who owned them. I walked to the window where I saw the eyes, and you can guess what happened. The eyes were gone. I got a little scared, so I went back and decided to just sleep it off. I laid down on the blankets that we laid out. I was facing Carly's closet, and I noticed that the closet was cracked open. I tried to adjust my eyes to the darkness of the room, but it wasn't working. I noticed that there was something yellow in the closet, and that made me think about the yellow eyes. I got up quietly, so I didn't wake Carly and Jenny up. I opened the closet, and a man with scruffy hair and dirty clothes jumped at me. I noticed he had bright yellow eyes, and I realized that it was him that I saw. I blacked out and woke up in the hospital. I was confused, so I asked Jenny, who was next to me, on what had happened. She told me that they woke up to me screaming while looking at the closet and saw me passing out on the floor. I told her that there was a man, but she just said that there was no one else there but me, Carly, and her. Apparently, I had a heart attack due to shock. To this day, I still don't know what happened and who or what attacked me.
This is Minahil from Pakistan, and I'm a very big fan of horror stories that are animated by Wansi. I want to share some stories from my side, and of course, it's a true story. It happened back when I was a high school student in Oman. At the time, my family was back in Pakistan, and my father and I lived in Oman. Our house was situated deep inside of short streets, and there was a big old bushy tree in front of my house. It was a 2-story house, and 2 families were residing on each floor. My father and I used to live on the ground floor. When I came back from college, I used to be alone at home until my father came back. I wasn't lonely though. I had 2 pet rabbits. One day, I came home from college and the entire house was messed up. Despite being tired, I knew I had to get it cleaned up. I probably got finished with that and the rest of my chores around 9 p.m. Being tired when I went in, I was extremely tired by this point, so I went to my room to rest and wait for my father to get home. I put my right arm over my eyes and tried to relax. It wasn't long before I felt something jump over my legs, and it felt like it was heavy. I left my rabbits to roam free in the lounge, and I figured it must have been one of them. However, slowly, the weight started coming up to my stomach and then up to my chest. It was the most horrible feeling. I opened my eyes and looked around, but there was nothing there. I again closed my eyes and laid straight, with just my eyes closed. Suddenly, I felt the weight on my arms, as if they were being pinned down by somebody's legs, and began to feel a pressure on my neck like I was being choked. I couldn't see anyone, but it was just like an entity was attacking me. I was in so much pain. I couldn't move or say anything, and tears were rolling down my eyes. Tears of fear and pain. Not knowing what else to do, I prayed to God, and I swear God answered. I heard the main door open and somebody stepped in. It was my father, and he was calling my name. While he was looking for me, he happened to come by my room and he entered. He saw me lying on the bed in the dark, and he turned on the light. And the sight of me had him almost as frightened as I was. My eyes were opened wide and red. I was drenched in sweat, even though the air conditioner was turned on. My body was shaking. The moment he turned on the light, all of the weight from my body was gone, and I was relieved. My father came to me and asked me what happened. I couldn't speak for a half an hour before I finally came back to my senses. I explained to my father what happened and that I thought I'd almost died. After that day, many strange things started to happen around the house. The bathroom faucets would turn on their own. Dishes in the kitchen would fall despite nobody being in the room. And my rabbits started reacting like they were being touched or played with by something. I would lose things and I'd find them out of nowhere. Then one day my rabbits stopped eating and they got sick. It was awful, as I had to be in that house by myself all day. After months of practically begging him, my father and I moved and never went back to that house again. After that, nothing like that has ever happened to me again. But I can honestly say, I have never been so scared. It was the worst experience of my entire life.
I grew up in a semi-small town. By semi-small, I mean it was small enough for everyone to know each other. We had a library and a high school. In this town, there was one specific alley that led to nowhere, and there was not a single street lamp to light it at night. Apparently, this alley was restricted. There was a sign of no trespassing, and in general, my parents were also very shady about that. They told me there is nothing there but some kind of a warehouse of the city, and I should not think about it too much. However, there was also an urban legend. This was that kind of an urban legend that your brother tells you when you're young and naive, when it is so easy to scare you, but he still makes the effort to make it up as a horror story to keep you at night. I also heard the story for the first time from my brother Kevin. As the story goes, the warehouse is not a warehouse at all, but is used to be some government medical building where human experiments were carried out. Later the public found it out and it was shut down, and we can't go near it because there's still expensive medical stuff there. But supposedly there is also this creature that walks the halls of the old building, and at night he comes out to eat. When Kevin told me this story, I was 8 or so. I remember asking him, "What does it eat?" At this point, I should tell you that at this time the whole community was looking for a lost kid, Mark. who was my classmate. Kevin said, "Well, people, of course. What do you think happened to Mark?" When he said that, I started crying so loud that our parents noticed and came upstairs. Mark was my friend, and I couldn't bear the thought that he was eaten by that thing. My parents were so mad at Kevin. I remember my dad even slapped him. Not because he made me cry, but because he dared to talk about the alley. It was not the last time I heard about the being in the alley. In fact, as time passed, it became kind of an inside joke between young people. Every time some family moved or we noticed someone missing from the class, we jokingly said, "Probably the being in the alley got him." Kids love that stuff. Adults, not so much. Even heard about a kid who was suspended after he joked about the being before the principal. When I became 12, talks about the being became subtle, because there were also talks about people vanishing, and it suddenly wasn't that funny. There was this older kid, Eric, a real bully. He always walked with these 3 henchmen of his, beating up kids, stealing their lunch money, that sort of stuff. He always got away with it because his dad was the police chief. They beat me up a lot too. Even stumped a cigarette on my arm once. The burn is still visible. Long story short, I was scared as shit by these bunch. Among all, by Eric. Around this time, my parents decided I should take folk dance classes. Yeah, like I was not bullied already. But anyway, the folk dance community was really nice. Made a lot of new friends there. The problem was that the classes were late in the afternoon and lasted till the evening. But of course, my parents always picked me up as soon as possible. On one evening, my dad was supposed to pick me up, but he didn't. Later he told me he simply forgot, but I know he was out there drinking, so I decided to walk home alone. It was around 8 p.m, so it was already getting dark. The streetlights were on, so I didn't worry. As I turned the corner, I noticed a group of older boys was fooling around on the street. Of course, it was Eric and his gang. I tried to walk past them while keeping a distance if possible. Eric had a handcuff, probably from the chief, and he handcuffed one of his goons to a street lamp as a joke. I tried to be as invisible as I could, but just my luck, they noticed me. "Look who's here," said Eric. "Get him!" he screamed, and 2 boys ran towards me. I tried to fight them, but come on, I was outnumbered. Eric threw his cigarette on the ground and stepped on it. Then he released his friend, the one handcuffed to the lamp. They started to walk towards me, and Eric started to speak. "Well, I'm glad you came. You're in luck you can finally meet the 5th member of the team." They started laughing, and 2 boys grabbed and dragged me. "Where are you taking me?" I asked. "Patience," said Eric. We went past one street and the other, and finally, we've arrived at our destination. Yeah, it was that damned alley. As I mentioned before, there was no streetlights, but complete darkness. As we passed the no trespassing sign, I started rationalizing things. There's no way that story's true. It's an urban myth. It's made up. They just want to scare me. They're gonna beat me up and then leave me alone, I told myself. We reached the end of the alley. At this point, my eyes got used to the dark, so I could see most things. There was a pole on one side of the alley, and a door on the other. Then those jerks handcuffed me to the pole, so I couldn't run away. I told them this was not funny. Then Eric said, "Well, you're right. It's not. Not yet, anyways." As he said that, he took a key out of his pocket and then opened the door, then knocked twice on it. What happened next, I never forget. The boys, along with Eric, started running away while laughing uncontrollably. All I could see in the building was darkness. Then a form started to slowly emerge. It was quadrupedal. First I thought it was a large dog, but as it moved, it became much clearer. Hairless thing with a really long neck, like a goose or something. I could see his spine, his head pointed towards the ground. What it did, I wouldn't call walking, but an increasingly fast crawling. When it reached the door, he lifted its head. I was freaked out. That thing's head was somewhat human-looking, although it missed the nose, but had a hole in that place, and was full of scars. And its eyes, those were human eyes. Its body was like that of a quadrupedal human. Between its legs there was nothing but a wound. Its hands were missing the thumbs, looked like paws. It stopped and sniffed the air, then started panting like a dog. It didn't look straight at me, but was looking all around me. Then we made eye contact. It noticed me. His jaws started opening much larger than a human possibly could. I noticed that its teeth were also much sharper. As it opened its mouth, I heard the most terrifying scream. I started crying and moving all around. Then the thing ran towards me and bit my leg. With my other leg I managed to kick the beast, which annoyed him enough to let my feet go. As it would jump on me, I managed to pull the pole out of the ground and accidentally hit the creature with it. That animal must have noticed that I released myself. Because it ran straight back to the building, I didn't think much and ran back home immediately. Didn't look back either. Years passed since then. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. The police chief had a fatal stroke a year ago, and suddenly Eric wasn't so untouchable. Heard he went straight to prison when he was caught beating up one of his goons. He deserves it. That guy is a psychopath. And that thing, I don't even want to think about it.
The story is about my mom's recent ex-husband. It happened recently, and it happened over the span of a couple of years. My mom still doesn't want to really admit how bad the situation really was, but she's probably still in a little bit of denial from it. She met this guy that I'll call Joe when I was 5 years old. We had just moved to Indiana, and she was still with my dad, but they had split up shortly after, and then her and Joe started dating. We moved to Florida to live with my grandparents for a few years, but they still kept talking. Fast forward a few years, and I'm now around 14. I also have a sister, and she's 6 years younger than me. She was also heavily affected by what happened, as she had to witness everything firsthand. Anyways, fast forward a few years, and Joe and my mom started seriously dating again, and they wanted to get married. I always got really bad vibes from him, and I tried telling my mom, but she didn't listen. Joe was a smoker, and my mom hated it. He also used to have a drinking problem, but my mom didn't really know just how bad it was until after they got married. I went to go live with my older sister for a few months, for reasons that I don't want to disclose, but my mom and Joe got married during those few months. When I went back to living with my mom, Joe was now living with us. We had a small 2-bedroom house, and me and my sister had to share a room, but my sister would still sleep in my mom's room because she was scared of the dark, so she was sleeping in the same room as Joe too. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and explain all the messy shit that happened. Joe started drinking again. He would be drunk all the time, and he would steal my mom's money for beer. My mom tried to send him to rehab a couple times, but it didn't work. When Joe finally got a job again after being fired from his last job, he would hide money and he wouldn't help my mom with the bills. They were married now, so it only made sense that they would both pay the bills and stuff. My mom and him would constantly fight about money, him drinking, him sneaking off to buy beer, him stealing, etc. It was pretty traumatic to hear them fight almost every night, and I felt really bad for my sister having to hear it too. Joe would hide his car keys to hide stuff in his car, and my mom once found weed in there. Joe once even stole money from my little sister for whatever he needed. He would also get the only most expensive gas for his car, so he needed hundreds of dollars every month from my mom for that. When he got fired from his first job, he had just sold his gun. And it's a good thing he did because he went to his boss, and my mom believes that he would have tried to kill her if he still had his gun. Anyways, my mom kicked him out several times but always brought him back, even though me and my sister always begged her not to. At one point he bribed us with Apple Watches, which didn't really make us hate him any less, by the way. And at one point he was drunk in bed, saying he was going to kill himself, and my mom told me to call 911. My sister was in the room while everything happened. Joe had even cheated on my mom during one of the times she kicked him out. My mom finally kicked him out for good after a couple of years, and he went back to the woman he cheated with. That's when the phone calls, emails, texts, and even the threats all began. They would constantly call us and text us, blaming my mom for everything that happened and saying really terrible things about her and making up lies. He was always drunk whenever he would call. One time his new girlfriend even threatened to cut my mom's throat. That was the final straw, and when we decided to call the cops. They couldn't really do anything about it though. The calls and the texts wouldn't stop. My mom kept getting emails up until a few months ago. I'm 17 years old now, and me and my sister are still really traumatized. It felt like my mom chose him over us, and I'm still really hurt over it. But I really just hope to never see Joe again.
My name is Mia, and I was 11 years old when this story took place. My mom worked 3 jobs, so I would often be left home alone with my mama and papa. One day, my mom brought this old antique clock home from work because they were just gonna throw it out. It was one of those clocks where you had to have a special key and twist it for however many days you wanted it to go off. My mom had set the clock to go off at 6 o'clock every morning and every night. She figured it would help me wake up for school in the morning because it was so loud. But soon summer break came, so we didn't have a reason to wind it up anymore. One night, I got up around 3 in the morning to get a glass of water. Once I got my glass of water, I looked down the hallway to see somebody walking into the bathroom. I assumed it was either my mother or one of my grandparents, so I went back to bed. The next night, the clock went off at 3 a.m. I was confused as to why it was going off at 3 a.m. because I hadn't touched it. I couldn't have. I'm simply too short to reach it, and I didn't think my mom would wind it up at 3 a.m. The scary thing about it was I would see a dark shadow in the corner every night standing in front of my closet. At first, I was afraid of it, but I soon got used to it because I just assumed it was my imagination, so I would just ignore it and lay back down and try to go back to sleep. One night, the clock went off at the usual time, but there was something off about this particular night. First off, it was super cold, which was odd because it was always warm in my room, especially in the summer. Second, I was laying on my left side, and I always sleep on my right. And third, I was wide awake. I just brushed it off and rolled over, but as soon as I did, I felt my heart stop because what I saw next scared me for life. I saw a face looking at me with ruby red eyes and long fingers rested on my bed. I screamed and kicked and ran to the living room crying. Once I got to the light switch at the other end of the hallway, I looked behind me, and at the end of the hallway, I saw the silhouette of a man who had to be about 7 feet tall. I turned on the light and it disappeared, but as soon as I did, I got a horrible nosebleed. The next morning, I thought I would clean my room because my mom would be mad if I didn't. Even though I was scared because of what happened the night before, I was more afraid of my mom scolding me about a messy room. So I put my hair in a ponytail, put in my headphones, and started cleaning. It wasn't long before I felt somebody tug on my hair, enough to pull my head back. I assumed it was my mom trying to get my attention, so I took my headphones out, turned around, only to see the glass of water on my nightstand fly across the room and hit the mirror behind my door. I finally had enough and told my mom. She decided to get some sage and saged me and our entire house. She also poured some salt in front of all of the windows and doors. The next morning, when my mom and I woke up, all of the windows and doors were open, along with the cabinets, and all the water running in both the kitchen and the bathroom sinks. When we went outside, one of our pet ducks was missing, and my chicken roo was dead. That day, the clock fell off the wall, and the place where you put the key broke, so you can't wind it up anymore. I'm now 16 years old, and I no longer live in that house, but every now and then I'll see the shadows. I've never been much of a religious person, but I always carry a cross due to this incident. And that clock still remains in that house to this very day.
I wanted to tell you the story of a friend of mine named Angel. Angel is 19 and was honestly one of the brightest, cleverest, most bubbly people I've ever met. She was obsessed with true crime stuff and would have loved your channel if she'd ever had a chance to see your videos. She loved that TV program CSI and wanted to join the police so that she could get into the forensic side of investigations. She loved the idea of using science to catch horrible criminals, but we never thought that she'd end up being the victim of one. She had everything going for her in life, but then she met her ex-boyfriend, Che, and we all saw a change in her. Che made everything about him, and he abused Angel physically and mentally until she made everything about him too. She was miserable with him, but kept talking like he was just a tortured soul who needed a girl like her in his life to help fix him. We had to intervene time and time again to get her to see that he was a scumbag who'd never be any good for anyone, as he was only ever interested in himself. And it took ages to do it, but we finally managed to convince her to leave him. She told us all in a group chat that she'd finally told him that they couldn't be together anymore, and we were all so proud of her. But she also said that she was terrified of something he'd do to get back at her for it, and as much as we knew that her dad, Patty, would never let anything happen to her while she was under his roof, we knew he couldn't protect her all the time. We also knew that Che was absolutely terrified of Patty, as they'd almost gotten into fights a few times before, and Patty is well bigger than Che and could beat the life out of him if it came to it, so we always stayed away from the house, just not far enough. I remember the day we found out that Angel was in the hospital, and we were all hoping it wasn't anything serious. But then we heard that she'd been hurt in a serious incident, and that she'd somehow fallen out of a van that was going down the highway, and we just knew that Che had something to do with it. As it turns out, Che had gotten the help of one of his friends, and they'd waited in a van near Angel's house waiting for her to come out. When they spotted her, Che ran out, picked her up, and basically carried her to the van and threw her into the back of it. We still don't know exactly what went on inside the van, but Che insisted in court that he didn't just throw her out of it. But whatever he was doing or saying, it scared Angel so much that she somehow found a way to open the back doors as it was traveling down the highway, and she must have thought her only chance at survival was jumping out the back of the van. Some people think Che pushed her out of the back as a way to kill her, but at his trial, his lawyers were somehow able to prove that Che hadn't pushed her, and all he wanted to do was keep her inside the van. He must have admitted to just wanting to kidnap and scare her into getting back with him, but I know Angel wouldn't have done anything so drastic without being scared for her life. What happened next makes it clear to me that the justice system in this country is just completely broken, because the sentence Che got was nothing on what he deserved to get. He recently got his sentence more than doubled after this big public campaign headed up by her parents, which is all good and everything, but it still feels like nothing because Angel's life is basically over now. She suffered serious head trauma after falling or being pushed from the back of the van, and now the doctors think that she's going to be potentially disabled for the rest of her life. We don't know if she's ever going to walk, talk, or eat by herself ever again. It's basically a death sentence, but the sentence Che was originally going to get was just over 4 years. Can you even believe that? A guy kidnaps his ex-girlfriend. He might have actually thrown her out the back of the van going at 60 miles an hour, Her life is now basically over, and he was probably going to get out of prison after 4 years. That's nothing. He deserves to be in prison for the rest of his life. The driver of the van got next to nothing too, and he also deserves to be in prison for the rest of his life. Angel once told me about a law in America where if someone dies while you're committing a crime, your charge automatically gets turned into murder. And I think we should have one here like that too. It would make people think twice about doing things like kidnapping or drunk driving, or anything that could end up ruining someone's life. Sorry if this seemed to get a bit emotional, or it wasn't the best written story you've been sent. I got a bit upset writing it because it's still all so raw for us all. This all happened almost 2 years ago now, but it honestly feels like yesterday that we found out that Angel's life was over. I hope you read this out in one of your videos so that more people know what a rotten scumbag Che Boskill is. He deserves to be the one lying in a hospital bed, not able to move, not Angel. I mean, he actually laughed during the court case. How can you even do that? How evil do you have to be to hear someone talking about how you took a girl's life away, and then just laugh about it? Please read this out so more people hear about Angel's story. People need to know that if a guy is a psycho, it's not up to them to fix him or help him, because they'll just end up as a victim.
My name is Eddie, and I live in Texas. This happened when I was 16 years old. My mom and dad both are business people. One day they had to go to India for business reasons. They were to stay there for 5 days. I was so happy that I would be home alone. They told me to go with them, but I didn't. First day I was having so much fun. I called my friends, told them to stay with me for 5 days. They all came to my house, and we were having a great time. On the second day, one of my friends said, "Hey, we should play hide and seek." Our house have a big backyard, so we all agreed. I was the one who was supposed to find them first. I found everyone except one of my friends. He was 17 years old and he was very courageous, so he went to the darkest side. We all guessed that he probably went there, so we did too. But when we got closer, we saw a man with a big knife cutting him. We were all shocked. One of my friends ran and then we all did. He saw us and followed us. We came back to the house and locked the doors. And then we called the police. When they arrived, the man was gone. The police took my friend's dead body, and my parents came back the day after. Since then, I can't stay at home without my parents.
Back when I first moved away for college, my mom and dad bought me this beat-up old Toyota Matrix so I could drive home whenever I'd wanted. I grew to hate the old piece of trash after a while, but it got me from point A to B, and it helped me get a job as a delivery driver for a pizza place, so I'll always appreciate the gesture. But then one night, when I was making a delivery, something happened that meant that from that night on, I never got into the driver's seat of it ever again. So, like I said, I'm making deliveries one night, and I'd just gotten back into my car after dropping off a bunch of pizzas at an apartment building when I suddenly realized I hadn't locked the passenger side door. And the only reason I realized I hadn't locked the door was because this guy opens up the door and climbs into my car. Then right as I'm about to tell the guy to get out, I see he has a gun. I'm too scared to even say anything, and he just points it right in my face and says all out of breath, "Drive." As I'm pulling into the street, literally trembling in my seat, I see these two cops sprinting out of an alley in my rear view, and that's when it hits me that they were probably chasing him, and they probably had enough time to call in my license plate. Turns out I was dead right about that because the next thing I know, I see flashing lights in the rear view. I didn't even have to look over at the guy. I just see him raise the gun up, pointing it at me, and he says, "If you stop this car, I'll blow your head off." So I drove and kept driving until we were out in the suburbs. The whole time the cops are tailing and they're not shouting like pull over or whatever through their bullhorns or whatever you call it. And I figured it's because they know that the guy basically carjacked me and that there's a hostage situation going on. The whole time the guy's like, "Drive faster." And all I can say is, "I can't. This thing's a piece of trash. If I put my foot down, the engine might freaking give out." So he's content to just delay the inevitable for as long as he could. I don't know exactly how long we were driving because the little digital clock was busted. But after a while we started to see fields and stuff. Then my gas light starts blinking, and I tell the guy that if we don't at least try and stop for gas, that we were eventually just going to come to a rolling stop. He tells me to stop at the next gas station we see, so that's exactly what I do. But not before the guy uses his phone to call 911, telling the operator exactly what's going on, and to tell cops that if they come near the car while we're topping up our gas, he's going to kill the hostage, i.e., me. We eventually pull into this gas station in the middle of nowhere, and I'm absolutely terrified. But I ask him if he wants me to get out to top off the tank. He looks around and sees it's one of those pumps that stays locked unless you pay first, so he says no. But he has to think of something out before he lets me get out of the car. The cops are keeping a safe distance while this is going on, as they obviously thought the guy was straight up ready to kill me. And I'd be lying if I said I didn't think that too. The whole time they're shouting over their mics like, "Let the hostage go, we can work something out, and no one has to die over this, Malcolm. Just surrender, and we'll get you help." He's stalling the whole time, pointing the gun to my head every so often to warn the cops off, and I swear that every time he did it, I thought he was going to pull the trigger and just end it. But looking back, if he did that, the cops would have just swarmed the car and shot him, or at least I think they would have anyway. Then there came a point where I could see that he was trying to work out how to get out of the mess he'd gotten himself into. He knew he couldn't get out of the car to get the clerk to unlock the pumps, as they'd ran for cover as soon as they saw that it was a dangerous situation, and there was no way for him to get their attention. Then he seemed convinced that if I got out of the car, I'd run off to the cops, like, right away, which, to be fair, was my #1 escape plan at the time. He asked me how far we'd go if we just took off with the gas I had in the tank, and I told him about a mile or two, not far at all. And he lets out this real deep sigh, like a balloon deflating or something, which I suppose was exactly what was happening. He was all out of ideas. He knew this was the end of it, and right then, I realized that was the point that he was at his most dangerous. I was pretty much convinced that I was going to die by that point, having gotten it into my head that the guy was going to just go out in a blaze of glory by shooting me and then unloading the rest of his ammo onto the cops. And then when I heard him say himself, "Screw it," and he did something to the gun, like cock it or take the safety off, I thought to myself, this is it. This is how my life ends, in a trashy car with some loser maniac. I shut my eyes, felt my hands gripping the steering wheel so hard I could feel it shaking. And then bang. Only a second later, instead of feeling, well, nothing, I found I could open my eyes. But the first thing I saw when I opened them was a few specks of blood on the dash near the passenger side. Then when I turned, I instantly started dry heaving, because the guy had obviously put the gun in his mouth and pulled the trigger, because there was a ton of blood and chunks of brain matter all over the ceiling of my car. I opened up the door and was puking with my hands raised above my head while I heard the cops shouting, "Get down on the ground." I had to lie in my own puke, man. Just lie there while they ran over with their guns on me just in case I was somehow in on it. It sounds crazy, but I really didn't mind. Knowing it was all over, that I was safe, well, relatively anyway. It was all gravy by that point. Like, I don't even think I can really describe that kind of relief in actual words. I literally felt high off of it. You see and hear about people crying in the aftermath of stuff like that, and I guess that's just how they deal with the emotion. But to me, it kind of felt like I'd won something. Like I beat the carjacker by surviving or whatever. Anyway, I better sign off before this starts sounding too abstract, but I can definitely say I wouldn't wish that kind of experience on anyone. Ever.
I was 13 at the time, playing on my PlayStation until early hours in the morning. It was 3 a.m. The rain was heavy and it started to thunder, so I looked out my window and saw a man with a hoodie on just looking straight at my bedroom window. I went to my mom, shaking in fear, but she didn't listen and just told me to go back to bed. I walked back into my bedroom and looked out the window, but the man was gone. The next day I was walking to school and I heard someone behind me, so I turned around and it was the same man that I saw outside my window. Before I could even run, he grabbed my shoulder and punched me right in the stomach. The punch had such an impact that it winded me. I couldn't remember what he looked like, only that he was wearing a dark hoodie with his face covered, so when the police came, there was nothing I could tell them. For the next few days, all I could think about was the hooded man, wondering if that was going to be the last time I would see him, but it wasn't. One day as I sat in my bedroom watching TV, I got a message on my phone saying, "I am watching you." I looked at the text for a while, wondering who I could speak to. I couldn't tell my mom. She would just worry. And she was under enough pressure with my infant brother Matthew. I was in the living room with Matthew, watching the TV. At around 9 p.m., I saw a face pressed against the window. It was the hooded man. This time his head was down. His mouth was stretched open. He had a scar going right across his eye, and he was dripping with sweat. I screamed for my mom, and she saw the man at the window. She immediately went to lock the door, but she was too late. He grabbed my mom by the throat and lifted her against the wall by her neck until she was unconscious. While he was choking my mom, it gave me enough time to hide Matthew. I ran to the kitchen and grabbed the knife. I confronted the man with the knife in my hand, thinking he was gonna run away, but instead he just laughed and quickly grabbed the knife from my hand. Just as he raised the knife towards me, my mom had gained consciousness and hit him over the head with one of her ornaments close by. Me and my mom ran upstairs into her bedroom and locked the bathroom door, where we called the police. By the time the police got there, the man was gone. But not only was the man gone, Matthew was too. We told the police the description of the man. He was about 6'3", with a strong build. He had blonde hair and big blue eyes with a huge scar across his eye. It turned out that the police had received many phone calls with the same description all across town. He had been reported by other citizens for spying on underage girls and boys. The police searched for Matthew for weeks after his kidnapping. With no witnesses and no leads, the police eventually stopped the search. We never saw Matthew again. His body was never found. Still to this day, we don't know if he's dead or alive. But I hope one day we get answers.
For my first job, I worked as a delivery driver and dishwasher at a mom and pop's pizza shop. The shop is within walking distance of my apartment, which I just got alone. The shop is owned by a foreign man and his two nephews, and another friend of theirs. I was the only female in the entire building. At first, the owner asked me to change into my work shirt the first day, in the walk-in freezer. I declined and put it on in the bathroom. He supervised me delivering pizzas and put his arm around my chair and told me to join him and the workers after work for drinks. I politely declined. I wasn't even old enough to drink. He asked if I had a boyfriend, which I did at the time, and I told him yes, he just lived in another state. He then offered his worker to sleep on my couch because he didn't have a place to stay, without consulting me. I obviously protested and declined. He also told me that he knew my boyfriend's name, which he did, which I never told him. As time went on, things got weirder. The owner would take me out back, where there were no cameras, and scold me for not pouring bleach into the dishes I was washing. I told him that you can't stick your hands in the bleach, but he didn't care. He would take me out back after my shift and compliment my eyeglasses and tell me how beautiful I was. I would say thanks, back away, and drive home every time. He came up behind me as I was washing dishes and blew on the back of my neck, and then proceeded to tell me that since I live alone, didn't inform him of this, that I should be careful. He then stated that he knew the exact layout of the apartment because his friend lives there. I told him I had a male roommate. I didn't, and he chuckles and told me I did not, and that he was going to break into my apartment. I was stunned and had 4 deliveries waiting for me to drop them off. On the way out the door, his nephew muttered something about me being a girl. I threw the pizza bags into the car and promptly pulled over, had a panic attack and dropped all 5 pizzas and whatever else I was delivering at the first house and didn't give a shit. I went home to my apartment, called my mom, and sat in the kitchen with a hammer for safety. Someone was knocking on my front door, but I didn't look to see who. I already had a feeling. Then, the pizza shop called me repeatedly. I left my eyeglasses in the shop and had their pizza bags. My dad went into the store, took the pizza bags back, and threatened the owner, saying he has no problem going back to jail. My dad brought back my glasses. Months later, I ran into the nephew at my college campus, and he proceeded to make unending, uncomfortable eye contact until we passed each other. After the incidents, I got a huge 100-pound American bulldog that kept me safe until the day she died. The pizza shop is still open for business, and I'm still living in my apartment. Needless to say, I don't order pizza from that shop anymore.
About 10 years ago, when I was 12, I moved into a more safer and calmer neighborhood. About a week after I realized an ice cream truck came every Sunday, I was excited. My mom didn't assist me since I was old enough to do it on my own. When I previously lived at my old house, my favorite ice cream flavor was cherry chocolate chip, hence I've been eating that flavor since I was 3. I never really changed that flavor when ordering, but it was okay. After about 5 months, I started to realize that my favorite ice cream flavor was starting to taste as if there was something weird in it, but I didn't mind it. One day my mom asked to taste my ice cream and I agreed and gave it to her. She tasted it and had a concerned look on her face. Over time, I obviously got bored of that flavor, so I wanted to get other flavored ice creams. Around the time of all of this, I started to feel sick and tired. I blamed it on my lack of sleep. Anyways, I went to order chocolate ice cream. The man selling the ice creams were getting pissed at me, telling me if I was sure that I don't want any cherry ice cream. I started to get suspicious. I talked to my mom about it, and she said that she would look into it, since she was a nurse who had knowledge and links. So I bought the cherry chocolate flavor again and gave it to my mom so that she could test on it, and she did. When she came back, we found out that he was actually drugging me, causing me to feel sick, so we reported him, but he was not caught. I can't help thinking what would have happened if I didn't give my mom the ice cream to taste.
My name is Donovan, and I'm a 14-year-old light-skinned boy. At the time of the story, I was 11 or 12. I can't remember. All I remember is that I was in the 5th grade at the time. Anyways, one day I got home from school and called up my friend Ethan. He's been my friend ever since 3rd grade, and we're still friends to this day. On the phone, I asked if we should play basketball at my school's park. So I got my basketball and a few cold water bottles and put them all in my backpack. I rode my bike over to the school basketball court. I sat there a few minutes because Ethan's house wasn't as close to the school as mine was. He got to the court around 4 p.m. We started to play basketball for a few hours, before Ethan said we should go to the sewer tunnels. There were some large sewer tunnels about 6 or 7 feet tall, and they were only about 15 minutes away on bike. I was bored of playing basketball for a few hours, so I said sure, and we rode our bikes 15 minutes away to the tunnels. They were in a ditch and under a pretty busy road to describe them a little. When me and Ethan got there, we hopped off our bikes and started walking through the tunnels, pushing our bikes with us. We walked for maybe about 30 seconds before he recommended we should turn our bikes around while pushing them. In case we see anything, we can just hop on our bikes and pedal away, instead of having to turn them around and then get on to pedal away. I said that's a good idea and could possibly save our lives, so we did it. We walked in the tunnel for a few more minutes with our phone flashlights on, looking for cool, old stuff. Out of nowhere, he stopped me and said, "Be quiet. Do you hear that?" I was listening for a few seconds, and then I heard it. I heard loud breathing and a giggling going through the tunnel. He whispered with a worried look that we should get out of here. I was scared as hell. I obviously agreed. We got on our bikes and started pedaling as fast as we could to get out of there. As we were riding through the tunnel, the breathing and giggling turned into this very loud and psychopathic screaming and laughter. We also heard someone chasing us. After a few seconds, there were some loud footsteps following us. We pedaled for our lives for 1 more minute to the end of the tunnel. When we got to the end of the tunnel, it was completely dark outside, but at the tunnel entrance, there was a light right above it. I looked back after 30 seconds of pedaling. What I saw almost made me fall off my bike and pass out. There were 6 men, all dressed in suits, and they were all wearing terrifying white masks. Each one of them had a machete with blood all over it. I also noticed that their masks and suits had blood smeared all over them. I saw all that and screamed, and they started chasing us. We were still pedaling away, desperately trying to get to my house. We got to my house after 10 minutes. We hid our bikes in my garage, because if they saw the house with the same bikes we rode away in, they would know it was us. Earl and I burst into the house where my parents were watching TV. We told our parents what we saw, and they called the police. Ethan and I told the cops where we saw the men, and they drove over there. When the policemen entered the tunnel, 2 of the men charged at them with machetes, and the police ended up having to kill those 2 men. I don't feel bad. The other 4 men were found in a room in one of the tunnels. In the room, they found the 4 men, but in that room there were around 20 dead bodies, and 4 kids still alive, with tape around their mouths. The police arrested the men and freed the kids, and thankfully, the kids were all right. The 4 men got sentenced to death and were thankfully executed about a year ago. This is a haunting memory, and I am very thankful that Ethan said we should turn our bikes around, because if we didn't and we were too slow, we could have ended up like those 20 unlucky people before us.
This story happened 2 years ago. I am known at my school because of my dancing skills. I love dancing, especially hip-hop. We have a school event that happens once every school year, a competition that every school joins. It has sports, academics, and dance competition. My dance teacher recruited me and 14 other students for the modern dance competition. We practiced for 3 months, and the competition was only 4 days away. So our dance teacher told us that the next day we will practice until 9 p.m. and sleep in the 5th grade classroom. I was excited because it was my first time sleeping over at our school with my friends. Our dance teacher asked our parents if it's okay if we sleep over at the school, and they all agreed. The next day was 6 p.m. We started practicing and it was very tiring.
30 minutes later, the coach told us to take a 5-minute break. I was talking to my friend Kate while having a break. We were talking about boys. She was full of joy and kept bragging about her crush, and then suddenly she just fainted. At first, I thought she was just playing. I told her that the coach was waiting for us, since I heard him call our names. As I got up, she didn't move, and I noticed that her lips were pale. I panicked and told her to wake up. Our friends saw what happened, and Kate ended up going back home because she felt tired and sick. I was a bit sad because she was my closest friend in the group. Anyways, it was 9 p.m. and we immediately prepared our beds. We were fast asleep until I woke by the sound of a ball bouncing. It was coming from the gym. The gym was near to the classroom we slept in. I checked my phone and the time was 1 a.m. I wanted to check who it was in the gym, so I tried to wake up one of my friends, but she didn't because all of us were really tired. So I went to the gym by myself. When I entered the gym, I saw a boy playing basketball. I can only see his back. I was still able to see even though it was a little dark. He was tall, his skin was pale, his hair was long. I can tell that he looked very cool and charming, even though I couldn't properly see him. Then he noticed me. "Did I woke you up?" he asked coldly. After he said that, I could see his face, so I answered him. "Who are you? I haven't seen you before." He stopped playing and faced me. "I'm the captain of our basketball team. You don't know me?" I was confused. I know almost everyone in this school, especially the basketball players, since I am very interested in basketball. "You're joking." After I said that, he just rolled his eyes and continued playing. I was about to leave the gym, but I turned my head to see his face again, but then he was not there anymore. All I saw was the ball bouncing until it lost its bounce. Where did he go? I just shrugged it off and went back to the others and slept. In the morning, we were eating breakfast at the canteen, and I told everyone what happened last night. Some of them believed, and some just laughed. And I noticed that one of the school staff overheard my story. After eating breakfast, we were about to leave the school canteen, but the school staff stopped me. He asked, "Did you see George last night?" And I said, yeah. Was his name George? Do you know him? Then the staff was quiet for like 10 seconds and said, "The boy you saw died years ago." I was completely shocked. The staff told me the story. He said that George was a basketball player and he studied here in the school in 1995. Many loved him and admired his looks. There was once a basketball tournament and their team lost because of him. After the tournament, everyone in the school were making fun of him, and he also got kicked out of the team. He and his girlfriend broke up right after as well. After that, he committed suicide. He hung himself to the basketball ring. The staff can also see George sometimes. You can see him go to school as if he was a normal student. After hearing that story, I realized when I was talking to him last night, he was wearing an old-fashioned jersey. I was so scared. How on earth could I see someone who died years ago? Since then, I always pray.
Two years ago, I had my first sleep paralysis experience. I'm the kind of girl who enjoys horror and spooky things. Although I knew it's all in my mind, the fear at that moment was so intense and so real. I kind of enjoyed it. From there, I continued to have small sleep paralysis experiences that were actually kind of boring and less frequent. It all just kind of became normal to me. But last year, around the month of November, my dad and my brother had some kind of argument going on in which my brother was speaking very poorly about my dad, and it actually hurt my dad's feelings quite a bit. He actually stopped going to church. We had a small temple outside of our house where most of the time my parents would go to worship. It felt quite strange to me because I haven't even seen him pray since. But regardless, I figured it was just a personal situation and I shrugged it off. Even so, I don't know why, but I felt as if my surroundings were starting to become negative. And something, and I couldn't put my finger on it, but something was getting me scared. I started having nightmares, like I was being chased by some evil, headless, skinny entities, burning everything they touched like hellfire, torturing people. Not only this, but I also witnessed some strange sounds coming from my cupboard, like scratching and quiet bangs. I shared these experiences with my twin sister, and she really didn't believe me at first, but she did tell me that she was also feeling a negative energy in the house, something she couldn't explain. It wasn't long before school reopened from summer vacation, and we were too consumed with schoolwork to think about what was going on in our home. And interestingly, once we became distracted, we stopped noticing the activity in our house. But last night was different. It was terrifying and something that I can't ignore. I was completing my practical files and started getting tired. It was almost 2:30 in the morning, so I decided it was time to go to bed. While I was laying down, I was just watching my ceiling, but it looked darker than usual. I opened my curtains to allow some of the streetlights to enter my room, but nothing seemed to be working. As tired as I was, I decided just to ignore this and fell asleep, cuddling my blanket over top of me. You know what I mean. Laying on my back on the bed, facing up, my hands over the blanket like I'm hugging it. And my hands were kind of touching my opposite shoulders, with the blanket between my body and my arms. But as I drifted off, it kind of felt like my body was floating in the air, like I was hanging from my ceiling. It wasn't a bad feeling. I kind of liked it. But then I realized that my body was getting stiff, like I was being paralyzed. And it felt like an energy above me was taking something from me, like attracting me upwards. My torso, mainly in my chest, started expanding towards the ceiling, and it was becoming hard to breathe. I started losing control of my body, and I was feeling like my body had no life left in it. My soul was leaving. I started to suffocate. My body was pulsing really badly, and I could literally feel every single pulse in my teeth, my neck, my head, my arms, my legs. I can feel, but I can't move. I started to get pains in my chest. I got so scared that I started trying to wake my body up, and luckily, I started to get some control back. I was able to open my mouth, and when I did, I literally gasped for air like somebody that was drowning in water. And as soon as I got my breathing under control, I opened my eyes wide and scanned the entire room, and I could not believe what I saw. There was a dark, disfigured shadow watching me with its bright white eyes, and when I looked at it closely, it just walked out my bedroom door. I was so scared. I couldn't sleep yesterday, and I ended up playing some prayers on my phone, and I never do that. I couldn't believe what I saw. I told my dad about the incident and about all of the things that I was experiencing from before, and he said with a very serious and worried look on his face, "You don't have to worry about it anymore. I will always protect you." And then he said one more thing, quote, "I forgive him." And I think he was talking about my brother. So, the story I'm going to tell you is fairly recent. It happened back in 2020, just before COVID-19 was a global threat. Me, I go by Alex, and my friend, who we'll call Mega, both 18-year-old males, moved to a new city in order to attend college here in Brazil. I lived in a white apartment building with 3 female friends of mine, while he lived in a green apartment building with 2 friends, one male and the other female. Those buildings both faced each other, just separated by a narrow, dark street. Although we both lived with friends, we mostly hung out with just the 2 of us. Now, I'll admit, the town we moved to was not so safe. Every day it seemed like there was another case involving armed robbery, even though it was just a rural town. But keep in mind that most rural towns in Brazil can have up to 100,000 residents, so on a global scale, this town was actually pretty big. That night, we went to a restaurant called Habib's, a very common Brazilian fast food company that specializes in Middle Eastern cuisine. The food there wasn't bad, but the cooks were really slow. Extra slow this time. When we finally finished our meal, it was just past midnight. We discussed what to do next, and I suggested we should go back home, get our graffiti cans, and mess around the city a little bit. We managed this in less than a minute, as Habib's was less than a block away from our apartments. Then we went to a gas station convenience store that was right next to the restaurant. We bought a good amount of alcohol so we could drink while we were walking. Since we hadn't had the chance to really get to know the city until that night, we just went straight to a random avenue and started walking, without proper direction. We saw every type of strange person there. It wasn't a car-busy avenue. The lighting was dim and it was full of homeless people, drunks, thugs, and hookers. No one cared to mess with us, though. I was always the type of guy that dressed in a punk style and even had a green-dyed mohawk back then. Mega was more of a casual goth guy. We didn't like to be feared just by the way we looked, but it was absolutely nice to feel a little safer. We turned down the darkest street and descended it until we found a nice alleyway with no security cameras. We started to spray paint the walls. This is something we used to do a lot back in our hometown. I can't explain it, but we just felt safe in there. It might have had something to do with the fact that we were really drunk. It was then it started raining. Not just regular rain now. We'd found ourselves in a summer thunderstorm. In our country, you really need to be scared of lightning, since we have more lightning incidences here than anywhere else in the world. We ran from the alleyway to the street and looked around. That's when I saw a barely lit establishment with an awning in the front door. As we got there, I noticed it was a laundromat, a really messed up one. The awning didn't protect us, though. The wind was so furious that we were getting even more soaked and cold. That's when I heard a loud noise. It wasn't coming from the empty street. Instead, it was coming from the building itself. I looked inside the laundromat. It was illuminated by a faint, yellow lamp. One of those really cheap ones, you know. No doubt why all of the other lights were already dead. When I searched for the origin of the noise, I spotted a working washing machine. I told Mega about it and we thought it was actually a 24-hour laundromat. I tried opening the door and found it to be unlocked. We went inside and closed the door. To my surprise, it even had a recessed key, probably to protect the users from getting robbed. I remembered all those strange people from the avenue and fear finally kicked in. I locked the door. Inside the building, I started to feel uneasy. Mega was even more scared than I was. I've actually never been to a laundromat before. They weren't common back in my hometown, but I guess they're popular in the bigger cities. This specific laundromat, though, was far from pleasant. It reeked like damp, dirty clothing. The only dim light in the place flickered from time to time. But the thing that upset me the most was the washing machine. It was so much noisier from inside. I mean, come on, I could hear it outside on top of the thunderstorm. It sounded like somebody was washing stones. Mega then started looking at me and he whispered, "If this is a 24-hour laundromat and there's a washing machine running, then where is the person that's using it?" I froze. There was definitely something wrong here. I thought maybe the person could have gone for a walk or was using the bathrooms. But when I searched around looking for a door that could lead to a possible bathroom, what I saw was something way creepier than you can even imagine. 2 guys were watching us from the darkness. One of them had wide eyes and a grim smile on his face. The other had his head down and was giggling. The one with open eyes was the first to make a move. He was coming right towards me when all of a sudden he stops and says, "I wasn't expecting any visitors today. Boss will not be pleased if we let them escape alive," he said while trying to reach for me. With some quick thinking, Mega sprayed some spray paint right into his eyes. The guy immediately backed off and started desperately trying to remove the paint from his eyes. That's when the other guy grabbed Mega's arm. All I could do was watch at that moment, too scared to do anything. Then I remembered about the stiletto I carry with me everywhere. I grabbed it, pulled the blade out, and stabbed him 2 times in his side. He started to agonize in pain, and as soon as Mega got released, he unlocked the door and we ran away, not ever looking back. The storm had turned into a calm rain when we reached our street. I invited Mega to my apartment and he agreed. We thought it'd be better if we stayed awake together, and my roommates were probably sleeping by that time since they had classes in the morning. When we entered my home, however, the 3 girls were still awake and they looked really concerned. I asked them what was wrong and they told us. We wanted to stay up late tonight, so we went for a short walk. We came back and were in front of the garage talking together. It started to rain, so we entered the building, shut the door, and were climbing the stairs when one of us took a peek at the street through the small window. At that moment, we saw a pickup truck in the middle of the street. A guy was dragging a lifeless corpse to the back of the vehicle, and another guy, that wasn't the driver, got out of the car to help him. When the corpse was loaded, they got in the truck and drove away. We followed up with our own laundromat story. They were shocked. All those creepy guys. They were probably together. We called 190, the emergency number here, you might know it as 911. We told them about the laundromat and gave them our address. The cops soon arrived at our apartment and we told them everything that had happened. A female officer told us that there wasn't such a thing as a 24-hour laundromat in the city. Even worse, the place that we were in had been condemned due to a fire. We were shocked. She then received a message from the radio, letting us know that they had arrested the guys. Turns out they were a dangerous gang of addicts that used burglary and assassination to buy illegal drugs. The dead body that my friends saw was actually that of one of our neighbors. I was never called to testify about the stabbing I did. I assumed I'd be called in order to prove that I was just defending myself. I'm thinking the cops covered this up for me since we helped them catch the guys. I have no idea what would have happened to Meg and I if the other guys had showed up. I don't know what would have happened if the girls stayed outside. And I don't even want to think about what was inside that washing machine. But we've learned our lesson. Never let your guard down in a place you don't know.
I was 12 when this happened. Today's my birthday, and I'm turning 13. So one day I went to get groceries from the nearby convenience store. I was curious about what my mom had given me, so I took the list out and read it. Onions, carrots, sauce, chilies, and a lollipop. My 5-year-old brother loved lollipops. I did too, but I didn't like them as much as he did. So I bought the items and I went home. Mom wasn't home yet, so I gave my brother a lollipop and took one for myself. I went to my room and was about to start watching Netflix when I heard my brother talking to someone. I was puzzled. My mom hadn't come home yet since I didn't hear the door open. There was no one else here. I got up and went down and saw my brother by the window talking to someone. I walked up to him and he turned around. I asked who he was talking to and his answer scared me. Oh, it was my new friend Alberto. I knew all of his friends, but none of them were named Alberto. I went near the window just to see a dark shadow fade into the woods near my house. That's when my mom came in. She asked why I was looking so frightened. I told her what my brother told me, and she wasn't shocked or anything like that. I was a scaredy cat. I would never watch horror movies, and if I did, I'd usually not be able to sleep for 3 nights. But what I'd seen was real. She didn't believe me and told me it was probably my imagination. After a few days without any commotion, my mom said she had to go to her college and she said she had to file some admission paperwork. She left, and my brother took 2 lollipops out of the packet. I didn't pay much attention to it and went to my room. Then I heard a sucking sort of sound like when a kid's sucking on a toy or a lollipop. I rushed down and saw my brother near the window crying. The window was open and there was a creature who was sucking on both the lollipops. It was black with a huge mouth which spread from one ear to another. It had greasy long hair which was dripping with some sort of liquid that looked like blood. I screamed and ran toward the window and shut it down. I was surprised he didn't do anything. I took my brother and ran upstairs. I could hear it banging on the windows. I took my phone and called the police, and then I called my mother. She was mortified. The police said that they would arrive in 10 minutes. We hid in our bathroom because that's what we're supposed to do, right? My brother was still crying, repeating the words, "I got one for him and one for me, but why did he take both?" I hugged him. My brother was the most annoying kid in the world, but he was my brother. What was 10 minutes felt like 10 hours until the banging stopped and we heard the siren of the police car. My mom burst into the room and hugged us. She then took us downstairs. The police were there. There was blood all over the window and on the carpet. The police didn't get him. I had nightmares for a month after that incident. It was clear that my brother had nightmares too, since he woke up crying every night for about 2 months. After about 5 months, we moved out. Now, I love my new home. I didn't have any friends at my old home, but here I made 2 besties. Now as I'm writing this, I remember another thing. The creature was eating the lollipop with one hand, and in the other he had a leg of a human. My name is Mike. When I was 11, me and my parents changed our home address and we moved near the center of the city. But unfortunately, my school was near my old neighborhood, and I was responsible for getting to and from school. I used to walk to school, but because of the distance, my parents decided I could take the bus in the morning for myself. They also bought me a smartphone that I kept with me while I was going to school. One Monday morning, when I was on the bus, a woman sat next to me. She was beautiful. She had blonde hair and piercing green eyes. She turned to me and asked, "Where are your parents, darling?" I answered and told her that I was traveling alone to school. She smiled and touched my hair and said, "Could you show me where it is?" I said, "Yeah, sure." Then she came with me, and after I went inside, she left. The next day, I saw her again, and she sat next to me and asked, "What if you skip school today and we go to the bowling alley instead? They have some really cool arcade games and great food." It sounded like a good idea to me, so I happily accepted. She then said, "Our stop is near the park 2 stops after your school. A friend of mine will take us to the bowling alley from there." After we got off the bus, we started walking towards her friend's car. Then suddenly my mom calls me. "Hey Mike, I stopped by your school to bring your gym clothes, but you weren't there. Where are you?" I explained everything to my mom. I figured it was just some harmless fun. But my mom suddenly changed her tone and yelled, "Run! Those people want to kidnap you!" I stopped walking, and then the woman said, "What's the matter?" I said, "I have to go to school. My mom busted me." She smiled and said nicely to me, "Oh, darling, let's get in the car. It will be much faster than having to wait for the bus to go back." I said, "No, thank you. My mom is pretty upset that I skipped school, and I don't want to make her madder." The woman's pleasant face quickly changed, and she looked very angry. She then suddenly grabbed my left arm and started forcing me towards the car. There was no one around the park at that time of day, as it was a very cold and dark morning. I was screaming, "Help!" as hard as I could. Then she put her other hand over my mouth. The man in the car came and helped her shove me in the back seat of the car. The car sped off, and then I was taken to a mansion near a forest. I was crying for help as they were taking me to the mansion. Suddenly, a police helicopter saw us, and as soon as they heard, "Police, stop the car!" they jumped out of the car and started running. I was lucky because when they kidnapped me, there was a nearby car that saw everything. I was also lucky that my mom called the police as soon as she did, because they may not have arrived in time if she hadn't. The people were eventually found, and the man was a registered sex offender. He did 23 years in jail for sexually assaulting a 13-year-old minor, and the woman did 11 years in prison for being his accomplice. Never let children go out alone, as this world is full of wolves dressed in sheep's clothing. My name is Eric. This happened to me a couple years ago. It was winter at the time, so it got dark early. It was me and my friend Chris and Jamal, who were brothers, and my friend Rolando, who all lived in an apartment and wanted to play football, so we went to the park that was close by my apartment. I told my 2 friends Ian and Johnny to come meet us at the park to hang out. It was right around 6 o'clock and was starting to get dark, and there was some people walking their dogs and little kids with their parents an hour after dark, and there was no one else there. Me and my friend Jamal went to go to the school that was close to the park. We walked and talked for about 5 minutes, and my friend Johnny texted me saying, "Yo, where the f*** you at?" And I replied, "We just barely left." And he said, "Come back." So me and Jamal went back, where we saw Ian and Johnny run up to us. They told me and Jamal that there was some dude watching them, but Chris and Rolando didn't care and were just tossing the ball. They said they were being paranoid. I asked them to describe what the man looked like. He said he had a buzz cut and had a beard. I looked around and saw a man who was watching us behind the school building, poking his head around the corner. I asked them if that was the man, and Ian and Johnny said the man they saw had a beard, and they pointed out how the guy peeking around the corner had no beard, but he still looked really weird, like he didn't have any teeth. After a while, I saw the man they were talking about. He was on the other side of the building the man with no beard was, and I got freaked out and said we should leave. So me, Johnny, Ian, and Jamal were all sitting on a bench, and Chris and Rolando were still throwing the football. And they were about 50 feet away, so we yelled over to Chris and Rolando, telling them we were leaving. And then I heard Ian scream, so we all turned around and saw the two men running after us. But Chris and Rolando were far away, so the men were following them for some reason. So we went the direction toward Ethan's house, even though his house was the furthest away. I heard Rolando scream. As soon as we got to Ian's house, me and Johnny threw up outside of his house because we were running so much. We saw Chris and Rolando's face and they were shocked. We went into Ian's house and his parents asked us what happened, and we told them the whole story, but Chris and Rolando were so scared and weren't talking. We asked them what happened, and they said while they were running, the man with the beard grabbed Rolando's arm until Chris punched the man in the face, and the other man was yelling, "They're running!" And when they were far from the men, they saw two other men way bigger holding a bat, and one was holding a large knife. Ian's parents called the police, and the men were never caught. Now I hate going outside late.
My hometown is a little more than a bump in the road. There's a lot of places like it in the southwestern United States. Once thriving cities that can now hardly be called villages. All these little settlements usually have one or two all-in-one stores. Nothing more than bumped-up gas station, grocery, convenience stores. In my town's case, there was only one, and my folks happened to own it. I spent most of my time growing up in the place accompanying one or both parents as they worked. By 12, I was working my summers off from school. I didn't like it, but it was the only way to get money, so I did it. I was lucky, in hindsight. No other kids I knew had the things I had. My story focuses on a terrifying incident I experienced in the summer before I left for college. I was 18 and excited to get away from home for a while. In the back of the store, we had a small kitchen area where we sold greasy crap like hamburgers and fries. There was a small group of older men who came in every morning for breakfast. They'd sit at a small dining area tucked out of the way, eating, drinking coffee, and gossiping. I'd known most of them my whole life and left them to serve themselves while I watched the front. It was after 8 a.m. when this strange man came in. He looked very nervous and messy in general. The first time I saw him, he came in for only about 30 seconds. He looked around very briefly, walked up and down the aisle, and then exited. He returned to his car and sat there alone. It looked like he was having an argument with himself. I assumed that he was leaving and went back to my other work. About a minute passed and I heard the chime on the door go off. I turned to see that it was the same crazy man. He glanced around for a second time, but rather than leave, he approached the counter. I asked him if he needed any help, but got no answer. He glanced around the store again, then looked at me and smiled. I started to ask him again, but was interrupted. Quickly, he pulled a small kitchen knife from his pocket. I freaked out and screamed. I looked out at the gas pumps for help, but no one was there. The man ran forward and hopped over the counter. There was no space for me to escape. This threw me into a total panic. I was wailing and unable to communicate. He grabbed me and ordered me to open the cash register. The situation was chaotic. I was too terrified to think clearly. This just made the crazy guy even more angry. He started slapping me, then showed me the knife. This calmed me down enough to push the no sale button and the register sprung open. He threw me down onto the floor and began scooping money from the drawer. I laid there watching as he did this, hoping that he had no more use for me. Suddenly, a big shadow appeared over me and grabbed my assailant. The shadow and the crazy guy struggled briefly until the crazy guy disappeared behind the counter. The shadow followed quickly behind. Now I was more confused than scared. I got up to my knees and looked over the counter, and to my amazement, 2 of the breakfast regulars were trading punches on the robber. In the confusion, I had forgotten completely about them. Being tucked away around the corner made them all but invisible to anyone in the store, including myself. Still a bit disoriented, I remained there watching the men beating up on the guy for at least a minute or 2. I'd never seen someone take such a whipping in my life. Only later did I see that one of the men had been slashed by the crazy man. That probably accounted for the extra rough treatment. It reached a point where I figured I better step in before they actually killed this dude. I just asked calmly and they stopped. The attacker laid motionless on the floor while he bled like a pig. I came around the corner and thanked them for their help. While I wrapped the man's wounds and the other gentleman called in to the sheriff, everyone told the sheriff their sides and the crazy guy got a free ride to the county jail. My 2 heroes were awarded with free breakfast for life by my parents. Speaking to my parents, I'm ashamed to say I waited a good 4 hours until I called them. They were naturally upset and gave me a few days off to recuperate. Instead of talking to someone like I should have, I used the opportunity to just get drunk with my friends. I never really took the time to deal with this, and this would come back to haunt me later in college, but that's a whole different story for another day. Maybe I'll share that with y'all in the future. Thank you all for your time, and please do stay safe.
When I was 8 years old and was in grade 5, I usually sit with my best friend. I was new in school, and she told me a story of how our school principal was murdered. She told me that the school houses his ghost, who walks around the school every night. When it was time to go home, she told me we should visit the basement where the principal was killed. I said no, that I was not interested, but she insisted, and I agreed. Then she took me to the basement. When we opened the door to the basement, the stairs were full of dirt and dust, like no one visited that place for years. We went all the way down to the basement. It was pitch black, and it was very hard to see anything. The lights were also not working. Then suddenly we heard a bang from upstairs. We both ran and hid behind a broken table. Then suddenly, a person came downstairs with a knife and a plastic bag, and was looking around as if he was checking whether or not there was anyone around. The person was walking very close to us. I had to cover my and my friend's mouths. After looking around, the person left, so I told my friend we should run for it. Just as we got up, that person shouted at us. I got to see his face, full of blood and stitches. After that scream, he creepily said, "Hey, you." He started to walk towards us. But it was creepily fast. The knife in his hand was blood-soaked, and as he was walking, he was chanting nursery rhymes. We ran as fast as we could upstairs, and thankfully the door wasn't locked. As we got out, we noticed there was not a single soul in the school, not even a guard. We went directly to our class and hid in the closet we put our coats to. We could hear him talk to us outside of the class.
Come out, wherever you are. I won't hurt you."
After a minute, he came into our class and started looking for us. He came near the closet where we were hiding. We were both covering our mouths. He almost opened the closet, but at that moment we heard police sirens
and our parents shouting our names. He ran outside of the class, and our parents came into school with the police. We both hugged our parents and started to cry. Thankfully, the police caught the man. They were looking for him for years, and he was hiding in our school. He was jailed for kidnapping kids and killing them. I still can't believe we were that close to death.
I'm a female, and this happened when I was 13. I was going through a really tough time with being separated from family. Eventually, the bottled up feelings got to be enough, and I had a meltdown, and I told my therapist that I'd contemplated suicide. My therapist then told my foster parent, who called my mom. Long story short, I was put on a 50-50 hold at a nearby hospital. After that, I was sent to a mental hospital. In this hospital, there was a section for kids and adults. It was pretty late now when they had brought me, and I spent the entire time on a bed in the hallway. After I was stripped and searched for cuts, I was shown a room. The room had 2 beds and was white with just a cubby. In the corner of the room was an empty bed, and next to the door in another corner was a girl. She looked like she was sleeping, and the nurse informed her that I was going to be rooming with her. The room was dark, so I had to tread to my side of the room without turning on the light and waking her up again. But once the nurse left, me and the other girl started talking. I told her why I was there, and she talked to me for a little bit. I thought it was all going good until she told me out of nowhere to go get the nurse, and thinking that she needed help, I went and got a nurse. She came and she stood outside of the room, and she had asked the girl what was wrong. What the girl told the nurse really freaked me out. She told the nurse in a calm voice, "You should move her to a different room. I don't want to kill her." The nurse looked a bit shocked, and she had told another nurse to move me. She was then told not to go near me. I truly thought that she was going to try and hurt me, even if I was in another room. I'm no longer in that dark place of my life now, but that was the single most scariest moment of my life.
About a month ago, my friends and I got some tickets to a professional hockey game in Minneapolis. The game was about a 5-hour drive from where we lived, so we decided to make a weekend trip out of it. On that Friday afternoon, I was picked up by my friend Kevin. We then drove to pick up my other friend Dan and hit the road. We weren't heading for a motel, but instead to the house of our mutual friend, Jack. Jack lived in North Minneapolis, and he offered to let us stay at his house for the weekend. We had all grown up together and were really good friends with him, and he also had a ticket to the hockey game as well, so things were lining up. We arrived at Jack's house early in the morning, and Kevin parked the car out front. He then texted Jack to let him know that we were there. We all got out and walked over to the trunk to grab our bags. It was about this time that we heard tires screeching. We then turned to look at the intersection directly behind us. A green compact car had apparently cut off a dark-colored SUV as the driver was proceeding through the intersection. Both vehicles came to a stop, and the 2 male drivers had rolled down their windows and began yelling at each other. Not wanting to get involved, I quickly grabbed my bag and walked up the path towards Jack's house, with Dan close behind me. Jack lived in a sort of retrofitted duplex, where he rented out the ground floor and someone else lived on the second. Jack had moved to the city fairly recently, and we had never visited him until now, so when we entered the walk-in porch, Dan and I weren't sure which door was his. As we stood there, I pulled out my phone to call Jack and asked him to let us in. Meanwhile, Kevin was still in the back of his car rearranging some bags and trying to fix a panel that had popped off during the drive. The 2 drivers were still yelling at each other, and at this point, they had both exited their vehicles. I didn't have a great view of the situation from the porch, but I could still hear them yelling at each other. To make matters worse, Jack's house was right on the corner, so we were only about 20 yards away from where this was going down. It was way too close for comfort. All of a sudden, we heard a loud pop. Dan and I froze, and I saw Kevin stand up from the back of his car and look around. I immediately thought it might have been a gunshot, but I wasn't 100% sure. I turned to Dan, and from the look on his face, I saw that he also thought it was a gunshot. Oh shit. Okay, let's get the hell inside. Now, Dan said to me nervously. I unfroze and quickly called Jack, who said that he was on his way to open the door. The two cars peeled off, and Kevin joined us on the porch. We all came to the conclusion that a gunshot went off, and that one of the two drivers had fired it during their confrontation. We didn't know who fired the shot or which direction the bullet went. However, Kevin said that he didn't hear any bullets whizzing past him. Jack led us into the house, commenting that he heard a shot go off too, and swearing that nothing like that had ever happened since he moved in. We talked about it for a bit, but no one was hurt, and the drivers were gone now, so we shook it off. Aside from that, we had a great weekend of eating, exploring, and getting drunk at a nail-biter of a hockey game. It was loads of fun, and Jack offered to drive us everywhere since he knew the area. When we were ready to head home that Sunday afternoon, we piled back into Kevin's car. That's when we realized exactly where the bullet had gone. There was a clean bullet hole through Kevin's rearview mirror and windshield. I have no idea how he had missed it before, but there were shards of glass and scattered bits of plastic across his dashboard. We looked around for an entrance hole in the back of the car, but we couldn't find one. That left only one possibility. The bullet came through the open hatch of Kevin's car while he was hunched down in the back trying to fix the panel. Kevin was no more than a foot away from being hit, based on the bullet's trajectory. Kevin would have been shot in the head or the neck if he had been standing straight up. Here's a photo that shows where the bullet went through the car's mirror and windshield. Once the shock of our discovery wore off, we called the police to get a report for insurance purposes. An officer showed up, and Kevin showed her the bullet hole. At first, she was confused. I think for a second she even suspected that we were messing around and fired a gun inside the car. But when Kevin told her all the details, I saw the officer's jaw drop. Unfortunately, none of us could provide the officer with any truly useful information, like a detailed description of the shooter or a license plate number. Our next issue was finding out how the heck we were going to drive 5 hours with a bullet hole through the windshield. Thankfully, a patch-up job of sealer and duct tape from a local hardware store did the trick. On the drive home, we had a solemn conversation where we spent a few hours of hard thinking about the fragility of human life. Even now, I'm not sure if I've fully processed how close Kevin came to dying. I can't even imagine how he feels about it. As for the guy who thought it was a good idea to fire a gun in the middle of a highly populated neighborhood, I either hope he gets his life in order or ends up in jail.
This took place the summer of 2010. I remember it was a few days into my summer break. I was going away to Florida to be with my grandpa the week following, so my friends and I decided to hang out until it was time for me to leave. It was 5 of us, 3 girls and 2 boys. For this story, I'll call them Miguel, Denise, Maria, and Eric. Miguel and Denise were twins, as well as the oldest of us, being 15. Maria and Eric were both 14, and they were also a couple at the time, while I was the youngest, being 12. They babied me a lot since I was the only one still in middle school, while the others were already in high school. I remember it was a Thursday afternoon, around 3 or 4. We were sitting on Eric's couch and we'd been playing FIFA since school let out at 2:05 p.m. Just as Miguel was beating his sister's Manchester United with Liverpool, Eric then suggested we go to the park. We all agreed, bringing our soccer ball. The park was only about 2 blocks away from Eric's backyard. It had a nice-sized playground surrounded by climbable trees. There was a large field just a few yards away from the playground that my friends and I just always seemed to occupy. On the other side of the park was a baseball diamond for Little League and softball games, as well as practices. Though beside the diamond was a small graveyard and a very dense patch of woods. What I never thought was creepy until I got older was that there were small private cemeteries along the side of the park, separated by a tall metal gate. We tend to ignore it a lot since you can't really see it unless you try to. We start our little game. We played for about 30 minutes. My team down by 1, when Maria, being the most daring, says with an evil smirk on her face, "Hey, let's hop the fence to that graveyard." Miguel and Denise then looked at her like she was out of her mind. "Are you fucking crazy? What if an undertaker's walking around and we get caught?" Miguel protested. Maria lightly shoved him. "We're not gonna get caught. Just play it chilled." After a few minutes of persuasion, we were all in the same boat and began the 5 minutes towards the graveyard. The sky was starting to get dark at this time. We dropped our ball and walked over rotten branches to the tall gate. Eric was the first one over, being the tallest. Then it was Maria, then Miguel, then Denise. As mentioned before, I was the youngest, and I was also the smallest. I was also absolutely terrified of heights. When all of the others hopped over, I squeezed in through an opening at the bottom of the fence. We all started to wander around. 15 minutes later, fireflies started to blink around us, and the air got sticky and muggy. The streetlights on the block started to come on, though none had really shined in the graveyard. But we still played around nonetheless, catching the bugs and putting them on each other. I, being the daring idiotic kid that I was, would do front flips off of gravestones. I know it was wrong, but we were kind of considered troublemakers in our neighborhood. We laughed and joked around until Maria suddenly stopped. "Look," she says. Out in the far distance, behind a big thick tree, was something dark protruding from a small pile of leaves under the setting sun. It looked too weird to be a stick or an old log. I stole a glance at my friends, seeing the curiosity on their faces. Maria starts towards the mysterious object, determination in her steps. We all stayed behind, letting the girl explore. As she got closer, I could feel my nerves suddenly get bad, like something was just really wrong about this whole situation. Everyone watched as she slows a bit, then stops abruptly right in front of the tree. She stays still for a few seconds, then proceeded with caution. I look over at my friends, who are also watching attentively. "We should go. It's getting late and our parents would really want us." I was suddenly interrupted by a loud, blood-curdling scream coming from where Maria had just ventured off to. Eric immediately starts running full speed towards her, and we all followed right behind him. My adrenaline was so high, I could hear nothing but the faintness of our crunching footsteps and my loud heartbeat. Eric then reaches her, looking at what she was looking at, and then backed up. He trips on a branch, falling backwards, eyes wide in utter fear while he stared at the scene. The others and I stopped before getting too close, groaning and covering our noses once an unbelievable putrid stench reaches our senses. "What is it?" Miguel had asked while pinching his nose to block out the strong odor. Eric slowly looks at us, body trembling. Body, he says shakily, his skin looking pale in the little bit of daylight we had. Maria had turned her body away from whatever they were seeing, holding her stomach and retching loudly. I pushed past the other kids, keeping my eyes to the ground, and I then made my way to the frightened pair. What I then saw still haunts me to this day. The smell was stronger, almost making me throw up. But once my eyes processed what I was seeing, it's like I forgot how to function completely. It was the body of a black male, completely nude, with his parts missing and his abdomen covered in multiple stab wounds. He was laying in an awkward position. His leg was bent at an unnatural angle, and his arms were broken through skin, folded behind his head. His face was covered in deep cuts, to the point of being unrecognizable. The wounds were infested with maggots, and his entire body was covered in blood. It seemed as if he had been here for days. I stood frozen, watching as maggots crawled on him and flies buzzing around the corpse. If I'm honest, I don't even remember if I was breathing. But before I knew it, I felt a really strong tug on my arm. "Alto, let's fucking go. We gotta get out of here." Eric then shouts at me impatiently, nearly pulling my arm from its socket. I saw that the others had already taken off, Miguel throwing Maria over his shoulder and running off with her. Before I could even think to move my legs, Eric does the same thing to me. He takes off running as fast as he can. We run along the gate, finding the opening that I had crawled through. Eric gets me to climb over the gate, our friends already on the other side. We ran all the way back to Eric's house. Eric hurries us inside and practically slammed the door shut before locking it. All of us were really scared and really struggling to catch our breaths. A few moments later, I then started crying, and Denise consoled me as Miguel yelled at Maria, who looked weak from vomiting, then running for 10 minutes. Maria just sat on the couch staring blankly at the floor as the boy raged on. "Bro, calm down. We're all scared here. Alto is worst off, and all of this screaming isn't helping her," Eric says, pushing the irate boy back. The older kids started trying to figure out what to do as Denise continued to comfort me. Eric ended up calling the police anonymously, then called our parents to come get us. When I got home, I went straight to my room and cried again. The image of that man flashed in my mind every second, though when my siblings asked me what was wrong, I'd come up with a lie. No one knows but us. The reason why I decided to finally get this out is because Denise contacted me on Facebook recently, and we caught up. She then asked me if I remember that day at the park all those years ago. I told her that I did, and that I'm still pretty messed up from that. She then tells me that a few years after that happened, after she graduated high school, she looked it up. The man was apparently a part of a shady group of people that the police had been after since the early 90s. Apparently he stole thousands of dollars from their boss, and he was murdered for it. So yeah, pretty fucking intense.
This all started when me and my best friend Cora were put in a summer camp when we were 13. Me and Cora had been best friends since birth, as our mothers were both best friends from high school. Whilst me and Cora had been attending that summer camp, we had both become really good friends with two boys who were in our cabin at that time. They were twins, and their names were Nathan and Joshua. There was another girl in our cabin, as the cabins were very spacious and had a lot of room. Her name was Ellie. No one really talked to her, and we never really paid that much attention to her for quite a while. But as time went on, we sort of figured that we were going to be stuck together and that we might as well had tried to make an effort on getting along with her. We really regretted becoming her friend that night. We were both 15 now, and we had been friends with Ellie for a good 2 years, and she'd always come over to Cora's place, as the twins were always there too. By the time summer camp was over, we started a little group that had me, Cora, the twins, and Ellie in it. We all started to notice that Ellie would always try to be extra friendly with Nathan, and this really annoyed Cora, as she also liked Nathan. I never really paid much attention to this, however, as I thought Ellie was just trying to be a nice friend to the twins. Over time, Ellie had formed an obsession over Nathan, and we all tried to avoid her. We had all started attending the same college and had graduated together, but we lost contact with Ellie as she was accepted into a different college. Fast forward 2 years after we had graduated and we had all moved in together. Me and Joshua had become a couple, and so did Cora and Nathan. One night, however, we were all watching a movie when my phone had randomly buzzed. I turned my phone on and had seen that Ellie had messaged not just me, but also Cora in a group chat on Snapchat we had made years back. She said that she was in our town and wanted to meet up. However, as Cora and Nathan's wedding was coming up, we found it difficult to arrange and find the time to see her. I know I probably shouldn't say this, but me and Cora didn't want to see Ellie again. But we figured that it'd be nice to see her again. We met up in a cafe and had a talk. It was going well until the boys showed up. Ellie saw Nathan and flew out of her chair and hugged him. Nathan, however, found this really scary, and I never understood why. We decided to leave early as it had gotten dark by the time we were leaving, and Ellie had told us that her boyfriend had kicked her out. So, as I felt bad, I let her stay the night at ours in the guest bedroom. Cora and the boys visually hated this idea. We woke up that morning to a very heavy breakfast prepared for us in the kitchen. Ellie had told us that her boyfriend had wanted her back, and as a sign of gratitude, she made breakfast for us. She said she had to leave for work, and she left. There was a weird stench flowing through the house ever since Ellie had arrived, and it got worse whenever I passed her room. We decided to check it out and found the most horrifying things in the closet connected to the guest bedroom. Bloody knives were laid out on the desk in the room, and on the walls were photos of us with X's marked on mine and Cora's faces. Ellie had been stalking us. We called the police, and Ellie had been arrested for raping men in their hotel rooms and for attempted murder. I had been messaged before by a girl we used to know from camp. Her name was Jenny, and she claimed that Ellie used to be in Jenny's cabin with her older brother. Ellie had tried to not only kiss, but sleep with Jenny's older brother, which then caused her to be moved to our cabin. We had had someone break in a while before we met Ellie again, which we then found out was all her doing.
We used to have this neighbor back when I was 15, and I didn't find this out until years later, but he basically was the sole reason we ended up moving out of the house we were living in at the time. So the way my dad tells it, it all started when the guy started making something in the shed in his backyard. Obviously, he was entitled to do whatever he wanted on his property, especially during the daylight hours, but my dad said all the sawing and hammering noises were a real pain in the butt. He figured it'd only be a couple of days, but a week went by and the guy was still making all this noise in the evenings and on weekends. It went on late into the night on a bunch of different occasions, and my dad had to go over and threaten to call the cops to get him to knock it off. Seems a little extreme, I know, but Dad had already tried asking nicely and the guy was just a total jerk, so it was the only thing that seemed to work. After that, the guy kept the sawing and hammering to reasonable hours. Still a pain apparently, but nothing he didn't have the right to. But then, my dad looks over the fence one day and sees the guy carrying a whole bunch of chains into the shed. Then the next thing he knows, the guy is carrying all these shackle-looking things into the shed, the kind you use to keep a person prisoner. Dad asks what he's building in there, but the guy is all, "Mind your business, mister," saying things like that. My dad is starting to get pretty nervous about the whole thing, and he's close to calling the cops because it was obviously looking incredibly shady, and maybe it'll get the guy to stop hammering and sawing all freaking day too. But still, he holds off for one night too long, and that's when he hears a scream coming from the guy's backyard. He says it was one of those screams of the blood-curdling variety, and he goes outside to listen, then hears a few more muffled sounds coming from the shed where the guy was building, whatever it was he was building in there. He tries looking over the fence to get an idea of what's going on and sees our neighbor walking out to the shed, covered in blood, with something sharp and shiny in his hand. But just before he closes the door, Dad said he caught a glimpse of someone strapped onto some kind of big wooden board. That was it. My dad runs back inside, calls the cops, and tells them something messed up is happening in our neighbor's backyard, how he had been building some kind of torture device or whatever, and how he thought he was in the process of basically murdering someone in there. The cops show up, but they don't make it into the backyard. They just drive off after talking to the guy. My dad calls the cops back and asks them what they're thinking, and They need to get into that shed right away because something unspeakable is happening in there. They tell them that they can't get into the guy's place without a warrant, that the guy had a bandaged hand and claimed the blood was because he had an accident. The cops seemed happy enough with that explanation and had gone back to their precinct. But they were in the process of getting a warrant because of my dad's claim that he'd seen a body in there, and because of how urgent it was, it might only be a few hours before they could get one signed by a judge. Then boom. The next day, the cops show back up at the guy's house at like 6 a.m., and it wakes my dad up because they were literally sawing a lock off the door to the shed. He watches all freaking morning, and get this, they carry out the body he'd seen in that shed. Only it wasn't a body. It was like one of those mannequin type things, and it had blood all over it. The guy has actually been building some kind of torture table in his shed, only he hadn't actually done anything to anyone, so the guy ended up getting a full apology from the county after they didn't find anything to arrest him over. But still, my dad's not happy knowing he lives next to someone who'd build something like that, and after arguing back and forth with the cops about the guy's right to build some sort of weird torture table, he ends up just being like, screw this, we're moving. He didn't say anything to us at the time because obviously me and my sister were still young and he didn't want anything like that in our heads. But after I'd moved out and my sister had graduated college, he ended up telling us at a little reunion dinner. As you can guess, our jaws were on the floor when he was telling us, as we had no idea he was anything but some annoying home improvements nerd. It came up because we were complaining about having to move schools at that age, as me and my sister both lost a bunch of good friends and it sucked having to start at a new school right when I just started at a new one there. He figured the whole thing would be justified to us why we had to move, and honestly, I get it. I wouldn't want to live next to a freak like that, either.
I live in a state called West Bengal in India, and this incident took place when I was in the 9th grade. I lived in a 4-story building with my family, and our apartment was on the 1st floor. There was this festival going on around our locale called the Durga Puja, which continues for almost a week in our state. It's one of the greatest festivals here, so everyone used to stay out late and spend much more time in the local pandals. On one such day, a rumor started spreading around the town about some thieves who broke into someone's house and beat the homeowner until he became unconscious. The police were on the case, so none of us cared that much about the incident because we thought the criminals were bound to get arrested as soon as possible. Until one day. My parents and I returned from the puja late at night. Just like every other day, we had our dinner and went to bed. That night, I couldn't sleep well. I was tossing and turning, but finally, I fell asleep. It was around 3 or 4 a.m. when I woke up to the sound of something being sawed. My room was at the very end of the house, and it had a balcony attached to it. I could hear something from there, and definitely knew that someone was sawing the railings of my balcony. My heart stopped. Now, here comes the twist. I still can't figure out what really happened that day. I don't know if it happened out of fear or from something else. I could not move an inch. My body was stone cold, but I was still sweating like a pig. My eyes were wide open, and I couldn't blink. This continued for the next 5 minutes. Each minute seemed like an hour to me. I could still hear the sawing sound grinding in my eardrums. I wanted to move, but I couldn't. I feared that this might be the thieves. They are definitely going to enter my room and take me away with them. They are going to kill my family. They are going to take everything with them. While I was busy thinking all of this, I suddenly heard someone whistling right by my ear. I tried to turn my head, but I couldn't. Finally, after 5 whole minutes, I could move. And suddenly, the sound stopped. I looked around my surroundings, and to my surprise, there was nobody around. I got off my bed and grabbed my baseball bat, but before doing anything hasty, I felt the need to wake up my mom. I told her what happened, and she was terrified. Both of us quietly went outside to look for the thieves, but there was no one around. My mother immediately called the local security, and they went to search for the thieves. That night, alone in my room, I couldn't sleep at all, so I went to my parents' room to sleep. The next day, we found out that the house just next to ours had been robbed by some thieves when the owners were not in the house. I was terrified all over again. But I got even more scared when I asked my mother if she'd heard any kind of sound last night, and she replied with a no. My parents' room was right next to mine, and my mother is a light sleeper. That's why it was easy for me to wake her up at night. To this day, I still wonder who it actually was that had whistled right by my ear and what would have happened if I'd never moved.
This story takes place during the height of the pandemic in 2020. I had always been a little overweight and lazy, and since there was no one out on the roads, I decided to take up walking. My neighborhood wraps around itself. By the time you made it all the way around, you would have walked an entire mile. The only people I ever saw were this nice couple that walked around the same time that I did. We would always stop and have these nice little chats from time to time. I would even look forward to my walks just to talk to these people. But one day, they vanished. I would never see them out and about. The grass outside of their home became overgrown, and it seemed like parts of their house were damaged from neglect. After a while, curiosity got the best of me, and I would knock on the door whenever I would pass by their house, but I would never get an answer. Now, on the day in question, I had been busy and missed my daily walk, so I decided to take my walk during the night. I grabbed a flashlight and went on my way. I eventually passed by the house. I then noticed that the front door was open. Being the curious person I was, I walked down the driveway and yelled into the house. Hello? Is there anyone here? All was quiet. But as I stood there, I heard a creak to my right. I peeked inside with my flashlight, and then my light fell upon a tall, rough-looking man, just standing there, grinning at me. I was startled when I saw him. He then lunged towards me and began to chase me. As I mentioned earlier, I was overweight, so I couldn't run very fast. He would have caught up to me if it wasn't for a car passing by. The man ran back inside, and I managed to get away and call the police. When they arrived, they found the man in the same spot he was when I first saw him. It wouldn't be till a while later before all the details came out. The man who chased me that night confessed to brutally murdering the couple who lived at the house and burying their bodies in the backyard. He also admitted to torturing them before ending their lives. The night that I walked into the house, he was in the middle of making sure the bodies were not uncovered by the heavy rain. The house was bulldozed after they dug up the bodies and were given a proper burial. The scumbag tried to plead insanity, but the court ruled that out, giving him 2 life sentences without parole. I sometimes still walk past where the couple once lived, and every time I do, I think about how those 2 sweet, innocent people were taken out of this world by an absolute monster.
One fine day, I was home alone. My mom and dad had gone out for the night and would be back in the morning for their anniversary, and said I could have my friend over as company. So I invited him over. Let's call him Jason. We had a great time. We ordered pizza and we had milkshakes for dessert. We watched horror movies and stuffed ourselves until we heard a loud creak coming from upstairs. Creeped out, we immediately thought that it was just a noise from our minds as we were watching a load of horror movies. We went upstairs to see. Our lives were now a horror movie. We froze and didn't know what to do. Stuck, we wasted our chances of phoning the police. We saw a creepy man with his eyes bulging out of his pale skin. His bloodshot eyes did not move, and it was like he stared into our souls. My friend grabbed his phone and phoned the police. I thought the guy would react, but he didn't. He looked like he was in his late 50s. We could see him peering out of a crack. All I could hear was my heart pounding. Yet he did not peep, nor did the police come as fast as we thought. The harrowing man jumped out of the window and somehow didn't get injured. He ran as fast as he could, only to land in the arms of a policeman. The man was finally taken away, and we were told we would never see him again, but that wasn't very reassuring. I'm scarred for life, and I will never forget this day or the traumatizing look of his face.
I was 19 years old when this happened to me. I was a sophomore in college, and it was winter break. My parents were busy this Christmas, so my cousin Brody came over to stay with me in my dorm to keep me company. That night, after Brody arrived, we watched some scary videos on YouTube for a little bit, doing random stuff. After a while, my computer died and we got hungry. Brody and I decided to head down to the cafeteria. Unfortunately, there wasn't any food in the cafeteria, so we just decided to go to the nearby 7-Eleven off campus. As we were leaving the room, I noticed an old man sitting at one of the cafeteria tables in the shadowy back corner. He looked tall, creepy, and had bloodshot eyes. But what scared me most of all was how he kept vigorously licking his lips like he was hungry. What he was hungry for exactly, I didn't want to stick around to find out. A few minutes later, my cousin Brody and I pulled up outside of the 7-Eleven. Brody rushed inside the store to get a Slurpee, and I decided to look for something sweet. I walked into the candy aisle, and there was the creepy guy from the cafeteria. He had a crazed smile on his face, and his eyes were wide and unfocused. The man said to me, "Hey there, what's your name?" After a moment of just standing there in fear of the worst, I ran over to where Brody was trying to get the Slurpee machine to work, because it was broken. I told him about the creepy guy, but he just shrugged it off as a coincidence. Still, I was disturbed, and told Brody I'd go wait in the car for him. As I walked outside to the parking lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that somebody was watching me, even though I glanced over my shoulder multiple times and didn't see anybody. When I got to my car, I was surprised to find out that the doors were left unlocked. I got in quickly and checked the back seat because someone could have gotten in, but luckily no one was there. I locked the doors and then got a text from Brody, who said he was going to take a while because he had to use the bathroom. I was annoyed that we had to stay in this shady place even longer, but decided to take the time to take a nap. However, after a few minutes, I woke up to a rustling sound behind me. I turned to see the creepy guy sitting in the back seat. As the crazy smile on his face grew even wider, I realized that he had snuck into the trunk because I forgot to lock the doors earlier. We both just sat there because I was paralyzed with fear and couldn't move. After what felt like an eternity, the man pulled out a large rusty knife and let out a deep, creepy laugh. With a scream, I busted out of the car and ran as the man chased after me. Right then, my cousin Brody came out of the store, and he was pretty muscular from being an athlete. He was able to knock out the creepy guy. While waiting for the cops to arrive, we decided to wait inside, leaving the man's unconscious body there in the parking lot because it had started to rain. We went inside the 7-Eleven and told the store owner what had happened. All three of us decided to wait by the window, which had fogged up because of the rain outside. The owner quickly wiped it down, and what happened next scared the shit out of me. The creepy guy's body was gone. We rushed outside to find him, and the cops arrived exactly then. We told them what had happened, including how the creepy guy was nowhere to be seen. The police searched the 7-Eleven premises and the surrounding woods, and after some time, they found the creepy guy hiding in the trees. They arrested him, and we found out that he was actually a convicted pedophile and murderer on the run who had escaped from a different state penitentiary. Although he was caught, to this day, I wonder what would have happened to me if my cousin Brody hadn't been there to save me. This happened when I was 19. It was May 20th, 1974, and I was a freshman in college. I was studying, and it was about 2:30 a.m. I looked at my roommate, we'll call her Haley, and I said, "Are you hungry?" She nodded. I told her I was going to McDonald's and if she wanted anything. She texted me what she wanted and I left. I was walking to my car when I saw a man standing outside. He was about 2 years older than me, and he was tall, and he had dark black hair. When I walked outside, his eyes turned toward me. I didn't know him, but I still said hi. I was walking to my car and he watched me. I was creeped out by this dude, so I just got in my car and I drove off. When I got to the fast food place, I went inside to order. As I ordered, I noticed someone was staring at me from outside. I ignored it because I thought it was some homeless guy. When I paid for my food, I left. The guy wasn't there anymore, so I was relieved. I walked to my car and put the food inside, when someone grabbed me from behind. They put their hand over my mouth so I couldn't scream. I was kicking, trying to break free, but they were too strong. They pulled me and pushed me into the trunk of their car. I was crying, begging for God to help me. I could only hear one voice in the car, and what I heard frightened me. "Okay, Ted, you've done this before. Rape and kill." I felt my stomach drop. I knew I was in a bad situation, but I had planned my escape in my head. When the trunk opened, the same guy I saw outside of my school was right there. He grabbed my arms and he pulled me into the woods. I was making small talk, but I didn't try and irritate him. I told him I didn't know who he was, so I wouldn't tell anyone. He ignored me, but he said, "I'm sorry, I don't want to do this," and threw me on the ground. He fell on top of me. I fought him, trying to get him off of me. I grabbed his neck and I kicked him in the balls. He flipped off of me and I ran. I didn't stop running until I saw a telephone booth. I called the cops and they came immediately. The cops searched everywhere, but didn't find him. They didn't find him until 1978. I later learned that my kidnapper was the notorious serial killer Ted Bundy.
Forgive me for commandeering someone else's story here, but I think it's very relevant to the thread, and although my father wasn't a trucker, this incident closely involves someone who was. Back in the 70s, my dad was an 18-year-old gas station attendant at a 24-hour gas station. One night, Dad was the only one working the late shift when one of the sketchiest customers he'd ever laid eyes on walks into the station. My dad said it was really obvious that the guy was concealing something in his pants, and his first thought, which brings on some major panic, is that the guy has a gun on him. Now, a whole lot of truck drivers used to use his station for two reasons. Number one, it had a pretty roomy parking lot which they'd use to take naps and breaks in, and number two, it was the only place for miles around that they could get a bite to eat. Usually, there could have been up to 10 truckers parked up in the lot, but on this particular night, there was only one truck there. Luckily though, the guy just so happened to be in the store with my dad, but since Dad didn't know if he was armed or what kind of guy he was, he figured he was still pretty vulnerable. The weird guy starts walking up and down the rows in the store, and my dad can tell he's not really looking at anything. Most customers either come in to pay for their gas or went straight to the hot food counter to pick out something to eat. Weird guy looks like he's just biding his time before he pulls out his gun and robs the store. At least that's what's going through my dad's head. The trucker comes up to the counter while this is happening, puts down a bag of chips, and just so happens to look over his shoulder at the sketchy guy. Then, this moment of pure understanding occurs. The trucker looks at the sketchy guy, then looks at my dad, then back and forth maybe once or twice more, then asks my dad what was supposed to sound like a totally random question. He says something like, "Quiet night, huh? I wouldn't feel safe working at a gas station alone. You keep a gun behind the counter there or something?" All my dad had was a bat, and even so, it belonged to the station's owner, but the trucker widens his eyes and mimes a nod at my dad, who suddenly realizes what he's supposed to say in reply. "Oh yeah," he says. "I got a 45 right here. Always just in arm's length away." The trucker continues to play along and bangs his fist on the counter before kind of shielding the action with his body. "Oh yeah?" he says. "Well, check this out. 357 Magnum. Bought it after I saw that movie, Dirty Harry. Not as big a bullet as your 45, but it sure does pack a punch. Some days I just pray some SOB mess with me so I can blow his freaking head off." Right as he says that, the sketchy guy just makes a beeline for the door, gets back into his car, then zooms off down the highway. When the guy had left, the trucker turns back to my dad and says something along the lines of, "You know that guy was about to rob you, right? I was going to take a nap out back, but I think I'm more in the mood for coffee after that. Oh, and do yourself a favor. Call the cops." My dad says he always figured guardian angels would be all cherubic, half-naked winged ladies that descend playing harps or whatever. He didn't figure they came in the form of some hairy trucker who smelled like he hadn't showered in 3 days. But as he puts it, every day is a school day. The guy spent the entire rest of his break hanging around the store, making conversation with my dad until the cops showed up and my dad could file a report. The trucker confirmed the story too, backing my dad up when he said it looked like the sketchy guy had a gun stuffed in the back of his pants. Then get this, right in the middle of talking to the cops, both of their radios start buzzing, and they run out of the gas station, get into the patrol car, and speed off down the highway with their lights and sirens on. The trucker responds, "I hope our friend and his gun didn't find the trouble they were looking for." Only, they had. My dad said he read in the newspaper the next day that the very same guy, based on the description in the paper, had walked into another gas station about 10 miles down the highway. But unlike my dad, the clerk in that station hadn't been so lucky. The guy was the actual owner and operator of the station, who tried to resist the robbery and ended up paying with his life. From what my dad could tell, the sketchy guy pulled his gun, the station owner went for his, and the sketchy guy just pulled the trigger. Boom. Killed him behind his own counter. Now, my dad obviously didn't have a gun, but he said he was panicking just watching the guy walking around the store. If that was him getting robbed by someone with such an itchy trigger finger, he might have made a wrong move or something and bam. I literally wouldn't even be around today to write this. I think the sketchy guy ended up getting the death penalty too. That or died in some shootout with the cops. Maybe even the same cops who attended my dad's call. I can't quite remember which, but Dad always mentions him getting what he deserved whenever he tells the story. Now, I don't have to tell you how glad I am of that too, because even though it's so surreal to me, the idea of someone actually hurting my dad is just on a whole other kind of rage that I would feel. Dad's story doesn't just give me a belief in guardian angels, even if they do appear in unconventional forms, but it also makes me believe that there might just be something like divine justice, too.
My name is Uriel. This happened to me in Mexico. I would visit my grandmother and my aunt. I would usually go to check on my grandmother, and I would help her out with some chores that my aunt couldn't do, like yard work or things that had to do with heavy lifting. One day I was going over to see my grandmother and to see if my aunt needed help with anything. As I unlocked the door and entered the house, it was quiet, which was odd as my aunt and grandma would play music or have the TV on. Both are off, and I looked around the house to see if I could find my aunt or grandma, but I couldn't find them. But I didn't look in my grandma's room. How do I spit in my grandmother's privacy? I knocked on the door, but no answer. I knocked a second time, but it was quiet. I opened the door to see if she was sleeping. As I opened the door, I saw a lady dressed all in black, with her long black hair over her face. She was sitting on my grandma's bed on the edge of the bed. I didn't know who she was. I asked her, "Who are you?" She remained quiet. I asked again, Who are you and how did you get in here? The doors were locked and all the windows had bars, which made it impossible for someone to enter the house. I went outside to the shed to get my machete, which I used to cut the branches in the backyard. I was hoping to use it to threaten her so she would leave, but as soon as I entered the room, she was gone. I heard the front door opening. I went to see and found my grandmother and aunt coming back from a walk. My grandmother and aunt saw me and asked me why I had the machete out. I said, "There was somebody in your room, Grandma." I told them to stay where they were while I looked around the house to see if the lady was still there. About an hour goes by. I couldn't find nobody. I told them to come back inside. They asked me if I found anything. I said no. The only trace of her being there was the imprint of her sitting on my grandmother's bed. I decided to spend the night to make sure they were safe. A few days passed. Nothing happened until the next day. My grandmother passed away in her sleep. We held a funeral for her a few days after, but I couldn't stop thinking about the lady in black. I told my aunt about it. Her face was pale as soon as I told her everything. She told me what I saw was the lady in black. She is an omen of death. She's unknown if she's a spirit or demon, but she was the reason of my grandmother passing. This happened to me a couple weeks ago, but it still haunts me to this day. This started when I moved into a new bedroom. It was really cool at first, but I realized I didn't have any pillows. I decided to make a pillow out of old t-shirts. I thought the room could use a funky pillow. It took a while, but when the last stitch was made, I was very happy with the finished product. Although I had made the decision to draw a face on it. The face wasn't creepy in any way, just a cute face. I called the new pillow Mushroom, and I really liked sleeping with him. Until he began to act strange. One day I went out to my friend's house for the day. I left Mushroom in an upright position on my bed. When I came back, however, he was nowhere. I looked everywhere until I eventually found him under my bed. It was very creepy because I didn't know who did it. My brother was at cricket, and I don't think my parents would do it. Since I liked Mushroom so much, I just brushed it off and continued on with my day. To be honest, this happened repeatedly for the next couple of days. The weird thing was he always went back to the same spot under my bed. I still brushed it off, and I kept Mushroom. That night I was quite restless, always tossing and turning. When I eventually got up, it was 8 a.m. I looked around and I realized that Mushroom wasn't on my bed anymore. I looked under my bed, hoping to see Mushroom staring back at me. I sighed when I saw Mushroom in the same position. I grabbed him and yanked him up from under the bed. I looked at him. Something was different. One of his eyes that had been drawn on was wet and the pen marks were draining down his face. It was very creepy because I had no water in my room last night. I was really creeped out, but brushing it off, I went on with my day again. The next night, I was tired and restless, not being able to sleep. I drifted off eventually and woke up early, only to find that Mushroom had gone under my bed again. This time, though, half of his face was wet and slowly draining away from his face. Again, I had no water in my room last night. I don't know how this happened. I really don't know what to do. I'm scared because I asked my brother and he is as scared as me. Someone or something is doing this. I really don't know why.
It may be hard to believe, but this actually happened to me. I remember when I first came to this house. It looked old and it was really small. It had wooden floors and it was a ranch-style house. The next day, my brother and I were sleeping when suddenly I heard some noise. It sounded like a baby crying. I thought it was just the neighbor's child and started to get back to sleep again. But then I saw it. It had a baby-looking face and made this scary baby sound. It had sharp nails and its body looked like an animal's. And then it said, "Adopt me, Mommy," and let out a scary baby sound again. Then I blacked out. When I woke up, it was the morning, and I asked my brother if he had heard anything. He said that he heard a baby sound, but he thought he was just dreaming. I asked him what kind of dream, and he said there was a baby with an animal body and claws. Then I knew it. I quickly told our mom and we moved out. From then on, I never touched or went anywhere near any babies ever again, because it reminded me of that creepy thing that I saw that night.
It started in Ohio. Me and my friends were coming back from a Friday night party. My friends were Ethan, Tim, Lori, and Jenna. We were in a Ford my friend got for his birthday. Ethan was the driver, and me and the others were in the back. We were going the way our GPS was telling us to go, but then there was a path through the woods. While we were driving, we spotted a small tower to the right in a field. Being the curious teenagers we were, we decided to go inside. We all headed to the top and found out it was just some old archery training tower back a few decades ago. When we were about to leave, Lori spotted a door hidden at the bottom. We wanted to get in, but it was locked shut. My friend got some axe from the van. We started breaking down the door. When we had broken it, we found another spiral staircase, leading down this time. We turned on our phone light to guide the way, and we were going down. We, Jenna and me, spotted a room at the end. We went in and we saw this, a wide cobblestone room covered with moss and dirt. We explored around, and I called my friends because I noticed something. It was a poster from some circus back in the 1900s. We clearly saw something behind it, so we went through it, and what we saw was impossible. A small, underground circus arena. We also smelt a horrible stench coming from there. We went to investigate and found a chest in the middle. Inside was the thing I would remember for my entire life: dismembered, rotting body parts. Also inside was a key, rusty and yellowish brown color. Before we could pick it up, some old circus music started playing. We turned around and saw it, a deformed-looking clown. It was about 8 feet tall and it was holding a weapon, a huge claw replacing its hand. It was big enough to swallow someone and sharp enough to slice somebody. We all knew to run for our life. As we were running, I noticed that thing was still following us. We locked the door shut and ran out of there as fast as we could. We got into the car and sped away. We were all panicking and talking about what the heck just happened. I also remembered one last thing, and before I saw that key, I also saw a metal door at the back with a lock perfectly fitting the key I just saw. I don't know what was behind that door, but whatever it was, I don't want to find out, and I never want to return there again.
I'm 20 years old and I suffer from insomnia. I also have sleep terrors, so normally nightmares come regular to me. But this one nightmare kept me up for over a day. I went to bed early because I had to pick up a package in the morning, and I'm scared of the dark, so I leave the bathroom light on at the end of the hall. I also sleep in a single bed on the opposite side of my headboard. Don't ask me why, I just never really liked them. But one night, I finally decided to sleep on the top end of the bed, and to this day, I never did it again. I fell asleep and my room flashed red, and I jolted awake, and then I fell back asleep shortly after. Now, this was the first lucid dream I had had, and it felt like a new dream, but it wasn't. It was a nightmare. I rolled over and my foot was hanging off the bed, and at the end of my bed was a dark figure. That figure was wearing a trench coat, and it looked like it was wearing a cowboy hat or a fedora. And he said something that I could remember so clearly, because I remember moving my mouth, but I couldn't speak. The figure's mouth got extra wide, and and started pulling me in. He had large, gnashing teeth, and I slowly felt like I was getting pulled in by my arm. And by the time my arm was fully devoured, normally people say when you die you wake up, but I didn't. I went through this loop of dying and getting pulled off my bed and shredded multiple times. I could feel the agonizing pain more and more, going through these loops. A doctor just continued to sit down with me, so I worked up enough strength to hold on to the other side of my bed, and the clocks that time said it was 4:30, and I went to bed at 1, so that means I must have died in my dreams at least 8 to 9 times, and I finally managed to end it by holding onto my bed and pulling myself and rolling over again, because it pulled the mattress on top of me and I flipped it over with me when I finally survived a loop. It must have been 5:30, and then I finally woke up, and the thing that scares me to this day is that I was on the floor and it was 5:30, and when I looked up to my right, I could see the dark figure, but it wasn't sitting. I bet it was standing next to the cupboard door. I was so scared and tired, then I immediately climbed on my bed quietly and just went back to sleep. I thought maybe it might have been a jacket because my jacket for work was black, and I hung it up on my door. When I woke up, there was nothing there, and to this day, I always separate my nightmares and night terrors based on that dream. This happened on a summer night. I'm the type of person who likes having me time. It was about 1:30 in the morning, and I was sitting on my front porch admiring the stars and enjoying a nice cool breeze. I heard my phone buzz, so I sat down to check it. It was my cousin asking me what I was doing up this late. I forced myself to ignore it because it was me time, remember? As I looked up from my phone, straight ahead is my neighbor's house, and in front of a tree, I saw a little girl. She looked about 8 or 9, and she had bright, thin ginger hair, and her hair was in 2 pigtail braids. She was wearing a white dress with red polka dots all over it. The dress went right to her knees, and it had white lace around the bottom rim. She was also wearing shiny black heels, almost like something a little girl would wear to a wedding. She looked so harmless. I stared at her for a solid 30 seconds with her staring right back at me. She didn't move, not a muscle. Then behind me I heard a knock. I thought hearing a knock was weird because I live in a brick house. I turned around, and there was nothing there. The wind wasn't even blowing anymore. I go to look back at the girl, and she was gone. I was creeped out, so I went inside. A few days later, I was planning to list a few items on eBay, one being an old doll that I used to play with when I was little. I had the items sitting beside my bed so I could keep an eye on them. I'm getting ready for bed and I noticed the doll is looking at me, or at least in the direction of my bed. So like any person would do, I turned the head and made it face my closet. The neck part is pretty stiff, so I wasn't expecting the head to move. I woke up the next morning and the head was looking right back at me. This time, I could feel it staring at me. I turned the doll around completely this time, and nothing else happened with the doll. The rest of the day, I just had this eerie feeling that I was being watched. Eventually, I had had enough of it, and I sat down on the edge of my bed and I wanted to talk to whatever it was. I assumed it was the little girl from a few nights prior because it was a doll that had moved out of everything in my room. I sat down and said, "Hello, is this the little girl from the other night?" I didn't get an answer. So I changed the subject and said, "Do you like my doll? Do you want me to keep it? Is that why you moved it?" Again, I got nothing. So I sat in silence for a little while because I didn't know what to say. After about 5 minutes of sitting in silence, I looked forward and saw clothes in my closet swaying. I was so confused because there was nothing on in my room that would cause air to flow or a breeze. I spoke out and said, "Is that it? Do you want me to look in the closet?" Then the clothes stopped moving. I was again extremely confused. I was going to get up and look at my closet, but as I was about to get up, I felt fingers creep on the back of my neck. I had goosebumps down my entire body, and I jolted up from my bed. I looked and nothing was there. This made me frustrated. It's like whatever it was just toying with me or teasing me. So I stood my ground and I said, "Get out! You are not welcome here anymore. Leave!" The eerie feeling of being watched instantly went away. I left the room anyway because I needed to be around people. Nothing has happened since. Anytime someone asks me if I ever had a paranormal experience, that's the first that comes to mind, and I feel like it always will be.
For those of you watching this now, I would like to say this before you hear my story. If your parent or guardian never stressed the lesson of tell a trusted adult when you are in an uncomfortable situation, I am urging you to take this lesson seriously, because I wish it was drilled into my head more. Because if it was, I know this experience would not have happened the way it did. The reason I am sharing this experience with you is because I am still seeking therapy for it to this day, and probably for many more years to come. My therapist wanted me to finally go into detail of what happened that night, so I wrote this for them. But for the sake of privacy, I will be changing the names of those involved. Thank you. Now, let's begin with how it all began. This happened when I was 13 years old. My 3 best friends and I, who let's call Ella, Raven, and Jess, were having a sleepover at Ella's house since we wanted to watch the new movie in the franchise we were all obsessed over. Ella's house was the best choice since it was in between all of our houses and we would have the entire house to ourselves for most of the night. We planned out the entire night, as a young group of friends would do, but at the last minute decided to take a trip down to the Safeway that was about 5 or 6 miles walk from the house. Now, keep in mind that all 4 of us at the time were seasoned soccer players, so we could all run quite fast for a long duration of time. However, I was getting off of a pretty serious injury, so I couldn't run as fast or as long as I normally could, and I was a very conditioned runner at that time. Anyway, we arrived at the store around 4:30 p.m., I believe. And during that time of year, and where we lived, the sun was still up, but it was going to disappear behind the mountain in about an hour or so. We didn't want to stay any longer than 15 or 20 minutes, since the walk back to her house would take more time since we would be walking uphill and carrying our grocery bags. We also didn't want to be left to walk home in the dark, since mountain lions and bears were common in her area. And if you know anything about living in an area like that, it was common knowledge to get inside before sunset. We finished our shopping and totaled about 5 or 6 bags to carry between the 4 of us. As we were about to leave the store, we heard Ella's name being called by one of the workers. Ella turned around, and it turned out to be someone she knew. They chatted for a bit, but we couldn't really understand what they were saying to each other since they were talking in Spanish. Raven nudged Ella and said that we should go soon, so Ella said goodbye to her friend, and we began to walk out of the store. I looked up, and I estimated we had about 10 to 15 minutes of light left, so I said we should hurry. We began walking back home, and as we were leaving, a ragged-looking man approached us, asking for spare change or money. I was immediately hit with the smell of sweat, urine, feces, you name it, this man had it. I felt sympathetic for the man, since my family taught me to always be sympathetic to those less fortunate than us, even though we could have been labeled as lower class at that time since money was tight for us. I should also mention that since money was tight, my friends said that they would pay for my share since they had enough on them. Therefore, when the man asked us for cash, I said, "Sorry, sir, I'm afraid we don't have any spare change on us." I was so naive, it made me sick. As to why I feel this way is because of what I now realize. We were told we lived in a safe area with low crime or theft. We're all 13-year-old girls, still carrying our spending money, and had no idea how to handle this situation. The man began to step closer to us and outstretched one of his hands, which was covered in soiled bandages and covered in dirt. However, Ella is easily angered and is not afraid to fight people. So she immediately stepped forward and said a strong and affirmative, "Back off." Out of the corner of my eye, I could see my 2 other friends, Raven and Jess, became rigid with fear when Ella said this. The man began to get angry with us and said, "Well, it's probably because you spent all of your money on useless shit like junk food and treats. You ever think about those of us who can't afford those types of things, huh? No, and you know why? Because you're all spoiled shits." His voice was thick and raspy, but sounded weak, and his speech was slurred, and his posture was extremely laxed. His vibe was completely off-putting. He sent chills down my spine and made me nauseous. Just then, Jess nudged me in my back and looked at me and mouthed the words, "Do something." And I am the type of person who doesn't get angry unless provoked, and I never let people scare those I care about. I reluctantly stepped forward and told the man to back off or there was going to be a problem. He looked at me dead in the eyes, and I will never forget what he did. He breathed in deeply, long and slow. His eyes rolled in the back of his head, and without saying a word or opening his eyes, turned around and walked around to, what I can assume, the back of the Safeway. The strangest part of all of this were the other people entering the Safeway. None of them seemed to notice the man at all, not a single one. One person in particular, the man was about to run into them, yet they hadn't made any form of notice of his presence. The four of us were all still in shock, but I spoke up and said, "We need to go, now." I regret my decision that day more than anything in my life. We should have gone back into the store and gotten Ella's friends' help, but instead, we isolated ourselves and went straight to the only place where we would be alone. My friends and I then began running, and I mean running, back to Ella's house. I was at the back of the group due to my injury, and I swear on my life that I could hear footsteps behind me in the scrub oak we were running alongside. I wanted to look back, but I just kept on running. My conscience made me feel like I was running from pure evil. The sun had gone down at this point, and Ella was the only one who knew the way back. But it was so dark that none of us could see where we were. Not that there was anything to see except for woods and the occasional weathered street sign. We stopped running after what seemed like 20 minutes, and we were all exhausted. I knew the others were scared and acting frantically in their flight response. First to speak up and said, "Ella, do you recognize anything around us?" She sounded like she was on the verge of tears when she said, "No, I'm so sorry, guys. I have no idea how to get home." Jess started to cry softly, and Raven went silent and sat down in the dirt. Something in the pit of my stomach urged me to speak up and tell my friends that I thought I heard those man's footsteps behind me as we were running. But I ignored it. They were all freaking out as it was, and I didn't want to escalate the situation any further. I knew basic survival skills for different occasions, so I took inventory of our surroundings. The moon was rising to my left, which meant the mountains were to the right. I looked on the mountain and found the lights of the radio towers glowing at the top of one of the higher peaks. Knowing this, I knew that Ella's house had to be about 4 or 5 o'clock. I shared this with my friends and started to lead them in that direction. I thought I saw a wave of relief on their faces, but I wasn't sure at that time. Just as we began walking in that direction, we all heard what sounded like a dying animal wailing in the scrub oak behind us. Branches cracking, dry grass shifting, and some small critters scurrying for cover. The smell of death, and what I can only explain as alcohol, filled the air. We all froze. I motioned them to start moving to the other side of the path and hide in the shadows. Luckily, we were on a paved path, so we were able to move quietly, and we were all wearing dark clothing that made no sound when we moved. Raven said we needed to get downwind in case it was a predator, but in my gut, I recognized that smell. The moments after that were silent. We heard nothing. The smell went away, and all of us were so quiet it was like we never existed. I was about to motion to the girls that we should start moving, but Jess grabbed my arm. She said nothing, but the look on her face told me. We weren't alone. She motioned with her eyes to look to my left, over my shoulder. I wanted to vomit. There was a dead deer being dragged along the road. I could see in the moonlight its blood was painting the pavement in a dark, thick color. I couldn't see what was dragging the deer, but I could now hear faint, raspy breathing in synchronistic waves the deer was being pulled in. I slowly turned my head back to my friends, who were all on my right side. Raven's hand was being held tightly over her mouth, her eyes closed and curled up in a ball, trying not to make any noise from her faint whimpering. Ella had a cold expression that made me realize she was disassociating and could no longer take in anything that was happening around us. Knowing this, I grabbed them all by their hands, looked them in the eyes with reassuring glances, and told them as quietly as I could, "We are going to be okay. Don't worry. We know how to get home now, and it's already killed, so as long as we don't go near its prey, it will leave us alone. We just need to move as quietly and swiftly as possible." They began to come back to reality and nod their heads in approval. I lied in some of my statements, trying to convince myself that they were true. I continued, "You three will go ahead of me. Raven, you need to take the lead with Ella and keep her grounded." Raven was the type who needed something to distract herself, but also to keep Ella in check since she was the best at keeping people calm and grounded. She had enough experience with Ella and I since we both have mental illnesses that require grounding sometimes. "She will be able to recognize where we are sooner or later, and when that happens, you need to relay that information to me through Jess. Jess, you go ahead of me and make sure that we stay as close together as possible." With that, we began to move as quietly as we could, yet still holding our bags since we hadn't realized we were still holding them. After about 6 minutes of pure fear, walking in the darkness at the back of the group, Jess relayed to me that Ella knew where we were and that she thought we would be home in about 5 minutes of walking. Just then, as Jess was picking up her pace to keep in the middle, I heard it again. I could hear the deep and long breaths that sounded exactly like those of the man at the store behind me. I am aware that paranoia can do unimaginable things, but this was no paranoia. I picked up my pace to where we were all together, knowing that we were more powerful together. We finally reached Ella's neighborhood and sprinted to her house. There were other house lights on, so we could finally see what was around us. My subconscious told me to look behind us to see if I could see what was behind me now that there was light. As I ran, I looked back behind me, and my heart stopped. I saw the silhouette of a man in the scrub oak with their hands outstretched and head arched back. It looked like they were almost worshiping something or someone. I whipped my head back around and sprinted at full speed, gathering my friends in front of me, urging them to run faster, saying a simple, "Go!" We reached Ella's front door, punched in the door key, and slammed the door shut. We were all panting in her doorway, but they were completely unaware of what I saw. We gathered up in the basement, since it was the most guarded area of the house with an alarm on the basement door if it was opened. Ella pulled out the air mattresses her family kept in the closet, and we gathered enough blankets to cover every square inch of the room. Once we all began to feel safe again, they all thanked me for keeping them calm and getting them back here safely. I said nothing, finally processing what I saw and everything we experienced. They nervously asked if I was all right, and with tears in my eyes, I told them what I saw and heard. They all said that they believed me, but I don't think that they will ever truly understand what I felt and saw that night when I saw that man, and I am so thankful for that. But the story doesn't end here. Now, I am a very heavy sleeper. For context, my mother used to wake me up with banging pots outside my door, and even that failed to work sometimes, so I have no idea why this happened. For more context, since we were in the basement, the windows were built underground with enough space for someone to fit in the space in front of it. Now, I still don't know if it was a dream or not, but I woke up to the sound of more breathing that same night, and when I opened my eyes, in the reflection of the mirror in Ella's bathroom, I could see outside of her window. My eyes tried to focus on the silhouette of what I saw, but I didn't have my glasses on. But from what I could make out, there was a person with their palms pressed on the glass of the window, staring at us while we slept. I passed out from the collected fear of that night finally hitting me, and when I woke up, there was nothing there. Not even a handprint. I asked them if they woke up at all last night, and they all said no. It is now years later, And let it be known that I have not had a single dream since that night, but I still have night terrors of open windows filled with figures watching me sleep, the smell of death and alcohol, darkness surrounding me completely, and running in place with death closing in on me until I wake up in cold sweats, trembling until morning. I don't know if these nightmares will ever stop, but I am thankful that none of my friends experience the same horrors I do.
My name is Kai, and this incident happened in England when I was about 10 years old. It shocked everybody, as the crime rate where this happened was slim to none. Anyways, let's get into the story. It was a snowy December day, about 1 or 2 days until the Christmas break, so everybody was getting hyper. We didn't really do any work, so me and my 5 friends were talking and whatnot. But then my teacher, Mrs. J, got a text from the principal that a maniac entered the school with a machete, hoping to get some kills. Even though we really didn't do lockdown drills, we were smarter than your run-of-the-mill year 6s, so we quickly turned off the lights, closed the windows, and locked the doors, and armed ourselves with sharp pencils. And I mean very sharp pencils. We were all sitting in the dark waiting for the lockdown to end, but unluckily for us, it didn't. Around 10 minutes into the lockdown, we heard the screams of a woman, a loud stomping near the stairs, and she was singing, "Die, die, die. I'll stab you till you die. Die, die, die. I hope you don't survive." At this point, at least half of the class was crying, and the rest of us were barely keeping it together. At around 15 minutes into the lockdown, the mentally unstable woman stomped up the stairs. This was bad news, as we were the closest upstairs classroom to the stairs. And at this point, Mrs. J passed out. So we were fucked. As we were the closest upstairs classroom to the stairs, the woman tried to smash the door's window so she could attempt to kill the 23 kids. The other 7 were absent, without an adult to protect them. To our horror, she succeeded, and she managed to unlock the door from the outside, and she was now in the room. And she had the most widest and creepiest smile on the planet. Of course, thanks to my luck, she struck me, cutting open my leg. Thanks to the amount of blood pouring out from the side of my leg, I was on the brink of passing out. And I should count my lucky stars that my friends had the guts to fight her, and I might say they managed to knock her out and restrain her. The police arrived and arrested her, and I was transported to the hospital, and I had the worst Christmas break of my life. Turns out the woman had stabbed some of my classmates too, and they were sent to the hospital. Luckily, we all survived. The woman was sentenced to 30 years in prison. The biggest twist of all was that Mrs. J was friends with the woman, and she helped her so she could kill us. That explains why Mrs. J passed out and why our class was targeted. Mrs. J was sentenced to 15 years in prison.
My name is Sophia. I live in Texas in a small town called Groom. Now, personally, this story isn't one of my own, but my cousin from Oklahoma. His name is Alex, and as he doesn't like talking about this situation, I decided to present the issue. At my school, we were given a week off, and, well, my family decided to take advantage of this and invite some family members over to spend the week. They agreed and came over, coming along later more so in the evening. When me and Alex saw each other, he suggested we some games or chat to keep us entertained, so I took up my Nintendo Switch and we played some Mario Kart for a round and an hour and a half or so. At some time later, my parents and my cousin's parents told us they were headed out to my grandparents' house for a drink. Me and my cousin nodded and continued our game, while my sister stayed on the couch and my oldest cousin Abel was chatting with his friends through his phone. The time being was fine. Me and my cousin continued playing different games at times, but each and every few minutes, his phone would go off with either a call or a message. At some point, I asked him about it. He responded with a nervous laugh and said, Oh, it's nothing. My friend has just been a bit pissed off with me. Let's just continue playing. I was insistent on him telling me, but he always just rejected me. Soon enough, I gave up and just started playing more games with him. We got bored and ended up watching a movie with some leftover pizza that we had in our fridge and some fruit punch. Then Alex told me he had to head to the bathroom and that he would be back. Once he left, though, his phone went off again. I know I shouldn't have gone through his phone, but I was curious, so I checked his notifications and there was a text message from someone named Johnny. I've heard about John before. He's Alex's closest friend, so I guess it wouldn't hurt to check what he wrote. I opened the message and saw about 15 unread messages, almost all of them being either in caps or just slurs and bad words. One that caught my eye was one that read, "You bitch, I know where you are. Don't ignore me. I'll fucking kill you and that bitch." I was confused. Who was he talking about? Then John wrote another message. "I'm outside the house. You better get out here now or I'll force myself in." I dropped the phone. A shiver ran up my spine. Then I heard footsteps behind me and saw Alex. He asked what was wrong, but before I could answer, we heard the sound of glass shattering, and me and my cousin gasped and ran into the room where my sister was in, with our older cousin shortly behind us. "What the hell was that?" Abel said. At this point, my sister was in tears, while I could feel my vision begin to blur. I kept my composure and remained still. We all hid down in my sister's desk, while my older cousin remained alongside the door, locking it and pulling his phone out to call the cops and then our parents. I held my breath and began to cry quietly, and I could feel my hands begin to quiver. I looked over at Alex's phone. It was booming with messages from Johnny, and I could tell Alex was terrified. Then we heard the door banging, and that's when my sister screamed and wailed our crying. "Alex, I know you're in there, you shit. Let me in." It was Johnny. I could tell from his deep voice, and I suppose that Alex did too. Then we heard the cry of sirens and then a sudden flood of footsteps. Bangs, yelling, shouts, and a gunshot. Abel unlocked the door, and what we saw horrified us. We saw Johnny on the floor with a police officer above him, pushing down, unable to let him get up. Johnny was covered in various scratch marks and bruises, and soon looked up at us and gave an angry expression. "You bitch! Alex, I swear I'll kill you." And that's the last of what we heard from him. But what I do know was that he had managed to break into our house by breaking the back window located in our kitchen. He had a pistol in his hand and was planning to shoot my cousin. When he was charged and sentenced, I asked my cousin why Johnny had wanted to do such a thing, since they have been really close friends. Apparently, Alex said that Johnny had started to get involved with a series of drugs and had wanted him to join. But when he refused, he and his other friend Carlos reported him for drug abuse, and since he was underage, and when he was taken, he had visited him in juvenile prison that Johnny had threatened him. I was terrified, but that's when I asked him, "Wait, how did he get out early from prison?" Alex just looked at me and shook his head. Right now, Alex has been visiting his therapist and getting prepared for graduation, while I am just entering high school. Honestly, I didn't think I've experienced a more horrid situation in my life.
My name is Ani Rude. Right now I'm 18, but this happened to me when I was 9 years old. I used to live in the United States in the state of Texas. It was a Saturday in January of the year 2011. In another 3 days, my birthday was coming up, so I was happy and I had done all my work with excitement. From the age of 6, I had a habit of playing with my toys in my backyard in the evening around 6 p.m. So that Saturday, I was so overjoyed because my birthday was coming up that I played until 9 p.m. I went in because my parents called me as it was pretty late and always asked me to close the back door after I entered the house. But that day, I had forgotten to close the back door, and even my parents forgot to remind me to close the door. I finished dinner around 9:30 p.m. and watched a TV show with my parents till 10. After the show was finished, they told me to sleep as I had crossed my usual bedtime, which was at 9 p.m. But that day, my parents allowed me to sleep a little late, as it was a Saturday. I brushed my teeth and my mom kissed me goodnight, and I passed out. Around 1 a.m., I urgently needed to go to the bathroom, and so I jumped out of my bed, walked to my room door, which was closed. And every day I keep the door open, but it was closed, which is a bit odd. I didn't think much of it, and I thought my mom closed the door by accident. So I tried to pull the door, but it didn't open. I thought it was locked from the inside, but when I checked, it was locked from the outside. I wanted to call my parents, but my parents' bedroom was in the top right corner of my house, and my room was in the bottom left corner. We had 2 floors, and my parents lived on the second floor, and I lived on the first. But I needed to use the bathroom so urgently that I decided to jump out of my window. And my window is about 3 feet away from the grassy ground, so I jumped, and as I expected, I had landed safely on the ground. Then I headed to the front door and rang the bell. I didn't expect my parents to open the door after I rang the bell once, so I rang the doorbell several times. On my 5th attempt, my dad finally opened the door with a baseball bat and was astonished to see me ringing the bell and was wondering why did I go out of the house. I first had to finish something, so I rushed to the bathroom, and when I came out, I explained everything to my dad. Well, he didn't believe me, so I asked him to check. We both went in the direction of my room, and when he checked it, it was indeed locked from the outside. We both rushed to my parents' bedroom and woke my mom to check whether she locked the door, but she told us she didn't. Well, my dad explained everything to her, and she was shocked. She immediately hugged me. After this, we heard a loud thump in the living room downstairs. We all jumped and became even more terrified. My dad grabbed the same baseball bat and walked downstairs. I and my mom were scared to be all alone, so we followed my dad downstairs. My dad had already found out what caused that thump and said it was a book which he was reading. He kept almost on the edge of the table in the living room, but he kept it in such a way that it still wouldn't fall. So I was pretty convinced that there was someone else in our house. So I told my thought to my dad, but he still didn't listen. Then we all heard a scratching noise coming from our living room closet. We were all terrified at that moment. But my dad had the balls to go to the closet, not forgetting the baseball bat. My mom was ready to dial 911, but Dad told her not to call them yet. The moment my dad opened the door is the moment that will bring chills down my spine to this day. When he opened the closet door, an ugly man was standing with greasy hair and wrinkly skin. It seemed that he didn't have any teeth either. But when I saw what he was carrying in his hands, I screamed and told my dad. He was carrying a long kitchen knife. He then started running towards my dad and tried to stab him. But my dad reacted quickly and smashed his face with the baseball bat. My mom had already called the cops. And then it hit me that this was the man who locked me in my room. But how did he get in? Then I remembered that I had forgotten to close the back door after I came in. That's how he must have entered the house. The cops arrived in 5 minutes, but still the man was blacked out. 2 officers pulled the car in front of our house and handcuffed the man and arrested him. He was still unconscious. I and my family were relieved, and I did hug my parents after the officers left the house. After that, I always remembered to lock the back door after I entered the house. When I became 12, I completely quit playing with toys. But I still wonder what would have happened to me if my dad hadn't reacted quickly and smashed the bat on that man's face. I guess that would have been the end of my family. But I'm glad that didn't happen.
My name is Ellie. This happened when I was 21. It was on the 19th of May, 2020, when I went to the hospital because I had sprained my ankle lately. Nothing out of the ordinary happened until a man sat next to me. He looked like he was in his 40s. His hair and beard were messy and looked like he hadn't showered in days, or maybe weeks. He was on his phone. I was a bit nosy, and I'm glad I was, because what he was doing on his phone was texting a person named Dave. He texted Dave and told him, "There's a girl sitting next to me." And Dave replied, "You know what to do." It had me shooked. He texted again to Dave, "Meet me in the car now." He stood up and exited the hospital in a hurry. Luckily, after maybe 1 minute, a nurse came to me and said, "Elizabeth James." And I stood up and walked inside the room, and I explained everything that had happened. And the nurse called the police, and the man was captured by the police in a blue rusty van with another person, which seemed to be Dave. The police found out that he had a gun with a pocket knife in his pockets, and after 3 days, the news reported that the man had escaped from Mexico prison 2 years ago and teamed up with an infamous robber and kidnapper. I had the feeling that something bad was going to happen this year, that someone would die. I went to sleep and I started dreaming about someone having a heart attack. My brother was staying with his girlfriend and came home. He said to me that he felt like he was about to get a heart attack. I told him about my dream. It was scary because I've predicted the future before, but then small things, like someone who would say that I was cute with some random guy, and then it would happen in real life. Only in real life, the things that are said to someone in my dreams are always said to another, so I could never know what would happen to whom. I wanted to put on my Snapchat story, "If someone has a heart attack, I am a predictor." But I didn't, because I didn't want people to think I am crazy. I woke up the next day, and I was in shock with what I heard. "Your friend's aunt died this night because of a heart attack." To this day, I don't know if it's a coincidence, but I am so confused. This happened to me when I was 10 years old. I was going to my aunt's house. On my way, I came across a park, and I saw a girl sitting on a swing staring at me. I ignored it. After I reached, me and my aunt went to the elevator because my aunt lived in an apartment which was on the top floor. We took the elevator. Suddenly, the lights went off. We were standing still when I saw the same girl flashing and coming closer to me. I got scared, but I ignored it, thinking I was just hallucinating. A few hours later, it was around midnight. I was on my phone and everyone was sleeping, so I decided to go to sleep. But just then, I heard a voice. The voice was of a girl saying, "Follow me, Taylor." It scared me, but I decided to follow it. I couldn't see anything, but only hear her voice. After some time, the voice stopped and said, "One more step." As I was about to take one step forward, someone pulled me. When I woke up, I saw that I was lying on the floor very close to the balcony railing, and my head was bleeding as I had fallen directly on my head. And then I rushed back to my aunt, woke her up, and told her everything. She didn't believe anything I said and sent me home. After that, I returned home and started reading the news, and I saw something very horrifying. I saw a girl who was very similar to the girl in the swing, and that's when I remembered that I had gone to the park just a few days ago with my friends to play, and there were people gathered around, and they had told us to go home because there had been an accident near the swing. After reading deeper, I found that the kids who had gone to the park had also heard the same voice, and some of them had even died. After that day, I couldn't stop thinking about what would have happened if someone hadn't pulled me. This happened about 3 years ago. Me and my family had moved into a new house. It was an older house compared to the others on the street we lived on. One day, me and my sister were playing in her room when she suddenly asked me, "Have you seen the little girl that watches you when you sleep?" I got chills and asked her what she meant. She said to me, "There is a girl that stays under my bed. We talk a lot, and one day she told me that you interest her and that she has been keeping an eye on you while you sleep." I told her that she was too old to be telling stories and that she shouldn't scare me like that. One night, I woke up suddenly. I didn't know why I had woken up. I assumed it was a noise and tried to go back to sleep. A few minutes later, I heard whispering in my ear. It sounded like a little girl. She whispered to me, "It offends me that you don't think I'm real. In fact, you've made me quite mad." I almost pissed myself. I was so scared that I couldn't move. I suddenly felt hands around my throat and I couldn't breathe. I screamed and my parents came running into my room. They asked me what was wrong and I told them that a girl had tried to choke me. I thought they wouldn't believe me, but apparently she had been paying them visits in the middle of the night too. We moved out of that house pretty quickly. Even though it's been a while, my sister still brings up that girl sometimes in our conversations. My name is Serena, and this happened on December 1st, 2018. Me and my dad were going to the father-daughter dance at my school, but on our way there, we needed gas. So we stopped at a gas station, and while waiting in the car, I heard a knock on the window. I quickly looked over and saw a terrifying woman who was covered, and I mean covered, in blood. She was smiling ear to ear. At that moment, my dad came back to the car and the woman walked away. My dad asked me what just happened, and I told him everything. He looked terrified, and soon after, we drove away. We had a fun time at the dance, but what really scares me is that on December 1st, 2019, my dad passed away after going to that same gas station. They found him in the trash can out back, covered in blood, but what is really scary is he died from an overdose. Why was he covered in blood then? This might not scare you, but it still sends a shiver down my spine.
I was 18 when this happened. A friend invited us over to hang out with him at his place because he didn't want to be alone in his old house. He even promised to treat us with some snacks and drinks to bribe us to come over. It was an offer that was hard to refuse. Most of his family lives in the city because of work, and whenever they are free, they try to check up on their old house. It was an ancestral home. The doors were antique-looking with flowery details that gave it an older vibe. The front door is next to the living room, and there is a room along the corridor. In front of the living room is the kitchen, which is connected to the bathroom. We chatted and poured some drinks, and everyone was having a good time. I need to tell you that I have a low tolerance when it comes to alcohol. Either I easily get dizzy or my skin becomes reddish, and sometimes both. After a few shots, I told someone that I needed to use the restroom. It was a pretty large bathroom, but not a faucet was in sight. I figured the two basins served a purpose. After doing my thing, I tried to reach for the soap dispenser to wash my hands. What happened next still horrifies me to this day. An amputated hand reached from inside the drain in the sink and tried grabbing my arm. It scared the hell out of me. Though I was scared, I tried to convince myself that it was just my mind playing tricks on me, because at that point I was pretty tipsy. Still, I was getting goosebumps all over my body. Suddenly, my instincts told me that I needed to get out of there. No, I knew that I had to get out of there, and as I tried to leave, my sight landed on something strange. A faceless lady wearing a white gown was standing in front of me with long black hair and soaking wet clothes. Standing face to face with this thing for a few seconds felt like an eternity, not to mention that she was blocking my only way out. I wanted to get out of the restroom so bad, but I was so fucking frightened that I was petrified and couldn't move. I finally gathered all my courage and fled without washing my hands, and accidentally slammed the door. As I approached my friends, I tried to act normal. I wanted to tell them what I saw, but I doubt they would have believed me. Knowing them, they would have accused me of hallucinating or trying to make up stories. Someone looked at me and asked, "Where have you been?" "I went to the toilet," I answered. What he said next shook me to my core. "Try not to roam around. A lady and a hand randomly greets visitors here." After that encounter, for months, I was uneasy whenever I went to an unfamiliar bathroom. One time I had just got home from school. It was a long day, and I could not wait to get home and get some rest. About 30 minutes later, I was in a deep sleep, and the next thing I knew, I was in one of my old houses when I was little, about 5 years old, and I was just waking up and getting ready for school. Then, when I was driving with my mom to school, I saw a big strange shadow around a shady tree. It was like a demon from hell and looked skinny and tall and had blood dripping from its mouth. I told my mom what I saw, but for some reason she couldn't hear me. I was thinking, should I keep it to myself or should I tell someone at school? It was about lunchtime and I went to the cafeteria, but I was at the back of the line since I had to finish some schoolwork that everyone else had already finished. I was getting ready to be served my lunch and I could see behind the lady who was serving me the exact same figure that I saw, but this time it didn't have a head, and I wasn't aware of what the lunch lady had put on my tray. It was the head of the figure, staring at me with its tongue out, dripping blood again. I threw the tray and ran so fast out of the cafeteria and out of the school, but the school called my parents for leaving school grounds without permission. I tried to tell my mom and dad everything that was going on today, but they didn't believe me. They thought I was just overreacting since I was only 5 years old and had that type of imagination. But when we got home, my mom said I was grounded for a week and I had to do twice as many chores. It was then around bedtime and I went to sleep, forgetting everything that had happened today. I was woken up by a tug on my back, and it was my mom saying, "Son, was this the thing that you saw earlier today at school?" And she pointed out the window, and I was in complete shock. I saw the shadow outside, and it was looking for me, so my dad got his gun for protection. But then I went to look outside again, and the figure was gone, and at that same exact moment, it appeared in my room, and it was roaring so loud, it woke me out of my deep sleep, and I fell off my bed. I decided to keep it to myself, but after a week I saw my sister drawing. I asked her, "What are you drawing, sis?" She showed me, and I got goosebumps all over my body. It was the same figure that was in my dream, and I was speechless. I told her I would give her $5 if I could keep the drawing. She agreed and then fell asleep. I had to take out the trash, so I secretly grabbed my dad's lighter and took that drawing, and did what I had to do. I watched the paper burn for several minutes and then went back to sleep. And to this day, that picture still gives me goosebumps just thinking about it.
I'm from the Philippines. When I was a kid, my grandmother was the only one who took care of me because mom and dad were always working. Memories with my grandma are a blur, but the only clear memory I have with her is of her laying in her deathbed. She kept saying my name and she said, "Come here, don't be scared." I can see her body shaking. I don't recall what my feelings were, but I know for a fact Mom was crying her eyes out. This happened around 2006, 2007. I was Grandma's favorite. I saw baby pictures of me and she was always carrying me. When my birthday came around, she always showered me with gifts. Yeah, I can't remember much, but I'm one lucky grandson. I wish I had clear memories of her though. Well, anyway, I was 5 years old when she died. 3 years passed and then I was 8. Filipinos are very religious people, so yeah, they believe in superstitions and ghosts. I sure believed when I was a kid too. In those 3 years, there were some occasions where Mom would start smiling and would tell me that she felt Grandma's presence. When Mom felt that I was getting scared, she would look at me and say, "Don't you miss her?" As a kid, that scared me shitless. My 9th birthday was coming up on November 1st. In the Philippines, that's the Day of the Dead. Coincidence, am I right? So Mom and Dad cooked some food, bought a cake, and gave me a gift. I don't really recall the gift, but it was a toy. Mom suddenly went silent. She said, "Remember when Grandma used to give you toys?" Can't really blame her. She must have missed her so much. Fast forward, and I remember Mom tucking me in bed and turning off the lights. I remember slowly falling asleep and waking up. I heard someone singing Happy Birthday, so I slowly opened my eyes to the point where I was squinting. I saw someone who was dressed in white and was old. Then I realized she looked like my grandma. Take note, I was squinting, and when she died, I was 5 years old, so that's why I wasn't really sure. She was singing Happy Birthday, and she slowly came up to my ear and whispered, "Come here, don't be scared." I couldn't take it anymore, so I screamed as loud as I could, waking up my mom and my dad. I told my mom and dad what happened, and what Mom said still gives me the chills to this day. I felt it too, and that is not your grandma. Grandma always protected you during your birthday. You have the birthday of death. Spirits, especially evil spirits, are attracted to you, and they can easily dwell in your body if you let them. I don't know if that's a superstition, but it's better to be safe than sorry. I'm a 32-year-old man now, but this event scared me for life. When I was 14, me and my mom went on a holiday to see some of our family in Canada, and we were very excited. Our family was quite distant at the time, as my father had left us for a model in France, and we'd moved to England for a fresh start. Well, anyway, we got there and I was reminded just how beautiful it is where my grandma and grandfather live. By the way, this was around wintertime, so it was quite cold. We were enjoying our roast until I heard an echoing scream outside the cabin. Me being the person I am, I just laughed and shrugged it off. I was actually petrified of whatever thing would make a noise like that at night. So my grandfather said to me, "Let's go get some layers on and go check what it is." Being very large for my age, around 6'1" and about 95 kilograms, or around 200 pounds or so, I was a very scary-looking person to stand up to or try to fight, so I had to say yes. We got our coats and my grandfather brought his gun, just for safety. We headed out around 50 meters from the cabin when we saw what it was. It was a moose. It had been crushed by a rock and was making the same scream as before, so we had to put it out of its misery. We needed to call someone to help us get rid of the corpse, but we were too tired and it had started to snow. But something was off. There was nowhere for a rock that size to have come from. We headed back to the cabin. I was just laughing to myself, thinking that my anxious feeling tonight was because I was just being childish. But then, all that changed later that night. About 20 minutes later, we heard the same scream. We all jumped, and I looked outside. The body wasn't there anymore, and I shat a brick. I was confused as to how a giant moose corpse, pinned to the ground with a rock that weighed probably twice as much as me, could have just disappeared. Then I saw something I still have nightmares about. It could have been a coincidence, but a man with a Glock G45 was staring at us, and he aimed right at me. Then he shouted, "Anyone fucking move? This big fuck dies." What he didn't know was that I also carried a penknife on me because of an incident I had when I was younger. While he was paying attention to the rest of my family, I jabbed it right into his hand that was holding the gun. He dropped it and I ran right at him, tackling him to the ground, so my family had time to call the police. We traded punch for punch, and because I couldn't hold him down, he kept trying to reach his gun after every one of his punches. But the scariest thing I remember was that he was just smiling. I ended up trying to stomp on his hand so he would forget about the gun. Then bang! I'd been shot, straight in and out of my shoulder. Luckily, I had adrenaline rushing through my body and stomped on his hand, breaking it in multiple different places. Then I stomped on his ribs and started kicking his head until he was knocked out. The police ended up coming around 10 minutes later, and I was rushed to the hospital with a few missing teeth and a broken jaw. The maniac had several injuries: 3 broken ribs, all 5 fingers crushed, a broken jaw, a broken nose, and a concussion. It turned out that this man had broken out of prison a few weeks prior. I don't ever sleep at night anymore. Now I'm known as an owl, and I sleep throughout the day. I think to myself now that if I didn't have that penknife from my father, I would be dead, and my mom, grandma, and grandfather would be as well. Just know that every person around you has your trust and respect, and you have theirs, because not everybody in this world is a nice person. It happened almost 2 years ago. Due to working overtime, it was almost 1 a.m. when I finally left work. And by the way, I live in the Philippines, and at that time of night, there were very few people waiting to ride home. The only available public vehicles were jeepneys and UV Express. UV Express is like a carpool, and I always ride on that since there's no direct route of jeepneys to my house. There was this one UV Express that stopped by our area, and there were only a few passengers inside. There was a man at the back, one woman in the middle, and another man beside the driver. I sat beside the woman in the middle. Regularly, it would only take around 30 minutes before I reached my stop. After about 15 minutes, the man beside the driver and the woman beside me exited at the same time. I was left with the man behind me, who had short black hair and was wearing a plain t-shirt and jeans. The driver told me that he would not be taking any more passengers since it was already late, and his home was also by my stop, so he removed the route sign on the windshield. I was browsing my mobile phone when suddenly the guy behind my back asked the driver to stop. At first, I didn't pay any attention to him because the driver should have heard him clearly, but he continued to drive as if he hadn't heard anyone. The guy calmly asked the driver to stop again, saying he was way past his stop. I was pretty annoyed at the driver because he seemed to just ignore the guy. So I told the driver that the guy was asking him to stop while still looking at my phone. Then I noticed that the driver gave me a confused look, and what he told me gave me goosebumps. He told me in a serious and confused voice that I was the only passenger left in the van, and that's why he said that he would not take any more passengers. I looked slowly behind me, and the man was still there. The driver stepped on the gasoline and drove as fast as he could. After a few minutes, we reached the mall near my home, and the guy in the back was gone. The driver told me that some of his fellow drivers have also experienced the same thing, that an unknown guy would ask the driver to stop at a nearby abandoned house. I still ride on UV Express, but I avoid riding after midnight as much as possible.
I was 11 at that time. We were living in a pretty big house. There was one empty room. The walls were old and there was no window. My parents never used that room, so I always considered it my second room. I decorated it with an antique rug my mom had, a few lamps, and some pillows. I used to go in that room when I was angry at my parents. I sometimes heard some strange sounds like scratching, but I figured that it was just a mouse, so I just ignored it. One day my parents were screaming at me because I got into a fight at school. I locked myself in the room. I was crying, but I somehow fell asleep in that room and woke up sometime in the middle of the night. I started hearing some strange sounds coming from my window. Tapping sounds. Tap, tap, tap. I turned and looked, but saw nothing. So I laid back down on the rug, but then I heard something on my door. It was the same sound that was coming from the window. Tap, tap, tap. I slowly looked over. There was a woman standing there with light gray hair and a long white dress. She startled me, and I asked her why she kept tapping on my door. When I said that, I knew I shouldn't have, but it was too late. She turned her face to me. Her mouth was so big, and her eyes were so small. She came over to me and whispered in my ear, "I'm waiting for you to wake up." I couldn't scream or call my parents. It felt like something was holding my mouth shut. Then she told me, "Next time, it will be even better." Then I woke up and it was morning. I was so frightened by what she said. What did she mean? When I went downstairs, I saw on my door some little scratches that I know weren't there before. I told my parents what happened, but they didn't believe me. I never slept in that room again. I think that the thing she told me, "I'm waiting for you to wake up," had a deeper meaning than just waking up from a dream. This happened when I was 14. I was sleeping, and suddenly I felt the urge to wake up. When I tried to sit up, I couldn't. I thought I was dead, until I realized my body didn't know I was awake, and I was paralyzed. I tried to remain calm as I collected my thoughts and tried to figure out a solution of why I couldn't move. But then suddenly I saw out of the corner of my eye something in the corner of my room. As I slowly turned my gaze to the darkest corner of the room, I saw what appeared to be a cloaked woman with an abnormally large head and sharp teeth staring back at me. Every time I blinked, she seemed to be getting closer to my bed. I tried hard not to close my eyes, but it was difficult. The woman was at the end of my bed and began crawling towards me. I remembered my mother told me a prayer to say. "Now I lay me down to sleep, I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take." I kept saying it until I fell asleep. When I woke up again, it was morning, and I was finally able to move again. After a sigh of relief, I looked back in the corner where the lady was standing, and what I saw will forever be engraved in my memory. In the corner of my room were the words, "I'll get you next time," written in blood.
When I turned 18, my parents literally kicked me out of the house. I come from Nigeria, Africa, but I was born in the US. My parents did give me enough money to rent a small house, so I worked at a restaurant, but I also wanted to make some extra money on the side. So I used eBay. I don't know if you're familiar with that app, but you can sell stuff you don't need anymore. I had some stuff I wore when I was about 13 or 14, so I posted them to sell on eBay. Shortly after, someone contacted me and said they wanted to buy my items. We talked about the price, but he also didn't have a profile, so I didn't really know the gender of the person. I just assumed it was a girl or a parent who wanted to buy something for their teenage kid, but I didn't really think much of it. This person wanted to come over on Saturday at 7 p.m. My friend also was coming over around the same time, so it didn't bother me since this person was just going to take the clothes and leave. On Saturday around 6:45, I heard a knock at the door. I opened the door to see a 6'5" man standing with blonde hair and blue eyes, well-built and casually dressed. We stared at each other for about 10 seconds, and then he asked, "Are you the girl selling the clothes?" I nodded yes and let him in. "Are you home alone?" he asked. No, my dad is upstairs," I answered, but it was a lie. I was not going to tell a stranger that I was home alone. I mean, that's stupid. He asked other weird questions, like when I was going to be home alone, or if my dad was a deep sleeper. I answered mostly with lies. I got the clothes out quick, just to get rid of him and his questions. I gave him the clothes. He told me that the clothes were nice and nodded with agreement. He told me he would give me $300 more than the actual amount. I was pleased, and when he asked if he could use the bathroom, I said yes, because I didn't want to seem rude. But 10 minutes passed and he was still in the bathroom, so I went upstairs to check on him and asked why he was in there so long. On the way, my bedroom door burst open and someone began choking me. I tried to fight back, but it was useless. Slowly, everything blacked out. When I woke up, I was in a hospital bed, and there was my friend and my parents. I asked them what happened, and my friend started to explain that when she saw a guy carrying me to a car, she became confused, so she called me. When I didn't pick up, she took a picture of the car just in case. So when the car left, she went around to my house and saw my phone ringing on the couch. That gave her chills because she knew I didn't go anywhere without my phone, not even to my neighbor's house. So she instantly called the police. When they arrived, they saw that a car was parked in front of a house. When they went inside, they saw the eBay dude and 5 other men touching me in a way they shouldn't while I was still blacked out. After that, they brought me to the hospital. And then the police came in and told me something terrifying. Yes, these men are in jail now, but in the house that they lived in, they found pictures of me doing different activities. And in a drawer of a closet, they found pictures of different black women. When the officers asked where these women were, they said that they were already dead. I'm just so glad I didn't decide to cancel my outing with my friend, or else I would have ended up just like these women.
My name is Bence. I'm from Debrecen, a fairly large city in Hungary. I used to play basketball with 2 of my friends in a team. One was my best friend, the other one was from our team. One night, after practice, they had to get home early. I don't live far away from the school, where the gym was, so I had time. I escorted my friends to the bus terminal. When we were going there wasn't a lot of people. An old lady, a younger woman with a black leather jacket, and a middle-aged man. My friend offered us a cigarette, so we waited for the bus. Time went by and the bus finally came. Line 42A to IT services via Canisi Medical Center. I waved hello and started to go home. When I left the bus stop, I realized that the woman in the jacket was following me. She caught up to me and greeted me. I didn't see clearly what she looked like. She had black bangs and was fairly tall. Her voice was really deep, but it was still a woman's voice. "You didn't even inhale the cigarette properly," she said. "I actually did. Sometimes I enjoy it, but I'm not an addict," I replied. She was laughing a little, but I didn't hear it properly. "My brother used to smoke. He didn't grow much taller than you," she said. Okay. "All right, just be safe, Bence." "Okay, bye." Then I turned right to the sidewalk when I realized I never told her my name. I immediately turned back, but she wasn't there. There weren't any alleys, other streets, bus stops. I don't know who she was or what was her name, but she vanished into thin air. She didn't get on any bus. She was just waiting there for me.
My name is Léonie Toussillon. I live in a small town in France called Saint-Véran. I'm quite paranoid after this event occurred in my life. It takes a lot of courage for me to write this. After all, it was quite eerie, but you can be the judge of that. Where I live, it is a mountainous area, so a lot of tourists visit to see the wonderful sights. One day, my friends and I decided to go hiking up in the mountains, which is only a couple of miles from my house. As we were making our way up the mountain, one of my friends suddenly slipped and sprained her ankle. In a distance, we saw a figure approaching us. Naturally, we shouted towards him and begged him for help. As he made his way towards us, we saw that he had cuts and bruises on his face. He also gave off an unpleasant stench. I inquired about his face, as if he was also hurt. He assured us it was from hiking, as he loves spending time outdoors. He said he had a first aid kit back at his house, and as we were desperate, we obliged and followed him. It took us quite a while to reach his house, and when we did, he told us that we were welcome to rest there. Me and my friends were quite skeptical about this because his house did not look normal. It looked old and abandoned, and extremely unwelcoming. Me and my friends shared a look of uncertainty. However, my friend was yelping in pain. We settled her down on the couch in what seemed to be the living room. I noticed the room smelt of rotting meat, much like the stench that the man gave off. I opened the door, but to my surprise, the door was locked. I quickly ran to my injured friend, placing her upright. I told my friends that we needed to get the hell out of here right now. We heard the man approaching the door, singing a common French song that was recently part of a massive murder movie. I saw a window in the back room and rushed to it whilst holding back my tears. My friend started crying uncontrollably as she was thinking what I was thinking. I took a torch out of my backpack and repeatedly hit the window until it smashed. But I was greeted by the man with a kitchen knife, and he started laughing and chasing me and my friends. But as I said before, my friend with the sprained ankle had fallen behind. I regret the very decision I made. I kept running and wiping my tears as I knew I had decided my friend's fate. We had reached my house, knowing we left behind our injured friend Abella. We called the police, and they had searched the area of the house, but no sign of Abella. She was pronounced missing a week after it happened, and to this day, she is still missing. I have to live with that every day. Thank you for listening. I hope you share this, as it is important to know not to trust strangers.
My old college roommate, Dylan, lives just outside of Denver. Like most Colorado natives, he loves to camp. The crazy kind of camper who does it all year, even in December. Whenever he goes to the mountains alone, I have him check in with me just in case. I'm worried about him, so I'll get right to it. His texts are starting to scare me. The following is our latest text conversation, 2:30 p.m.
Yo, just parked my car. Heading to the trail now.
You're crazy, man. How cold is it?
Not bad, actually. 30s. You gotta come out here soon. It's beautiful.
Ha! We'll see you in spring when it warms up. Have fun, man. Watch out for staircases in the forest.
Nice, dude. Real funny.
7:44 a.m.
Dude, are you up?
Yes, sir. You okay?
This is so weird. I woke up this morning, and there's someone else out here?
On the mountain? Looks like you're not the only winter camper. Lol.
No, not a camper. I can see them on the horizon, but they haven't moved. Like, at all.
What?
IDK, it definitely looks like a person, but they haven't moved. They're probably 300 yards away, but standing completely still.
That's super creepy, dude. Keep me updated. 9:19 a.m.
They still haven't moved. I made breakfast over the fire and acted like I didn't notice anything. I'm gonna check it out.
LGHT. Let me know. Maybe it's a stump or something. 9:33 a.m.
Dude, it's a fucking scarecrow.
What? Like a farmer's scarecrow?
Yeah, man, what the fuck other kind of scarecrows are there? Its clothes are weird, though.
How so?
The clothes are modern. It's wearing a nice black jacket and jeans and stuff. Face is kind of scary. Burlap sack with black eyes and a huge smile stitched on. And why is this thing out here? I'm tempted to steal its North Face jacket. Lol. I posted a picture of it on my Snap story if you want to see what it looks like.
I don't know, dude. I'd leave it alone. Maybe it's some sort of conservation study or something. Like to see if bears will attack it. You might be on camera. And I know you have weed and shrooms on you.
Ha, good point. Speaking of which, time to pack a bowl. Lol.
Have fun. Ha ha. 3:33 a.m.
Someone is outside my tent.
I'm sure.
Dude, please, this is serious. I can see their shadow.
Call the police, Dylan.
No, I don't want to make any noise. They probably think I'm asleep. I have my knife. I'm texting inside my sleeping bag so they can't see my phone light. I thought I heard a noise and I woke up. I guess I didn't zip up my tent all the way and I assumed it was the wind, but then I saw the silhouette.
WTF, man? Should I call the police for you? Where are you? Latitude and longitude now. Dylan! Dude, please respond and drop a pin so I know where you are. 6:56 a.m.
I'm all right.
Thanks for finally responding. I was just about to have a heart attack. I barely slept. I was going to call the police or ranger station, but I don't know where you're at.
There's something weird, though. The scarecrow is right outside my tent. Someone put it there last night while I was asleep. That's the shadow I saw. I don't like this at all.
Go home, man. Seriously. That's messed up, even if it's a joke.
I'm about 4 miles from my car. I'll text you when I get back to it. Also, I forgot to mention something.
What?
My hat was on top of the scarecrow this morning. Someone must have got into my tent last night while I was asleep and put my hat on its head.
Text me ASAP. That was earlier. Hopefully he gets back okay. 3 dots. It looks like he's responding. 9:13 a.m.
Oh, shit. Someone slashed my tires. And there's another scarecrow by my car.
Today, I'm going to share with you a story that actually happened to me. So for the holidays, me and 2 of my friends decided to go and visit my friend's village. At night, on the second day, we decided to walk around the streets. The village was really quiet, and there were only a few houses in that area. It was a winter night, so the weather was very foggy, and we couldn't see much in the distance. The roads we were walking on had trees lined up on both sides, and huge rice fields just beyond them. You can't see from one end to the other end, even in daylight. So as we were walking, one of our friends was getting super scared. I tried to scare him more by throwing small branches and sticks in the trees to make loud noises. At one point, he became quite furious at me, so I had to stop. After a few minutes of walking, we all heard something in the trees. I swore to my friends that it wasn't me, but they didn't believe me. A couple of minutes later, it happened again, and they clearly saw now that it wasn't me, and we all froze at the same time. We saw something drop from the tree and stand still, facing us. We couldn't clearly see it due to the fog. We suddenly started to run in the opposite direction from where our house was. The thing went flying through the trees and landed a few meters ahead of us. We were shocked. But suddenly, a white figure came from behind us. It was an enormously sized man with a beard and white clothing. He told us to follow him and not to be scared. We were so scared we didn't think anything of it and started following him. When we were following him, we no longer saw the creature that had been following us earlier. Luckily, the guy lived right next to our house and told us not to go out at night. We told everyone everything the next morning, and they told us no one lives next to our house. That's when we packed our bags and left the village for good. This happened to an old lady in our area a few years ago. We used to live in Chawl-type area, where everyone's house was very near with each other. There was an old lady living with her son. In our area, everyone had a good relationship with each other, considering they went to school with each other. So sometimes they go to each other's houses to eat, especially a few of them who also worked together. One of them died because of a heart attack. After a few weeks of this, there was a knock on the door after midnight. That old lady's son was on a night duty that day, so she thought it was him. When she opened the door, she realized that it was one of her son's friends, so she asked him what he was doing here at this hour. He told her that he was hungry. She agreed and told him to come in. They chatted as he ate. After eating, he left saying goodbye to her. She also had gone to sleep after closing the door. After waking up, she was doing her daily routine while thinking what happened that night. When she replied in mind what had happened the night earlier, she was scared to the bone, because she realized the one who came at night was none other than the man who died a few weeks ago. When she realized that, she told this to her son and her neighbors. After that, no one saw him, but to this day, we don't know why he came to the house that night. Some people say that maybe he wanted to eat his last meal.
I'm 30 years old, but this happened to me when I was 19. I was staying in a hotel because I was visiting a university that I wanted to attend. After I unpacked everything, I went out to a restaurant to eat and then came back again around 8 p.m. I was checking out Instagram while laying down in bed. About an hour later, a strange alarm started going off in my room, along with a white light flashing in the corner of the ceiling. A message started repeating, saying something along the lines of, All guests remain in your rooms. This is a lockdown. I had never heard of a lockdown in a hotel room before. I didn't know hotels had alarms like this. I found it more interesting and exciting than anything else. Eventually, the alarm stopped, but the light kept flashing, and the message kept repeating every 20 seconds. It was only like 9:30 p.m., so I decided to switch on the TV for some background noise while I was getting ready for bed. I shut the light off when I was done and laid down and watched TV for about a half an hour before turning it off. The light in the corner of the ceiling, along with the message, was definitely going to disturb my sleep. I was thinking of calling the reception to see what was going on. A minute later, the phone started ringing, so I picked it up, and it was the reception. I was expecting them to tell me something about the alarm and when it would shut off, but instead, the person on the other end spoke in a very concerned voice. She told me to remain calm and walk out the door. So I took that opportunity to inquire about what was going on. She told me that there was someone in the room with me and to get out immediately. I got off the phone and started looking around everywhere. Part of me was in the fact curious to see if someone was actually in the room. I checked under the bed and the bathroom, but nobody was there. Then I noticed a closet next to the bathroom door. It was one of those closets with a wooden sliding door. It was open just a tiny bit, and through that tiny crack, I could see a person. At first, it wasn't really sinking in what I was seeing, but when the door slid shut, that was when I freaked out and ran out the door. The people at the reception desk showed me some security cameras from an hour earlier of some sketchy-looking man walking around looking for a room. When he got to my room, he opened it with a card he somehow got, and that was it. I stayed around as the police came and took the person out. It was a man with brown hair, a top, and shorts. He looked like he was in his 40s, and he looked at me as he passed, as if he knew who I was immediately. It's scary thinking back that he might have been watching me for over an hour in that closet. Who knows what he would have done to me if I didn't get out of my room that second.
It's happening again.
The words struggled to leave my mother's mouth as she stood, shaking in the kitchen. My brother, Jimmy, and I eyed her curiously. Before we could respond, my father stood up and asked her, "Are you sure?" His typically charismatic and whimsical tone now buried beneath a new voice built from panic and concern.
Yes, I'm sure,
she replied. My father stood still for a moment in disbelief, whispered something to my mother, then turned to face us. "Boys, there's a man coming to town. You're going to see him around. Maybe in the street, maybe on a park bench, maybe even in the corner of your bedroom at night." I looked at my brother and was met with a mirrored reflection of confusion. We looked back to my father. "Listen to me, boys. No matter what he looks like this time, do not mention anything about his appearance." My mind raced, unsure if my parents were losing their collective minds or if this was some sort of out-of-character joke they were playing. I spoke up, breaking the silence. "Dad, what are you talking about? Who's coming to town?" My father approached us. He placed one hand on Jimmy's shoulder and the other on mine. "I know this doesn't make a lot of sense, or any sense for that matter, but I need you both to be strong and mature for me, okay? If you see a man around town that looks different, promise me you will not say anything about how he looks. Not to me, not to your mom, not to each other or anyone. Not even a whisper. Got it?" Jimmy and I looked to each other and then back to Dad. We nodded. The next few days proceeded like normal. We went to school, came home, and played outside with our friends. Mom and Dad never brought up that night. For some reason, we never felt like bringing it back up to them. I went to bed that night content, not knowing that tomorrow would lead to the most horrific experience of my life. The school bus stopped at the corner. Jimmy and I raced home to drop off our backpacks and grabbed our baseball gear. We were meeting the other guys at the Diamond for a pickup game. The weather was perfect. I'll never forget that. Jimmy and I rode as fast as we could pedal down the street and onto the sidewalk. We arrived at the Diamond to find the other guys already waiting for us. We ditched our bikes and sprinted onto the field. When it was my turn to bat, I recited the words my dad had taught me. Hands back, eye on the ball, swing through the ball. I repeated my mantra as the ball came in. The second the bat made contact, I knew that I had crushed it. The ball soared into the sky to the depths of left field. Mike was fast, but even as the fastest kid on the block, he couldn't catch this one. He sprinted towards the ball as it came crashing back down to earth as I ran the bases. I grinned ear to ear as I rounded third to home. Then the cheers from my team ended abruptly as the world seemed to pause in silence. We all looked in unison toward left field. The baseball sat at the feet of a man, at least what resembled a man. Mike stood and stared, glancing back at us. We all inched closer for a better look. The thing that stood in the field wore a black suit jacket, black pants, and a top hat. But it wasn't a man at all. It was, in all respect, a balloon. Someone had tied together a series of balloons to create a sort of ballooned animal human being and dressed it in clothes. The bulbous yellow head was oversized, with red balloon eyes and a big blue grin. It had a green nose sticking out like a ripe cucumber, and what looked to be drawn-on ears. Mike burst out laughing, breaking the silence. A sound I'll never forget. He dropped to the grass and rolled in hysterics. He got back up and stared the balloon creature in its inflated eyeballs. Is this the man our parents have been so scared of? A fucking balloon? His roaring laughter continued. Despite it being very windy that day, the balloon man didn't even flinch. It just stood, grinning its blue grin. Mike poked the balloon man with his finger and jolted back, grabbing his finger in pain. Jimmy tugged me by the shirt. I think we should go home. I nodded in agreement. We rode home in silence. At dinner, we did not mention the incident. Tension filled the kitchen like our parents already knew. That night, a shrill scream filled the street and jolted me out of bed. I ran downstairs, Jimmy tailing behind me. My dad yelled for us to stay inside. We didn't listen. Mike's mom stood outside screaming and pacing the street. Lights from the neighboring houses turned on one by one until we saw. Mike's mother held something in her arms. The neighbors stood from their lawns and gasped when they saw. She was holding a balloon version of Mike. It was even wearing his clothes. She continued her screaming, demanding to know where her son was, pleading with the neighborhood. She dropped to her knees, squeezing balloon impersonation in her arms. The pop echoed throughout the street, and Mike's mother sat on the pavement.
I was living in California at the time. I was driving to my parents' house for the holidays. They lived in a different state than mine, so I had to drive there. On the way, I saw an old bar that had a sign saying free drinks inside. And you know, I'm not a very tall and structured woman. I'm more on the skinnier side, and I try not to go out too much. But I thought to myself, why not? I mean, I am thirsty. So I went inside the bar, and when I got inside, there weren't very many people there. Just one man sitting at one of the tables and the bartender. When I look back on this, I realize that the bartender and the guy were making mysterious glances at each other. As I walk up to the bartender, the man sitting at the table stood up. I glanced over at him and he was staring at me straight in the eyes with a creepy smile plastered across his face. I asked the bartender what his problem was, and the bartender just innocently told me, "I don't know, he just walked in right after you parked your car." And then it dawned on me, he only came in here because of me. I ran outside to check my car, but it was gone. I knew that the man who was sitting at the table stole my car. I ran back inside to tell the bartender, but when I got there, he had a look on his face like he already knew. As I started to gather all the information in my head, I realized that the bartender and the man sitting at the table were in on this together. Once I realized this, the man lunged towards me and had that creepy smile plastered across his face. I turned around and ran for my dear life. I was running what felt like for hours, but it was most likely minutes. I looked back and saw that he was just inches from me. I turned back and saw a police car, and to my luck, there was a police officer in the front seat. I started waving my hands frantically to get his attention, but to no luck, he was on his radio to another police officer. His face changed as he started to drive away. I turned around again to see if he was still following me, and he wasn't. I breathed a sigh of relief, but as soon as I turned around, both of them were standing in front of me with the same creepy smile. I started to run the other way, but now there was two of them. I ran for about 3 minutes more before he caught me and covered my mouth with the bartender's hand. They were dragging me back to my car, but I could hear the police sirens in the distance. The bartender pushed me onto the floor before running away. The police cars were seen in seconds. That was the last thing I remember from that night. I think I just blacked out. When I woke up, I was at my parents' house. There were police officers in the dining room speaking to my parents. I came in and the police officer started talking to me. He pretty much said that the men who stole my car escaped from a nearby mental institution. They were going to kidnap me and take my car, and then take me to an abandoned house that was near the bar. The policeman that was on the radio earlier was responding to a noise complaint in my parents' neighborhood. They never found the men at that bar, and I haven't been to a rundown bar ever since. I'm Aksa. This incident happened when I was 12 years old. My parents were going out for dinner at a famous restaurant, and then we were planning to go to my uncle's house while I stayed with my best friend. Let's call her Karen. She was a very nice person. We planned to do many things, and we did watch movies and played video games. When we got bored, we decided to go to a nearby abandoned house, which was literally the worst thing we ever decided. Now, just for your information, it was a haunted house according to the rumors. The moment we entered, I had an eerie feeling and suggested Karen to leave the house ASAP, but she denied immediately. She was kinda an adventurous person. We suddenly found a map in the corner of the living room, which was weird, and it read go to the bathroom and go from the stairs, and that's how you'll get to the room upstairs. Karen and I were literally so curious as to what was upstairs in that room. We went up there and saw a crying baby. We were startled when we thought that someone must have left him here all alone. Me and Karen went towards the baby, and Karen tried to pick him up, but when she did, a woman who was drooling from her mouth and remarkably had blue eyes jumped from nowhere and grabbed her hand and slapped her several times and stabbed her in the leg 3 times. I don't know why I couldn't move, but I tried my best and threw a glass bottle at her, which was right beside me. She was badly hurt and was crying like a baby. I grabbed Karen's hand and we tried to escape from the house, but that maniac woman pushed me and my head was literally bleeding. Karen grabbed me, and when we went out of the house and reached my house as fast as possible, we were sitting in the living room, if I remember correctly, when we heard the glass window break and that mad woman was shouting and broke into our living room. Karen called the cops while I tried to walk with my broken head. The woman was shouting, "How dare you touch my baby?" And she was repeating it again and again. She pulled mine and Karen's hair and tried to pull us down, but Karen threw her phone at her and we ran to my room. Cops came and fortunately caught the woman. Karen was badly hurt and unfortunately didn't survive. I cried every day for her. My parents were there too. 2 weeks later, cops called me and said that the woman liked to collect dead bodies and that she never left people who tried to touch her child. I was scared but relaxed. It's been 4 years now, and thankfully nothing has happened. Hi, I'm Christy, and I'm 15 years old. I'm more of a night person, so I pretty much stay up very late. This is why my sleep schedule is so messed up. I usually go to bed around 3 to 5 a.m. Sometimes I don't even sleep at all. But this experience changed everything for me. It was 4 a.m. one night when I was watching my favorite series. I just turned off the TV and went to bed. Suddenly, I started getting chills for no reason. I just brushed it off and thought it was just me being cold. But then, I started hearing very strange noises coming from my window, like a very slow tapping. I got scared and I didn't want to check, so I just closed my eyes thinking everything would just go away. But unfortunately it didn't. It became louder and a bit faster. I just turned away from the window and hoped that everything would be over soon. But suddenly, I felt a very heavy breathing in my ear. I got so scared, but I wouldn't even dare to open my eyes. I just pretended to be asleep. I started sweating heavily and trembling a bit too. I passed out right after. I woke up the next day thinking about everything that happened that night was just a dream. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my leg. When I looked down, I saw scratches all over them, as if a creature with sharp nails tried to claw me. I didn't bother telling my mom because I knew that she wouldn't believe me even if I showed her the scratches. I didn't tell anyone about the incident, and when they asked about my leg, I would just tell them I accidentally fell off my bike. But I can't help but wonder, what was that thing that breathed in my ear, and what were those tapping noises? I still have no explanation for everything that happened, but one thing I know is that I won't go to bed late anymore. Some of you might not believe me, but that's okay. I wouldn't believe me either, but I can't help but wonder, what would have happened if I opened my eyes? Would I be dead?
When I was a junior in college, I used to work at a graveyard that's pretty famous for ghost sightings. I was 18 at the time, doing extra work to pay for college. I was with another coworker who was telling me she was having issues with her husband and her kids, just talking about how bad her life was going. She was mopping the floors, and I was taking out the trash from the hallway. The hallway was very long, and after hours the lights would turn off. I picked up a few bags and took them outside to the parking lot area to throw them in the big dumpsters. I'm pretty short, so I had to climb a ladder to dispose of the trash. When I turned around to go back to the building, I saw my coworker holding the mop, looking out towards me. And above her, there was this smoke-like cloud. It was gray and translucent. I immediately felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise and a big node in my gut. As I was walking towards the entrance of the building, I heard a whisper behind me. I couldn't make out what it said, and that feeling in my gut was getting worse. I rushed inside and locked the door behind me. I took a minute to breathe and called my coworker to see if she was done. I looked for her, but only found the bucket and mop in the middle of the hallway, as if she just dropped everything and left. I then called my supervisor to tell her that I couldn't find my coworker, and it seemed that she just suddenly left the building. I never saw her again. It's been 6 years since that incident, and I still remember that night. And I'm still curious about what could have made my coworker drop everything and leave in the middle of the night.
Hello everyone, my name's Kali, and I'm 18 years old. I have light fuchsia hair and brown eyes. But what I'm going to tell you happened 7 years ago. I had brown hair then. Back then, my precious grandpa had been sick for quite some time, and at last he came to rest. I was heartbroken, but my granny was worse. Since my grandparents lived alone, we moved in with her to ease her fear of an old woman being alone in a big house. Me and my brother shared the same bedroom, which was next to my grandpa's room, and his room was taken by my grandma. Some days passed, things were finally starting to feel normal until one certain night. I used to sleep early, since I was an 11-year-old student, but sometimes I woke up in the middle of the night to drink some water, and I was fully awake. It was always scary because it was too dark and quiet, but Grandma's snoring always broke the silence. That night, though, something very strange happened. I got up, drank some water from the bottle I have next to my bed, and out of the blue, instead of Granny's snoring, I heard Grandpa's. At first I was startled, but I thought I might have misheard. But no, since I was fully awake, I got up and stood next to my bed. I even slapped my cheeks. Yes, it was Grandpa's usual loud snoring. Now you'll think, how do I know whose snoring that was? Both my grandparents were snoring when I was sleeping with them, so I know it very well. I got so scared that moment and I started praying. I looked at my brother next to my bed and I calmed a bit, but the snoring didn't stop. There was no way I was going to check on it, so I went to sleep. Next morning, I told my mother what I had experienced, but of course she said I was probably half asleep. Even if she didn't believe me, I knew she would eventually since she had an experience of her own when she was younger. Anyways, I'm not sure what I heard that night, but it still bothers me to this day.
This happened when I was 15 years old. We had a kind of security camera fitted outside our apartment, which enabled us to see who was at the door. One day, our mom received a video from an unknown number. On seeing the video, our mom was shocked. The video showed footage from our outside camera. It was footage of me coming home after playing cricket. The question was, who was the guy that sent the video? And how did he get our footage? Did he hack our cameras? We were terrified. We thought of complaining to the cops, but then changed the plan as it wasn't that serious. It was 11 p.m. on a Monday, and me and my family members were sitting in the living room. My dad was at work. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. We were surprised because we weren't expecting anyone at this time of night, so my mom cautiously opened the door. There was a guy standing there that we had never seen before. He was tall, well-built, and was probably middle-aged. He was looking at my mom with creepy, wide-open eyes and said, "Open the door, ma'am." My mom asked him who he was and what he wanted while peering through the safety door behind our main door. Then I remembered that I had forgotten to lock the safety door after playing. The man didn't reply to my mom's question, but smiled, opened the safety door, and tried to get in. My mom tried to close the main door, but the man was strong. I was terrified. The man almost got in, but thanks to my elder sister and her quick response, she hit the man with my cricket bat. The man fell down unconscious. We called the police and they came and took the man away. The watchman for our building was suspended for allowing the man inside. The police searched the man's house, which was an old abandoned shop. They found videos of our CCTV footage, so it was clear that this was the guy who sent my mom the video. The man is now serving time in prison. To this day, I wonder who that man was. What did he want? And what would have happened if my sister hadn't hit him?
I remember I was standing inside a medieval castle. I could see the sky, but the sun wasn't in sight because it was a very cloudy day. I remember seeing there were a lot of children in the area. Some of the children far from me were lined up facing somewhere, while the children near me were scattered. Then, a woman came and led us to fall in line. All of the children followed her, and I figured I should follow her. Some time passed, and I don't know how I figured it out, but I thought that woman must have been a mother figure to the children, and that's why they followed her. So I started to get comfortable around her. As I looked to my left, I realized we were all lined up. Then I started to wonder to myself, why am I in a medieval castle in the first place? I realized this must be a dream. I don't know what got me, but I started to scream, trying to wake myself up. I kept telling myself, this must be a dream. This must be a dream. The mother figure, who was already standing in front of us, looked over to me. She laughed and jumped on me, causing me to fall on my back. I remember the children circled around me while the woman was standing above me. I looked at her and told her, "You're not real. This is a dream." She looked at me as if she was shocked that I figured out this was not real. She laughed maniacally and leaned on me closer. I was so scared that I started to say prayers in my sleep. She continued to laugh even louder while the children just stared at me. Then, suddenly, I woke up. I was breathing heavily and sweating profusely. If you think the weirdness ended there, it didn't. The light in my room was turned off and the door was opened slightly to let some of the light from the hallway enter my room. My bed was near the door and the phone was close to my bed. I checked the time and it was around 3 a.m. I could feel a chill in the room, but I didn't dare to move. I was too scared, and I was trying to process what had just happened. My eyes were half open. I felt someone pulling the blanket up to my shoulders, but I snuggled in the warmth of my blanket since it was so cold. I noticed that the person who placed the blanket on me went to the direction of my sister's room, so I thought it was my sister. But then I also heard footsteps coming from my mother's room, and I went to my sister's room. I thought, who could that be? I called for my mom asking if it was her, and she did not respond. I called my sister, and she came into my room. I asked her if she covered me with a blanket. She said no. Then I asked her if she came from our mother's room. She said yes. I asked my sister if she's the only one in her room. Again, she said yes. I felt the chill run up my spine. I couldn't figure out who covered me with the blanket. It couldn't be my mother because she was fast asleep in her room. And it couldn't be my sister because she just came out of our mother's room.
To start this story off, there are a few things for clarification. This is told from a 6th grade male perspective. This story happened 2 years ago. I lived in a little town and went to a public school. Every Friday, a lot of other students at my school loved to walk to the nearest grocery store and frozen yogurt store after all of our classes were done. Everyone would power through their week at school to be able to walk every Friday. It was one of the highlights of going to school. It was a nice walk to the frozen yogurt shop. You would walk through fields of grass, past a fire station, past our local rec center, and that would eventually lead you to the yogurt shop. It was a very crowded place most of the time, so we would also go to the gas station nearby and the grocery store. But the yogurt shop had some of the best hangout areas. Me and my friends walked so much that it practically became a tradition, but everything had changed from that point forward. Whilst we were walking, I thought I was seeing things, but always noticed that there was a small Honda Civic nearby everywhere we went. They hadn't thought much of it, but I definitely knew that was a red flag. Not wanting to ruin the mood, we kept moving forwards. 10 to 20 minutes later, we had arrived near the frozen yogurt store and went to our usual spot. I may have not stated that the frozen yogurt store was in a type of store complex, 2 stories, big. It was surrounded by tons of other stores. We went to our usual spot, but something felt wrong. That Honda Civic was on the road right nearby. That was red flag number 2. I quickly said, let's go back to the 2-story complex. And they were saying, why? And what's wrong with our usual? Not trying to make them worried, I said, I know a better spot. Here's where the story really escalates. We started walking up to this other spot that was at the 2nd floor of the complex. We were having a good time at this spot, and I eventually had forgotten about the Honda Civic. One by one, it was time to head home. All 3 of my friends had left before myself because my parents were still at work and couldn't pick me up yet. I was starting to feel bored, so I moved around the complex. I was running around, acting like a fool, but was genuinely having fun. I turned the corner to the next hallway, and I muttered to myself, oh shit. There was a really tall man at the end of the corridor. He looked about 6'5" to 7 feet tall and was wearing some type of fedora. He looked unkempt and dirty. Thinking he may just be homeless, I started to walk by him. I was just about to walk past him, and this man said, "I'll give you a 10-second head start. I've been watching you through my car." He started smiling like a maniac. I felt my heart in my throat and was very confused, but this didn't feel like a good situation. Turning around, I asked, "Why me? What did I do?" He just glared at me. A couple of seconds passed and he muttered, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I started to sweat and thought to myself, and he told me, "Better get running, or it'll be over for you." At that very moment, he started to move his hands behind his back and he pulled out a pocket knife. I felt all of my hopes and dreams die in that very moment. Feeling like I was about to throw up, I started booking it, running as fast as I ever had before. I looked behind me, but he was nowhere near far behind, almost a couple of feet away. I thought to myself, I'm gonna die. I'm really gonna die. I heard a blood-curdling scream from behind me. He was even closer. I felt a rush of adrenaline as I jumped off the second story and had safely fallen onto a patch of grass. But I had hurt my leg, so not really that safely. I looked back up to the window and I could finally see his face without the fedora covering his face. He had a huge grin on his face. I ran into the frozen yogurt store. If I didn't, he would for sure finish me off. I ran inside and exclaimed, "Call 911!" They had a look of confusion on their face. I explained everything that happened and what the man looked like. The police arrived shortly after and I explained what he looked like, and also reported the Honda Civic. These police officers went searching after using me for information. Unfortunately, they never found him. I will never forget this experience, and it truly haunts me every night.
Hi, I just want to share a story of my cousin's roommate since I really enjoy watching the Wansi channel. I'm going to represent my cousin's roommate in this story. You can call me Steph. I'm a graduating student of medicine, so as our final requirement, we had to internship at assigned hospitals. Sometimes the hospitals were nearby my house, but mostly they were far away, so I didn't have a choice but to rent a space for a little while. This particular time, I was assigned to a place I had never been before. I called my friend Nikki to ask where she was assigned, and luckily, she had the same scheduled place and dates as me, so we agreed to rent a room together and become roommates. We found a suitable boarding house. It was clean and really comfortable. Plus, it was just one bus stop away from the hospital, so it was really convenient. Everything was fine until one evening. I was really tired after work, so I decided to get some McDonald's nearby. After that, I went back to our room to unwind after a long day. In my bed was the top bunk and Nikki slept on the lower bunk. While I was laying on my bed, I messaged Nikki to ask her what time she would be home since we really hadn't seen each other lately at the hospital. And as I was waiting for her reply, I was just scrolling aimlessly on Facebook for a few minutes when I heard the door open. Now the door was locked, but I didn't really think about it or pay much attention since Nikki had a set of keys. Also, I was watching a funny video, so I didn't even think to look up to see what was going on. Then I felt the bunk bed move a little bit, so I figured she probably got into her bed too. After watching my funny video, I put down my phone and turned to her and asked, "Where have you been?" She said, "I went to the convenience store to buy food for us for our breakfast tomorrow." We had a normal girly chit-chat like we always do, but then it was time to go to sleep and she asked me to turn off the lights. The switch was beside the door, so it was about 5 meters away from the bed. I was tired and groggy, and too tired and lazy to get up and shut it off. I said, "You're closer than me. Why don't you shut it off?" But her voice became weaker, and she said, "I can't. My head is aching. I want to sleep." So I got up frustrated, and I was like, "I'll just shut it off." And I glanced over at her, and the bed was empty. I moved my eyes around the room quickly. Thinking that I must be seeing things, she was just there in her bed. I looked around the room to see if she was playing a prank on me or bluffing. I even checked our bathroom, but it was empty. My hands started to shake and I couldn't move. I was so shocked and scared. because who have I been talking to this whole time? Their voice was the same as Nikki, and I even felt a presence. Then all of a sudden, my phone rang, and it was Nikki. She said, "Sorry, Steph, I wasn't able to reply to you earlier because I was really busy at the hospital. I'm here at McDonald's near the building, so I'll just wait here." I quickly hung up the phone and just ran out of the house with my pajamas on, and I was barefoot. I didn't even care who was staring at me. I was so frantic and scared. Who was that talking to me in the bedroom? I don't have a third eye, but I just talked to a ghost or some type of entity. After that incident, I always wait for Nikki after work, because now I'm just terrified to be alone in that room, and I also had nightmares after that, like someone's watching me while I sleep. I finished up my internship there and left, and returned to my hometown. I just really hope the next tenant of that room doesn't experience the same chilling experience as I did.
Hello. I'm going to tell you a story that happened to me in the 9th grade. I'm in the 10th grade right now, but I still remember this like it was yesterday. I was walking home from school on a Friday around 2:50 or 3 o'clock. It seemed like a normal day, and not too much was happening. I got home and locked the door behind me and went to my room. I went to the kitchen and grabbed me an orange before I went upstairs to study. I went upstairs to study for a while and then watched some TV. My parents weren't home because of a business trip that will last a week, and they've been gone for 2 days. My neighbors would check on me here and there, but not too often. It was getting late, around 9:30 p.m. I called my friend Travis to come and chill with me. He came about 9:50 with some snacks like Takis, Dr. Pepper, and donuts. After an hour of watching TV, we talked about sports, etc. Travis got up to use the bathroom and yelled my name from the bathroom. I went to come check on him to see why he was yelling. And then I saw there was a pile of poop laying on the floor. A surge of rage went down my body. Who the hell could have done this? Because I was the only one home, and I don't own any pets. After a minute of deep thinking, I started to get scared. I wondered, what if someone else did this that wasn't supposed to be here? After 5 minutes, we cleaned the poop up and went outside to throw it away. On my way to take the trash out, I saw that my gate to the backyard was open. And then it hit me. I ran in the house to get Travis to find out he wasn't in there anymore. I started to freak out in my head, but I tried my hardest not to show it. I looked all around to find my parents' door was wide open. I walked in there, and the window was wide open. I walked slowly and looked out the window to see that there was an opening that led to the forest. I went in and grabbed my dad's baseball bat and a flashlight and ran outside. I saw there were tracks in the dirt. I followed them, praying that Travis was okay. It was about 10 minutes of running. Then I saw a tent and a little outhouse too. I saw a shadow of a person and prayed it was Travis. As I went and opened it, I heard the outhouse door open. And to my surprise, I saw a tall, dirty man step out. As soon as I saw him, I instantly charged at him and started swinging my bat at him. I'm a fairly built teen who plays a lot of sports, so this wasn't hard. I hit him one good time in the middle of his face. He dropped down fast with a bloody nose. I opened the tent to see Travis with duct tape around his mouth and hands. I had a pocket knife strapped on my shorts and cut him free. He didn't even say a word. He just got up and we both ran back home as fast as we could. When we got home, I instantly tried to call the cops. The cops came in about 10 minutes and went looking in the forest. After 30 minutes, the police found the man talking to himself, hitting his head on a tree. When they came back, the police had informed us that he was a nutcase, wandering, harassing people, forcing them to live with them. He was insane and needed immediate help. I hope that he can get the help that he needs, so he doesn't do anything that deranged.
My mom was always good at pretending to be a normal person. She owned a hot dog stand and always had that fake smile on her face. But I knew who she really was. When she came home from work, she'd close all the curtains and make me pray for hours on our hard wooden floor. It was so painful, and my knees would get really sore, but my mom didn't care. She said it was the only way of keeping bad spirits and demons away. As I grew older, I realized my mom was crazy. And at age 14, I finally got up enough courage to tell her I didn't want to pray anymore. I said I was sick of having bruised knees, and I even told her that spirits and ghosts don't actually exist. But I shouldn't have said that, because suddenly my mom looked at me like I was some kind of stranger. She got one of those huge crystals that she kept for protection and held it up to her eye to look at me through it. "This is bad," she said. "You're full of evil energy. We must pray." I'd heard enough. I went to my room and locked the door. My mom could be really scary, but what choice did I have anyway? I was too young to leave home, and nobody would care if I told them my mom believed in ghosts. So I knew I was trapped, but I never expected what happened next. That same night, I was woken up by the sound of someone trying to open my door. I thought it might be an intruder, so I asked, "Mom, is that you?" She replied, "Yes, sweetie, it's me. Please, open the door. I'm worried about you." I didn't want to let her in, but she was my mom, and that's why I opened the door for her. But then she immediately flew at me, screaming, "You're the devil! Leave my daughter, foul beast!" She was waving a large crucifix around, and I saw that she had sharpened the bottom to a point. Was she trying to stab me? I've never been so scared in my life. But then I picked up my blanket and threw it over my mom, so I had enough time to escape and run outside. Luckily, I ran into a jogger on the street who called the police for me. Shortly after, my mom got arrested. She told them I was possessed, and she was only trying to save my soul by doing an exorcism to chase the devil out of me. Wow, how kind of her. Unfortunately for my mom, the judge saw things differently. He ordered a psychiatric assessment for her, and now she's in a psychiatric ward until she's cured. But I don't think that will ever happen. Just recently, she attacked one of the guards because she thought he was a demon, and now she has to spend most of her time locked up in her room. It's sad because she only gets 1 hour a day to walk outside, and when they do let her out, she's heavily sedated. Recently, I went to see her for the first time. My heart was pounding like crazy, but all she could say was, "Is it you? Is it really you and not the devil?" It was so sad to see her like that. She looked so old, like she'd just been through hell. I couldn't cope. I burst into tears and left. Luckily, my Aunt Becky was waiting for me outside, because after my mom got locked away, my aunt legally adopted me, and it's fair to say that she is the parent I've always dreamed of. Recently, she asked me what I wanted to do with my life, and I told her I wanted to produce horror movies someday. If my mom had heard that, she would have punished me severely. But my aunt is different, and that's why she instead bought me a camera so I could start working on my first amateur horror movie. It's a bit like Paranormal Activity, just lower quality. So I know I've got to learn a lot, but with my aunt's help, I'm sure I'll get there.
I'm 25 right now. This happened when I was about 15 or 16. One night I was skating on my skateboard. It was about 7 or 8 p.m. It was awfully rainy and muddy, and I had skated in some mud. The mud was all over my shoes, so I decided to clean them off in a puddle. I set my skateboard down and went to a puddle that was on the opposite side of a car, which was weird because no one else was there. I chalked it up to someone just parking there so they could take a smoke out in the woods nearby. As I was washing off my shoes, I heard a sound. The sound of a board being picked up and flipped over. I quickly turned around and saw someone picking up my board and doing something with the wheels. I was freaked out and said, "Hey, what are you doing with my skateboard?" They looked at me and ran off. I was pretty scared, so I grabbed my board and headed home. I decided not to tell my parents as I thought it wasn't a big deal. Maybe just someone trying to take it, like a petty thief. I brushed it off and ate dinner. A few hours later, I got tired and decided to go to bed. A few hours later, I woke up to the sound of glass shattering. I got up quickly and grabbed my baseball bat. I ran out into the living room and saw the same guy who had done something with my skateboard. But I saw something in his coat pocket. It looked sharp. I screamed, "What the hell are you doing in my house? I can call the police, you know." He said, "Oh, but you don't want to do that. I have a knife." I ran upstairs and grabbed my phone and called the cops. 5 minutes later, they showed up. They arrested the man, and one cop came up to me. "Hey, we found him upstairs waiting for you outside your room. Apparently, you put a tracking device on one of the wheels in your skateboard. He was planning to kill you and sell your organs on the deep web." He went to jail, and I never saw him again. But I still get chills whenever I think of what could have happened to me.
This happened to me 2 years ago, and I still think about it to this day. One summer, my family and I decided to visit my favorite cousin and her family because we were bored at home. We were so excited to finally see each other after so long. My uncle thought it would be a good idea to take us to the pool to beat the summer heat. We left the house around 5:30 to the community pool. When we got there, there was barely anyone there but us and 2 or 3 other people. So we put our belongings on the pool chair and jumped into the pool. After a few minutes of talking and playing in the pool with my cousin, something caught my eye. As I glanced over, not far from us, there was a scrawny boy with brown hair. He had on swim trunks and he looked like he was a teenager. I noticed his eyes were red and puffy, and his face looked like he was about to cry. I didn't really think much of it and tried to forget about him while I was talking to my cousin, who apparently didn't notice. But every time I would glance over at him, I would notice every few minutes he would glance at his watch nervously, which was bulky and black on his skinny wrist. 6:42, 6:51, 7:02, 7:13, 7:18. Around 7:30, when the sun was beginning to set, we decided to go home. Before we left, we took one last glance to see if he was still there, and sure enough he was, in the same position with his eyes fixated on the water below. It seemed like he was alone, and he had been there before we had arrived. Then me and my cousin went home and we forgot all about this strange experience. A few days later, we got the news that a teenage boy had taken his own life by drowning in the community pool. I was extremely shocked because it reminded me of the same boy I saw days ago at the same pool. One of the neighbors told us that the police reports claimed the night before he was on the dark web. He met a strange man who threatened him to complete a mission before sunset, or else he would find him and kill him and his family. The mission was for him to go to the community pool and kill someone there and bring them the dead body of a young girl. Perplexed and anxious, he decided to sacrifice himself instead. The police couldn't track down the man from the dark web, and I still wonder to this day what would have happened if the boy decided to actually complete the strange man's mission. What if the person he was supposed to kill was me or my cousin?
My name is Christine, and this story happened when I was in the 10th grade. I was 15 years old at the time. I remember this one classmate I had, Jessica, who had a really weird obsession with my other classmate, John. Jessica would do anything for him, and they were fine together for a few days. Until one day, when John, my classmate, told me he liked me. He said it in front of everyone, including Jessica. I saw the anger and shock on Jessica's face, her eyes fixed on me weirdly. She was looking at me from head to toe. Then, without saying anything, she went home. The next day, I had a weird start to my morning. I had to wear the exact same outfit I wore the previous day to school since I didn't have anything else to wear, as all my other clothes were in the laundry. As I got to school, I saw Jessica, and she was wearing the exact same outfit I was wearing. She copied me from how I styled my hair, the way I dressed, and the way I acted. It even got to the point where she would post the exact same things I posted on social media. There was this one time when I posted the new iPhone I got for my birthday, and not even an hour later, she posted the exact same thing, saying she had gotten a new phone for her cousin's birthday, which was probably a made-up story, and she even used the exact same caption I used in my post. 3 days later, I bought 2 chocolate Labradors, the cutest puppies, and I posted them on social media. And, as expected, not too long after, Jessica posted the same thing. She bought 2 puppies of the exact same breed that I had bought. 2 weeks later, both of my dogs got into a fight with a large group of dogs that lived on the street. Both of my Labradors died from horrible injuries from the bites of those vicious dogs. I posted on social media that both of my dogs had died, crying nonstop while sharing the news. Now, this is where the story gets scary. A few days later, around 2 a.m. in the morning, she posted that both of her dogs had died as well, and she said that they fell from somewhere really high and died when they hit the ground. And I'm positive that the story she told was a lie. She captioned her post, "Rest in peace, Moxie. You may be gone, but you will always have a permanent place in my heart," which was the exact same caption I had put on my post about my dog, but my dog's name was Mochi. Jessica just replaced the name of my dog with the name of her dog. And to this day, I still don't know what she did to those poor puppies. This happened 2 years ago when I was with my parents and siblings. We went out to go shopping. The time we came back, it's about 9:30 p.m. because usually the mall closed at 10 p.m. When we got back home, we were shocked to see what happened to our house. The whole house was like a mess. The windows were broke and the door were smashed through a hole in the middle. My father, who was a very good basketball coach, told me and my siblings to go in the car while my mother contacted the police. Later, the police arrived and they started to search for some clues because recently in our city there is a lot of house robbery going on. But then, this time, our house was robbed differently. The robber did not steal any of the money. In fact, they only steal our family photos. Our family photos were plain, and photo frame was made out of wood that my dad made it himself. Sooner or later, the police found a hole underneath our couch. They found out the hole was leading to an alleyway nearby. We have no idea how it got there. A few weeks later, I was hanging out with my friends, and I was about to go back home. By the time it was 7:30 p.m. and it's raining. At that time, I was walking home because the place we chose to go to hang out was quite close to my house. It will take around 10 minutes to arrive at my house. So I walk home with an umbrella, and the time the streetlights weren't functioning, some were and some are not. As I was walking and I heard the notifications from my phone, and I saw my mom's text saying that I must come home now or no dinner for me tonight. So I quickly put my phone back in my pocket and started walking. But at that very moment, I saw a man. The man was holding a picture and was looking at me and the picture on and on. I stood there thinking that someone was behind me, but no, it was only me and him. I stood there shivering my legs because I saw him holding a pocket knife like he was going to kill somebody. Suddenly, I remembered that there was another way to walk back to my house, but that road will take me 2 times as long as the road I was taking. But I wasn't hesitating, and I slowly back off. But when I moved just a bit, I saw him taking his move and started walking towards me. I was terrified, and I run home quickly, and I closed the umbrella just for some extra protection. The man was running very fast, but he couldn't catch me since I was the #1 female runner in my school. I quickly ran home and rang the bell. As soon as my mom opened the door, I quickly ran in and shut the door. My mother asked me, "What was that all about?" I told her to lock all the windows and the door, and I'll explain to her. After telling everything to her, she was shocked. She quickly called the cops, and they arrived shortly. They interviewed me, and they started searching for him. A week later, the police called us and tell us that they found him. He said that he was actually one of the citizens in our city. He have a lot of pictures of people's family photos. He told us why he wanted the photos, and the truth shocked me. Most of the family photos has red circles around young girl, and one of them is me. His plan were actually to kill young girls like me and steal every valuable thing we have, and he targeted young girls because young girls are easy to catch and rob. The police found out that he already targeted 7 young girls, and their bodies are buried beneath his house's backyard. We heard that the man was sentenced to 25 years of prison for breaking into people's houses and murdering. Until this day, the sight of the man holding the knife chasing me was still unforgettable. I really hope he won't return to the city anymore. Hello, I'm Jenny. This is a memory that I have from my childhood that still to this day I have no idea what it was. So, I was born in Texas, raised in Mexico, and my parents wanted me to stay in Mexico. I grew up with my grandma, but I never knew my grandpa at the time. But it was the first week of school, and I was 3 years old at the time and had to go to school. When I was in school and finished my classes, I always went to these arcade games with some friends. But my grandma always got mad at me because I returned so late, like around 10 p.m. or 11 p.m., and I also had school the next day. One day, I went to school and then to the arcade games with my friends, and I'm not gonna lie, it was 1 a.m., and my grandma was waiting for me. But she said, "If you return late again, the weeping woman will come and get you." Honestly, I never believed in anything paranormal or ghost, so I didn't care. For those who don't know, the weeping woman is a legend that goes on in Mexico, and in Mexico they call her La Loria. But she caught her husband cheating, so she grabbed her children and drowned them, and she also drowned herself. And there's a rumor that she can be heard at night crying, saying, "Where are my children? Oh, my children." So one day, it was a Friday, and I went to school as usual. My friend said if I wanted to go to the arcade games because they were going to celebrate one of my friend's birthday. So I did, and then it went past 12 p.m., and I told my friends I was leaving because I didn't want my grandma to get mad at me again. So I was walking, and in Mexico, there's not that much lighting, so it was pretty dark. I noticed that one of my friends that went to school was with a lady in a white dress, but she had long black hair and she was really pretty. So I passed them and said, "Good evening." But my friend and the lady didn't answer. I thought it was pretty rude, and they were walking to the very dark street, so I said, they probably having a bad day, and continue walking. So I went to my house, and my grandma was sitting in the couch waiting for me as usual, and I decided to tell her, but she didn't respond to me. She just stared at me. So I took a shower and went to sleep. The next day, my grandma told me to go buy vegetables to make breakfast, so I grabbed the bag that she handed me and went to the grocery store. When I was in the grocery store, I was about to check out, and I saw a sign about my friend that I saw last night, and my friend was missing, and I asked the lady who was checking me out, "Ma'am, what happened to that kid that went missing?" She said, "This lady in a white dress with black hair took him to the lake and drowned him." My heart dropped, and then I said, "What happened to the lady?" She said, "The police was looking for her but never found her. Also, there has been reports of kids going missing." I didn't know what to say, so I just paid the lady and grabbed the things I bought. I went home and told my grandma, was in complete shock. So then she said, "That happens to the kids that are bad. That woman is not human." So then I told my grandma, "Grandma, stop telling me those things. I don't believe in anything of that." I was getting a little mad, but she said this, "You'll see someday, and you will believe." So I went to my room and said, "Yeah, sure." At night, I finished my homework and went to sleep. But around 3 a.m., I was hearing a woman crying and screaming at the top of her lungs. So then I heard, "My children!" I got up, looked at the window. I couldn't believe my eyes. There she was. The same lady I saw with my friend was right there. She didn't see me, but she went to the very dark street that I saw her go with my friend that went missing. I hid under my covers and fell asleep. In the morning, I told my grandma, and she believed me. I said, "Grandma, you're right. I saw her last night." She said, "I told you she's real." So then months passed and I haven't seen her. Unfortunately, my grandma passed away. In fact, I went back to Texas and stayed there. I'm 17 years old now, and I can't never get that memory out of my head.
This story took place many years ago. I grew up in a pretty small neighborhood, and I pretty much knew everyone who lived around me. Our house was at the very end of the street. At the other end was a popular park that everyone, especially children, went to. My sister loved to go on walks very late at night, and would usually go to the swing set at the park and swing there for a while, because nobody else would be around to bother her. The park layout had the playground next to a path that led into a wooded area, with the only light source coming from a building next to the swing set. One night, maybe around 1 or 2 a.m., my sister walked down to the park. She was swinging for maybe about 10 minutes when she felt something was wrong. It was that unmistakable feeling you get when you feel like you're being watched. She didn't think much of it until this random guy seemed to come out of nowhere and sat on the swing next to her. This stranger kept trying to make conversation. He kept asking her if she lived around the park and how old she was. Around this time, my sister was 18 or 19 years old and was fairly small, and she looked a lot younger for her age. She didn't want to be around the swings anymore, so she texted me, telling me to call her. I was very confused, but I could just tell that something was wrong. I called her, and she picked up very quickly. I asked her what was going on. "Oh, you need me home? I'll be there right away." This further confused me. I could then hear her telling someone that she had to go. As soon as she walked far enough away, she explained everything to me. She walked up the concrete steps that led into the parking lot, and before she crossed the street, she looked back, and to her absolute horror, she noticed 3 other figures had emerged out of the woods. Each seemed to be carrying some sort of weapon. She immediately turned back and ran home, turning a 2-minute walk into 30 seconds. She slammed the door shut and locked it immediately as soon as she got back. My sister doesn't scare easy, but this was one of the only times I had ever seen her truly frightened. I don't like thinking about what would have happened if she didn't leave that situation when she did. She was mere seconds away from being ambushed. After that night, she no longer went on her late walks to the park, and now always carries a pocket knife for her protection.
It all started back in 2013 when me and my friend and his parents went on a cruise ship to celebrate his 13th birthday party. I was 14. My parents couldn't come because they were attending a wedding in California. We were going to catch a cruise ship from Florida to Puerto Rico, as we were Americans from Wisconsin and lived in Florida, and my friend's family was actually from Puerto Rico. Once we got on the cruise ship, we settled into our rooms and went to dinner that night in the cruise ship dining hall. My friend and I went back to our room. On our way there, we noticed a creepy man in the dark corner of the corridor. When he noticed us, he smiled in a creepy way, and we went to our rooms frightened. I had fallen asleep and realized his parents still weren't home, and there was someone knocking at the door. His parents finally arrived, so I woke my friend up because I wanted him to come with me to the dining hall to get some water. It was around 3 a.m. Suddenly we heard some footsteps behind us in the dark cruise ship's dining hall, and we noticed the same man coming towards us with a knife and the most brutal smile on his face. He started running towards us, but I couldn't move. I was frozen in fear. Just in the nick of time, my friend smashed a glass bottle over his head and he passed out. We rushed back to our rooms and told my friend's parents about what happened. They locked us in our room for our own safety and then went to the security room to explain everything. The man was lying there on the floor and they managed to arrest him. It turns out he was a serial killer that loved to kill people, especially children. It turns out that he also threw the bodies of the children that he killed overboard in his previous travels on cruise ships. He also had a fake identity. When we came back to the US, we heard the news that the man got sentenced to life in prison and that he could get the death penalty at any time. We are never going to catch a cruise ship again for our own good.
This story happened in 2015. I used to live in an apartment complex in Kansas City, Missouri. The place was kind of in the hood. The people there would sit and smoke weed in front of the building and do drug deals in broad daylight. Nobody cared about anything, and the management ignored all of the issues going on there. Other than that, it was like any other apartment complex. One day that all changed, however. The complex had a pool that all the residents would use. It was a decently sized pool, and it was next to the gym. It was a hot day in the summer, so I went to the pool with my mom. We got to the pool and we sat down with our towels and we got ready to swim. We started swimming when all of a sudden we hear some kids saying, "Oh my God, it's got a gun!" At first, I thought they were just messing around and talking about a water gun or something. But I quickly realized that they weren't joking. Then I heard two men arguing. I looked over at the edge of the pool to see a man with a gun following another man to his car. I didn't really understand what they were arguing about and yelling about. All of a sudden, I hear 2 gunshots. I had an instant panic attack, and I thought we were all going to die, so I hopped out of the water and I ran for my life. My mom and I hauled ass out of the pool, and I called my dad to open the door to our apartment. We get inside and I start breaking down because at the same time, I'm only 13 years old, and I've never experienced something like this. The police arrive and tell us that the guy with the guns shot the other man because he stole drugs from him. The man survived because the bullets grazed his ear and just barely missed his head. This experience scarred me for a little bit, and it caused me to have anxiety whenever I go into a public place. My family ended up moving out of this apartment and buying a house in a different town. This experience really showed me that anything could happen at any time.
Hi, my name's Blessing. I live in the Philippines. This happened when I was in 6th grade. I was at my school and eating my lunch with my 2 classmates, Miguel and Riza. After we ate, we thought about taking a walk around, so we went to a building at our school and went up to the top floor, the 4th floor. In the building we went to, there was another building in front of it, and it hadn't been used by the students because it was newly built. Anyway, back to the story. We were on the 4th floor overlooking the buildings and trees around the campus and getting some fresh air. After an hour, we decided to go back to our classroom so that we wouldn't be late for our class. As I was walking, I looked at the building opposite to us, and I saw a boy running around the classroom. He looked like he was a 3rd grader. I wondered why there was a student in there because, as I said a while ago, it couldn't be used yet. Another reason is that the doors to enter there were also locked. And while the boy was running around, I was carefully watching him. I did not expect what happened next. The boy ran straight into the wall, and I thought he would be hurt. But no, he disappeared after he bumped into the wall. My eyes widened in shock. So I told Miguel and Rizza to hurry back to our classroom. After that day, I could not get that boy out of my mind. A few weeks later, as I was going to school, I heard rumors about the boy who was always seen by our school security guard every night when he was walking around the campus. After I heard about that, I remembered the boy I saw who ran into the wall. I thought I was daydreaming, but what I saw was definitely true. Until now, it remains a mystery to me who that boy was and why he was in that building. One more thing. Our school used to be a burial place for the dead during the Spanish period.
A few years back, I can remember it was my birthday, and I was going to school expecting everyone to bombard me with birthday wishes. By the way, I was turning 14 and I was in the 8th grade. When I got to school, everyone did exactly what I thought because I was pretty popular. As I walked through all of my friends, I approached my locker, and as I looked up, I noticed a new janitor cleaning something up by the boys' bathroom, which was at the end of the hallway where no one ever goes. I've never seen that janitor before, but when I saw him, he stopped mopping the floor. He stood up straight, smiled, and said,
"Happy birthday, gorgeous."
I just looked at him, and then I walked to my first class as fast as I could. By the time we hit 5th period lunch, a few of us noticed that our friend Martin wasn't in school. Every year, he would always get the perfect attendance award, so this wasn't normal for him. We all made it to 6th period, and I had to go to the bathroom because I was actually on my period and had to change my pad and pee. When I walked into the bathroom, I noticed that one of the stalls was out of order, and another one was occupied. And being that there were only 3 stalls, I went to the middle stall, while someone else was in the one right next to me. So as I was using the bathroom, I noticed that there wasn't any toilet paper, so I asked the person in the next stall to me.
I said, "Hey, can you hand me some toilet paper?"
And immediately the girl threw some toilet paper on the floor from her stall to mine. I thought that was rude and awkward, so I did what I had to do, and I started to switch my pad when I heard,
"You definitely look like a grown woman to me."
The voice came from above me on my left. I looked up, and above me, peeking over the stall, was that new janitor. He was standing on the toilet. I got up, began to run, but he reached over the wall and he grabbed my hair. It jerked me back, but he lost his grip. I ran out of the bathroom and I ran to the closest classroom and I told the teacher. He ran into the bathroom as the man was running out of the bathroom, and they both ran into each other and fell to the floor. The teacher got up and got on the guy's back and began to choke him as a female teacher told all the kids who rushed the hallway to get back in the classrooms. She also called the police. When the cops showed up, the man woke up. Our teacher actually put the guy out. He put him to sleep. Cops apprehended the man, and he immediately told them to check locker 111. It was a vacant locker. The man said that he was waiting outside of our school in the shadows and saw the boys from our basketball team leaving practice the night before at around 6 p.m. And at that point, it was dark outside, because it was the winter. Then he noticed someone walking by themselves. It was our friend Martin. The man approached Martin in his van, and he overpowered him and he got him to his van. What he did to him was unspeakable. Then he took Martin back to our school, broke in without triggering the alarm, and stuffed him in locker 111. Come to find out, this man didn't even work at our school. He was just cleaning the mess that he made, and he stayed in the school all day without anyone questioning who he was. So the police asked him why he did what he did. What was his motive? His answer simply was,
"I don't know. Because it was Tuesday."
This story goes way back to 1998, when I was 16 years old. I was hanging out with a couple of friends of mine, who I will call Ben and Jake. It was a late summer evening on a Saturday, and I was sitting in my room listening to some 80s rock albums, as teenagers would normally do back then. After a while, I got bored and went outside to meet up with my friends. We ended up chilling in Ben's garage, drinking beer and smoking pot. I can't remember exactly how, but we wound up walking down this narrow path by the woods and towards the lake. I guess we got bored of sitting around and went out to go do something. So back in '98, there was this popular hangout spot for teenagers in my neighborhood. So we were hoping to see some other kids there, but when we arrived, we were met with nothing but the sound of crickets. Bummer. So we sat on the bench for a while and just talked for about 15 minutes. Then Jake got the idea to go to an abandoned 2-story boathouse that was by the lake. We had nothing better to do, so we agreed. We soon entered the boathouse and started to explore. I just sort of stood there while Jake and Ben were going around breaking shit. I felt very uncomfortable, and I couldn't quite shake the feeling that we were being watched. We went upstairs where there was an old wooden boat lying there with a fishing net over it. While checking it out, from downstairs we all heard the wooden door to the boathouse creak open, followed by heavy footsteps. We all froze in place and listened carefully. There was around a 5-second break when we heard a terrifying voice call out to us.
I know you're here. Come out, wherever you are.
The heavy footsteps started to walk towards the stairs as the old floorboards creaked and moaned. Jake went inside the wooden boat, and Ben and I followed. We put the fishing net over our heads and didn't move. The footsteps soon reached the top of the stairs.
I can hear you.
We were all as still as cadavers as we sat there and listened to this deranged person stumble around, looking for us. I contemplated a plan of escape without being caught, but there was just no way for the three of us to make it past him. And he was closing in on us. We were literally like sitting ducks. The man moved out of sight when he entered a small room adjacent to the boat. We suddenly ripped off the fishing net and made a break for it.
There you are,
the man said as he emerged from the room and rushed at Jake. But Jake reacted very quickly and shoved the man, sending him toppling over. We all ran like hell out of there and through the tall grass into the woods. We heard the man give chase, but he eventually gave up. We all went back to Ben's garage and fell onto the couch in exhaustion. Jake then told us that he saw a knife in the man's hand as he fell over. Ben and I sat there in utter shock. Did that fucking maniac really plan on killing us in that old boathouse? To this day, I can't help but wonder, what would have happened to us if Jake hadn't reacted so quickly?
This is a true story that happened to my older brother Matthew. Matthew was just 16 years old when this happened. And just to let you know, Matthew wasn't strongly built, but had a pretty face and was popular with other kids at school. He did not believe in ghosts or any supernatural beings. He was a brave brother who would protect me when I was in danger. Anyways, my brother told me this about a week after the incident. He came back after a long day at school, sat on the couch for a little bit just to unwind, and had about an hour break. After that, the usual, he did his homework, studied a bit, talked to some of his friends, he ate his dinner, and went to bed around 12 a.m. after watching a movie. He woke up around 3:40 a.m. because he was thirsty and wanted a glass of water, so he headed downstairs towards the kitchen. As he was coming back up the stairs with the bottle of water, he saw a young boy on the staircase. He got a bit freaked out and just froze and stood there. A minute passed by when Matthew suddenly fell on the ground, face towards the wall and covered in sweat. He couldn't let out a scream. He was just lying there. He could now see the boy on top of him, and Matthew could clearly see the boy's face with the help of the moonlight that came from the window. The boy did not have any eyelids or eyebrows. It was just 2 red dots on his face. It didn't have any lips, just a crack across his face. And he smiled ear to ear with sharp teeth. My brother was truly terrified. The creature was now face to face with Matthew. The creature was breathing heavily, mumbling words he couldn't understand. Suddenly and painfully, he bit into Matthew's neck and passed out. He woke up on his bed the next morning. He went to brush his teeth, and he saw in the reflection a red bruise on his neck. He had told Mom and Dad about what he had seen last night, but they just blew him off and said he probably had a nightmare, or maybe some big bug bit him. He confided in me because he knew that I would at least believe him. Of course I did. He was my brave brother. Nowadays, he would feel extremely cold and fall sick every now and then. The doctors told us that he was affected by the lockdown and needs to go out once in a while. I'm extremely worried for him, and I hope the creature that had haunted him that night isn't responsible for his illness. My name is Justina, and this story happened at my friend's house. It was finally the day. I was going to my best friend's house for a sleepover. Her name is Christina, and she had a really cute small dog. She was already standing in front of the house waiting for me. When I came to see her, she rushed to open the door so we can watch TikTok and play video games all night. We were the type of girls who would eat popcorn, watch scary movies, and play video games. It was around 11 p.m., and we were bored, so Christina said, "Want to play hide and seek in the dark?" I wasn't really sure, because I'm pretty scared after watching so many scary movies, but I said yes, so she wouldn't be sad. "Okay," I said, "I'll go hide, and you start counting to 20. I started to count. 1, 2, 3, time passes by. 9, 10, 11. I opened my eyes a bit just to see if I can see her, but then I had to stop counting because I had a feeling that something was behind the bed. I couldn't really see it, but it looked really dark. I was kind of naive at the time, and I wanted to look behind the bed to see what was there. I was so close to it, and I could almost see its face. But then Christina shouted, "Hey, why did you stop counting? What happened?" No, everything's fine," I said. "I was just thinking about something." I lied to her so she wouldn't be scared. I didn't know I did a big mistake by talking so loudly. The thing turned her head at me, and she was covered in blood. I saw she was eating Christina's dog. I screamed so loudly, and Christina rushed to the bedroom. When she came, she screamed too because she saw her dead dog. The creature was already gone, and I wanted to tell her what I saw, but right at that time, a glass fell from the kitchen table. It was so loud in that quiet house. We both screamed and ran into the kitchen so fast, we almost fell down the stairs. We turned on the lights in the kitchen, and we saw the broken glass. We were so terrified that we hid under the sofa. Christina was under the sofa already, and I was coming behind her. But suddenly, all the cabinets in the kitchen opened, and we both screamed and ran under the sofa. 5 minutes later, we saw some shadows of someone. We thought it might be Christina's parents, so we started to feel better. But the creature came, and we suddenly saw its legs. Christina was about to scream again, so I quickly covered her mouth with my hand. The lights were on, so I could finally see its legs. They were really dark and slimy. It was summertime, so we always left the door to the garden open. The creature stood in the middle of the kitchen for 3 minutes and went to the garden and ran away. We were under the sofa for another 10 minutes, and then we slowly got out from under it. We didn't hear or see anything, so we quickly took our phones and ran to Christina's neighborhood house. We called Christina's parents, but they didn't believe us. Christina's parents came home and we cried all night, and we were hiding under our blankets. And yeah, if you're wondering what happened to Christina's dog, well, he wasn't there. He just disappeared, even though I know the creature ate it all. I wonder what would have happened if I didn't cover Christina's mouth under the sofa when the creature saw us. Would we be dead? This is a story that my grandfather once told me. He was pretty young at the time and was working for a company earning a handsome salary. Well, one day he decided to go for an outing just to get rid of the hectic schedule. The place he visited was situated at a hilltop. He was mesmerized by the beauty and was feeling the absolute peace over there. It was a 4-day trip, and he wanted to enjoy it to the fullest. He enjoyed the sightseeing and visited places suggested by local people and his friends. On the 3rd day, he thought he would have a little walk around, so he woke up early and went out. The weather was absolutely refreshing. He walked around for about 20 minutes and suddenly realized he had to return back. When he turned back, he saw a road that went into the forest. How come I didn't notice that, he thought, and became curious about the path. While he was walking, he suddenly saw a dense fog getting accumulated in front of him. It was impossible to see anything. He thought not to take any risk and returned back to the original road. But he saw a man sitting on one rock just in front of him. Surprisingly, it was impossible to see anything through the mist, but that figure became more and more prominent as he approached. My grandfather asked the man, "What's your name? Where are you from?" The figure looked up. He had a creepy smile on his face, and his eyes were a bit larger than usual. He said he was a local person of that area, and his name was John, for the sake of the story. He also said he had no job and was very upset. They were having a good chat, but suddenly my grandfather realized it was too late and he should head back. But as he stood up, John held his hands and gave him quite a frightening scare. His face became more prominent, and his face was covered with blood and scars. My grandfather fainted after he saw that. After some time, some people came to see the condition and took him to the hospital. They asked my grandfather, "What were you doing at the suicide point? Did you know that if you had taken one step forward, you would have died?" My grandpa explained the entire incident to them. He was terrified by the whole thing. But after he heard that, he turned pale. John, who he had met, already died a few years ago at the suicide point. He jumped from the hilltop and gave up his life. My grandpa said, "What would have happened if I had not escaped by the local people at that time?"
Me and my cousins always found ways to try new things. We loved to try out new challenges and trends on the internet. This happened during the summer holidays when me and my cousins were hanging out at one of our houses. Bored, we decided to try out a new game one of my cousins had found on the internet. It was called Charlie Charlie. It was basically like the Ouija board, but a lot easier to play. You need 2 pencils, a paper, and a dark room to play it. The pencils were placed as a cross on the middle of the paper that was divided into 4 columns. In the columns, yes and no were written diagonally. To play, we'd have to chant, "Charlie, Charlie, are you there?" until we get a reply. If we get a reply as a yes, we can ask Charlie questions, to which they would reply yes or no to the question when the pencil points to the no or yes. There were 5 of us, and we chanted the phrase many times, expecting a reply. We played from the living room, as it was less creepy and big. Then we started pranking each other by blowing on the pencil. After a while, we gave up. When the boys went to play on the PlayStation, me and another one of my cousins decided to play the game once more, just for fun. We chanted the phrase and asked questions without getting any replies. tired and disheartened because of not getting any replies. After a while, we decided to go to sleep. We left the game as it was on the table and headed to bed. After a while, I woke up feeling extremely thirsty, which was unusual to me. On my way to the refrigerator, I saw a light coming from the living room, as if someone's flashlight was on. Confused, I went to investigate. I saw my youngest cousin among us sitting at the table talking to someone. I called out to him and startled him. He was excited to see me and cheerfully remarked, "Look, it's Charlie." I felt as if my heart dropped down to the floor. I yelled at him for trying to prank me and ordered him to go back to sleep. Grunting, he took the flashlight away and went to his room. When I looked at the paper, I saw the pencil pointing to yes. I took the pencils off of it and crumpled the paper up, throwing it in the bin. I headed back to the refrigerator to drink my water when I saw my youngest cousin standing in front of it with his flashlight. He was just standing there, staring into the fridge. I went to him and touched his shoulder, which felt awfully cold. Right when I was about to ask him if he was okay, my youngest cousin called from behind me, asking if I saw his flashlight. My heart started pounding as I took my hand off of the thing standing in front of me. It turned back, revealing its rotten teeth and gouged-in eyes, and muttered, "Hi, I'm Charlie." The next thing I remember is waking up on the floor with my cousins and grandmother surrounding me. To avoid confusion, I told them I was too tired and passed out on the floor. Still traumatized by the past day's experience, I calmed myself down that it was a dream. Upon entering the living room, I saw the paper and pencils that I have discarded right there in its initial position. This time, the pencil pointing to no.
My name is Maggie. This is about a dream I had when I was around 6 years old. I was living with my mom, my dad, and my brother at the time. There was one night that I had gotten ready for bed and went to sleep in my room. In my dream, I was hiking on a snowy biome. It was a tall mountain. In my dream, there was this drug or virus called Turbo. It made you go crazy and want to get other people to have it too. I was with two friends. One of my friends was a brunette girl, and she had glasses. The other was a boy with brown hair. We were hiking and found a building close to the top. My friends and I had all smiled and hoped to find some place to sleep. We had reached it and finally went in. I screamed and hugged one of my friends when we saw an alien-like creature. The creature then grabbed me by my wrist and led me into a room. "Inject her with Turbo," it said. I looked and saw that there were people behind me. The creature threw me to the ground and left the room. I screamed and kicked. I could hear my friends trying to reason with these creatures. The people held me down, and I had gotten away and kicked them. I heard commotion coming from another room. Then it went silent. My friends soon came into the room and hugged me. I looked behind me to see a friend that had a needle with blue liquid. I kicked my friend and pushed her. I couldn't resist crying and sat in the corner with blankets and cried. Hours later, my mom came under the blankets with me. I cried and hugged her so tight. My mom looked a little different. She looked pale and skinny. I really didn't notice, so I kept hugging her. I soon started to feel sick and told my mom, "I'll be back with medicine," she said. I sat down and threw up in a bucket. My mom came back under the blanket and gave me a dose of blue medicine. Before I took it, a strike of memory hit me and I pushed it away. My mom insisted on giving it to me. I grabbed the bottle and looked at it. I screamed at my mom in disbelief. "This is not medicine, Mom. It's Turbo." I yelled and kicked and screamed. My mom put her hand over my mouth and I cried. She said, "Turbo makes me feel good." I yelled and kicked her in the stomach and ran away. My friend grabbed me and they held me down. I remember feeling woozy, and I felt the pain of the drug being injected into my body. And as I woke up, this dream kept replaying over and over until one day it stopped. The weird thing about it is that I have a scar where they stabbed the needle in my skin.
I woke up, startled by the sudden sound of thunder. Damn, that scared the shit out of me. I took off the blanket, and at that moment, I got a sudden, severe headache. I fell to the floor and rolled, strongly holding my head. And the memories of the day popped up in my head. The same sound of thunder like that day. The rain was beating hard against the windows, as if it was about to break them. I woke up in the middle of the night and walked to the kitchen. At that time, I heard a faint sound, which was really weird, like someone's mouth was suddenly gagged while screaming. But I couldn't hear properly because it was soon drowned out by the sound of rain. I drank up a glass of water, and all of a sudden I saw something standing at the front door of the next house, which was visible through the window in my living room. With a flash of lightning, I found a vague silhouette of a human who was getting rained on without an umbrella. Thinking if I saw things, I tried clearly to see what it was, but I couldn't because it was too dark. After a while, lightning flashed once again and I saw a woman and a man dancing together. I dropped the glass on my big toe and groaned with pain. When another lightning stroke again, I saw a woman dancing with somebody. She was grinning from ear to ear. However, the man dancing with her was lifelessly swung around, just like a dummy by the woman. As it was kind of creepy, I checked the door to make sure it was locked. Then I turned my eyes to them again to clearly see what they were doing. At that moment, her eyes suddenly turned to me. I got startled and immediately hid myself. I was not sure whether she got aware of me or if she was just looking in this direction. When I looked back through the window after a couple of minutes, they were gone. Come on, this is not funny. Please. Muttering in a low voice, I looked around a bit nervously, then went back to my room. Next morning, it was noisy outside the house next door. There were several police officers, and I found the man next door was found dead. One of the police came to me and asked me if anything had happened to me last night. So I said, I saw a man and a woman were dancing in front of the house, and I hurt my big toe. The police showed me a picture of his dead body and asked me if he was the man I saw last night. In the picture, all of his joints were terribly broken and twisted, and the body was horribly bloated by rain. It was even hard to recognize, but it certainly looked like him. Then the police showed me another picture of a woman who really looked like the one I saw last night. She was the dead man's wife who already died 3 years ago. As far as I know, she had a severe mental illness while she was alive. Bullshit. She already died 3 years ago. But how come? I was extremely confused. A few days later, the police came to my house again and said, last night, another man living across the way died, completely soaked by rain, just like the previous case. Did you see or notice anything strange last night? I was shocked, speechless. The police continued, take care of yourself on a rainy day, especially when it's with thunder and lightning. Nobody can ensure your safety. I gulped with fear. It was so loud the police might hear it. Since then, there have been a number of witnesses telling that they're seeing the dancing woman night after night. Even there was a rumor that never make eye contact with the dancing woman at night, because several more men went missing in the village after that day. The police conducted a large-scale investigation, but they got nowhere. And one day, on a rainy night, I heard someone knocking at my door. I walked up to the door and looked outside through the window. I saw a woman in a white dress standing in front of my door, completely soaked with rain. I felt my heart suddenly thumped in the chest. because she was dancing alone, holding a knife. I shouted, "Fuck off! I don't like dancing!" Frightened, I missed my footing while shrinking back from her and fell backward, and I was still seeing her silhouette dancing alone through the window. "I'll call the police!" I shouted again. Then the silhouette disappeared, and fortunately, nothing happened that night. And I moved out from that house, and 6 years have passed since then. I haven't heard any news about that village and the woman anymore. But even now, I completely lock all the doors and windows of my house when it rains and lightning strikes. Sometimes it feels like I can hear her laughing from the yard, or I see her shadow dancing frantically. Well, all this might be just hallucinations. But nevertheless, I didn't look out through the window to identify that. Until today, I still have no idea who she was. Just one thing I can't ever forget is her dancing. Looking back on it now, maybe that was not dancing, but stabbing the man frantically with a knife.
This is a story from around a decade ago, but every time I look back, that memory haunts me. Anyways, let me start the story. This is from the summer of 2010. I was staying at my grandpa's for vacation. I had a neighbor, let's call her Sam. Sam and I have known each other since we were toddlers, so we were great friends. Sam had a huge lawn, and we'd usually hang out there. That day, both of us were playing tennis together. We got tired after a while and decided to drink Coca-Cola. So we started climbing up the hill, and soon we reached a small shop there. After drinking, we took our walk down. While walking down the hill, there was this small path in between two houses. Our parents had warned us not to go there, but at 12 years old, we didn't know any better. We went through the path, which was covered with leaves and a bunch of trees. It soon led to a road, which was connected to the highway on the right, but the road was parallel to the road which we took earlier to the shop. On the left, we saw the road go down, so we went down that side. But soon the inclination of the slope turned from around 25 to 30 degrees to 60 to 70 degrees. We literally started slipping. We soon reached the bottom. We looked ahead and saw just a barren path. No houses within at least 2 miles. To our left and right, there was this water which had an unbearable stench. So we walked a bit faster, and soon reached at something which looked as if it was abandoned. We went inside as we were curious, without thinking twice. We saw a ton of metal cans lying around. As we explored the factory, we reached its back end and saw a puddle of some liquid. The liquid looked like water, but it had a weird sky blue tone and some frogs were floating on it. We saw some stairs and climbed them. The whole building was covered in moss and rust, so we didn't touch anything to avoid getting any shots later. As we reached the floor above, we saw some t-shirts and pants lying around. Sam checked her watch and it was 6:15 p.m. and we had to head back soon. As I was about to go down the stairs, she pulled me back up and held her hand against my mouth. Sam pointed at the window. We looked over, and what I saw sent chills down my spine. A man, probably 40s, about 5'6", just silently stood there, staring at the sky. The sun was starting to set. Sam gasped and pointed at his hand. Although it took me a second, I noticed he had a katana in his right hand. Sam gasped a bit loudly, and now the man saw us standing at the window. He looked at us with his big bloody eyes. He gave a wide grin and just stared. The katana looked bludgeoned, and his shirt had some blood on it too. He then looked at the ground for a second and stared back, this time angrily. He started sprinting toward the stairs at an extremely fast speed. We didn't know what to do. Sam yelled, "Jump!" There was no other option, so we jumped out of the window and into the stench-filled water. As we looked behind, we saw this man now with his neck twisted at a weird angle. He started running behind us. Adrenaline pumped and we sprinted. Soon we reached the slope and started climbing. Sam, on the other hand, was a bit weak and he was almost catching up to her. I got scared and yelled for help, but no one came. Then I remembered what my teachers told me and started yelling, "Fire!" Everyone came out of their houses only to see 2 kids being chased by a lunatic with a bludgeoned sword. A guy who was on his bike came at full speed and rammed the lunatic, flinging him away. He He got up and started sprinting back at us when another guy pulled out his gun and said, "You better get the hell out of here before I put 4 bullets in your head." The guy turned around and started running. Sam's parents and grandpa came there to pick us up and we both got yelled at. Even to this day, I'm thankful for what my teacher said. If I hadn't yelled fire, well, I wouldn't be here to tell you this story. As for that man, he was never found again.
Hi, I don't really want to disclose my name, so you can just call me White Wolf. That's what everyone else called me as a child, anyway. I live in a small country town in the south, with lots of woods and deer nearby. I love nature and taking care of animals, so I often visit the woods behind my house to put out corn for the deer and tuna fish for the many stray cats that hung around the neighborhood. I used to be afraid of being in the woods alone as a child, but as I grew older, I also grew out of that fear. I also often wear a white hoodie and a pair of black dress pants, which allows many of the neighbors in the area to identify me on sight. They are always nice and kind to me because I'm kind to their animals, and they don't really make a fuss if they catch me so-called trespassing on their property, because I often have good reason to do so. I'm also often accompanied by my large dog, which will be important for you to know later. One day, my neighbor came over to me, asking me what I was doing in a part of the woods I never went into before, and if I needed help taking care of a new animal. I was confused and explained to her that I actually wasn't in that neck of the woods, and that I was actually home in bed sick that day. My neighbor was confused, but she shrugged it off and told me to have a nice day. I forgot about that interaction until a week later, when I went out to walk with my favorite cat in the woods. It was late in the evening. Actually, it was probably night now that I think about it. I was wearing my usual white hoodie and black pants, and walking by my side was my favorite cat. We were having a great time playing together when suddenly she stopped playing and quickly turned her head to face a tall growth of vines and trees on the other side of the creek. I suspected that she had just seen a coyote or one of my deer, so I got her attention and we walked off to where I usually left food for the other cats. I put out the bowl of food deeper in the woods, and I laughed when my cat tried to nuzzle my hand as I set out the food. "Cut it out," I laughed. "You silly cat." After I put out the food, I turned around to walk back home, but then I saw what my cat had initially seen earlier, what caused her to freeze. There, standing in front of the vines and trees, was a man who looked exactly like me. He had a similar pale complexion, dark shoulder-length hair, and a white hoodie and dark pants. He had black boots on, like the pair I was wearing, and beside him stood a tall, dark Doberman dog. He was just like me in every way, except his white hoodie was ripped up and stained with fresh blood. I grabbed my cat like a football and ran. I ran up the hill where my house was, but the man was still behind me. I was going to cry when a miracle happened. My mom came home in her car, and she caught the man in her headlights. She blew her horn as loudly as she could, scaring the man back into the woods instantly. I thanked her and put away my cat in my shed that night. If I were thinking, I would have called the police as soon as I got back in the house, but I was too scared to think straight, and instead went right to sleep. Now I only go in the woods during the day, and I keep my phone on me, just in case my doppelganger is waiting to replace me again.
This happened just 4 days ago. My family and I were having lunch in the backyard. We have a big house because my grandparents, my parents, my aunts and uncles, and cousins live in one big house together. It was getting sunnier, and I didn't want my skin to become tanned. I was walking towards the backyard door as I wanted to grab a fitted sweater and a hat from my bedroom, when suddenly my 8-year-old cousin grabbed my arm, asking, "Can I come with you? I want to grab my mom's phone from the living room." And I nodded. 5 minutes later, I had changed my clothes and was waiting for my cousin when I heard her voice from the backyard. Maybe she didn't want to wait for me, I thought. I was about to go back outside when I heard a voice behind me. "Dear, don't you think you'll get too hot and sweat in what you're wearing?" I turned my head and saw my mom. "No, I'm fine as long as I don't get tanned," I said. Then I noticed something. She had different clothes on. My mom had been wearing pants and a t-shirt earlier. Now she was wearing a simple dress. I asked her, "Oh, why did you change your clothes?" She didn't answer me, but she turned around and walked toward the stairs. I found it weird at that time, and I glanced out the window, revealing my whole family in the backyard. My heart dropped when I saw my mom outside. If my mom was out there, then who was this woman here with me? Was she a doppelganger? Thoughts were running wildly through my head until the other mom spoke. "Come with me," she said. "Let me show you how to dress up properly." A weird smile plastered on her face. That's when I knew that she was not my real mom. She had no dimples. My real mom had dimples when she smiles. I acted normal so she wouldn't get suspicious. To be honest, I got really scared on the inside. I knew how to escape from this woman, though. Some say if you curse at a bad spirit, they will go away. It's a Filipino belief. So I yelled at her, "Shut up, woman! Don't bother me! I don't need your fashion opinion!" Then I stormed back outside. My face was blank, and then suddenly I started crying because I was super scared. I didn't know how I had managed to act brave in front of a bad spirit. I ran to my mom and hugged her. All of my family was asking what was going on, and I told them everything that had happened. After that day, everything went back to normal, I guess. No weird things happened again. Maybe the cursing had actually worked? I don't know, but my advice for you guys is if you ever see something that bothers or scares you, just act brave, or be brave, or maybe curse at them. It might just work.
This story happened a while ago when I was about 9 years old. It was an early morning, around dawn, when I suddenly woke up to see a tall, strange figure standing over me. It must have been watching me while I was asleep. It had a blank, pale face, but it still looked like a real person, and it looked exactly like my mom. The figure was wearing a blue bathrobe, something like my mom used to wear during the winter. So I figured my mom was maybe sleepwalking for the first time and came into my room during her dream. I was so startled, so I said to my mom, "What are you doing in my bedroom?" "I'm going to bed. You just scared me." But she didn't reply. The figure just kept staring at me. So I gave my mom another confused look and just went back to bed, thinking that if she's sleepwalking, she'll eventually leave my bedroom and go back to bed. My eyes were closed for a second before I turned around again, because I felt like someone was still standing behind me, but the figure ended up being gone. Panicking, I looked around my room because I didn't hear my bedroom door open or close, meaning it wasn't my mom, and whoever it wasn't sleepwalking. The person didn't even exist. A few days later, I told my mom and asked her again about why she was in my bedroom at 6 a.m. when I obviously was sleeping, but she had no idea what I was talking about. She said she never came into my bedroom and that she had never sleepwalked in her entire life. So I told her about this strange figure that was watching me while I slept and dressed in her bathrobe, and then it disappeared after I acknowledged its presence. She didn't really think anything of it. She just laughed it off and blamed it on my eyes must be getting tired. My mom always insisted that our home wasn't haunted or built on top of a historical ground. She's really spiritual, like into tarot card readings and psychics and manifestations. So she must not have wanted to give in to the evil side. But that experience never left me. And my mom has now told me that I used to sit on our staircase and have conversations with the little boy and girl as a child. I've heard many stories about people supposedly talking to their family members, but they're really communicating with a demon in disguise. And I fully believe that the same thing happened to me that night.
This happened 6 years ago. I was home when I heard my doorbell ring, and it was my friend who asked if I wanted to go outside to the parking lot and hang out. I said, sure, I'm not doing anything else at the moment. The parking lot was big and was next to a football field, a large office building, and had a church nearby. But anyway, here's what happened. His brothers came up to me and we decided to play a game of hide and seek. Well, the place was big and open, so we had to use the building and cars to hide around. When we were about to start, a random man came out of nowhere and asked if he could join us. My friend said yes, and then pulled me aside and whispered, I don't trust him, and I agreed with him. Then his brothers came by and asked what we were doing now, and I said we should just leave. But my friend didn't care and said, let's just play along, and when he goes to hide, we'll ditch him. I said, what? Are you nuts? And he said, trust me. But when we were about to go, he wasn't there, so we decided to go to the building because there was a party going on over there, and we could ask for help. We were about to enter the building, and the man came out of nowhere in his car with 3 children in the back of the car. The man started teasing us, and the last thing he said was, aren't you afraid of the dark? And laughed. I said, no, and then he said, give me 5. And as stupid as I was, I high-fived him. And then he started pulling me in his car through the window. My friend and his brothers tried to help pull me back, but the man was too strong. I started screaming that the man was a crazy maniac, and the girls in the back of the car laughed. But then he let me go and sped away. People came out of the building because they heard us screaming, and my father came up to check on us. I was so relieved, and me and my friend told him everything. My dad took me and my friend home, and then called the police, but the man was never found.
This happened last year when I was 15 years old. I badly wanted a new iPhone since my brother had broken mine. But I was thankful that my brother broke mine because mine was the iPhone 6, and the latest model was the iPhone 11 Pro Max. But that was like $1,000. There was no way my parents would get me that one. So I had to get a job, of course. I got a job at Target, and I mostly had late hours for my shift. My coworker, John, was a nice person. He helped me around a lot. One night, my parents and siblings were out of town, so that meant I had to walk home. But it was late, so I asked John for a lift. I told him the directions to my house, but he did not listen to me. We drove for about an hour or so until we reached an abandoned restaurant that was open. I was begging John to leave this place, but he just pulled me and dragged me inside. There, I saw a woman that was tied to a chair and looked like she hadn't slept in years. John dragged me to a chair and tied me to it. Then I saw a creepy look in his eyes that I had never seen before. I couldn't believe that I had trusted him. He locked the door and went to another room. Good thing he didn't cover my face, so I spoke nervously to the woman. She told me that he was a part of a group that kidnapped women and harassed them and killed them after. They always escaped if the police were involved. I was so scared that I actually thought I was gonna faint. But not only was I beautiful, but I was also smart. I broke myself free quietly and helped the woman on my left. We snuck out and I got in my car. I could see John's silhouette staring at me and smiling. We called the police while driving off quickly. We met up with the police 2 minutes later and went to the abandoned restaurant. But John was nowhere to be seen. To this day, I still get the creeps. If I had been 2 seconds late to drive away, what would have happened to me?
The very first night of my job as a pizza delivery guy turned out to be something that you would only expect to happen in movies. The incident gave me sleepless nights, and I remember suffering from sleep paralysis thereafter. It was in February. We were nearing our closing time. The other delivery guy who would normally stay until closing time had left early that day for whatever reason. I remember him mentioning some personal, unavoidable problem. All of a sudden, the phone on the counter rang. It was past midnight, and we didn't think it was strange for someone to call at this hour for pizza, probably midnight cravings. But then it hit me. I was going to be the one to deliver it. The manager had received the call and gave me the address the caller had mentioned. I looked back at him with a frustrated look and he shrugged. I had no choice. The manager said I better be quick as he would have to wait till I came back. The chef handed the pizza to me with a frown, and I could clearly read the annoyance on his face. I didn't recognize the place and the address at first, but I was accustomed to delivering to addresses I had not heard of before. This particular address was difficult to find. After a lot of hassle, I found the house at the town outskirts. It was the last house in a row of houses opposite a long stretch of thicket. Forests have often freaked me out, so I decided to make it quick and get back as soon as possible. When I neared the house, I observed the front door to be ajar. Strange. I rang the doorbell repeatedly, but no one answered. Suddenly, a gust of wind threw open the front door even more, and I was able to make out the interiors of the drawing room. Brightly lit with all the lights on and completely empty. I entered anyway and called out for someone. No sound but a low, pleasant music playing from the cassette player on the cabinet beside me. It was so eerily silent with that music in the background that I started freaking out. I could hear my own breathing. Only then, from behind the door in the far corner, did I hear a sound. I headed towards that room. Shouldn't have. When I opened the door, I was expecting the caller, but I got the nightmare of my life. It was a person, all right, but dead. Almost. The corpse was lying on the bed in a pool of blood. Its abdomen was tore open, and the eyes directly looking at me. I wanted to throw up. In a split second, I was out of the house, not caring about who it was, or who did that, or the cold pizza in the box. I ran for my life, just before pausing in horror at a face staring from behind the door of the same room where I had just been. It was a man, showing only his head from behind the door, with a sickening smile on its face. I had been in the same room with that man for a minute or so. This was enough for me. I stepped on the gas and sped to my shop, throwing the pizza at my clueless manager, and from there to my home, where I laid for 4 days with a high fever. I quit my job thereafter. But what struck me afterwards was that no other houses except that cursed home had their lights on. It was like all of them were abandoned. I shrugged off that feeling at the time, but now as I come to think of that, I shudder. What was that place? Hi, my name is Aiden. My mom always wanted a daughter. When she gave birth to me, my father told me that she didn't look that happy at all. She kept trying and trying to get pregnant again, but it never worked. When I was 2, she stopped trying and adopted a girl instead. She named her Ivy. Ivy was just a year older than me, so she was 3 years old, and for a month, everything was okay and my mom was satisfied, until some strange things started happening. My father told me that at night she would hold a knife while standing in front of my door. He thought that she was sleepwalking and probably had some childhood trauma causing those types of dreams, so he brushed it off. Eventually, she stopped doing it after a few months and we all forgot about it. But when she turned 8, things started to happen again. She would talk to herself in the morning and get very aggressive. I tried to tell my mom several times, but she said it was normal. I was terrified of my sister. One night at 2 a.m., she screamed in a terrifying pitch. My parents rushed to her room and her eyes were bloodshot, and she was scratching her arm aggressively. On the following morning, my mom called a doctor about her behavior, and they took her away. On my 10th birthday, my sister returned and looked normal. "Surprise!" my mom said whilst holding her hand. Honestly, I felt happy that I could see her again. We played games and had fun until it was time for me to sleep. I randomly woke up to see my sister next to my bed. She was holding a knife, tearing into my arm. Her eyes were wide open, and she had a blood-curdling smile that will never leave my head. I passed out. I woke up in a hospital bed and saw my mom crying next to me. Suddenly, I remembered Ivy and asked my mom where she was, and all she said was, "She's gone."
I am a 14-year-old who experienced something really scary. My sister started acting strange around my birthday. When I was a kid, she used to pull a lot of pranks on me, like push me down the stairs and cut my hair. So I asked her one day, why does she continue to pull pranks on me? And she told me that she was just playing. So when I was about to go tell our mom, she grabbed my hand and had a big sinister look on her face, which really startled me. She said, "You don't have to tell," and she skipped away. The next day, I woke up with her standing over me, just staring at me, which really had me shook. So I slapped her to snap her out of it. She just turned her head again and stared again at me with that sinister smile as I froze. I tried to scream out to my mom as I was hearing footsteps. She opened my door and I looked very pale, and she asked me what I was looking at, and I said, "Sis." My mom responded, "What do you mean? She died 2 years ago."
My name is Darshana, and I live in Oman. I am 13 now, but this happened to me when I was 10. Our exams got over, and we all were planning what to do during holidays. I suggested we go on a trip, but our parents were so busy we could not go. So our friend Karan suggested we play video games in the morning and afternoon, go for a walk in the evening, and play a football match, and then at night we would all go to his house for a sleepover, and at 12 o'clock that night we would sneak out my brother Arjun, who was just 6. He got scared and told us he was not coming, but we made fun of him and forced him to come. On the other hand, my friend Sahana was very excited. I lived on the 3rd floor, and 3 of my friends also lived on the 3rd floor, and the other 2 lived on the 4th floor. There was one lady on the 5th floor who hated us because we'd had a fight with her kid. So when we snuck out, all 7 of us, we saw the lady outside who hated us. Her name was Mary. She smiled and laughed and talked to us, and we were shocked she was not angry with us. Then we told her goodbye and left. We did a few rounds in the park, playing, and got back home at 3 a.m. and slept. The next day, our friend Karan woke everyone, and we all went down to see what had happened. To our surprise, Mary was dead there. Her son said she had died around 9 p.m., and they found her this morning. She had died from falling off the balcony. The 7 of us were in shock. Then who talked to us last night at midnight? After this incident, 1 year later on the same day, September 30th, we all got a text message from an unknown number. It said, "I will come back." After this, we didn't sneak out of house at all anymore.
I don't like museums, but my girlfriend does. I'm 17, and this is a true story that was traumatizing to me and my girlfriend. She's a redhead and likes to wear dresses, but me, I like to wear jeans and a black shirt. But anyways, since I'm a girl, my dad would always make me go out with a pocket knife for protection. My girlfriend forgot her charger, and that was the only one she had, so we started looking for it as I was watching my favorite channel, Wansi, as it's the only channel with good stories. My girlfriend let out a loud scream as she was pointing to a body. It was a security guard. Just then, we heard a loud bang in a dark corner, and another guard came out with a bright light. He said he would help us get out if we follow him, so we started walking further and further until my girlfriend kept backing into me. She fell, and when I looked at her face, she was very pale and had a cold sweat like she was resisting fainting. But before she did her best to point at the guard's hand, and then she fainted in my arms. I looked up at the guard again, and in his hands was a knife, so I grabbed my pocket knife, and I looked up again, and there was a storage. It finally clicked, so I ran fast, but I tripped like an idiot in the horror films, and a loud bump from my girlfriend's head as I dropped her on the floor. He looked mad at my girlfriend and started to go over to her. I jumped up and punched him in his neck. My girlfriend woke up and saw her phone. Hers was dead, so she called the police on mine as he was blacked out. and I almost fainted for some reason, but I didn't because I still had some adrenaline. When the police arrived, they looked at us and said, "You girls are very lucky. Turns out he was a rapist and a murderer." I fainted because of blood loss, but I'm fine. So is the security guard. Now my girlfriend still gets nightmares, which leads her to scream almost every night. Whatever you do, don't go to museums at night. Also, the guy looked tired but beat up and had long blonde greasy hair, which kind of reminded me of a kid in kindergarten named Michael Brenner, who always hated me because he thought I was annoying and said he would kill me one day. What do you think I should do? He keeps sending me letters saying drastic things. This incident happened when I was 8 years old. I'm 13 now, and I have a twin brother. Let's call him Kyle for now. In 2nd grade, Kyle had an eye injury that damaged one of his eyes for quite some time. He went in for daily checkups and all that medical stuff. One night, he woke up screaming and crying because of his eye pain. My parents had immediately taken him to the hospital, leaving me and my 5-year-old brother alone at home. We both decided to watch some YouTube instead of sleeping, since my little brother can't sleep without my mom. We were both watching some videos, and then someone rang the doorbell. We both got up to answer the bell when I realized my parents had taken the key with them and the door was locked. So if it was my parents, they would have unlocked the door themselves and come in instead of ringing the doorbell. "Who's there?" I asked, and no one responded. I asked twice more, and still no response. I told my little brother to go back to his room, just in case, because he was already getting freaked out. I figured someone had been playing Ding Dong Ditch, but at midnight? I ask one more time, and the person answers. I hear crying on the other side of the door, which sounded exactly like Kyle. "Kyle?" I ask, kind of confused. He tells me to open the door. Now, I live in an apartment, and my parents won't ever make Kyle go up alone with an eye injury like that and wait in the parking lot. I was really confused, so I asked, "Did Mom give you the keys?" "Go back down there and get the keys. The door is locked." I hear him cry even louder and groan as he keeps repeating the same "open the door" line. So I try to soothe him and tell him to go back down. I tell him one last time to go get the keys, but this happened and I hear no response. So I call my dad on the phone and ask him to give Kyle the keys and help him out and tell him sending Kyle alone was a bad idea. My dad is equally confused and tells me that they're still in the hospital and Kyle is with them. I start freaking out and he tells me that it was probably the night guard, but it didn't make any sense. I don't go back to the door and wait till my parents come home. When they finally come home, I tell Kyle what happened, but he didn't have any idea what I was talking about. I still wonder, what would have happened if I had the keys that night and opened the door for the fake Kyle? I live in Malaysia, where the weather is always warm and sunny most of the time. I was 7 years old when this strange encounter happened. My family has a house with 3 bedrooms upstairs. One room for my parents and baby brother, who was 1 and too young to sleep in his own room. I have another brother who was about 5 years old at the time. We both slept in the other bedroom together as we were scaredy cats who couldn't fall asleep alone at night. Our bed is quite big, and both of us fit comfortably together. We used to have a nightlight on as well as we slept. The headboard of the bed is against the wall, and opposite of it is the bedroom window, which is wide with blinds that are usually open. When laying down in bed, I usually look straight out the window, where I can see my neighbor's house and a few trees at the side, which create shadows on my window. One night, I woke up from my sleep. I didn't know why, but I didn't think much about it. The nightlight was still on, and I wanted to go back to sleep until something caught my eye. My eyes darted towards the window, and there I saw a black figure. It didn't seem to be a shadow made by a tree outside, as it had a weird human-like shape. It was small in size, and the head was horizontal oval. I sat up straighter in my bed. I wanted to wake up my 5-year-old brother, but I didn't dare move, thinking if I made another move that thing might break in. It stood rigid outside my window, staring at me. It was completely black without any facial features, like a complete shadow, but I could feel it staring at me. Suddenly, out of nowhere, it started to vibrate. Like how pictures on television go static. That's what was happening to the shadow. It started going static. What was even weirder, I started to smile. I smiled at the figure going static. I even giggled at the thing. I don't know why. Maybe because I found it stupidly weird at how this thing was going static, and it seemed funny to me. I began to stand up on my bed to get a closer look at it, but to my utter horror, it stopped vibrating. It stood completely still. And what happened next horrified me. The figure opened its eyes, which were all white. Its eyes arched down, which showed anger, and turned its head down at me. I fell onto my bed and pulled the blanket over me. I didn't run out of the room. I was too scared to move, afraid it would get me if I did. I ended up falling asleep and woke up the next day. I told my little brother what happened, that I saw a weird-looking figure outside, that, with much thought, kind of resembled an alien. He believed me, of course. Since he's only 5, he believes anything. I went down to tell my parents during breakfast and told them what I saw, but even though I expected them not to believe me, I was annoyed when they laughed at my story. "You sure you weren't dreaming?" my dad said. "No, I saw it. It was real. I wasn't dreaming," I said. "You know, it could be the trees, casting shadows, making you see things," my dad said. I gave up trying to make them understand. A few years had passed, and I sleep alone in my room without a nightlight, and I'm not afraid to sleep alone anymore. As I grew older and more mature, but after that experience, I always keep the blinds closed every night. Hi, I'd like to share a story that happened to my parents shortly after my birth. I retell the words of my father, my uncle, and grandparents. Before the wedding, my biological mother looked like an absolutely normal woman. She was a very pleasant person and a music teacher. However, soon after I was born, she began to behave strangely. She and my father moved to live in the flat of his parents, and for a while everything was just fine. But then she began to look detached, as if she fell out of reality for a while, and didn't react to anything that was happening around her, including her own child. She would sit for hours staring at one point. Then she developed insomnia and crying attacks, during which she claimed that everyone around her was offending, insulting her, and hypnotizing her. My grandmother often had to calm her down. She scared my uncle, my dad's younger brother, very much. When he got up one night to use the bathroom, he saw her standing like a lifeless statue or a ghost in the middle of the corridor, in a long nightgown with her long hair loose. He's still afraid to see me with my hair loose because he said that I resemble her a lot this way. The last straw was an incident one night when my father woke up and saw her with a deathly pale face, standing over him with a razor blade in her hand and repeating, "Love will win. Love will win." Soon after that, she was already taken to the city mental hospital. 3 men could hardly contain her. She rushed about like a wild animal and shouted the same phrase, "Love will win. Love will win." When they got to the mental hospital, it turned out that she had already been registered with a psychiatrist. She hid it from my father that she was sick with schizophrenia, for fear that he wouldn't marry her. But in the end, she was admitted to the hospital for treatment. And when she got out, my father filed for divorce for my safety. Since then, I've been living with my grandparents and regularly call up and see my biological mother. They don't mind, and she confirmed this story. Now she's successfully treated, takes pills, and even still works as a teacher, only now she gives private lessons. The psychiatrist confirmed that schizophrenia wasn't inherited by me, but I'm still almost afraid of becoming like her one day.
This happened back in 2017. I was 13 at the time. Here in my country, there's no middle school, so I'm a high schooler technically. I'm a boy with black wavy short hair. I have brown eyes, light tan skin. I'm 5'7". I wear a beanie all the time, and I'm also a skater. I love to hang out with my fellas. Sometimes we cut class and pass over the metal fence just to find some place to skate. There's no official skate park here in town, except the old one, which is kinda avoided by many teenagers. We're in a group of 7 people. Me, Baron, Frazier, Ulysses, Christian, Easton, and Klein. All of us are 13, except Klein. He was 15. It's May, the peak of summer. We headed to where the old skate park was located, which is in the southwest part of town. The metal fence is very mossy and rusty, so anyone from the outside can't see on the inside. There were many rumors that said it was open back in 2002, but a tragic event happened and it was shut down by the local government. Klein was a complete rebel, so he climbed up the fence. "Come on, don't be such a coward," he said. I'm totally uncomfortable and my hands are trembling. Despite the "something is wrong here" mindset, I continued. As I passed by the fence, I saw the old and dirty skate park. My friends were already skating and doing their stunts. As I was doing a double flip on my skateboard, I accidentally fell on the slide and scraped my forehead on the cement and caused it to bleed. I asked my friends for help and they ignored me and continued skating like nothing had happened. I shouted. In response, they stared at me blankly, and the statement of, "We clearly heard you," that was all over their face, really made me mad. I was so mad, I began to walk away. I headed to the metallic fence. As I was passing by, a few arms grabbed my shirt and forcibly pulled me. I fell, and I saw my friends rotting, like they were the walking dead. I was terrified, crawling back to the fence. They came closer and closer until they were a few centimeters away from my face. Their breath smelled like dead mice, which hurt my nostrils. They're whispering, "We're lonely." I closed my eyes. A couple of minutes had passed, the smell vanished, and their presence wasn't felt anymore, so I opened my eyes. I was shocked that I was inside the abandoned skate park. I'm wet, and it was raining intensely. I quickly climbed up the fence and found my friends on the other side, and they had a worried expression on their faces. "Caleb, we're worried about you," Christian said. I asked what happened, and they told me that I climbed up the fence to the skate park all by myself, like I'm not on my own. They heard me scream, "I'm lonely," over and over again. Also, they knew that we were avoiding the old park since much of its history includes cultic activities from the 1950s. Possession of some skaters back in 2002 and the crash site of a local airplane happened in the 90s. I'm wondering how I could have snapped out from that nightmarish event without the rain. As they say, water is a great waker.
My name is Melissa, and I was at my grandparents' house with my cousin Andrea. My grandparents live in the countryside in a rather isolated spot. We had decided to go for a walk to explore the surroundings. We walked for a long time to reach a place where there was a very busy road, and on the side there was a private property blocked from access by a gate. Further on, we spotted a small passage leading into the field, so we decided to go. This place actually leads to the private property seen a little earlier. Entering it, we saw a large space where there were swamps and kind of a mini lake. This lake was surrounded by trees and bushes, and therefore not very visible outside the property. As we approached, we could see an orange life jacket on the ground. In front of us, there was a wooden pontoon. We wanted to go, but we first had to walk a very narrow path by the side of the lake to access it. While we were walking, we saw a sort of blue plastic tube with a rusty metal stopper filled with marble, with illegible writings on it. Continuing on, we saw huge nutria in the lake, and therefore turned around. As we retraced our steps, we noticed a can of yellow gasoline, a pair of torn shoes, and pieces of pipes scattered all over the place, as if people lived there. Andrea decided to go to the small forest next door, where you could hardly see inside the car. There were a lot of trees. I preferred to stay near the lake because I had a very bad feeling. To give her courage, I spoke to her, but the more she walked, the weaker her voice was. But I still managed to hear that she had arrived at a place where it was a broken blue dresser with a sleeping bag in a wooden cabin. She kept going, but suddenly she stopped talking, and I had no news from her for a few minutes. Panicked, I decided to call her, but I fell directly on her voicemail. I was nervous and started to worry. I looked around, repeating Andrea's name and number so many times, and that's where I saw him. A tall man who was about 6 feet tall and extremely thin. He had skin on his bones, very hollow cheeks, and huge dark circles, as if he hadn't slept in days. He kept whispering words over and over that we could hardly hear. All I could understand was that he was speaking in another language. It sounded like gibberish. He had a blood-stained axe in his hand. Terrorized, I prayed it wasn't Andrea's. Unfortunately, I couldn't wait for it because the man started chasing at me at maddening speed. I ran with all of my strength until I finally reached the road. Fortunately, cars circulated, they were moving, and the man had returned to the woods. My fear was at its peak, but I kept running along the road to get away from there. As I was running, it was a miracle. I saw in front of me 100 yards the silhouette of a young girl my age. And that silhouette actually belonged to Andrea. I ran to her in tears, and we returned to our grandparents with fear in our guts. Like me, she had managed to escape by taking another passage. It's been 4 years since this event happened, and I still wonder what would have happened to us if this man had caught up to us.
This happened to me when I was 7 or 8 years old. Me and my mom were getting ready to go buy lunch at my aunt's shop, when suddenly my little sister Rihanna whispered to me and said, "Don't go buy lunch with Mom." I was shocked and said, "You're just jealous because Mom takes me with her and not you." My mom then called me and said, "We are leaving now, kiss your siblings," and I kissed all of them except my little sister. We then drove off and finally arrived at my aunt's little shop. I saw her smiling at me and I smiled back at her. I really love my aunt, and suddenly I spotted my uncle looking at me, and I just shrugged it off. My uncle was a very kind and happy man until he got in a car accident and was in a coma. My mom was shopping around and I was sitting in the corner on my phone minding my own business. My uncle sat right next to me, and I was shocked because he didn't even know who I was, and he said to me, "I have so many toys in the basement. Can you get them for me?" And I said, "Sure, Uncle." And I was so excited, and I went down there, and I shouted, "Uncle, where's the toys?" My uncle said, "Don't move," and he had a knife in his hand. And I said, "Uncle, what are you doing?" He suddenly started swinging the knife at my face, and I saw all this blood, and right before I passed out, I saw my mom running after me. When I finally woke up, I saw my mom crying and my aunt saying sorry hundreds of times to my mom. When they saw me waking up, my mom hugged me so tight, and my aunt just stared at me, smiling creepily. I just closed my eyes and told my mom what just happened in the basement, and what she said gave me goosebumps and shocked me. She said, "Your uncle was trying to kill you, and when I saw you, I had to cover your face with a blanket because I couldn't stand to see all the blood. Your uncle was just dancing around you, and when he saw me, he tried to kill me too. And I kicked him so hard it knocked him out, and I called the police right away." I asked my mom, "Can I see my face?" And she grabbed her tiny circle mirror in her bag. And when I saw my face, I began crying a lot, because I have a big scar on my left eyebrow and my cheeks. We got a call from the police that my uncle had escaped a mental hospital, and when I heard that, I just froze on the spot. When my mom and I got home, my little sister just hugged me and cried, saying, "I told you not to go with Mom." And then I had remembered that she said that to me before I left, and I just began crying. Now I'm 17 years old, and I still can't get this memory out of my head. If you see my uncle, be careful, because maybe one day he will do to you what he did to me. My name is Taya. I'm 18 years old, but this happened to me back when I was 15. I come from a really big family. I'm the oldest of 7 kids, meaning that I have 6 younger siblings. Recently, my siblings and I were taken into foster care due to us losing our home. My mom, who is a single mother, was trying and doing her best to provide for us, with God's help, of course. Our mom eventually got us back, which meant that she found us a house. Unfortunately, it was located in a not-so-good area. Our house was a 2-bedroom house with 1 bathroom in the middle of the ghetto. On one side we had a neighbor, for this story we'll call him Mr. George, and on the right side of the house was nothing but woods. When we first moved in, we couldn't afford beds at the time, so we slept on the floor. Because the right side of the house faced the woods, it was extra creepy at night to sleep, because we also didn't have any blinds or curtains to the windows, seeing as we just moved in. There were times where I would be changing my clothes, and outside of my window I would see the bushes moving. And not the kind of moving that wind causes, but like someone was trying to peek at me while I was changing. While living in that house, there were many different occurrences that were red flags to us. Like one night we were all asleep, and my mother woke up to the sound of the knob to the front door constantly being turned, as if someone was trying to get in. Another occurrence was when my brother was coming out of the bathroom, and because his bed was right by the window that faced the front yard, he was looking out the window and saw a tall figure just standing there watching the house. It was the same thing when he was in our room. Our rooms were split by gender since there were so many of us. The girls' room was located somewhere near the backyard facing the woods, so when he was on my sister's bunk bed that faced the forest, he saw the figure again. At the time when my dad was there, my mother and him went outside to see where the figure was, but found nothing. Now the real thing. One day, my mother said that she wanted to take back our library books. I was born in Charleston, South Carolina, but at the time we lived in North Charleston. The library was about a good 30 minutes away from our house, maybe an hour with traffic. So anyways, my mother said that she wanted to take our books back, but asked us if we wanted to come. We kept repeatedly telling her no because we just didn't feel like going out. With me being the oldest, I figured that I could hold down the fort until she got back. So she left and said that she would be back soon. Not even 5 minutes had passed before she came back and told us all to get in the car. For some reason, she had changed her mind and wanted all of us to come with her. She said she just wanted us to come with her for some reason, like it was a complete 360. I was annoyed at first, but we all got ready and we headed out. When we arrived at the library, my mother was supposed to only turn our old books back in, but for some reason we stayed much longer than expected. We were supposed to leave and come back, but we stayed there for almost 3 hours. Every time my mother told us to come on, either something like a movie or book caught her eye. The younger ones would start playing with the toys, or my mother would get sucked back into conversation with someone else. It was like every time we tried to leave, there was something that always prevented us from doing so. Now, in our house, because it was so small, it got hot very easy, because it was an old house. So our landlord came and installed one of those AC units that hang outside of the window, because when it turns on, it sucks the hot air out of the window and pushes the cold air in. This is important for the story. So when we came back to our house, my mother noticed something was off. All of the lights were on when we specifically remember turning them off. I did a double take because also our AC was gone. Because it was gone, that left the window wide open. My mother and I got out and told the others to stay in the car. When we got to the door, it was unlocked and our place was trashed. Our clothes were gone through, my bed had boot marks on it, and my brother's bed too. The funny thing is that they didn't take anything. Our laptops and computers were still there, so was the printer. It seems like they came in and took only things like diapers, wipes, and they messed with our food and then left. It was one of the scariest moments of my life. My mother called the police and they inspected the area, but they never found anything. We called our landlord and he put new locks and curtains on our windows, and we got more food and supplies. After that, we had no more break-ins, and we moved out after a year. While moving into our new house in a better, safer area, I remembered something that chills my bones to this very day. My mother and I both noticed something when we came home that day. When we got out of the car and went to the door, we slowly pushed the door open, and what we saw was truly terrifying. When someone comes to break into your house, they might put a chair up against the door to block maybe the police, or to let them know if the person who owns the house has returned. But usually the chair would be facing backwards. When we opened the door, the chair was faced towards the door as if someone was sitting in the chair waiting for us to open the door. It was faced like how it would be if you sneak back in after curfew and your parents are sitting facing the door waiting for you to come home. It was like they were waiting for us to come back, and when we did, they would take matters into their own hands. I thank God for that day, because if he didn't tell my mother to take us to the library, or even if he hadn't kept us there for so long, I fear what would have happened to us all.
I was just 12 years old when this incident happened. One day, I was walking with a friend on the beach. We were just talking and having fun when we needed to go through a road that was pretty much full of creepers. As we were walking, a man in his 60s, dressed up in a costume, walked up to us and said, "Come here, pretty girls, sit next to me." Well, as a 12-year-old, I wasn't dumb enough to go over there, so I grabbed my friend's arm and ran away. 2 days later, I was in my room texting to one of my friends. I live on the first floor, so pretty much anyone could just look inside my room. As I was saying, I was texting one of my friends when I saw a person's shadow. As I looked over, my heart dropped. It was the same man in the same costume, standing right outside my window, staring right at me. I locked my bedroom door and closed the curtains of my window. When he started tapping on my window, he yelled, "Sweetie, can you open your window so I can sit next to you?" I was so scared at this moment, so I grabbed my phone and called the cops. The man probably heard my call to the police because he started running away. A few minutes went by as I started to hear the police sirens. The police officers looked around my neighborhood and caught him running down the street. When I looked over to see the police taking him away, I almost fainted. He was smiling at me and giggling. The police officer searched around my house and found some blankets and food under my bed. He must have.
My name is Dalton, and this is my story. It all started when my friends dared me to stay in an abandoned haunted train. When I got there, I said goodbye to my friends and walked to the train. It was freezing. I'm lucky I brought my thermal coat, otherwise I would have got frostbite. So when I got to the train, I found a perfect room to sleep in for the night, and I laid down for 20 minutes and fell asleep. I woke up to the sound of screaming and windows being broken. I jumped out of bed and looked out to the hallway, and to my disbelief, I saw a ghostly man looking through all the train cabs for something or someone. Just then, we locked eyes. He came running after me at full speed. I just stood there, terrified out of my mind, when he touched me. At that point, I woke up and realized it was all a nightmare. I decided to not sleep that night. So I went on my phone, and 10 minutes later, I heard screaming again and windows being broken. I looked out to the hallway to make sure that man wasn't there. But he was. I thought to myself, did I see into the future? But I didn't waste any time thinking. I grabbed all my things and climbed out a broken window to escape. I called my friends to pick me up and tell them what happened. As I looked back, the man was staring at me. Then he disappeared. Did I just imagine that man, or was it a ghost? But no matter what, I will never forget that man's cold and lifeless face as he stared at me with his creepy smile. A few days ago, I was with my girlfriend and ended up coming home late. Since I wanted to finish something on my game development project, I lost track of time and went to sleep around 3 a.m. So anyways, I fell asleep. Later that night, I had a dream that resembled my school breaks, but it was in a train, bus-ish thing. At breaks, I used to patrol around school and see a bunch of people and say hi, laugh with them, annoy them, and just energetic social shit. So after messing around with my friends in my dream, I went to sit on a train chair. When I started bending over the chair, suddenly I saw an old lady figure. She looked pretty, I don't know how to explain it, kind of like the old lady from the comic Bone, but a messed up, skinny version of her. She moved in my direction while moving her hands in big, weird circles. and suddenly I felt a hand holding my wrist really hard. I got scared, while the holding started to be more painful. Then I realized it was a dream and tried to wake up. I managed to wake up about a minute after. I woke up while my wrist was in heavy pain. I looked at the clock to check the time. It was 8 in the morning, and my eyes were still blurry. I got my phone to check if my girlfriend sent me a message. Nope, only a message from my mom. Since she usually texts me recipes, I decided to check later. I went back to sleep and woke up a few hours later. I opened my phone and checked the message from my mom. Hi, we didn't want to interrupt you this morning. Grandma just died. I was totally shocked. I didn't tell anyone but my girlfriend about it. It's such a weird feeling.
Our old house was in a corner lot, and in lieu of a backyard, we had a side yard with a small deck that wrapped around back. The dining room had patio doors that led out to the back, and we would have barbecues and other such things back there. When I was about 14, we had one desktop computer and one laptop for the family. My brother and I would fight over the desktop. That's where we had Diablo 2 installed. So I would use the laptop to write music. On one particular night, my brother had a friend over and they were downstairs doing whatever, and I was at the dining room table on the laptop. As I was wrapping up my writing, I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings. Suddenly, I heard a knock on the patio door, which startled me. I looked up, expecting it to be my brother or his friend. The basement door had a door that led to the back deck as well. Standing at the door and waving was a person. I couldn't tell what sex or age they were, and they were wearing a Halloween pig mask. Still under the impression that it was my brother or his friend, I mouthed, "Good one," and gave the person the finger, and they walked away. As soon as they left, I went downstairs to give my brother and his friend a hard time, and to my surprise and dismay, they were both sitting on the couch playing PlayStation. They swore up and down it wasn't either one of them, and there was no way one of them would have had the time to get back downstairs and unmask before getting on the couch. To this day, I have no idea who it was that knocked and waved.
I have been killing my wife every night and burying her far from my house. But it's crazy. She wakes up next to me every morning asking, "Did you sleep well?" or "Good morning, love." This has been going on for 2 days, and I'm really confused and scared. She does everything like she used to do, the house chores, watches TV, makes dinner. I'm going crazy, and I can't approach someone about it since it's me who was killing my wife. I'm gonna try and kill her again. I will kill her. Again, I killed her and buried her in my own yard, since she comes back when I bury her far away. I thought maybe she won't return if I bury her near. The next morning, I woke up and saw no one beside me. Finally, she's gone. I should have done it this way a long time ago. I heard some noise downstairs and I rushed down to see a load of police officers arresting my wife. I was confused and approached one of the officers and asked what happened. The officer just ignored me, so I angrily shouted, but he still ignored me. What's the matter? Why am I being ignored? And then I overheard two officers' conversation. Unlucky guy. Why would she do that? Why would she kill her own husband and not even bury him, but instead keep his rotting body next to her and act as if he's alive? If her neighbor wouldn't have complained, we would have never known such a psychopath lived here. Look at her looking around, laughing. I looked at my wife. She was looking at my direction and mouthed, "I still love you."
This happened when I was 11 years old. It was just a normal day. I was outside walking the dogs like I normally do. I had already waited for about 10 minutes, so I decided it was time for me to go home. As I was approaching my house, I noticed this older man with a suitcase walking into my neighbor's house. But I shrugged it off, as my neighbor is friends with my mom, so it was probably her dad or something. The next day when I was walking to school, I saw the man walking from the shops as he had bags in his hands. I was already getting an uneasy feeling in my stomach as he looks a little creepy. Then we finally passed each other. I felt his eyes on me as he passed me. I didn't look back at him though. but I still felt him staring at me until I wasn't in sight anymore. Later that day, I got home around 3:30 and was already home for like 2 hours. I was doing my homework and my mom called me down. I quickly go downstairs and I look up at the door. My eyes widen. My stomach fell. The old man was at my house. He had round glasses, visible eye bags, wearing old and dirty clothes. I also noticed he was holding a pretty nice bag in his right hand. My mom said that he got a bag for me for being really nice to him. But in my knowledge, I never even spoke to him. I slowly approach him to get the bag with a forced smile. As I'm taking it from the old man, he had the most weirdest smile plastered on his face. I say thank you and go upstairs. As I get to my room, I open it to see how many things I can fit in the nice bag. But what I saw next shocked me. My heart dropped. It was pictures of me taken from a window when I was walking outside, and in my kitchen, in my room, and in the living room. I put my hand over my mouth in fear as I read what he wrote in the back of every photo. I will kill you if you tell anyone. Stunned, I dropped all the pictures on the floor and looked out the window to see if he had left. I shouted for my mom, and she could hear the quiver in my voice, and she ran upstairs. When she got to my room, her eyes got to the photos of me, and she saw the message. She got her phone out and she hugged me tight. She called the police and told them about the photos and the writing. The police arrived in about 10 minutes. In that time, I finally calmed down. The policeman was talking to my mom. I was barely listening, but one thing that scared me the most was that he was planning to kidnap me in the middle of the night, take me to his house, rape and then kill me. He wrote his plans in his diary. To this day, I'm grateful that he's in prison and that I was able to live. But I do wonder every day if I would still be here if he never gave me those pictures. My name is Nusrat. This incident happened when I was 10, and yet still sends shivers down my spine. It all started after my dad's family went home after our open house was finished. My sister is 7 years older than me, and since I didn't have a room of my own, our parents told us to share. It was around 2 in the morning, and I hadn't slept because I was busy playing games. My sister was sleeping, and I was starting to get tired, so I decided to go to bed. We had bunk beds. My sister was on the bottom bunk, and I was on the top. I climbed up and laid on my bed staring at the ceiling. I dozed off and went into a dreamland. It was around 5:30 a.m. I had a nightmare and was about to wake up when I realized I couldn't open my eyes or move my body. I just felt paralyzed. I tried to talk, but my mouth could barely move. All I could manage to say was, "Help," in a very low voice, which I doubt anyone could hear. My sister held my hand, which made me shoot my eyes wide open, and she asked, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, I'm gonna go get a glass of water. I'll be right back." As I was walking out of the room, I felt someone staring at me. I looked back and saw my sister staring while grinning ear to ear. I thought I was just hallucinating as I was starting to feel dizzy. So I went to the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water and drank it in a gulp. I was about to go back to my room when I saw the fridge open and a shadow in front of it. I opened the lights and was about to scream when my sister held me and told me to be quiet. I asked, "What are you doing here?" Which she replied, "Shh, you're gonna wake up Mom and Dad." "I'm making noodles. Want some?" Her answer shocked me. "How long have you been here?" I asked. "Around 30 minutes. I'm trying to find some chilies." If she was here before me, who was it in the bedroom that woke me up? I was terribly horrified. Ever since that day, I never went into my sister's room and slept with my parents. That incident has been 7 years, and I still remember it as if it was yesterday. My name is Nina, and I'm 17 years old. This happened about 8 months ago on my cousin's 19th birthday. When I was home watching TV, my cousin texted me, "Hey Nina, would you like to come to my house for my birthday party tonight?" I replied, "Okay, I'll be there." And she said, "Okay, don't be too late." I used a taxi to my cousin's house and arrive around 5 p.m. There's 3 men there, all 18, and my aunt. The party is kind of fun. There's a lot of food and cake. Around 8 p.m., I decide to go home, so I tell my aunt and my cousin, and they tell me, "Are you sure you want to go home alone?" I replied, "Yes, Auntie, it's okay. I always go alone." Stupidly, I said that. I say my goodbyes to my aunt and my cousin, and then I head walking out. It's about 5 minutes to the highway from my cousin's house, and there's a railroad about 3 feet higher than the road. There's no railroad bars there, so I had to look right and left before crossing the railroad, and finally I pass it. I'm waiting for my taxi, but there's no vehicles passing by. I'm alone on the street with only a street light and a railroad behind me that's pretty quiet. My cousin keeps texting me, "Hey, are you sure you're gonna be fine?" I reply, "Yes, I'm okay." Then I hear someone say, "Shh." I start being scared, but positive thinking. It's only a wind. 30 minutes later, I finally go back to my cousin's house. As I crossed the railroad, I saw a train coming at me full speed. I screamed and jumped. Luckily, I didn't get hit by that train, and I was so shocked my heart was beating so fast. When the train finally passes, there's a man behind me, and he asks, "Hey kid, are you okay?" I was shocked that there was a man in the street. I replied, "I'm okay, sir." Then he replied, "You should be careful, and you shouldn't be alone," which was so strange in my mind that a man would appear out of the blue and just speak without facing me. So I start to get up, and I leave and I look back again, and I was so shocked that I saw a man with no face. His face was so creepy with a red eye that I froze, and I screamed, and I started to run faster like hell. I finally told everything that happened to my aunt and my cousin. They were shocked. I almost cried at that time. Then I told my aunt to call my parents. The next morning, my cousin texted me to see what I saw that night. She told me that there was a delivery man who was killed and hit by a train 5 days ago. It really creeped me out, and I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. I saw that creepy man and almost got killed by the train at the same time. I'm Julia, and this story happened to me when I was 13. My brother Zach was 9 at the time, so it was one afternoon when my brother and I were home alone, and I suggested we play hide and seek while our parents were at work. So he decided he wanted to hide, so I counted until 50 and then said, "Ready or not, here I come." I checked the bathtub first, since he always loved hiding there. I peeked, but he wasn't there. That's strange, I thought to myself, then proceeded to search the first entire floor of our house, and again, he wasn't there. I just brushed it off and went up to the second floor, where he would occasionally hide on the second floor. But we have a very simple house layout, and our parents' bedroom was right next to Zach's room, and my bedroom was right next to the main bathroom. Keep in mind, we don't have any storage rooms or a backyard or anything like that. We were strictly forbidden to go into the attic because my dad kept his personal things up there. If we ever hid on the second floor, he wouldn't have many places to hide because we know the second floor layout extremely well. I looked everywhere, in the bedrooms and even the second bathtub again, and he still wasn't there. At this point, I gave up looking for him and figured he would just emerge out of his hiding place. But something just didn't feel right in that moment. It had been more than 15 minutes since I gave up, and I started to get a bit worried. But I thought maybe he finished hiding and was in his bedroom playing games right now. Around 30 minutes later, our parents returned home, and my mom asked me to go call Zach for dinner. So I went to his room, but he wasn't there, and I called out to him inside the entire house. My parents started to get worried, and then I told my mom that we were playing hide and seek and that he went missing and I haven't been able to find him. My dad immediately called the police. Shortly after the police arrived, they searched the entire house. They weren't able to find him, unfortunately. All of us were shocked by the sudden disappearance. And the next morning, the police arrived again and searched the entire neighborhood. Then they couldn't find a single trace of my brother. At this point, we had all lost hope in finding him and decided the best thing to do was to move on with our lives. A few months later, we started experiencing very strange activity, from missing food to our TV being played on full volume in the middle of the night, and our cat acting very strangely. These strange things continued for months. My dad got a promotion for his job and told us that we needed to move. So the next day, my dad asked me to go to the attic with him to clear up some things. It was at that time when a very strange odor hit us. "It smells like it's coming from that suitcase in the corner," my dad shouted. We went over there, opened the suitcase, and found something that would haunt us for the rest of our lives. There he was, Zach, lying there rotting and being feasted on by maggots. I'm 28 now. His spirit and that memory of him in that suitcase still haunts me to this day. Even though I've moved on with my life and I got married and gave birth to a beautiful boy, my son still talks about his uncle, which he will never see, and he won't stop attaching to me. I feel so sorry for him that he died in that way. He would have been 24 by now, probably married with kids. I blame myself all the time. Why didn't I check the attic?
My name is Victor. I'm only 15, but 1 year ago, something really scary happened to me. In my city in Serbia, there was a big abandoned hospital. Once, my friends Christopher and Leo bet I wouldn't dare go inside and stay in there for 10 minutes. I was like, oh Jesus, that's nothing, I can do that. We were together on Tuesday night around 3 a.m. when it was darkest and creepiest. The day has come, I thought to myself. It was around 2:50 a.m., and after a couple of minutes, I saw my friends running toward me. I asked, what happened? They said nothing, they just wanted to scare me a bit. The time had come. I went inside and turned on my flashlight. I looked around and saw a lot of old, unused things like hospital bedding and hospital machines. But what I saw next shocked me. There was a skeleton in the corner of room B29. I got goosebumps, and I looked at the time, and it was 3:02 in the morning. Then I walked into the next room, and the next room. But I had a feeling that someone was watching me. Then I heard footsteps behind me. But when I turned around, there was nothing. I got scared, and I yelled, "Guys, I know you're there," but no one responded to me. Then I walked a bit further. I checked the time, and it was 3:08. I was happy, and I thought to myself, I'm gonna win that bet. But then I looked down, and I saw a shadow of a body walking toward me. I slowly turned around. There was a 7-foot-tall figure that looked something like a human, but it wasn't. Its face had a snowy white color to it with red eyes, and it had an unbelievably big, creepy smile on its face. It was wearing very dark clothing, and then it began screaming. I was so scared, I ran all the way up to the roof, and I screamed down to my friends, "Guys, are you there?" I didn't get a response. I then ran and hid behind some cardboard boxes. I saw that creature coming up the stairs looking for me. Luckily, it didn't see me, and it went back down the stairs. I calmed down a bit, and I looked at the street and saw that creature was walking into the woods. After I got my wits about me, I found a ladder that went down from the roof. I climbed it down and ran until I reached my home. I told everything to my parents. The next day at school, I went up to my friend and asked where they had gone after I went into the hospital. They said, "What are you talking about? We were at a party last night." I said, "Haha, very funny." But then they showed me a video where they were dancing drunk at some party. After that, we moved to another city far away from the last one. I still don't know who I met that night if it wasn't my friends.
My name is Jamshera. This story takes place when I was around 6 or 7 years old, and my little brother was 5 or 6. We lived in a very small town where 5 or 6 houses were just there. It was just a normal night where me and my little brother were watching cartoons and my mom was cooking dinner for us. My dad was not at home. He was away on business in another country, and he was a very hard-working businessman. Anyway, when my mom finished cooking dinner for us, she called us to get our plates and sit on the dining room table. While we were eating, someone knocked inside of the cabinet that was near our bedroom. The bedroom was near our kitchen, so we could hear it clearly. All 3 of us froze and just stared at the cabinet. At first, my mom thought it was just our cat playing inside the cabinet. But the weird thing is I know the cabinet wasn't open since like a year and a month now, because it contains my mom's collection of glasses, so there's no way it was a cat. After that incident, my brother and I went to our bedroom to watch cartoons again until we fell asleep, while my mom cleaned up in the kitchen. I woke up very hungry around midnight or something. I don't know what time it was, but it was because I was a little kid and I didn't know about numbers. So I got to the kitchen very quietly, afraid I would wake my mom up. I opened the drawers below our refrigerator and got a snack for myself and headed back to our bedroom quickly. Once I was comfortable leaning my head on my mother's back, I opened the snack and started eating it quietly. After a few minutes of me just chewing my food, the door of our bedroom opened. At first, I thought it was our cat, so I waited for him to walk in the door, but there was none. Instead, it was an arm of a woman slowly sticking out. It was so white and wet. That person had a bruise on her arm, and it looked rotten. I was scared. I got terrified. I couldn't move or speak, so I just stared, my eyes opening widely at the arm slowly creeping out. Then my eyes nearly bulged out when it started waving very slowly like it was calling for me. I was so terrified I nearly peed my pants. I couldn't see her face, so I got on my comforter and hugged my mom. My mom woke up and saw me crying. She patted my back and calmed me down, and slowly I drifted back to sleep. Until this day, I couldn't forget, and I haven't told anyone about it since, knowing they're gonna just laugh and tell me I was imagining things, and we still live in that house. And growing up, I learned to know that our house was an old Chinese hospital that was over 30 years old before my dad sold out the house. I'm still terrified and also thankful I didn't see her face. I wonder what would happen if I did follow her or did see her face.
My name is Alex. This happened to me when I was 14. It was the year 2016 when I heard all the things about clowns. I was sitting in my living room. I was home all alone since my parents went to my grandparents' house. I decided to stay home because there was nothing else to do there. I went upstairs and invited my friends over. Their names were John, Bryce, Sarah, and Emma. We played some video games, but then got bored. Bryce thought it would be a good idea to play in the woods. There was a forest in the back of my house, so I agreed. There was nothing to do there, but we just took a walk and were joking around. It felt like we were there for about 20 or 30 minutes until we heard someone crying. We all looked at each other with surprised faces. "What the hell is that?" John said. "I don't know. Let's go check it out," said Emma. We went to go see what it was when we saw a figure in the trees. It looked like it was a man dressed in a clown costume. John yelled at the man, "Hey, simp, why are you crying?" I said back to John, "Dude, shut up." The man looked at us with tears. His makeup was all messed up. The clown had a black wig with white fancy clothes and black dots on his clothes. The clown just stared at us with a smile. We couldn't move because he had a large machete that looked like it was covered in blood. The clown laughed and said, "You kids won't understand, but when I show you, you will." I said, "Guys, run!" We all went in different directions. I ran back home as fast as possible. We all ran back to my house, but Sarah wasn't there with us. We all freaked out and called the police. We told them all what happened. Turns out that the man murdered his wife and was on drugs. He covered her body in some white blanket. It also turns out that Sarah was drowned in a lake when the man ran after her. I called my parents and told them about the incident last night. They said they will never leave me home alone ever again. I'm 19 years old now, and I'll never forget that scary incident that happened to me. I'm Kenneth, and this is my story in which me and my friends visited a haunted mansion, and we regret it till this day. I'm 21 now, but this story happened when I was 14. My friends were crazy about horror stories and haunted houses, so one day we decided to visit a haunted mansion, which was near our school, so we left early and went there. Oh, I forgot to introduce my friends. They were Jeff and Jack. Okay, so when we got there, we tried to quietly enter the house, but the doors were rusty and they made a lot of sound. After finally getting in, the first thing we laid eyes on was a painting of a child and his father, so Jeff explained the story of both. By the time the child was in 7th grade, he was struggling to keep up with school, so whenever he received low marks, his father would take him to the basement and beat him with his cane. So one day the boy was fed up with his father and murdered him in the basement. After a few days, neighbors noticed the father hadn't left the mansion, so they decided to check it out. When they went in, they saw the father's body and got scared and ran out of the mansion. Then, the doors closed automatically behind them. Now, people say that in the night they hear a boy crying or laughing and saying, "I need revenge." We were scared after listening to the story, but we needed to explore. We decided to visit the basement last, so we checked all the rooms on the ground floor first. We found nothing in the first and second room, but in the third room, which was the last, we found some books with splashes of dried blood on them. We got spooked and ran out of the room. Then we decided to go to the first floor, and when we found the stairs, we heard a noise, but we all agreed it was nothing. When we reached the first floor, the doors and windows started opening and closing on their own. We got scared, and then we heard malevolent laughing and a creepy voice that said, "I need revenge." Then we ran to the door, but it was closed tight, so we tried to push the door, but it would not open. There was a broken window near it, so we jumped through it and ran to the nearby road. As we stopped to catch our breath, Jack pointed to a window on the mansion. When we looked, we saw a boy there, standing and grinning at us. We ran away from there as fast as possible. We didn't tell anyone about this incident.
Hi, my name is Peter. I'm 20 years old now, but this happened to me when I was around 10. My grandparents had a really big mansion, which also had an enormous greenhouse. The greenhouse was located next to the mansion, but there was a yard in between the mansion too. At the end of the greenhouse, there were some apple trees, where we used to go pick apples during the summer. The width of the terrain where the apple trees was about 200 meters. At the end of the 200 meters, you would be next to our neighbor's greenhouse. Of course, he wasn't the only one in the neighborhood with a greenhouse. They had neighbors with greenhouses also. Well, unfortunately, both neighbors were missing. Well, there were actually a couple of people that moved into that house, but they all moved out eventually, but I didn't know the reason why, because it was a really nice house. However, since then, it's been completely abandoned. The glass on the neighbor's greenhouse was even broken on some of the sides. One day, our grandpa invited us all to a sleepover. All my cousins were invited. We played in the yard, ate some snacks, and watched some TV until we fell asleep. I was just sleeping until something or someone woke me up. It came from outside. At first I thought it was an animal or something, but the more I listened, the more it sounded like someone was walking quietly. I quickly took a peek out the window. To my surprise, I saw a shadowy figure. He didn't see me, but I saw him. I also saw an old kitchen knife in his right hand. It looked like he wanted to make sure nobody was on his street. After a couple minutes, he went back. But at that moment, I went and told my cousin David about it. David was my oldest cousin. He knew that I wasn't the type of kid who joked around a lot, especially not about this kind of thing. He also saw how terrified my face was. Then I said, "Hey, should we call Grandpa? I mean, he's a tough guy." He absolutely was. He was super strong and hated criminals. "But we will get punished if we wake him in the middle of the night for nothing," Daniel said. Daniel was an older cousin of mine. He was 13 at the time. Then Daniel came up with this idea. We should wake up our other older cousins, which were Ethan, Daniel, David, and Katie. We woke them up and told them the situation. They agreed to come with us and brought 5 flashlights. We went out and started searching the yard. But then I said, we should look at the back of the greenhouse. Everyone agreed. But even there, we found nobody. But then Daniel said, "Hey, should we check the neighbor's greenhouse? I mean, we can crawl through the broken windows." So we did. My cousins shined the light into the darkness of the greenhouse. And then I noticed something. Somebody was sitting there. I pointed to the person I saw. At that point, David shined his flashlight in the way he was looking. And then that terrifying moment happened. We saw a man sitting with an old kitchen knife staring at us. I was so terrified. David grabbed me by the neck and we all ran back to the mansion. We got back in the house and locked the door and warned our grandparents. My grandpa was pissed. He grabbed his baseball bat and searched the area. My grandma called the police, and after 20 minutes they showed up. When the cops arrived, they found my grandpa beating up the man. The cops arrested him, and it turned out that he was the one that killed the neighbors, and he hid in the forest nearby in the summer and in the house when it was winter. He was also the reason people moved out, because he lived in a hidden room and would take people's food and made noise, which sometimes made people think that their house was haunted.
Hi, my name is Scarlett, and this happened a few months back. I'm 16, so after a normal day, I ended up going to bed as usual around 12 after studying. Everything appeared to be normal, but that was the last night things were ever normal for me. I don't really remember everything properly, and a few things are kind of a blur, but I'll do my best to explain it. I remember sleeping in my dream and suddenly opening my eyes. It was my room, and I don't know if I sensed something, but I was really scared and panicking. I was having a panic attack for sure. I'm used to waking up with panic attacks and run around the house. I was aware that I was getting a panic attack in my dream, but I was really scared of something in my room which I don't remember, and was quite unusual for the panic attacks I generally got. So I reached out to my phone where it was near my head every night and tried calling my parents who were sleeping in the room across from mine. I was shaking and thrashing and panicking and crying, and I wasn't able to breathe. But when I called them, they picked up. But I couldn't even speak anything. I tried to scream and say something, but nothing came out. At this point, for some reason, I knew that this was a dream. But I was so scared of something that I kept thrashing and moving my arms and legs wildly to get up and move from my bed. But the middle part of my body wasn't moving at all. I kept screaming and trying to wake up, but I couldn't. Nothing happened. But then suddenly I woke up from the dream and was thrashing and moving my arms and legs exactly how I was doing in my dream, but the middle part of my body was still not moving. My eyes were open, and I was in the exact same position on my bed, and I was trying to scream, but this time I could hear my screams. Suddenly, I felt a lot of hands pushing my arms and legs down on the bed so that they stopped moving and held it tightly to the bed. At this point, I was aware I was awake, but I couldn't see who or what was holding me, but I could feel it. My body was still jerking, trying to move my arms and legs, but those hands held me tightly. I was crying so much and kept screaming and trying to free myself. Then I felt a lot of cuts and wounds all over my body. I could feel myself losing a lot of blood at a high rate. The pain was so intense that I started screaming so loudly, and I couldn't hear anything else over it. The scream was loud enough to wake up my neighbors, but still my parents, who were right across the room, didn't come. I felt hands or nails or some type of sharp tool make a gash on my face, and I started bleeding there too. And my screaming got so loud, I woke up again. This time, I actually ended up waking up, but was crying and covered in sweat, and my body hurt so much, as if I was actually wounded, and I kept screaming for my parents, but no one still came. Eventually, I passed out and woke up as if everything was normal. But when I tried to get up, I felt dizzy and couldn't get up after that, and I threw up multiple times. So my parents ended up calling a doctor for me. He checked me out and told me I had a lot of blood loss and that I needed to be taken to the hospital to get more blood. The doctors ran multiple tests but couldn't figure out what was the cause of the blood loss. I had given 3 bags of blood in the span of a few days, but it was quite healthy and healed me to go back home. I tried to talk to my doctor about the nightmare, but no one believed me. I had so much proof, most essentially the fact that a lot of blood had vanished from my body for no reason. I also checked my phone after getting discharged and found out that I had called my parents in real life that night, and not just in my dream, when I started to have a panic attack and they didn't pick up. They said they didn't hear it, but they had a missed call from me in their call log too. But they don't believe what I had explained to them. I don't know if everything from the start was actually happening, or just getting hurt in my nightmare actually ended up in losing blood in real life. I don't have any wounds or anything which can prove the blood loss, and even my doctor doesn't know anything yet. But who and what took my blood and why? I haven't slept since that day, and now have insomnia. I am seeing a psychiatrist, but he doesn't believe anything. So this is the only place where I could share it, and maybe someone can help explain what happened to me. I can't even trust my own parents now with everything, and have even stopped talking to everyone. I don't even talk to my psychiatrist anymore because he doesn't believe me. I hate everything and everyone, and maybe I'm going mad day by day and growing more and more paranoid of everything. I don't get out of my room at all anymore and do nothing. I just don't know why no one believes me.
This was 5 years ago, and I was praying at our mini chapel in my university when this scary experience happened to me. It was my routine to pray for a week straight before my exam. As I was going inside the chapel, I assumed that I would be the only one in there, but I saw a woman who was sitting in the front row. I felt a sense of relief that I was not alone, as I was afraid of the dark. There were only a few lights inside the chapel, and all of them were on the side where the woman was sitting. I was not bothered by it, so I found a place in the last row, sat down, and lowered my head like a bow and closed my eyes to prepare myself to pray. Soon after, I felt a bit strange, so I opened my eyes for a moment. I looked at the woman and noticed that she was now kinda nearer to where I was sitting. She was in the 3rd row, which was a bit weird because she was in the 1st row when I saw her a moment ago. I shrugged it off, thinking that maybe the woman had moved without me noticing, or I was just imagining things. I lowered my head again, then the strange feeling crept back. I lifted my head and saw the woman was in the 5th row, only 3 rows away from me. The creepiness was flowing through my body. I didn't know if I should stand up and rush out of the chapel. I was stuck in my place, still staring at the woman's back. I gathered my strength and bowed my head, closed my eyes, and started my prayer. I remember asking for strength to overcome the situation I was facing at the time and continued with the usual prayer for my exam preparation. I heard the sound of movement, so I thought that the creepy woman was gone. I was kind of relieved and calmed before I ended my prayer. but I was struck with horror when I opened my eyes and saw the woman sitting in the row just in front of mine. She had long hair, a pale face, and her dead eyes were creepily staring at me while her head was on top of her hands. She was smiling, but it was not a normal smile. It was more like a grin that reached her ears. I was also staring at her, and my blood rushed out of my body when she turned her head sideways and said, "Amen?" while she kept her creepy grin. I was stuck for a few seconds, my body completely numb, but managed to get out of the chapel. I ran away, not turning back. When I reached the dorm, my roommates saw me panting really hard. They asked me what happened, and I told them about the woman at the chapel. One of my roommates told me that her aunt, who was a professor in the university, also saw the woman in the chapel, but the ghost was turned upside down when she was done with her prayer. She did not believe her aunt then, but now she did after learning what happened to me. After that incident, I would still do my prayer routine before every exam, but I never went back to that chapel again. Up to this day, I still wonder what would have happened to me if I wasn't able to get out of that creepy chapel.
My name is Wilmer, and this story happened to me when I was in my mid-20s. I was working as an Uber driver, just trying to earn some cash, but I will never forget this horrible incident. I was driving as usual when I got a notification on my phone to pick up a couple near a bar. I was fairly close, so I got there in about 5 minutes. When I got the address of where they wanted to go, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It was a 10-minute drive, and we finally reached what I guessed was their house. Right when I was about to stop, I got another notification for the same bar where I just picked up the couple. That didn't seem suspicious, as that happened every so often. When I got there, a man was waiting for me. His clothes were in tatters, and he looked like he'd never taken a shower or washed his beard. But I'd been doing this for a long time, so of course I brushed it off. When he got in, I saw where he wanted to go, and realized it was the same address where I just dropped off the couple. So I turned around and asked him, "I see that you want me to take you to the same address as my previous clients. Do you know them?" Nothing but silence answered me, and I was kind of getting creeped out. So I just turned back around and started driving. Then I got another notification that someone else wanted an Uber, which was a relief because I didn't want to stay in the car alone. So I went to the pickup address, and waiting for me was a girl with blonde hair and brown eyes. Usually I have people sit in the back of the car, but because of that man, I didn't want her to feel uncomfortable. So I let her sit in the front seat next to me. I soon realized she wanted me to take her to the same address the guy was headed to, which was where I took the couple. Now I felt something was wrong, but I couldn't really do much, so I took them to the address without any questions. When we finally got there, both of them got out of the car, closed the doors, and just walked up to the front of the house. They must have had a key because they opened the door and went inside. I waited a few minutes, and then I finally decided to leave. Right as I was putting on my seatbelt, the girl pounded on my window, completely scaring the hell out of me, and yelling, "My friend needs help!" So I got out and we both went running to the front door. When I got inside, I saw red stuff on the floor, and not even a second later I realized it was blood. I turned around and was going to book it out of there, but the man from earlier closed the door and looked at me while holding a big knife. The girl just laughed maniacally at me, and the guy growled out, "Run." So I ran, but he was right behind me. I was running for my life, screaming when I rounded a corner, and God help me because right when I turned the corner, the guy slipped in the blood. That was my chance to find a place to hide. So when I found a room, I saw a closet and headed directly for it. Once I was hiding, I heard big, loud footsteps coming up the stairs, and the girl just laughing. I waited for like 5 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. I heard cop sirens, and then I heard footsteps running and going down the stairs. I finally came out of my cover, I saw blood everywhere and went outside. The police never caught the two people. The couple had each been stabbed twice, but they survived. As of that day, I decided that was the last time I would be an Uber driver. I found another job to earn extra money, and I hope that I never run into those two people. My name is Thomas. I'm 32 now, but this happened when I was 25 years old. I was working in a 4-star hotel in Las Vegas. My job was to greet the guests, show them their rooms, and help them if they needed. I was a good friend with my coworkers, so I always had someone there to accompany me. However, there was this one guy who I never got along with, Albie. He was older than me and my coworkers, but claimed to work for this hotel since 1980s. He was always looking a little weird. He always looked tired, as if he never got enough sleep. And he would always yell at my coworkers if it didn't go his way. I never cared, as he knew I was never going to just stand there and listen. This incident appeared on the 15th July 2014. I was working just like I would normally do, but I had a strange feeling, as if something bad was going to happen. But I shook it off and continued working as usual. That was until I saw Albie coming down and walk out. I was a little confused, but I had more things to worry about. A few seconds later, I heard someone scream on the second floor. Me and my coworkers freaked out and ran upstairs in the hallway, only to find my coworker Gally on the floor. He had been shot twice, one through the hip and the other through his arm. I picked him up while my coworker Teresa ran to dial 911. The police and ambulance arrived shortly, and Gally was taken to the hospital. Everyone was questioned by the police. A few minutes later, my boss, whom just arrived, asked, "Thomas?" Being spooked over what just happened, I replied, "Yes, boss." "Have you seen Albie?" Boss asked. "He walked out just before the accident without telling me anything, sir," I replied. A few hours later, we were told that Gally had survived. However, he was in a coma due to the injuries. The only thing going through my mind was, thank God he is okay. We were all sent home that evening, and the half of the second floor was closed for investigation. The next day, a customer from the end of second floor claimed she could hear something underneath the bed. There weren't any animals, as the hotel rooms were cleaned up every day. However, we went in the room and moved the guest to another, just so we could find out. When we were about to enter the room, we heard Albie, unaware that we were here talking. We were shocked and ran downstairs to one of the officers, who then ran back to check it out. A few moments passed and we heard gunshots and police officer yelling, "Arms up!" It was Albie. He was being arrested. He was staring at me with his dark brown eyes, the black greasy hair, the torn clothes with flakes of what looked like blood, and the horrible metallic smell. I wanted to scream, but it never came out. I wanted to run, but I could not move. All I could do was to stand there in shock. Turns out Albie was the one who shot Gally after he saw him robbing one of the rooms while the guest was not there. When the police checked the CCTV footage, they saw the same thing. Albie was arrested and charged for attempted murder and robbery and was sentenced to 80 years in prison. I still work at the same place, and Gally has returned. This incident has made us very close. It still gives me creeps. However, I'm just glad that everyone is okay. Even though many years have passed, that memory is there like it was yesterday.
I am a 16-year-old female. I suffer from major depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and borderline personality disorder. I don't know if my mental health was the cause of this, but here's my story. When I was 11 years old, my mother was killed in a fire at her workplace. You see, she worked in a group home with troubled children. One of the children had started the fatal fire that killed my mom. My father never knew how to be a dad. He was always drinking and off doing who knows what. His drinking escalated after her passing, causing him to start lashing out on me, blaming me for everything. His way of seeing things was beating the sense into me. This went on for 3 years. Around when I was 12, I started seeing a tall man at my bedroom door. He was maybe 6 feet and had a very large build. His body was pure black, and he always had a smile creeped across his face. He would just stare at me. After the first encounter with this thing, it would never leave me. Everywhere I went, I felt his presence. Even when I was outside, I could feel its eyes on me. I was scared to move at this point. I just wanted it to stop. Around this time was when I started hearing voices. The voices would manipulate me into doing things. I started hurting myself because of this. They told me it was the only way. And I believed it. The most unsettling part of this is when I started hearing the voices, I could feel the eyes of the man on me. His dark, empty eyes would just stare at me. Well, I'm 16 now, and things have only gotten worse. The man comes less frequently, but the voices, well, they never leave me. Even now, small winged creatures fly above my head in a motion as if they're waiting for something to happen to me. They have caused me to attempt suicide on multiple occasions. I yell at them to stop, but it only makes it progress. The only good thing about all of this is I have gotten out of the abusive situation. I'm now staying with my best friend. I'm wondering if everything was a figment of my imagination, made from my dad's cruelty. Considering the build of the man was oddly shaped like him, or maybe it's something else. I don't know. I really don't know how much more I can take this. I can still feel it watching me.
This is an unbelievable true story that really happened to me. This happening completely changed my whole life. Now, I'm not who I used to be anymore. One day 5 years ago, I was watching YouTube as usual. While scrolling down through my recommendeds, I found a thumbnail of a YouTuber who looked exactly the same as me. Hugely surprised, I clicked it. To my surprise, the YouTuber in the video had my face. I mean, his eyes, nose, mouth, and even the shape of his nostrils looked just like mine. Also, his voice, the way he smiled, the shape of his eyebrows, and the spots on his face looked exactly the same as mine. When I first saw the video, I thought maybe I had uploaded it and had some partial amnesia or something. But obviously that didn't make sense. How could I have made that many videos and not remember them? I showed it to my parents and friends. I told them it wasn't me, but they just laughed at me, saying things like, "Don't be ridiculous. So what, is this your doppelganger?" No matter how hard I tried to explain, they didn't believe me. They just kept giggling watching those videos. They were completely convinced that the YouTuber in the video was me. I asked my mom if I had a twin brother or something, but she said, "Are you making a prank video or something like that? Oh, you really are a YouTuber." Well, even if I had a twin, that wouldn't actually explain anything. Even twins don't look exactly the same. Suddenly I wondered if someone made a composite with computer graphics using my face image. But why? I'm not a celebrity or a handsome guy. Why would anyone use my face? I'm just an ordinary dude. So I sent an email with my picture to the YouTuber to figure out the truth. Who are you? Why are you using my face? Or is that really what you look like? I also sent some pictures of my forearm with an old burn scar that I got when I was 7, and my belly button, which looked very unique. I thought these things could never be the same. Several days later, I got a reply from him. He said, "Nice try. You made a composite with my face. I bet my toes that you're fooling around with my picture. Seriously though, if you really look the same as me, I would gladly cut my little toe and send it to you. By the way, how did you know about the scar on my forearm? Who the hell are you? I'm interested. If you really want to prove your face, make a video call to me. That would make for some interesting content." So I video called him. As soon as the video was on, both he and I grabbed our hearts and we began to suffocate. Exactly the same faces. There were 2 of me. I barely pushed an end call button, and when his face disappeared, the pain also stopped. He also looked extremely shocked. I mean, his face looked exactly the same as when I got shocked. I sent an email saying, "Now you believe me? You gonna cut off your toe?" He didn't answer. Then, one day, a new video was uploaded on his channel with the title, "The Doppelganger." When I found it, I got goosebumps all over, but I couldn't help but check it out. In the video, he kept gazing at the camera with an expressionless face for a while. Then, with a bizarre smile, he picked up a mirror and began to stare at himself inside of it. He kept staring at himself for almost an hour, laughing like crazy. And in the end, he smashed the mirror and shouted, "Is it your face or mine?" It was extremely creepy. After that last video, nothing was uploaded on the channel anymore. Even several weeks since that day, there wasn't any new content uploaded. I got nervous. What if something bad happened to him? A few days later, I got a call. When I picked up the phone, my heart sank. "Hello, sir. This is Officer Ackles. Is this Mr. James speaking?" "Yes, this is James. Any problem?" I asked in a shaky voice. What the police said next made me feel like my heart dropped to my feet. "James, a man with the same name as you is missing. We found he recently communicated with you through email. We're now tracing him and he boarded a flight to the US. Can you tell us anything about him?" I was shocked again. Not only his face, but also his name was the same as mine. According to the police, they found a notebook at his house which was written like this: May 12th, 2017. It feels like I've been disappearing from the world since I met him. My face in the mirror is getting shadowed by the black like a black hole. The mirror doesn't show my face anymore. May 15th, 2017. I am losing my sense of identity. Even when somebody calls my name, I don't know whether they're calling me or somebody else. I really don't know who I am anymore. May 27th, 2017. Yesterday I threw up blood and was carried to the emergency room. The doctor said my organs were rotting. He didn't know why this was happening to me or how to treat it. He just looked at me helplessly. June 3rd, 2017. Today I suddenly passed out on the street while walking. I was really lucky to get CPR from a passerby. He said my heart wasn't beating for a while. June 5th, 2017. In bed, I saw a creepy black figure standing in front of me. Standing still, the figure said, "You saw what you shouldn't." June 6, 2017. Things to do this week. 1. Find other me. 2. Get rid of him. With this last memo, there was no more writing and it was assumed he left home right after this. However, a thought had suddenly struck me. I had emailed him my home address. As I couldn't even imagine what was going to happen, I began to panic. The next day, one of my friends texted me, and the message shocked me again. "Hey man, it was nice to see you yesterday. Thanks for the drinks, by the way. You look different. Pretty weird." I called him right away to figure out what happened. He said, "Yeah, you're back today. Did I meet your doppelganger yesterday?" I asked him to tell me what had happened, making an excuse that I was blackout drunk. Then he said, "Are you kidding me? We giggled and chatted. We looked at the pictures we took before at your home. Dude, how did you not know your way home? I was totally worn out after taking you to your house." At that moment, it felt like the world stopped. I was unable to say a word. My ears began to ring, and my friend's voice asking whether I was okay just sounded like buzzing. I knew that man was coming to me, and I became engulfed in fear. I rushed into my room and closed the door. However, I heard my family chattering away in the living room, and soon, my legs turned into jelly, because I also heard my own voice out of their chattering, with the sound of my laughter as well. I began to tremble with fear, standing behind the door. After a while, I heard footsteps coming up to my room, closer and closer. Then, The door handle was turned slowly and the door opened. And there was him. No, me standing at the door. I stood speechlessly, face to face with the other me. He grinned and walked towards a full-length mirror in the room. Then, he gazed in the mirror at his face and my face, alternately. He repeated that faster and faster and began to gasp for breath.
I can't fucking see myself in the mirror anymore!
He shouted like this and suddenly rushed towards me with a horrible shriek.
Ah!
I fell on my back and he shouted while choking me.
Why me? If it's between me and you, then you gotta die! It makes sense that way! Bullshit! Get off of me! Please, we need to talk!
I was almost fainting away. And then, he suddenly stopped and fell down on the floor. He rolled over and over, grabbing his face and howling in pain. His eyes began to swell as if they were going to pop, and his nose bled from both nostrils. His face got twisted and distorted. I also heard the awful sound of his jawbone falling off, and the crunching sound from the bones all in his body. I screamed, absolutely paralyzed by that dreadful scene. While he was screaming and rolling over, the sound of his bones and tendons being broken. But soon, he went deadly silent. When I looked at him, his face had turned into a completely different look and he already stopped breathing. I called 911. Since his face was awfully disfigured, the police had great difficulties in identifying him. Besides, his fingerprints were exactly the same as mine, which totally made the police confused. The police searched his house and his belongings thoroughly and got in touch with his friends and acquaintances. But all of them said they didn't know him. After all this, it was closed as an unsolved case, without any result. To this day, I have no idea who he was. Nobody in this world knows who he was. A long time has passed since then, but I still suffer from nightmares. In the dream, he or I come closer and squeeze my throat. I suffer from that pain to death. Then, when I'm almost at my last gasp, I barely awake from the nightmare. I haven't been able to look in the mirror since then. I'm going to get plastic surgery soon. That may be the only way out from this nightmare.
I live in Birmingham, and this happened when I was 14 years of age. My house was situated in the suburban area right next to a dense forest. We had a balcony facing the forest with a glass door from where we could see into the darkness of the forest. One night, my parents had to attend a meeting and wouldn't be back until midnight. So basically, I was home alone with my brother, who was 11 at the time. We had our dinner and went to bed around 8 p.m. Our rooms were upstairs while the balcony and the entrance were downstairs. It was around 9:30 p.m. when I was scrolling through my phone that I heard a screeching sound from outside my room. I shrugged it off, thinking it was the neighbor's cat or something. Exactly 5 minutes after that, I heard the same screeching sound, even louder this time. I immediately checked up on my brother, who was sound asleep. I went downstairs and found out that it was coming from the direction of the balcony, and when I walked towards it, the sound got louder. I walked closer and took a look at the glass door, and what I saw shook me to this day. There were two men. One of them was cutting the other's arm and using his blood to write something on the glass with the same knife. Exactly at that moment, when they saw me, both of them started banging on the door. I was paralyzed with fear, and in spite of that, I ran to my brother's room and shook him up. He saw the fear in my eyes. We jumped from the window of his room. Luckily, it was on the first floor. We heard the sound of glass shattering as we jumped. Both of us ran until we reached the neighbor's house and called the cops. The cops arrived 20 minutes later. All of us went back to our house to check what had happened. I explained everything to the cops and they searched the whole house but found absolutely nothing except for the broken glass door. I still don't know to this day what would have happened if I hadn't been alert enough and what those men planned on doing with us.
This happened to me yesterday. I'm Darshana and I'm 13 years old, and I'm a girl that loves to go on adventures. I love soccer and dance and have won a lot of awards for them. My building is a 6-story building, so we had a dental clinic on the first floor. So they had to go down where the tools were kept, and there was a short circuit in the building, and a fire happened. and all the tenants in the building ran out. The police and firefighters came to help, and they rescued 4 people from the top floors. So me, my brother, and 4 friends, we were just a little away from the group, and I'm the biggest among all of them. And when I was walking, I saw a shadow from what it looked like someone was chopping something and eating something, so I decided to take a closer look. When I went closer, I was shocked, as there was an old man, and he was usually the one who played with us, and everyone loved him. But after we saw him, we looked down and saw our friends' dead bodies, fully chopped and half-eaten. Then he looked up at us, took the knife, and licked the blood from the knife. And as I said previously, I love adventures, so I tried my level best to fight him. And he was really strong, and I'm a girl, and he thought he could defeat me, but he didn't. But just a little, I got stabbed, and he tried to run behind my brother to kill him, but I threw a stone and kicked him and punched the face of that bloody old man. We tied him up and then showed the police. They were all surprised that I had found the most wanted criminal. They congratulated me. But by the time I fainted, and the next time I opened my eyes, I saw myself in the hospital. They all thanked me for saving their children's lives. I just got out of the hospital. I hope he never comes back.
This story is from my classmate in high school. He said that this happened to his uncle on Christmas night. His uncle is a dispatcher and was the one who answered the call for this particular accident. He said that at 2:03 a.m., he got a weird phone call from a man who sounded like he was in his mid to late 30s. The man said, "Can you locate my phone? I got lost somewhere between the borders of 2 cities and got into an accident." His uncle asked, "What building or landmark did you last see, sir?" He replied with, "There was this commercial building that looked like only a few offices had been rented from it. That's the last thing I saw, and after that, the only thing I remember seeing were trees." He asked the guy if he was hurt or anything, and quickly located his phone. They sent 2 police officers to the scene, and this is what happened. When they arrived at the accident, they saw the car had totally smashed into this mahogany tree. They did not expect to see this because the guy who called seemed okay, but they phoned the emergency hotline anyway and contacted the hospital before going to the wreckage site. When they got closer to the accident, a man with a green shirt appeared from behind the trees and asked them, "What took you so long?" The policeman told him that the office was busy because there were a lot of accidents that had happened. The man only smiled sadly. They told the guy to settle in one place because the medics would arrive shortly. The police took photos of the wrecked car, inside and out. There was this one photo where the man in the green shirt was staring sadly at his car. After the police had finished snapping photos, the man just walked away to the back of his car. The police noticed that the car was completely wrecked, but the guy didn't seem to have a scratch on him. One of the cops turned his head to tell the man to settle in one place as the medics had arrived and they needed to question him. But when he turned his head, he saw nothing but the flashing lights of the emergency car. He asked the other policeman where the guy with the green shirt went, and the other policeman said he saw the man walk behind the car. They searched for the guy everywhere, but found nothing. The other policeman told him that he'd talked to the guy just after they'd arrived and advised the man not to move around too much because it could be very dangerous for him and that the medics would arrive soon, but the guy with the green shirt just stared at him with a blank expression on his face. The car was totally wrecked, so they had to call in more emergency workers to get some help moving the car and also to search for this guy. After a few minutes, when more emergency people arrived to help, they moved the car and were completely shocked by what they saw. The man with the green shirt was pinned below the steering wheel. The 2 policemen were dumbfounded because they had seen the man walk out from behind the tree when they first arrived, and he couldn't have entered the car, but if he did, they surely would have noticed because the door was blocked and opening it would have created sounds. They searched for the photo and found that the guy with the green shirt was the same man as the guy who was below the steering wheel. Although the picture of the guy was blurry, they were sure that this was the man who was in the accident. They investigated and found out that the guy was driving fast because his wife was due to give birth that night.
This happened to me when I was in 4th grade. I used to visit my grandma during my summer vacation. It was a fairly large house with 2 floors and multiple sheds here and there. In the back of the house, there were these woods near one of the sheds. As a kid, I used to travel through these woods from time to time as I liked staying there with the trees and the birds. I know it's weird, but I looked for fossils as well as hoping to find some dinosaurs or something. One day I was digging and I found a head of something that looked like a bull. I thought I found something like an old species of bison or something and rushed to my grandmother. I told her of my discovery and she said it was just a bull that died years ago. I then asked why it was there and she said people used to bury their dead animals there and it acted like some sort of pet cemetery. I was kind of disappointed, but I still kept the skull because I found it to be really cool. My grandmother said to throw it away, but I hid it in the shed near those woods thinking it would be safe there. I then returned the next day hoping to find more skeletons, and I did. I found skulls of dogs, rats, and some unidentifiable bones. I used to store them in the shed near the woods. One time, I went a little too deep in the woods looking for such finds. Moving past a fence I found, I began roaming and lost my way. I knew my grandma would be working at her farm and she wouldn't be home. I was so scared, and night was approaching. The only things I had with me was a hand shovel, a bag, and a small torch. I was moving as fast as I could, trying my best to find my house. As I was walking through the forest, I saw a shadow of something that looked like a deer with large antlers. But something was odd about it. It didn't seem to move, even after seeing me. Usually, deer run away after they see someone, and I was surprised that it didn't. Suddenly, it turned to me, with its glowing bright eyes, and then to my horror, I noticed it didn't have the body of a deer. It was something else entirely. It had the legs of what seemed like a dog with paws, and the body with human-like features. I couldn't see any fur. Instead, I saw skin. Rotting skin with dry blood and maggots. I slowly backed away from that thing, and to my surprise, it charged at me with a loud roar. I ran without any aim through the thick woods with that thing right behind me with its glowing eyes and disproportionate body. I ran through every thorny bush and climbed on every ledge until I saw the light of home. I opened the back door and stormed in, closing the door behind me. I peeked through a semi-visible window on the door to see that creature attempting to move up the stairs near the woods to my house. But it stopped midway, turning its bulky head here and there, and then left. I could see its front legs were bigger than its hind legs, like that of a gorilla. I ran to my grandma's room, and she asked me where I was all this time and that she was worried about me. I kept quiet, and I lied that I was just around the backyard, and she warned me not to go in the woods without her accompanying me. The very next day, I went to go check those skulls I had collected in the shed near the woods to throw them away, as I thought this creature had something to do with those bones, but they were already gone. I still wonder to this day what that creature was and what it wanted with me. I was playing basketball at my friend's house. We were blasting music and playing basketball at like 7:40 p.m. Then my friend whose house I was at had to go. We had 4 people there, so the remaining 3 of us went to a park nearby. We were just hanging out there when a car sped by me. I actually felt the heat radiating off the car when it passed me. They got out and parked, and my friend said, "You guys gotta slow down, you almost hit us." Then the driver got really mad and started arguing. His friends just recorded the whole thing with me until they pulled him back to the car. We then left a few seconds later, and not 30 seconds after, we left down our street. The car came out and turned down our street and blew past us honking. We told an old lady who was taking out her trash what was going on, and my friends were crossing the street and they doubled back and I yelled at them to get out of the road. Then the same car blew past again honking. Then we were talking to the old lady who was with her son. We were talking about how we smelled beer on his breath when he confronted us, and then the car came back. This time, the driver was in the passenger seat and screamed at us and drove off. A few seconds later, he doubled back and told the old lady their side of the story. They confessed to being 19 and drinking 2 beers before they drove here. We got into an argument with the lady yelling at them. One of them got out stumbling and said, "Don't take pictures of my car." It was pretty obvious they were drunk. They threatened to file a report on us because of racism. The old lady and her son were white, my friends were white and Hispanic, and I was Indian. And the guys in the car following us were Indian too, so I have no idea what racism they were talking about. The scary part is we saw weed paper, cash, and a red liquid on the seats. We discreetly got the plate and filed a report. I don't know what the red liquid was, but my best guess is blood, because it also had an overwhelming rotting smell in their car. I wonder if they were following us to find where we live, because we did sort of witness it and they might have been selling drugs. This happened in the southern United States, so the drugs and everything carry a large prison term combined. I guess they got scared that we were calling the cops and followed us. I think that they did the same to another guy and the stain on the seats was his blood. The rotting smell also might have come from him too. I'm just glad I'm okay right now, because if it wasn't for that lady, I might have never been able to write this.
This happened to my husband, Jack, a year ago. We had a very happy marriage. He was a nice and sweet husband to me, like a cotton candy, and at the same time, a strong man capable of defeating a lion. However, I don't remember when it began, but he was getting wasting away. Every morning, he woke up screaming and asked me if this was a dream, almost every 10 minutes. And before he fell asleep every night, he shouted like,
"Oh God, please Jesus, protect me!"
Even though he had no religion. One day, when I asked him what's wrong with him, he whispered in my ear after looking around with a frightened face.
For the last few days, the same man's been chasing me in my dreams.
His voice was trembling. I told him, "Hey, Mr. Tough Guy, it's just a dream. What's so scary about it?" Suddenly, his eyes got hugely dilated and he got out of breath. And he said,
You know the guy next door, Jacob? He died the other day in his sleep of a heart attack, right? Well, the night before his death, I was being chased by that man in the dream. And I fled to Jacob's house, and that man, I saw him entering Jacob's room.
"Honey, what do you mean?" I asked. Then Jack said,
Jacob was killed by that man.
He started sobbing like a 10-year-old kid. A few days later, while waking up screaming again early in the morning, he fell out of bed. Then he suddenly rushed out of the room. I shouted, running after him, "Honey, you are at home. You are safe." And Jack shouted back,
"No! This is a dream! You are not my wife, you devil! I'm jumping out of this apartment and going back to the real world!"
And he ran to the window and put his foot on the windowsill. I ran to him at full speed and slapped him so hard in the face. Then he finally said with a shocked look,
"Oh, yes, you are real."
I asked what's really happening to him, and he said the man, this time, chased him to our house. According to Jack, the man in his dream was about 12 feet tall and his head took up almost half of the height. He had 3 pupils each and violet skin. When he opened his mouth, Jack saw hundreds of disgusting black teeth. He was in a black suit and his legs looked like goats. When Jack shouted to him,
"You're just a nightmare!"
the man said,
"I am death,"
laughing shrilly. However, Jack said he was laughing with a crying face, which made him look creepier. While he was laughing, those hundreds of teeth made some ear-splitting sound, like hundreds of metal pieces scratching each other, and Jack's eardrums were so painful as if those were about to be torn. Extremely frightened, Jack started running away as fast as his legs could carry him. The man also started running after Jack, shouting like,
"Oh, death! Death is beautiful! Beautiful death!"
It made Jack extremely paralyzed by fear. Jack's legs were wobbling and turning to jelly. He kept falling down on the ground, but tried to run and run as if his life completely depended on it. Finally, the man came up to him right under his nose and opened his mouth, shouting,
"Death is beautiful!"
At that moment, Jack bit his own tongue and, luckily, woke up from the dream. When he was awakened, he was terribly bleeding from the tongue and taken to the hospital right away. But even the doctor couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. After long hesitation, we this time visited a shaman. However, as soon as the shaman saw Jack, she shouted with a deathly pale face, "You met him!" I cried on my knees and desperately begged for help. Clicking her tongue, she closed her eyes. After thinking deeply for a while, she opened her lips to speak. "Listen, this is what you must do from tonight. First, sleep in somewhere else you've never been. You must not tell anybody where you are, even your family or friends. Second, before going to bed, put on clown makeup. He must not recognize your face. Third, if he chases you in your dream, just run away. That's the only way you can survive. Do not go into any other person's place, otherwise innocent one will be killed because of you. Run until you reach the river or sea. He cannot swim. Don't even think of going up to a high place. He is faster on the stairs." After saying like this, she kicked us out. That night, Jack went to a nearby motel and slept with clown makeup on. Surprisingly, the man didn't appear in the dream on that night. The next day, Jack was deeply relieved and trying to sleep in the motel again. However, that night, Jack had a dream again of the man. He opened the door and entered the room, but he didn't recognize Jack in clown makeup. Tilting his head, he just kept staring at Jack. Jack slowly got out of there and kept walking away to escape. And the man also followed him for hours, still confused. Then, all of a sudden, he shouted,
"There you are!"
and started running after him at full speed. My husband had to run away again all night long. That way, there was no way to stop the nightmare. Next morning, Jack became unable to walk on his own and was taken to hospital again. The doctor said,
"Geez, how long did you run? All your leg joints and muscles are broken. You're gonna have to use a wheelchair for quite a while."
The next night, Jack had to run on a wheelchair for his life in the dream, and when he woke up in the next morning, he became unable to move his arms at all because the arm muscles were entirely broken. Now, there was no option for him but to be hospitalized. Since that day, Jack desperately had struggled to stay awake. Although the doctor kept asking to sleep and rest for recovery, he just drank a lot of coffee to keep himself awake. He had stayed up all through the night every day. On the third day without sleep, his health looked far worse. He even started kicking up a rumpus in the hospital, freaking out with fear and anxiety. My poor Jack begged the doctor to stop dreaming, on his knees. The doctor injected a tranquilizer, saying,
"This should put you in a deep sleep, without dreaming."
Jack grabbed the doctor by the collar and screamed,
"If I sleep, I'm going to die!"
drifting off to sleep. Looking at him asleep, the doctor said,
"Ma'am, your husband is severely mentally deranged. He will receive treatment in the psych ward tomorrow."
Then he left the room. And the next day, just an unbelievable thing happened. In the morning, Jack was found on the floor right next to his bed. He was dead, and his body was already ice cold. He was curled up as if he was attacked hard by something. And what I found on his body was hundreds of red spots, and all of the joints of his arms and legs terribly broken. His tongue was also cut off. The doctor got embarrassed because he could not find a single clue, because Jack was healthy and didn't have any illness, as even I had no idea what killed him. One thing I could think of was that dream. Until now, there are so many questions in my mind that I could never solve. Who was that man, and why? For what reason he showed up in Jack's dream? Everything still remains mysterious. If you see this man in your dream, run. Just run away. And never, ever get caught. Hi, I am a big fan of your YouTube videos, and I have a story to tell. Please keep in mind that I want to stay anonymous since I don't like to be in the spotlight, if you know what I mean. I can tell you that I am a female from Norway. Sorry if my English is a little odd, but I hope you understand my writing. I also hope you like my story, and please let me know what you think about it. This story happened when I was 14 years old. I went on a camping trip with my 9th grade class plus 2 teachers to a lake. On the day of the camping trip, we rode our bikes from our school to the area. Later on, we were going to canoe down the river to our campsite. There were 2 people in each boat, and I was paddling with one of my classmates. She was nice and all, but we weren't exactly close friends. To give you a picture of our campsite, imagine being surrounded by trees in a thick forest. You can also see a tiny island in the middle of the lake from the shore. When you walk over a bridge, crossing a tiny river, there is a cottage nearby, where I assume someone lived. At least, that's what my teachers told me. We were all going to put our stuff in our tents and prepare everything with our tent buddies. The tents had already been set up by the other 9th grade class, since they had been camping at the same spot earlier. I was sharing a tent with one of my best friends, plus 2 other girls. Later on, we were going to start up a fire, eat lunch, and do whatever we wanted afterwards. Some were canoeing, and others went exploring in the woods. Me and my best friend went canoeing for some time and explored the area. Later on, we hung out by our tent to relax for a bit before dinner. After we ate dinner, we played some games with our teachers, and then we discussed the rumors about the dog as we sat around the fire. There were rumors about a 3-legged stray dog who was walking around the area. Some people admitted that they had seen it, but not everyone believed it. I wasn't sure myself if the rumors were true or not. Well, I kind of believed in ghosts and things like that during that time, but I still wasn't 100% sure. Not before that night. The rumors said that the stray dog belonged to a hunter who went missing some time ago. No one found his body, and it's been said that his dog was still looking for him. No one knows what really happened to the hunter, or if he was still alive. Yet, some of us got more scared as it got darker outside. This was in September, so it got darker a little earlier than in the summer. Sometime after talking about the dog, we heard a splash in the water. It was dark already, so we couldn't really see much. Everyone started screaming, and someone wanted to run. One of my classmates thought that it would be funny to prank us by throwing a stone in the water, just to make us think that the hunter was coming up from his watery grave or something. My heart was beating like crazy. That was not a funny joke in my opinion. After we started to calm down, we continued to play games around the bonfire. Later that night, before going into our tents to sleep, our teachers ordered us to stay inside our tents. No one was allowed to leave their tents and explore in the dark. After saying goodnight to our teachers, we remained outside our tents for some time before going to bed. Of course, some of us were still a bit shaken up from that rock in the water trick. Later on, we called it a night, and everyone went to sleep in their tents. I had a little conversation with my friend before we went to sleep. During the night, I could hear a dog sniffing around outside our tent. I got a little scared because the dog sounded pretty real to me. Now I knew that the dog was no myth. I moved a little closer to the pole in the middle of the tent since I was scared that the dog was going to touch me from outside while I was under the covers or something. Keep in mind that our tent was big and looked like a teepee similar to what the Native Americans lived in. It had a long pole inside in the middle of the tent that held the tent up. Still, what happened next was even more terrifying than the sniffing sounds from the dog. After a little while, I tried to sleep again. It wasn't easy. I'd been asleep for some time when I woke up to something, or someone, touching my head. I got startled and sat up to see what touched me. I spun around for a few seconds to see what it was, but nothing was there. I don't know why, but not long after, I looked at the other side of the tent. What I saw made my heart stop. There was a shadowy figure outside our tent. It was a male with a fishing hat on. He didn't even move. He stood completely still like a statue. One thing that you should know is that we had one male teacher with us on the trip, but I'm sure he wasn't wearing fisherman clothes. I froze. My friend woke up too, not long after I saw the figure. She had the same reaction as me, sitting there, frozen on the spot. I don't know how, but me and my friend tried to go to sleep despite seeing the shadowy figure. I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. I pretty much waited for the sun to rise while I was laying in my sleeping bag. The next morning, I went outside our tent to see if there was a bush or something that would make a human shadow of a fisherman. But when I came to the spot, I saw it. There was only a little bit of a mountain that made a wall, and the height was up to my shoulders. There was no bush, no sticks, or anything, only the rope that held the tent up. I got even more confused. How could it have been bright enough to see a shadow in the middle of the night if it was just a mountain wall there? No one was supposed to leave the tent during the night either, and no one could stand there like a statue without moving a muscle. Nothing made any sense about the situation. Did I see the ghost of the hunter that went missing some time ago? Maybe the rumors were true. I didn't tell anyone about the incident, not my teachers or my classmates. I only spoke about it to my friend, who'd also witnessed it a couple days later. The others would probably make fun of me or think that I just made it up if I told them. I don't know if my friend thought it was a dream or something, but she didn't seem too startled when I spoke to her about it after we came back from the trip. I can tell you that I am sure I was fully awake that night. I am 21 years old now, but I still remember that incident clearly. Sometimes I still think about what would have happened if I went outside the tent that night.
This happened years ago, and I'm still traumatized. A bit of background. I lived in a mix between a suburb and a village, and at the time it was winter, and there wasn't much snow. But it was still cold to freeze your ass off. I was a teenager at the time, and of course I lived with my parents. So I was browsing the internet and was doing a short quiz. You know those, find out what Pokemon you are, etc. And I came upon a fortune cookie. And I clicked on it, and it said, "Beware when walking alone at night." I thought nothing of it, but still, why wouldn't I be aware at night? A few days passed, and I wanted to go to the grocery store. It was night. There were 2 grocery stores in my area. So to get to them, you have to go down a street and then either turn right or left. Either way, there's a grocery store. I went to the one on the left. The streets were silent, streetlights flickering. So I got to the grocery store and I saw it was closed. So I turned around and continued up the street. It's a straight street, so I was able to see anything going up and down the street. And then I saw 2 black figures in the distance. They creeped me out, so I made a right turn and walked back to my house. On the way to my house, I met my friend who was older than me. We weren't really strong, nor athletic. He asked me, "Hey, is the grocery store on the left closed?" "Yes," I said to him. He said, "Okay," and we both went to our homes. And I never saw those 2 figures again, until a few weeks later. I found out a girl was raped, robbed, and murdered at night by 2 men. Her body was found in the woods near our neighborhood. After that, my family and I moved away. I still keep in touch with my friend, but I will never forget that experience.
Hi, I'm Aditya Singh Tomar, and I just wanted to tell you about my mom's personal experience. I hope you like it. When my mom, Rita, was in 7th or 8th grade, my mom's father, my grandfather's job got transferred to a city in northern India to a small mining town of Dhanbad in eastern India. Soon, she became friends with 3 girls in her neighborhood, and they all went to the same school together. One day, she and one of her 3 friends were a bit late for class, so they assumed that the other 2 must have already left for school by now, as they didn't come to fetch them, my mom and her friend, so they left. Since they were quite late, my mom and the other girl decided that they would rather take a shortcut instead of the main road. The shortcut was through an isolated railway track, and most people avoided using it as it had some creepy vibes. Midway through the shortcut, they saw the other 2 girls, so they, my mom and her friend, assumed that the other girls were late too and called for their names 3 to 4 times. But the other 2 girls ignored their voices and kept walking on the railway track and not on the narrow road beside it. So my mom and one of her friends thought the other girls couldn't hear them, as they were a bit too far away, and they decided to run and catch up with them. When they almost reached their other 2 friends, the other 2 girls gradually walked into the woods on the other side of the railway track and motioned to my mom and her friend to follow them into the woods before disappearing into it. But they, my mom and her friend, decided to stay there as they were already late and didn't have time for anything else. So they called out to them that they were leaving, but there was silence for a few moments. And then suddenly, there was an eerie and creepily loud wailing sound of a woman. The wail had sort of a vibration to it. It scared my mom and her friends so much that they ran far away from that place as fast as they could. And when they arrived to school and entered into the class, the other 2 girls were already present there and told my mom that they had been in class for quite some time. And they never took a shortcut beside the railway tracks because it was haunted, as quite a lot of people have died on those tracks. And the other girls in class attested to it.
My name is Josh. I'm 29 years old now. I've experienced many scary incidents, but this one haunts me the most. At that time, I was 23 and studying at a university. On weekends, me and my friends would visit the club to enjoy some downtime. After a few drinks, I was completely drunk. It was very hard for me to even walk properly. I checked my watch. It was 11:30 p.m. I told my friends that I was leaving, as I had an important test the next day. I got into my car and took a deep breath. After a few minutes of driving on a quiet road, I saw a young man showing his thumb. I was semi-conscious, so I opened my window and asked in a sleepy voice, "Where are you heading, man?" He smiled and replied, "Only a few kilometers ahead." I yelled, "Get in!" We made small talk and exchanged names. Then he started talking about strange stuff like murders and other dark things. Listening to this gave me chills, and I realized that I had to drop him off as soon as possible. Then he took a pocket knife out and started saying, "What would happen if I stabbed this into your stomach?" By this time, I was totally angry with myself, and I stopped my car suddenly, causing his knife to fall. I took advantage and threw him out of my car by opening the door. He tried to follow as I sped away, but couldn't catch me. After about 10 minutes of racing down the road, my tire got punctured. I was so tired that instead of walking the last mile to my house, I entered a motel for the night. The next morning when I woke up, I was still really upset about the incident. When I had almost made it home, I saw a large crowd gathered outside my house and my neighbor's house. I asked someone what was going on, and what I heard was shocking. They said that a serial killer broke into my house, but there was nobody there. So then he entered my neighbor's and stabbed him to death. I saw a picture of the killer, and it was the same hitchhiking man from the night before. The police searched for him for a long time but couldn't find him. I still wonder what could have happened if my tire didn't get punctured. My name's Ethan, and I have a true horror story that happened to me when I was 13. I am currently 15 years old. I woke up in my bed one night, drenched with sweat. I had a nightmare, but couldn't remember all the details. I glanced around my room, and it looked like the walls were blood red when I knew that they were blue. I heard a loud scrape at my door. and then it swung open. Out came a hand attached to an arm that was 6 feet long. When I woke up again and looked around, this time I was in the middle of my living room. Right away, my eyesight started getting blurry and weird. I heard voices and my vision was pulsing. Then 2 girls came up to me, and their flesh was decaying. They asked, "What did we do to you?" Then they said, "Do you know who we are?" I screamed, "Leave me alone!" I woke up again. My vision was slowly pulsing still, and my right eye wouldn't open all the way. I didn't really know why. I decided to get a drink of water, and when I looked in the mirror, I saw a giant scratch across my right eye. That was why my eye was half closed. I went back to my room and tried to remember the details of my nightmare. I thought my room or house was cursed, so I switched rooms with my mom due to my fear. My mom didn't believe me, but she was still willing to switch rooms anyway. 6 months later, she died in her sleep due to cancer. But somehow, she had gotten a scratch on her face that night. The doctors asked me, "How did she get this scratch? It looks recent." "I have no idea," I said. I told them about the time I slept in that room and got a scratch on my right eye the next morning. They didn't believe me. I currently live with my dad now, and I will never forgive myself for switching rooms with my mother. It still weighs heavy on my mind till this day.
This happened about 2 months ago. My sister and I used to sleep in the same bedroom because, I have to admit, I'm scared to be alone. Like, really scared, to the point where I won't go into a room alone. I always thought that my room was haunted, and sometimes while laying in my bed, I would stay super quiet, and for some reason, every time I'd hear a little whisper, which petrified me, and I would pretend to be asleep. One night, I was watching YouTube on my phone and getting settled into sleep until I heard an odd noise. Obviously, I got shook and went to sleep. I don't know if this was a dream or not, but what happened made me never sleep in the same room again. As soon I went to sleep, I heard whispers, loud whispers, like they were right next to my ear. It was saying, "Look at me, look at me, look at me." I was so scared I didn't even dare to peek, and I sure as hell wouldn't look at it. After a while, it stopped. At this point, my heart was racing and I was about to cry. I don't know how, but I went to sleep and woke up the next day in a cold sweat. My older sister was doing this weird head dance thingy where she moves it side to side, and she would always do this when she was listening to music. I asked her, "Hey, did you hear anything last night?" She took off her headphones and looked at me, and what she said scares me to this day. "No, but I had a weird dream, though. There was a guy looking at me and telling me to stare into his eyes, but I couldn't move. He danced just like this, and then I went to sleep quickly after that." What she said still frightens me. I haven't said a word about this to anyone, but I still wonder, what if I had looked at the thing? What would have happened to me?
Hi, my name is Elliot, and I'm with my friend Jeffrey in this story. Little warning, this story is probably disturbing or may be uncomfortable for you. Jeff and I had been friends for almost 15 years now. We grew up in the same neighborhood, and you're probably asking if we ever fell in love. Well, we didn't. We see each other as an unbreakable duo. Anyway, we both applied for our first job at a local mall, but unfortunately, the mall wasn't very busy, so we quit there due to low sales. I suggested to him that we should look in the newspaper for jobs, just like in the old days. So we did, and Jeff found a night shift job at a crematorium. We joked about how everyone was too scared to take a job like this because it was quote-unquote scary, especially at night. So I said, "Let's try it, dude. We're scarier than those ghosts, ha," and we laughed. The next day we went to the crematorium, and surprisingly it was very neat and didn't really look like a crematory at all. It actually felt very fancy and looked really beautiful inside. Every place in the crematorium was epic. Even the restrooms made us excited. I told him, "Yo, we're gonna be the best workers here," and he nodded with a smile and giggle. Because we both knew this place wasn't so bad. We were excited to get to work because we had unlimited food and drinks, and there was Wi-Fi and TV too. All we had to do was burn bodies and transfer them to the cremation jars, and that's it. We had been enjoying this job for nearly 2 months, and nothing really spooky happened until one day. It was around 9 p.m., and we were taking a little break. We had 3 bodies left to feed on flames. I was drinking an orange soft drink at the time, and I don't know why I was staring at the 3rd box where the corpse was in. I was just looking at it and daydreaming about random things, while Jeff was watching TV and texting his mom with his back to me. After a few minutes, we decided to get back to work. We carried the boxes carefully to show respect to the dead, because in my culture, we believe in old tales from tribes in the south part of the country. So if someone is dead, we don't joke around or talk about them. We're just very careful of everything because they might come back to haunt us or bring bad luck. We really don't pray for them before cremating them because we really don't know what religion they practiced. I felt like I was hallucinating because I heard a whisper saying, "Pray for me." So I prayed, and I don't even know how. It was like an outside force was controlling me. Jeff couldn't hear me, or maybe he was ignoring me at that moment. After praying, before turning on the start button, I sprinkled holy water after 3 throws. My eyes got big and I dropped the bottle. I looked at Jeff, and he asked why, and I told him, "Where did the holy water come from?" Jeff looked surprised and asked, "So this rosary isn't from you?" And he opened his hands, and I was expecting to see his clear palm where the rosary was, but instead we were shocked to see a satanic symbol carved into his palm, and it was bleeding. We both became paralyzed in fear as we didn't know what was happening until we heard our boss. He gave us our bonus salary and brought us food, and he eventually left. We tried to forget about that moment for a while and tried to focus on playing some video games. However, it was kind of hard because Jeff's palm was bleeding as we were playing the game. By now it's around 10:30 p.m., and Jeff and I secretly take naps until 1 a.m. usually, so we must finish this task. When we get back there, we saw the 2nd box opened. I closed it and didn't look properly inside because once I did, I was disgusted and chilled, so I never did again. As we were burning the 1st body, Jeff started to hallucinate. He's telling me that I'm whispering to him even though I'm not, and I'm 5 feet away from him. Jeff, let's be smart. In all the movies we've watched, we know what's possible and what's impossible. It's just the 2 of us here, and I'm too far to whisper to you, so you know it's not really me. He said this while putting the bandage on his palm and sarcastically smiling because I'm also feeling a chill. We have to wait 1 to 3 hours for the body to turn to ashes. So it's almost 1 a.m. and we still haven't taken a nap yet, so I'm getting cranky. The hell, because we haven't had our nap tonight. We'll surely have more customers later and we'll end up being here all night and day. Jeff tried to calm me down. I look back and the damn 2nd box is open again, and I was mad because I know I closed it. Now I'm really confused. I open the box in half and the body is missing. I screamed and looked at Jeff and saw him escaping from the window, and I yelled, "Where are you going? Don't leave me here alone." I was so angry and sad at the same time. My tears automatically were flowing. Every time I'm angry, my heart beats so fast, so I just throw anything I see. But this time, I felt betrayed. Jeff shouted, "They're gonna kill us both. If you want to come with me, let's get out of here. Forget that stuff and come on quickly." I ran and closed my eyes till he held my hands and we ran to a convenience store. He bought me some water and we sat inside. I asked him, "The place is gonna burn down. What are you thinking, Jeff?" My face was so near him, I wanted to slap him. "Let it burn down," he said. I was shocked at his answer. He never spoke like this. He always cared and was empathetic, but this time he seemed heartless. I asked him then, "What do you mean they try to kill us?" He replied, "I killed the man in the 2nd box. He was disguising his voice in a female voice. in your voice, and was saying things like, "You killed me," repeatedly in a manipulative, sad voice. I really didn't know what to say, but I believed him. And I know that he'll open up to me since we're close friends, so I asked him, "How? What?" He said, "I was fishing one day with 4 male classmates. I saw him from the back of our wood house, but I ignored him at first. So we decided to make a bonfire and stayed outside and enjoyed the serene nature around us. The lake was so clear and the sky was so beautiful and the stars were luminous. We decided to go and tell stories till we fell asleep. I woke up in the morning alone and it seems they all had left me. I only saw my bag, but also saw Eric's bag, so I felt relieved. As I went to check, a hand grabbed me, and it was that guy, and he's naked, and he keeps shutting my mouth. In short, he was trying to rape me. There was a little tree beside him, so I let my dark side control me. I smashed his head to the tree, and when he fell down, I grabbed a big rock and dropped it on his head. I wasn't done yet. I cleaned his skull. I removed his organs there and put it in a trash bag to study later on. I didn't hide his body. It was still there when we left. I was surprised by this story. I had no idea about him studying these things. I couldn't move and believed that I'm friends with a psychopath. But instead of staying away or leaving him, I hugged him and cried. I'm not sure why, but that's what I did. That's all I remember for now. Today we live together. He's like my little brother, and I'm helping him to cure his mental disorders. We also started babysitting his niece and nephew and quit our other job. Surprisingly, when our boss came back, he saw nothing but cleanliness.
A few years ago, me and my mom moved to an apartment after my parents divorced. We found this beautiful apartment in the heart of the city, and when I first saw it, I fell in love, not knowing how horrible things will end up in this place. I have always tried to sleep in my room, but I was not able because I felt very uncomfortable in the room from the start, and I was not sure why. Even though I felt uncomfortable, I shook it off as I was just paranoid and stupid, until I kept waking up at 3 a.m. every night to something touching my back, which ended up as intense scratching and after whispering in my ear. It was whispering my name over and over again until I passed out from the intense fear that I felt. After a while, when things became very scary and intense, I told my mom what happened, but she didn't believe me. She was blaming me because she knows I love to watch horror movies and told me that all these movies are making me scared to sleep alone. I was terrified. I didn't know what to do, so I decided to sleep in the living room on the couch. I was really happy because I didn't have any paranormal experiences or anything for a while, until one night when I woke up to the wall in front of me being scratched, and like someone was knocking on the wall. It got louder and louder until it turned into intense pounding on the walls. It sounded like the building was going to collapse. What made it even scarier that the wall that was pounding could not have been made by a person because we did not have a neighbor since the person who last lived next to us died from torture and murder. The apartment next to us was completely abandoned. No one lived there since the last 20 years. A few weeks after this happened, my big cousin came over to sleep at our house so that we are not alone, and I felt comfortable sleeping in my room when she was there. So we watched a movie and fell asleep. Again, at about 3 or 4 a.m., I woke up and saw a figure, a shadow, a man, I am not sure what to call it, stand in front of my door. It was staring at me. I froze. I was able to move. I was able to speak, but I didn't. I did not believe what was standing in front of me, so I was not able to say even a word. In just a blink of an eye, I saw it come so close to me that I saw nothing else but its huge red eyes, and it whispered to me my name. It whispered over and over again until I blacked out. Soon, we finally moved to another apartment, and I didn't feel any bad spirits in the new place, so I felt safe and happy again. Although the only thing that still haunts me to this day is when my cousin came over when we moved, and told me that when she slept in my house, she saw me at 3 a.m. sitting on the bed with my mouth wide open. She said that I looked like my mouth was just going to rip apart and my eyes were white, plain white. She told me that I looked dead. She was so scared of me that she hid under the blankets crying and was not able to move. She also said that I was whispering something over and over again. My name.
My name's Oliver. I'm now 23, 24 on August 22nd, and I go by he, him, they, them as my pronouns. This happened to me when I was in my second year at university, majoring in hospitality. I was 20 at the time. I lived in a rental apartment that had 3 rooms on the 3rd floor of the apartment building, which was 15 minutes away by foot from my university, so I shared them with another 2 people to get cheaper rent. I shared them with a 3rd-year senior named Michael, who majored in electrical engineering, and an alumni who was in for his MBA for linguistics named Sam. We sometimes do like to play pranks on each other since we were kind of active on social media. Yeah, for the clout. Anyways, as I remember, on the 25th of August 2016, about 3 days after my birthday, I had headed back home after a part-time job around 6 p.m. On that day, both Michael and Sam were out drinking, which made me the only person home. As soon as I arrived in the hallway of my apartment, I saw a girl crouching in front of the front door to my room. I looked around for a bit before letting out a short, tiring sigh and said, "Miss, do you live here? Do you need my help to call the landlord just in case you lost your key or something?" I waited for a reply to my question for about a minute or so, and all of a sudden she started to stand up and look at me, and she asked if Leon was around. I kind of sighed with relief and told her Leon went out drinking with his friends. "If you would like, you can wait inside." She then smiled and nodded her head. I, however, without hesitation, just unlocked the door and let her in. I then told her to sit wherever she feels comfortable, which she ended up sitting on the sofa. I tried offering her drinks and asked if she ate dinner, and she said, "I don't need anything. I just want to meet Leon." I raised my eyebrow a little, and I proceeded to ask what her relationship was with Leon, and she told me that she was his girlfriend. From what I know about Leon, I've never seen him go on a date, or even talk about his dating life. All he ever told us was that he used to date a girl 5 years ago when he was heavily drunk a few months back. I then just shrugged it off since I wasn't interested in prying into someone's love life. I then asked her if she tried calling Leon, and she replied with, "I don't have a phone with me." I then raised my eyebrows again with a questioning face. I mean, it's 2016. Anyone her age owns a smartphone at least. I then just grabbed my phone out of my pocket and offered it to her to use it to call Leon, but she refused and said, "I think I'll just wait." I then said, "Are you sure? They'll be pretty late. Maybe leave a text?" But she replied with, "No, I said I'll wait," sternly. So I let out a sigh and said, "Look, lady, I'm tired, but if you insist on waiting, at least text him." I then waited for her to reply, and all she did was turn to the left side and stare out the window. I soon then just gave up and told her I'll be going for a quick shower. I brought my phone along to the shower and texted Leon about his girlfriend, and then I hopped into the shower. About 25 to 30 minutes later, I received a call from Leon. I was done with my shower and putting on my shirt and shorts, and I answered his phone call with him saying, "Hey, read your text. Is this some kind of half-assed prank? I'm not dating anyone currently." I replied to him, "I feel like I'm being pranked here. She insisted on waiting for you. She told me she's your girlfriend." He then asked me what her name was, which I never got to ask her. Then he asked me to describe her. I told him that she has long brownish hair with brown eyes, probably about 5'2", wearing a dark blue sweatshirt too big for her, with a pair of jeans and black sneakers. Soon after hearing that, Leon stayed quiet for about 5 minutes. I asked him, "What's wrong, crazy ex-girlfriend?" while chuckling. He then said something I didn't expect to hear. "Ollie, that girl, she sounds like she was my girlfriend from 5 years ago. She died from jumping off her family's apartment building." I stayed in silence in shock. Sweat started breaking out. He then said, "Just don't do or say anything to her. I'll be back in a few minutes, but don't hang up." I then could hear him running through the phone. I, on the other hand, didn't believe him, thinking it might be a prank. I went out of the bathroom with my hair still kind of wet, And there I saw her standing on the rail of the balcony while saying, "I'm never good enough for him," while tears were running down her face. Upon seeing this, I threw my phone down and ran close to the balcony entrance and told her to come inside desperately. She only turned her face toward me and smiled and said, "He will never find happiness," and jumped off. I screamed while trying to grab her, but only missed. I closed my eyes in fear, then opened my eyes to look down and see nothing. That girl who jumped off was nowhere to be found. Soon after that, Leon arrived, panting, and he saw me on the balcony and walked towards me and asked where she was. I told him what happened. He sighed in relief and told me that he's been seeing her in his dreams, and sometimes would see a silhouette of her from time to time. It was probably because he kept that dark blue sweatshirt she'd wore when she jumped off, which originally belonged to Leon. He received them back from her mother a month ago during the anniversary of her death. Honestly, I don't know how to feel about that experience. Leon still hasn't dated anyone, and he never opens up about what happened between him and her. I never forced him to tell me anything, but the words she muttered before jumping about how he will never find happiness makes me think there might be more to her story. As for the sweatshirt, Leon told me he left it on her gravestone, and I've never seen her again.
This story is about a female student on her way home. She was just on her way home from school and walking as usual. This was almost past 10 or 11 p.m., and not a lot of people were nearby. There was this one narrow street, a shortcut that she usually passed through because it was faster to get to her home. This narrow path sits in between an establishment and another wall. The street is quite long, but just short enough for you to see the end of the path so you can see the street light from the other end. When she was passing through the narrow alley, she noticed a man casually just standing and blocking her way. The man had on a hoodie and a cap and was looking down, so she couldn't really make out his face. She thought nothing of it. Maybe the guy would just get out of her way once she got near him. She just kept on walking, trying not to make eye contact, and when she was in front of the guy, he wouldn't move. He was actually just looking at her. His expression was almost like he was confused and scared. She asked him politely to move, and it took him a few seconds to respond, but he did. The man just leaned on the wall and let her pass through. She was creeped out, but just shrugged it off and thought that maybe he was just some homeless guy. The next morning, she was watching the news before she went to school. When she saw what she saw, she cried immediately. Her mother asked her what was wrong. The news said there was a girl who was raped and murdered on her way home while passing through the narrow street that she'd just passed through last night. The time this happened was just minutes after she'd passed through the street. When she saw the suspect, it was the same guy from last night. She couldn't believe it. She felt so terrified and guilty at the same time. She told her mother everything and convinced her mother to call the police and to give her statement about the guy. She was so shocked, but also wondering why he didn't hurt her. Why did he spare her? She couldn't sleep, not knowing why, so she convinced her mom to let her to talk to the guy. When she met him, she asked him why he didn't hurt her. They met first before the victim. To her shock, he was actually nervous seeing her again. He then explained that when she appeared on the street, he noticed immediately that she somehow looked so bright, almost like she was glowing. The nearer she got, it became more and more clear to him. She actually had an unusual shape on her back, almost like she had wings, like an angel was behind her, and she was glowing so bright he almost couldn't see the face of the girl. He just let her pass through because he got scared. She didn't know if she could believe the guy or not. Maybe he was drunk or high, but whatever it was, she was so thankful that it happened because it definitely saved her life.
This story is a true story that happened to my dad, who we will call John, when he was serving as a young police officer in the 90s. I've only heard the story one time, as he doesn't like to talk about it to this day, as the events that occurred disturbed him so much. Now, my dad is a big guy, being 6'1" and over 225 pounds. He was in his mid-20s at the time. Now, being a police officer, it was John's job to patrol the streets, especially the worn, dusty roads in the back of town. Mind you, the houses back there are few and far between, and are very secluded, as this area of town is covered by woods and are at least 20 minutes from the rest of civilization. When John was patrolling one of the roads in the back of town, it was just after nightfall, and the area became extremely dark around him. While driving, John suddenly saw a little girl standing on the side of the road, not far from the trees that line the woods. The girl was described as being between 6 and 9 years old and was wearing a white gown and was barefooted. Of course, John stopped his car immediately, seeing this little girl in the middle of nowhere after dark with no one else around. He called it in over his radio what he saw and stepped out of the car to talk to the girl. He never saw her face, as she had long hair that mostly covered it, and he could not make out anything distinctive. Though when he called to the girl to come to him and that he was a police officer and there to help her, she ran from him and went into the dark woods. John followed her into the woods, calling out to her to stop. And what was strange, though, is that he was never able to catch up to the little girl. In the dark woods, all he could see was a trail of her white gown flitting between trees, leading him deeper and deeper into the woods. The girl led him directly into a clearing in the woods, where he saw brick steps that led to nowhere, right there in the middle of the clearing. As John looked around, the little girl was nowhere to be found. The clearing was so large and open that there would have been no way the girl could have run and him not see her. A sudden sense of dread and fear filled him as he realized it was impossible for the girl to just disappear out of thin air, and that this girl was a ghost. John turned around and ran as fast as he could back to his car on the road, and had to tell the dispatcher on the radio what happened, as he had initiated the report when he first saw the girl. Though embarrassed to tell dispatch what happened, he did, and was surprised to hear that he wasn't the first officer who reported seeing the same little girl. Apparently, many officers, for years, had seen the little girl in white and chased her into the woods to the same mysterious set of stairs that lead to nowhere. It was hard for me to get this story out of my dad, as he does not believe in things like ghosts. Even though this happened to him almost 30 years ago, I've never been able to get him to retell this story, as he likes to pretend it never happened.
A small bit of background that is relevant to the story before I start. I am a father, and I was tragically put in a position to give my daughter up for adoption at 6 months old. The family that adopted her keeps me in the loop, sending me videos and pictures of her. Keep that in mind as I tell this story. This takes place 4 years after. I was out deer hunting in northwest Alabama, about 50 miles from the Georgia border. My hunting trip started like any other, gathering supplies, packing up, and checking with all the necessary outlets so if something goes wrong, I can get picked up. I left at about 5 a.m. I got to my destination around 4 p.m. to a hunting lease a buddy of mine had. I then began my trek to a tree blind. Once I got there, I set up my sleeping area and headed off into the woods to find wood for a rocket stove. I found the wood pretty quick. Then I made it back to camp for an evening of relaxation and peace. Before I called it a night, I was sitting around watching some videos of my daughter playing and talking until I got tired and decided to climb into the blind. This blind was about 12 feet in the air, mind you. I was gonna get some shut-eye. I ended up falling asleep rather quickly to the sound of the forest. I woke up in the middle of the night to dead silence. The entire forest was deathly quiet, as if it was waiting for something to happen. The night air was cool on my face as I sat up. Under any other circumstance, it would have been a nice night if I didn't know that a predator was around. While I sat there waiting for any noise to come through, it was as if the night had died. After about 5 minutes, I decided to ignore it and try to get some more sleep for the hunting tomorrow. It took about 30 minutes before I started to doze off again, when I heard something that shook me to my core. I heard my daughter's voice. At first, I thought I was hallucinating, but about 30 seconds later, I heard it again. This time, it was close enough to understand what was said. "Daddy, where are you? I'm scared. Help me." It was unmistakably my daughter's voice, only it sounded all wrong, like it was a recording. I checked my phone, but it was turned off to conserve battery. It was a rather bright night, so I decided to peer out of the blind to see if I could see anything. In my head, I wanted to see what was using my daughter's voice. She was 600 miles away from there. There would be no way she was out here with me. This tree blind was set up in such a way to make it really hard to see at this time of night. It overlooks an area where trees were few. They were about 20 feet apart, so there was plenty of moonlight beaming through the branches and reaching the forest floor. At first, I saw nothing but empty woods, but with whatever was using my daughter's voice getting closer, it was only a matter of time. About 5 minutes passed, I heard it again. It seemed to be coming about 50 yards north. I turned my head to look in that direction, and I stopped. My breathing froze. What I saw in front of me was a 7 to 8 foot tall alabaster creature sniffing the air. It had no hair, and it appeared emaciated, like it hadn't fed in about a week. It had long, lanky arms that ended in human-like hands. As it sniffed the surroundings, I felt as though if I even thought about making noise, it would find me, and I would never make it home. Watching it sniff the air for some time, I saw it walk about 100 feet. Then it said again, "Daddy, I'm scared. Help me." This time it sounded more hurried, like it knew I was somewhere around there. I refused to look away as I watched this thing walk off. After about 10 minutes, the sounds of the forest started up again. I let myself relax for a second. Once I did, my entire body ached. I must have been tensing up really hard for a long time. Needless to say, as first light came, I got out of there, and I refused to go back. I've told this story to native friends when I got home, and they think it's a Wendigo, but I'm not too sure. All I know is I will never be back in that area of woods ever again.
My name is Starla. I'm 17 and I come from a very big town and live in a huge neighborhood with lots of neighbors. I've lived in this neighborhood since I was a little girl. I'm going to tell you a story about the old lady next door. Now, you've heard me mention before that I've lived in this neighborhood since I was a child. This is how it all started. I was 6 years old when we first arrived at our new house. I was super excited about moving since I was a very quiet kid and had little friends. I wanted to start over and boost my self-esteem a little. Once we got to our new home, we were welcomed by an old lady and her husband. They gave my mother and my younger siblings welcome baskets and sweets. My mother had a little chat with the old lady and her husband as my siblings and I walked into the house to take a look inside and choose our own rooms. 45 minutes went by, so I went to go check up on my mother, and as I walked through the door, she was waving them goodbye and smiling. I waved goodbye too, and as I looked at the old lady, she had this creepy smile on her face, almost as if she was forcing it but trying a little too hard. That night, my mother set up our rooms. I noticed that I had a window, and through the window I could see another window that lets me see into the old lady's house. I went to sleep shortly after my mother kissed me goodnight. I was confused because of how tired I was. I shouldn't have woken up in the middle of the night. I rubbed my eyes, and for some reason, I turned my head to look out the window, and what I seen scared the crap out of me. The old lady was staring at me through her window into my room with a wide, scary smile. As soon as she noticed that I seen her, she started screaming loudly and banging her head on the glass window. I was terrified. I ran to my mother's room and told her what I had seen. My mother went to go check it out, and all she had seen was the cracked glass window with blood smeared on it. The old lady was gone. The next morning, my mother went to talk to the old lady's husband, and he mentioned that his wife is schizophrenic and she also has some other type of mental disorder. He apologized to me and my mother, and till this day, this old lady still watches me through my window, and she even stands under it at night. Sometimes I wonder if she's been inside the house before we moved in and before she started watching me through the window and standing under it. And if I haven't noticed, would she have found a way into the house? And would she watch me in my own room? Almost every summer, I used to go to a campsite with my friends and with other kids and stay there for 2 weeks. The campsite was 3 hours away from my home, so I couldn't see my family at all. The camp that we were located in was in the woods near other camps with children near our age. The campsite was away from villages or cities, so we could have more fun. The campsites we stayed in were in teams, boys and girls teams. A was for kids 6 through 10 years old, B team were kids at 11 through 14 years, and Team C were kids at 15 through 18. 3 years ago, I went with my friend, let's call her Via, to the same campsite for kids to have fun. That year's was different. We didn't stay at a regular camp, but in small houses with one room and a lot of beds. It looked like the houses were replacements for the campsites. This was new to me, but I accepted it since I was afraid of the bugs. One night, I had to use the restroom, which was at the B team house. I was kind of scared because of the dark and of how far it was from our home. I woke up my friend and asked her to go with me. Turned out she wanted to go too, so we went together. When we were walking, I heard footsteps coming from behind me, but I turned around and nobody was there. I thought it was my imagination because it was night. When we arrived, I quickly used one of the 5 restrooms, and my friend used the one beside me. I took a while to end, so my friend finished first, and she told me that she wanted to sleep and she couldn't wait for me, so she left. I was okay with it, but then, when I finished and was ready to leave, someone was trying to get in the restroom I was in. So I yelled, "I am finishing, wait a bit." But the person kept trying to go inside. I was shocked. I thought my friend was pulling a prank on me. We were very close and we used to prank to each other, so I calmed down and yelled at her, "Stop the prank, it's not funny." The person didn't stop trying to get in. At that point, I froze. I didn't know what to do, so I opened the door really hard so the person who was trying to get in would get hit and stop them for a bit. I ran to my house as fast as I could. At some point, I looked behind me and saw a tall man running behind me with a piece of wood, so I ran even faster to the point where I couldn't feel my legs. When I arrived at my house, no one was behind me anymore, but I yelled at the housekeeper, who was 21 years old, about what happened, and she immediately called for help. That night, I slept because of how tired I was without thinking about what happened. The next morning, we saw the police arresting the man I saw. It turned out he was a psychopath who escaped prison 1 week ago. After what happened, I went back home and tried to find who he was. I found out that he killed his wife and tried to murder his 16-year-old daughter too, but she escaped and got him put in prison. Since that day, I haven't been to a campsite, and it traumatizes me thinking of what would have happened if I had opened that door with less force and didn't knock him down. There's this girl who was studying in a very popular university here in our country, Diliman, University of the Philippines. This university is very huge and has a lot of campuses. You need to ride a jeepney, a popular public transport here in our country, for you to be able to get to where you're heading on time. There are different jeepneys to every route. One night, she was heading to her dorm after a late-night study. She, of course, rode a jeepney. This was almost midnight, and there weren't a lot of people going to her route, so she was all alone in the jeep. She got on the jeepney, then it started to move. Everything was going fine until a few minutes later, she noticed the driver staring at her so intensely. He was staring at her in the mirror, then tried to look at her directly a couple of times. She became uncomfortable and just tried not to make eye contact. After a minute, she looked at the driver again just to see if he was still trying to check her out, and to her shock, he was still excessively looking at her for no reason. He would try to alternate looking at the road and at her since he was driving, but the way he was looking was so terrifying. It almost looked like he was trying to keep an eye on her. She then slid far from the driver's seat and tried to just look outside, even though it was so dark. She was almost at her destination when she noticed that the driver wasn't actually driving to where her dorm was at this point. She was so scared, but tried not to make it obvious and told the driver, "Mister, this isn't where my dorm is." At this moment, the driver wasn't looking at her anymore and was just focused on the road. She noticed his facial expression. He actually looked like he wasn't hearing her and seemed very scared. At this point, the driver was also driving faster than he should. She was so scared, so she tried to tell him again, "Mister, this isn't the right direction. This isn't where my dorm is." But still, the driver wasn't paying attention to her, and it seemed like he couldn't even hear her. She almost gave up and just accepted her fate that something bad might happen to her. She planned to shout for help or just jump out of the vehicle if the driver stopped and tried to get to her. After almost 5 minutes of just driving, the driver then decided to go to her original destination. When she saw her dorm building from afar, her heart started to race. She almost considered just jumping out of the vehicle, but then the driver actually stopped in front of her building, and she got out as quickly as she could. She had just started running and was about to run to the door when the driver stopped her and said something. "Wait, miss. When you get to your room, replace the clothes that you have on now. Set them on fire or throw them away. I saw in the mirror earlier that you have no head. It must be a bad spirit trying to get you. So I tried to just drive around in circles to divert it and prayed. I didn't drive to the right direction until I saw that you got your head back. Be extra careful next time." She was so shocked when she heard this and didn't want to believe it. It turned out the driver couldn't hear her because she had no head. She got to her room, woke up her roommate, and told her everything. She then proceeded to take the driver's advice and throw away her clothes. She was so thankful for the driver for what he did, but it was indeed one of the scariest things she experienced.
When I was younger, about 4 or 5, I visited my grandfather in Serbia. He wasn't the brightest man, nor was he a bad man. I've heard stories from my relatives that he smoked cigarettes as much as you'd breathe in a day. He drank rakia, a Serbian alcohol, as if it were water, and he hid secrets worth killing for. As I mentioned earlier, I paid him a visit when I was little. It was my last visit to him because he passed away a year later. I remember he told me stories of what he'd done in his early years. He served as a hunter and taxidermist in his 20s, back in Bosnia before he'd moved to Serbia, where he served as a cop for 10 years. Then the bombing of Serbia broke out, which resulted in him serving as a soldier there. It was my last day staying there before I had to leave, and he requested that we go on a walk while my mother stayed at home assisting my grandmother with preparing dinner. I was a little rebellious at that age, and I kept on wandering off or bumping into his cane, things like that. I could tell he couldn't take it anymore when I saw the eerie expression on his face as he told me a gruesome story. When I was a hunter, I took one of my nieces on a walk in the woods to shoot down an animal of her choosing. He intended to taxidermy it for her upcoming birthday. So she decided to explore the deepest part of the woods in search of a wolf. I tried warning her, but she ignored me. I decided to wait for her. She hadn't returned, and it had already started to turn dark. I screamed out her name, but didn't hear a response. So I searched and searched and searched till I came upon a stench behind some rocks. I trudged toward it only to discover something horrible. She had long been dead, with maggots feasting upon her flesh. 2 vicious eyes peered out from a near bush. A wolf unveiled itself with a huge chunk of carrion in its mouth. Soon enough, I realized it wasn't carrion. It couldn't be. It was too huge to be a rabbit or a fawn. I ran and ran until I was out of breath. We had come to the end of our walk, and without a word, he walked inside his house. It's been many years since I brought up anything about him, but the one day I did, I will never forget. I was clearing out my garage with my father. He was my grandfather's son, and spotted a taxidermied owl that belonged to my grandfather. "Hey, I remember this. This was Grandpa's taxidermy gift to us. I remember when he told me the story of how he brought his niece with him on a walk and she got eaten by a wolf." I thought nothing of it. I brushed the story off as a fable he'd used to scare me into behaving. My father looked pale. He explained that his cousin, the niece in the story, had never gone on a walk with my grandfather, but rather went missing when my grandfather visited her. It all added up to he was never looking for a specimen to taxidermy for her. He was looking for a way to get rid of her.
This story happened to my aunt. She lives next door to our house with her daughter and husband, so we can easily contact them if needed. She is a school teacher, and her school is so far from her home that she rents a house near the school. Her family stays in the house next to ours full-time, but my aunt lives at the rental for 6 days a week and spends 1 day with her family. Last month, when she was back in her family home for lockdown, she started acting strangely. She wouldn't eat anymore and refused to talk to anyone. One day, I decided to go to their house and visit her daughter. To my surprise, I saw that she was laughing to herself and talking with her shadow. I got goosebumps when she turned to me, gave me a predatory smile, and said, "Who are you?" Her husband noticed her strange behavior and called a shaman. She arrived and checked my aunt and said someone had black magicked her and there was a ghost behind her that was controlling her. Then the shaman led my aunt into a room. After 3 hours, the shaman came out and said that the ghost will not agree to leave her body unless we give it goat's blood. The next day, my uncle bought a goat and killed it next to a haunted jungle and gave the blood to the shaman. What the shaman did next, I still don't know. My aunt got better soon after, but I'm still afraid to talk with her about the incident. I wish I could say this was a made-up story, but every word is true. I'm May, and this is an event that happened in my life that haunts me to this day. One day, I was in my school's library, and I was in a chat room with my school friends, and there was this one profile named Nikki that I did not recognize. I asked my friends about it, and they didn't know her either, so we kicked her. After school, I grabbed some food and did my homework at a cafe. While I was doing my homework, I got added to a group chat named Best Friends. I noticed that Nikki was in the chat. I said hi and asked her who she was. "I am your new best friend." I responded by asking again, "Who are you?" She said, "Why did you get your coffee without me, best friend?" I looked around, but everyone was on their phones, so I couldn't have known who it was. But there was one girl with dark hair and dark eyes with this creepy smile. I didn't want to judge people based on their looks, so I just forgot about it and rode home on my bike. When I got home, I took a shower. While I was showering, I got the feeling that someone was watching me. I hopped out of the shower, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a figure run past my window. At this point, I was getting really scared, so I told my friends about it, and they said I was just being paranoid. That very night, I woke up to a loud smash in the living room and a shrill scream. I grabbed my metal baseball bat and dialed 911. I would have told my parents, but my mom was on a work trip and my dad was taking care of my grandma. I creeped downstairs to see that same girl from the cafe. I screamed at the sight of a butcher's knife in her hand and hit her on the head with a bat. She wasn't fazed at all. She kept chanting, "Best friends," over and over again. The police finally got there and arrested her. She didn't resist and only kept chanting, "Best friends." She is now in a mental institute, but I still fear that she will come back and do something bad. I moved to a completely different state and had 2 daughters with my wife.
This creepy story happened about 5 years ago when I lived in an apartment. Thinking about it still gives me the creeps. I don't exactly remember when it began, but a heavy thudding and screaming noise from my upstairs neighbor started bothering me every night. One day I finally lost patience with the noise, so I went upstairs and rang his doorbell. After a while, a 40-something man came out. He had red hair and eyebrows and blood-red eyes and ash-pale skin. It surprised me a little, but I told him, acting cool. "Hello, sir, I'm from downstairs." Without saying a word, he just stared at my neck, maybe for 20 seconds or something. And he licked his lips. His tongue looked red like blood. I felt very anxious, but pretending to be unconcerned, I continued. I've been hearing some screaming every night. Is everything okay here?" His eyes looked down at my neck, chest, and then my arms. Soon, he grinned broadly and said, "Give me a sec," then went back inside. I tried to peep inside the house through a narrow gap of the open front door, but it was too dark to see anything. I wondered how he got around in this dark place. A little later, I heard him walking back to me. He showed up and gave me a cup of juice. The juice was dark and blood red. He handed me the cup and nodded like he was saying drink it. However, the putrid smell made me want to vomit. I asked, "What the hell is this? Is this animal blood?" Suddenly, he stiffened his face and said, "Humans always judge by appearance. You haven't even tried it." He grinned, exposing teeth stained with a lot of red things. As I began to feel sick, I gave the juice back to him and quickly went back home, thinking he was probably some psychopath. After several days, I heard a voice from outside in the early morning.
"Tasty. So tasty."
I looked through the peephole, and there he was. He was drinking his red juice in front of my door. I shouted in fright.
"Holy shit! What the hell are you doing in front of my house in the middle of the night? And what the hell are you drinking?"
He shouted back.
"It's freshly squeezed blood. Want a drink?"
I violently opened the door to throw a punch in his face. I'm pretty big, over 6 feet tall, and he was maybe around 5 feet 3 inches tall, so I thought it would be easy to overpower him. However, as soon as I opened the door, he forcefully grabbed my jaw and poured the juice into my mouth. I struggled hard to get out, but he was overwhelmingly strong. The juice tasted bloody and disgusting, and that made me gag. Then, he held my nose with his hand. I couldn't help but swallow it, and I felt the metallic taste of blood. I started screaming and struggled, but he held my head hard and smashed me to the floor. Then, he brutally stuck a needle into my arm and started to draw blood. He squeezed it out into his cup and drank it up, and he shouted,
"Blood cocktail from different bodies. So delicious!"
Eyes rolling in the back of his head. He kept shouting in ecstasy.
"Yes!"
And he showed me a picture of a young man. He had the best blood. Absolutely delectable. What do you think about him? Pretty nice, huh? And yours is pretty good too. Delicious. I shouted.
"Help! There's a vampire in my house!"
Then he whispered in my ear, "I need only 3 minutes to draw all the blood from your body. When somebody's here to help you, it's already done. Just be a good boy and I won't kill you." I shed tears seized by an enormous fear. He said, smiling, "You know when my happiest moment is? A moment like this, when I'm conquering a human. I know you are sad, but I am amazingly happy. Don't even think about screwing it up. Otherwise you'll be dead. Understood?" Then I passed out, feeling all the strength completely drained out of my body. When I woke up the next day, he was looking through his phone lying next to me. He mumbled to himself, seeing pictures of people on SNS. Damn, looks delicious. When he realized I was awake, he told me, "Thanks for the dinner last night. By the way, your blood is a bit disappointing. To make it pure, eat things like onions, carrots, tomatoes, and olive oil. Eat them all every day." Then, he said, walking out of my house with my house key in his hand, "Let's get along well." I was terrified and also furious, but I wouldn't dare call the police. He could have killed me any time if he wanted to. I thought about the way out of the situation over and over and came up with an idea. I planned to eat heaps of greasy food every day. I ate a lot of deep-fried food, oil, and butter, and all kinds of fats. I felt sick but didn't stop. And one day, early in the morning, he opened the door of my house and came inside, as if it was his place. Looking at me, he grinned widely and said, "Hey, look at you. What made you this fat? Now maybe you taste more flavorful, don't you?" He drew my blood and drank it up, but after a while, he threw up.
"Ugh! Shit! Why is it so greasy?"
With a painful expression on his face, he immediately rinsed his mouth. Right at that moment, I punched him in the face and squeezed his throat.
"How's it now, you disgusting vampire? Don't be picky, asshole! You gotta eat fat too!"
He threw me with an unbelievably powerful force and I flew off almost 2 meters. Then, he bit my wrist aggressively and sucked my blood, and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, my wrist was bandaged and he was sitting right next to me. "Because of your greasy blood, I couldn't satiate my thirst yet." He showed me a picture of a dead man with the neck cruelly bitten. "You know what? He died because of his stupid tricks just like you. He pissed me off and I sucked up all the blood to the last drop. After he was drained of blood, he was like a dry log. It was pretty fun. You want to be so too?" I shivered with desperate fear and also unbearable fury. Since that day, I had drunk a lot of alcohol before bed every night. And one night, he opened the door and came in like before, humming with a broad grin. Alright, let's see how clean your blood is now. Oh, look at your ruddy cheeks. Your blood must be flowing better. He started to drink my blood again, but then threw it up.
"Ugh! Son of a bitch! Why did you drink at this hour?"
While he was suffering, I hit him over the back of his head with a beer bottle. He collapsed, and I tied up his arms and legs. I yelled at him.
"Why are you doing all this to me? Why me? Why my blood?"
I only drink the blood of young, pure, and healthy humans. Otherwise, I'll get a stomach ache. Huh, what a gourmet. Hey, you don't need teeth since you only suck blood, right? I opened his mouth to pull out his teeth with a plier. However, his teeth were rotten like those in a dead body. What the... At that moment, he shouted, "Lucifer!" He tried to tear off the rope with tremendous force. The rope was about to snap, and I immediately ran away to the bathroom, absolutely terrified. I then called the police. Moments later, I heard him walking towards me, violently smashing the furniture in my house. "Lucifer, my father, I thank thee for my daily meal." He was now right around the bathroom. He shouted, smashing the door down. "Why must you make things so hard? Blood offering is not such a big deal. You're under my control anyway." He was about to penetrate the door of the bathroom. I could see his fist brutally punching the door. I cried out. At that moment, we heard a siren getting closer and he quickly ran away. After a while, I also heard the police's shouts and gunshots. Then, it suddenly became silent. I walked out through the door and saw him being handcuffed by the police. However, there was also a policeman lying on the ground. The blood was squirting out of his neck. The officers shouted urgently, "Damn, call an ambulance now! That bastard bit Mike's neck!" The vampire was shot twice in his arm and leg, but seemed to be still fine. He shouted, being led away by the police. "Send me blood to jail, or I'll bite your neck off too!" Before long, I heard he was put in jail on charges of assault, false imprisonment, and murder of dozens of people. The shocking thing was that according to the police investigation, he was 83 years old. It was totally unbelievable as he looked like he was in his 40s. I moved out of my house right away. I had suffered from trauma every day for a while. Like I began to develop a fear of needles and would cry out whenever I saw a syringe. Whenever I saw somebody drinking something red, I unconsciously snatched it and threw it away. Once I even threw a punch at a guy in a vampire costume on Halloween. But after receiving steady psychotherapy, I've gotten much better now. 3 years later, I heard the news. He had rapidly aged and become a gray-haired old man in jail. Also, he was beaten by others from time to time as he continued to ask other inmates or guards for blood, and sometimes bite other prisoners' necks. Who the hell was he? Thinking of him still makes me shudder in horror, with a lot of question marks.
My name is Sarah. I was born in the South Asian country of Bangladesh in Dhaka City. It is a small country with a high population. I belong to a rich Muslim family, and we all live together. Me and my 2 male cousins and 1 female cousin live on the 2nd floor. This story happened when I was in high school. I had a male best friend named Irfan. We had been friends since elementary school. One day, he proposed to me in my house, and I rejected him. He was a man with a huge ego, so he wouldn't tolerate that. He tried to kiss me, but my male cousin punched him and told him not to come near me again. After a week, it was a late winter night. My male cousins were out drinking. It doesn't snow here, so it was not that cold. I would always be the last one to sleep in our house because I watch Korean dramas. I'm a really self-conscious person, though I don't get scared that much, but at night I lock every door and window. Then I went to sleep at 2 a.m. Around 3 a.m., I woke up from some sounds. It was coming from my window. The sound was like someone was trying to unlock the window. I got up and looked outside, and it was Irfan. He knew too well how to hide from all the CCTV cameras. He was standing on the fence and was directly looking at me. He then suddenly jumped over my balcony and was knocking on the door. My balcony door was transparent and made of glass. He had a glass cutter with him. He slowly started to cut the glass. Thank God I didn't freeze that time. I am a woman who weighs only 43 kilograms. There was no way I could beat him barehanded and alone. I quickly went out of my room and locked the door from outside with a key. My brother always had a licensed gun. I was holding on to it. I woke up my female cousin and called my parents and uncles who lived upstairs. There was no way I would let him out of our house. I had to catch him no matter what happened. I knew him well enough to realize his ego wouldn't let him leave because he always said to me that he'd rather be in jail than run away. My cousin had called the police by that time, and my uncle and my father had caught Irfan. My male cousins came back in the morning. Right now, he is in a mental hospital. He was taken to a mental hospital 9 months after the incident happened due to his mental state. It's been 6 years, and I live in the USA majoring in law. Now when I think about it, he knew I was a heavy sleeper, and I wouldn't have woken up if he'd just cut the glass. He made the sounds so I would wake up and watch him break into my house. Apparently, I thank God that he has ego issues.
Hi, my name is Nyan, and this is a story that happened in November 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic. It was late at night one night while I was on Discord chatting with a few people from my online class. One of my classmates had set it up for the class to get to know each other. Anyway, I was in a voice hangout with my friends Jenny, Samantha, and Kendall. We decided to play a game called Don't Shoot the Wrong One. The object of the game was to trust your gut and shoot whoever you really thought was the murderer. Samantha set up a private server in the game so only we could join. We joined and started playing. We were halfway through round 1 when we all looked at the leaderboard because someone else had joined. We were quite confused. I asked Samantha, "Do you know who that is?" "No," she said. Kendall and Jenny were a little concerned because this was a private server, not a public server. The person's username was Don't Shoot or You're Toast. We had no idea who would have that username, but we knew it meant something bad. Like I said, you had to trust your gut for the game. So me and Jenny and Kendall and Samantha all shot the unknown person. At the end of the game, Don't Shoot or You're Toast got all fiery in the game chat and said, "It wasn't me. Why did you shoot me?" Kendall then wrote back, "Our biggest apologies." I then added, "We'll never do it again." What the person said next horrified both me and my friends. He said, "What I do to you will make you not want to do this again." We were all scared, so we left the game. Later that night, we were talking again, and somebody joined the voice chat. But it wasn't any of our classmates. The person had the name Don't Shoot or You're Toast. We remembered that name from somewhere, but we couldn't remember where. But then it hit us. It was the person from the game. "Turn on your camera," said Jenny, trying to be nice. Surprisingly, the person listened, but I wish he didn't, because when I saw the video, it made my heart drop. The picture was a video of my room, like the person was somewhere in my house. Me and my friends were freaked out. Then I heard a noise in the closet. I walked over with my metal bat, but when I opened it, there was nothing inside besides a computer. Or so I thought. I heard another noise, almost like laughing. "Who's in here?" I asked with a quivering voice. "I am," said the person. I was terrified. Under a pile of clothes sat Don't Shoot or You're Toast. He stood up and pushed me to the floor. Kendall then called the police while she recorded everything. Just as Don't Shoot or You're Toast was about to stab me, I heard approaching police sirens. They busted through the door and yelled, "Police, drop your weapon and get down on the ground now." He didn't follow police orders, so they tased him. He was arrested and sentenced to 6 years in prison for breaking and entering. I actually thank Jenny for asking that question because if she didn't, I would have been murdered in my sleep, not knowing that he was in my house.
My name is Esmeralda. This happened to me when I was a sophomore in college. It was a snowy day, and I was hanging out in my sister's dorm and had just got done with my work. My sister also attends college, but lives in a campus dorm room, whereas I live off campus. Soon, it was time for me to leave. But again, there was a wild snowstorm outside. I don't like to drive in the snow because I'm not good at driving in it. So I asked my sister if she could take me, and she said yes. We got in the car and we drove up to my apartment. I stood outside smoking for a minute and got ready to go in, but I couldn't find my key. I started to look for my key and realized that I left it in my sister's room. So I called her, but there was no answer. I was so angry, but there was nothing I could do. So then I got a call from my neighbor, and I was so annoyed that I thought, okay, I'll just talk to her later. So then a text comes through from my neighbor that said, "If you keep making all that noise, I'm gonna report you." I was thinking that she was talking about the noise I just made after I kicked the trash can, but she texted again and was like, "Okay, I'm reporting you." So she came downstairs and she looked horrified when she saw me standing at the door. She pushed the door open and asked me why I was making so much noise, and I asked what she was talking about as I just got here. She was always the Karen of the building. I also told her that I forgot my key in my sister's dorm. It was at this point we heard it. From down the hallway, we heard a whole bunch of commotion coming from my apartment. We looked at each other confused as to why the noise was in my empty apartment and what could be causing it. We followed the noise down the hall and it continued to get louder and louder and louder. So I was thinking at this point, maybe it was an animal. I was thinking everything instead of what I did not want it to be. But to my surprise, when I touched the door handle, it opened. When I walked through the door, I was hit with a huge wave of heat. I instantly took my coat off and went to the thermostat to turn the heat down. It upset me even more because I was the one that had to pay rent and stuff. I looked at the carpet and there were wet mud prints tracked all throughout my apartment leading to the bathroom. Just then, I heard something that sounded like bottles falling down to the ground, and I turned to run back out of the apartment. But as soon as I touched the door to open it, a hand grabbed my shoulder. It was wet and cold. I turned around and, to my horror, I saw an old man that looked to be in his 30s or 40s with greasy blonde hair touching me. He smiled with a grin that looked so sinister. He said in a low tone of voice, "I was waiting for you." I then began to scream, and my neighbor rushed down the stairs. While doing so, she fell down the stairs and injured herself. She got an operator on the phone while I was struggled to get him off of me, and the only weapon that I pretty much had was the perfume in my purse. I took the perfume out and I sprayed it in his eyes, and he began to yell and scream, which caused other people to come out of their apartments and see what was going on. They helped me hold him down until the police got there. When I went in my bathroom, all my pill bottles were empty and all of my drawers were ransacked. He carved the word Esmeralda over and over into my wall. How did he know my name? I had never seen this man in my life. It turned out that the man was on drugs and had actually consumed some of my prescription drugs. The man had a long rap sheet, and from what I know, he was a sex offender and also arrested on charges of armed robbery and murder. He also had a load of weapons in his coat. He had been a previous apartment owner here and made copies of his keys before giving them to the landlord after being kicked out of the complex. About 2 months later, I was stopped by police. They said that a piece of paper was covering my expiration sticker. When the officer showed me, I was horrified. The note said, "Esmeralda, soon." I have since moved to another location and have not received any more notes or visits. I'm really grateful for my neighbors and for forgetting my key, because I hate to think about what would have happened if I did have my key that day.
So, back in 2018, when I was 9 or 10, on a Saturday, my family and I decided to drive around. I'm not sure where, but it was somewhere. Then we had to go back home to grab some things and leave again to see some relatives. So we pulled up to the red light to turn onto the street we live on. We were turning left. At the time, my mom had the new Volkswagen that had a sunroof. Remember this because it's kind of important. So as we pull up, me and my sister turned to our right and there was this green, rusty truck. We noticed that it was an elderly man inside. We didn't pay him any mind until we saw him rocking his head to a rock song he was listening to. My whole family listens to any genre, so we weren't being judgmental. But anyway, I just had to put it out there. So as we watched him, my sister turned to me and we started whispering. The man in the truck was higher than us, so we were very quiet. And as soon as the light hit green, he turned all the way around and looked down at us through the sunroof. But something was off, because we noticed that his eyes were all the way black, like some demonic person. I don't know, but he looked possessed or something. Everything happened so quick, but we were moving in slow motion, like we'd been drugged in a way. So that's when we turn and he goes straight, and me and my sister just looked at each other like, that didn't just happen. My older brother didn't see the man because he was too busy looking the other way. And later that day, we told our mom, and she also said the same thing, that it was some demonic stuff. We never told anybody else, and just forgot about it. But I will never forget how he looked at us. Every other day, I think about how he heard us. Maybe he saw us in the corner of his eye looking at him. I don't know. What do you think? I know it's not scary, but I just had to get it off my chest and tell everyone out there. I'm 12 now and my sister is now 19. We joke about it every now and then, but yeah, that's my short story. It was a normal Saturday night. My cousins and I were at my grandfather's house and we were eating dinner. We had just finished watching a horror story about a toy called Mr. Widemouth. Seconds after talking about Mr. Widemouth, a giant breadfruit fell from my grandfather's tree and slammed hard against his roof. We all screamed and ran and laughed, making jokes about it. We all just went into our beds and watched YouTube on our phones. I fell asleep about 30 minutes later and woke up to pitch darkness, and the only light was from our small staircase. I rubbed my blurry eyes, and then suddenly, I heard scratching at the window next to my bed. I looked out and saw nothing at first. I thought it could be my grandfather's dog, since my grandfather sometimes puts them there to sleep because of fighting. But no. I just shrugged it off and laid down next to my cousin, who we will call Kyle. I couldn't go back to sleep, so I just stared at the ceiling. Then I heard the scratching again. I looked out and there was no one there. This time I started freaking out because one of the windows were slightly open. I freakishly woke up Kyle and told him. He didn't believe me and thought I was being dramatic. But when he heard the scratching, he then jumped up alerted and told me that we should go check it out. I said, "Hell no!" and I stopped him from going. Kyle and I were arguing over and over, but we decided to take a quick check. I know, stupid, right? We heard a creaking noise coming from the small staircase, as if someone were walking down it. Mind you, the staircase is in our house. We sped down the stairs and hid under our blankets, dripping with cold sweat. Then all I remembered was waking up the next morning to see the words on the window in blood red saying, "You should have checked inside the staircase." We didn't bother looking inside the staircase, but instead rushed into our grandfather's room and showed him. My grandfather was a 4th-degree black belt in karate, so we felt protected around him. My grandfather opened the small door at the side of the staircase, and a creepy old guy jumped at him with a knife. My cousins and I screamed and cried while my grandfather dodged the knife and took the guy down, beating him over and over until he was out cold. We called the police and they came and investigated, and then took the old guy out of the house. While he passed us, he gave me a creepy grin. But the man is now in prison for attempted murder and theft. I dread to think what would have happened if Kyle and I decided to check inside the staircase ourselves.
I'm 14 years old, and this incident happened when I was 10, about to turn 11. I was homeschooled during that time and had crazy weird breaks, like hours-long breaks. On one of my breaks, I was doing schoolwork, but my little sister, who was 7, wanted me to sneak her some goldfish, and I agreed while my mom was upstairs getting ready to go to the store. I ran downstairs and walked into the kitchen. While I was near the fridge, which was close to our hallway that gives full view of our front door, I saw the front door was unlocked, as I forgot to lock it as my mother told me to a few hours ago. Before grabbing the snack, I ran to the door to lock it. While walking to the front door, I saw a shadow in the closet where we store our shoes. Mind you, the closet is on the left side of our wall, the door was in the middle, and our living room was on the right. After thinking it was because we stored jackets and gift bags in that closet, I brushed it off, thinking it was those specific items. After locking the door, I was walking toward the pantry, but felt like I was being watched as I heard quiet breathing. When I was walking towards the kitchen, where my back was now facing the closet, I heard something that will haunt me forever. Coming from the closet, a man who had an older voice said, "How is homeschool going?" This made me freeze and turn my head slowly, where a man with brown, dirty hair, eyes very red, old brown jacket, green shirt, and brown pants with boots was slowly opening the closet door, and I could see a knife that was sticking out of his shirt. I screamed and ran up the stairs, which startled my sister and mother, so my mother yelled, "What's wrong?" But I proceeded to ignore her and ran upstairs as fast as I could. The man was old, so he could not run as fast as me, and didn't try to. My sister was in her room doing schoolwork with her door shut and locked because her and my mom got in a fight a few hours ago. So I yelled and tried to get her to unlock the door, but she wouldn't listen. So I kicked the door down, picked her up, and ran into my mother's room while grabbing our devices and the charger. Once I got into my mom's room, I dropped my sister and locked the door. My mom and my sister yelled, "What is wrong with you? What's going on?" etc. I told them what happened, and my sister started crying, and my mom looked horrified. As we heard footsteps on the stairs, she grabbed her phone, dropped her toothbrush, and called 911. She told me and my sister to call my father using our house phone that was in her room. While she was calling 911, the man approached her door and started swearing at her to open the door, etc. What he said next will, again, haunt me to this day. "You guys sleep so peacefully. I could never." That's what made me and my sister scream, drop the house phone, and cry hard. After crying for what seemed like a minute, we went back on call with my father, who was wrapping up his tools that he was using for his job, and said that he was driving to our house now and that he wasn't far. After my mom hung up on 911, he started punching through the door to unlock it. He successfully punched through the door, but luckily he punched too high to reach the doorknob. Once we all heard what sounded like sirens, I heard quick footsteps run down the stairs, dropping his knife on our carpet, which made a loud bang and made me think he didn't have a knife after all. After he ran downstairs, I could hear him say, "Fuck," as he saw the front door was locked and he couldn't escape from there. While trying to unlock our screen door, the police kicked open our front door and we heard bunches of screaming and grunting. After what seemed like hours, we left her room and went downstairs, which we saw the man with handcuffs being walked out of our house. A police stayed at our house for a few more minutes to get all of our statements, and another police officer stayed at our house until my father arrived home. Once we heard his car, we ran outside and he opened his door, and we all had the biggest family group hug. We packed some clothes and other things that you would need to stay at my aunt's house for a little while. But before we left, my mother got a call from the police that made her feel sick. The man didn't have a knife, he had an axe. And not only an axe, but a pistol which was fully loaded. They said that every day he would stalk me and my sister, as we like to save electricity and have our curtains open. After being near the door but hiding, and didn't hear the door locked, he snuck in and hid in the closet. I am so lucky my mom didn't leave when she did, or I wouldn't be alive to tell this story. But another thing that gets me is how we didn't catch this man sooner. My dad had security cameras all around our house, and we even had a Ring doorbell. Me and my sister also loved to play outside at that time, so why did he not do anything to us sooner? When I was 13, me and my cousin went to the movie theater to watch The Conjuring 2. We were so excited because we were going to watch the horror movie alone with no adults. We were going to go with my older cousin, but they let us go alone because it was my cousin's birthday. When we went to the theater, we got popcorn and snacks to watch the movie. When we went inside the room and got into our seats, I noticed a woman dressed up as a nun. At first I got scared, but then I thought it could be a staff member. I told my cousin, and then we just got excited. The nun sat down a few rows behind us and watched the movie. When me and my cousin were watching the movie, I turned to see the nun, who was now looking at me. She was sitting down, but had her head turned to look at me. I got scared and told my cousin. She told me to ignore it, so I did. For the next half hour, I focused on the movie. Then I turned to the nun, who was now even closer to our seats. I panicked and told my cousin. She looked at the nun and told me the movie was about to finish and not to worry. I was scared the whole rest of the movie. I wanted to turn my head to see where the nun was, but I was scared that she might be closer. When I finally turned to look, I didn't see her. I was relieved, but then I noticed a black head in the row in front of me. It was the nun. I got so scared, I couldn't even talk, so I just poked my cousin's arm and pointed at the nun. My cousin was scared now, so she told me to change seats to get closer to the stairs by the exit. We changed seats, and I just kept looking at the nun. At this time, the movie had been out for a few days already, so there weren't many people in the seats. I was still watching the nun, but I was also watching the movie. At one point, I forgot about the nun until there was a creepy scene, and then I magically remembered the nun. I turned to look for her, and she was standing at the end of our row. When I saw her standing there, I couldn't tell if she was looking at us or at the stairs, but I was confident she was staring at us. I told my cousin, and she got creeped out. She told me that if the nun came any closer, we should jump into the front rows. I agreed, so for the rest of the movie, we just kept an eye on the nun. In the movie, there were lots of screams, which made us focus on the movie and then on the nun. We looked back at the movie for a moment, and then I heard footsteps. I turned and could tell that the nun had gotten closer. I told my cousin, and she noticed too. We were about to look back at the nun when she started to walk very fast to our seats. My cousin was closest to the stairs, so she got up and went running down the stairs, and I jumped over the row of seats. The nun was just laughing. We turned back to look at the seats, and the lights of the movie theater turned on. We could see the nun holding a knife and laughing at us. She was pointing the knife at us with a creepy grin. We just ran out of the room, screaming, and a worker at the theater asked us what was wrong. I told him everything, and then the nun came out of the theater, laughing. She still had the knife, and then she randomly started to stab everything and everyone in her way. Her target was us, so we ran out of the whole theater, and luckily there were police officers passing by. They got the woman and took her to the police station for an investigation. We had to go with them to tell them everything that happened. It turned out the nun was a mentally ill woman that escaped her institution and went into random movie theaters dressed as the staff to be able to get inside. Then she changed into her nun costume. Apparently, she stabbed 12 people in the theater, but thankfully they survived. Me and my cousin were in shock, and we immediately called our parents. They were so relieved that we were okay. After that night, we called each other and had sleepovers, but never again will we go alone to a movie theater. This is a true story that happened to my friend Alyssa when she was a child. When Alyssa was around 4 or 5, she and her mother moved into a new apartment complex. They were very excited to live in their own space and explore all of the different shops and restaurants near their neighborhood. One day, Alyssa's mother noticed something a bit strange. She found Alyssa standing in front of one of the linen closets with her hand outstretched. In her small hand was one of the French fries that her mother had given her for lunch. It was like she was feeding something, except nothing was there. At first, Alyssa's mom brushed it off and figured that maybe she was just interacting with an imaginary friend. This was, of course, common for children her age. Later on, it was dinner time. As Alyssa and her mother sat down to eat, Alyssa suddenly stated, "That girl is so hungry. She's always asking me for French fries." Alyssa's mother was naturally confused. "What girl?" she asked. Alyssa looked up from her food with a serious look on her face. "The girl in the closet." Alyssa's mother smiled at her, figuring that she was just playing some sort of silly game. "Well, please don't waste all of your food," Alyssa's mom said. "I won't, only some," Alyssa replied. Later that night, Alyssa's mom got a strange feeling. For some reason, she began to grow curious about the apartment and decided to search the internet for any sort of information. What she found made her heart drop. There was a news article published about 20 years ago. Apparently, a couple who lived in their same apartment complex were arrested for starving their child to death. The child reportedly took her last breath in the family's linen closet. And for some odd reason, the journalists found it important to mention that her favorite food was French fries. Not my experience, but actually my cousin's. This happened back when we were in high school. Let's just call my cousin May. So May lives together with her grandparents. One particular day, she was getting ready for school and walked out her room when she noticed that her grandfather was sitting at the couch just staring at the ceiling. She thought nothing of it and proceeded to go through the door. She bade her goodbyes to her grandfather, but got no response, so she repeated herself. Still, no response, so she just decided to go now. As she was walking down the stairs, she met her grandfather. She was confused, as she clearly saw him just a second ago. She asked her grandpa how'd she get past him and was he pranking her. He gave her a confused face and asked what she was talking about when he clearly just came back from a jog. May decided to run back up and see who was there, but when she got there, no one was there. She was horrified at this point and told her grandfather everything. They decided to keep this a secret from her grandma, as she was quite skeptical when it comes to the supernatural.
My name is Abdul Hadi. I live in Pakistan. I'm 19 years old, but this event happened to me when I was only 12. My mom and dad had to go somewhere, and they were to return the next day. So they left me and my 4-year-old brother at home. They expected me to be responsible. They didn't say much, but only warned us to lock all the doors at night. Me and my brother were happy because we could play video games and nobody would stop us. Me and my brother played video games until around 1 in the morning. We were playing Dark Souls when all of a sudden, the sound of broken glass came from upstairs. I immediately turned off the game and tried to listen for other noises. We soon heard footsteps coming from upstairs. I froze in my tracks. We were sitting near the kitchen, so I grabbed the biggest knife there was and told my brother to come with me because I didn't feel like it was safe to leave him alone downstairs. So I held his hand and we both tiptoed up the stairs quietly. So far we heard no other sound but our footsteps. When we reached the top of the stairs, I froze. In front of me was a 6'6" man who looked like he was in his mid-30s. He had chapped lips and a big beard and bloodshot eyes. Luckily, he wasn't facing us. I quickly whispered to my brother to go downstairs and call the cops, to which he did. While he was downstairs, I made a stupid decision and quietly crept behind the man and stabbed him in the back. The guy yelled in pain. What he did next was so horrible that I never forgot that moment. He got out a gun and aimed it at my head, all while licking his lips continuously. He cocked the gun and was about to shoot me. He almost pulled the trigger when a gunshot was heard. The police arrived quickly and shot the guy's thigh. He yelled in pain and collapsed to the floor. He was arrested and taken away. One police officer stayed with us until our parents came home. A few days later, the police told us that apparently this guy went to different cities and spied on different houses to see if people's kids were home alone, and he would break into different people's houses and kill those kids. The police also said that he had been wanted for over 10 years. I'm happy that I survived, but it still bugs me thinking about what would have happened if the police had not arrived in time. Would I have been shot dead? I guess I'll never know.
My name is Lexi, and I am 32 years old, but this happened when I was 19. I was very skinny, and every boy wanted me, even though I had a boyfriend. Anyway, I was heading to Japan to meet my parents after a year, and after we had dinner at a restaurant, I decided to walk to my hotel, which is something that I regretted. My boyfriend was going to surprise my parents by secretly coming a little bit after. As I was walking, my boyfriend said that he was boarding the plane. I was feeling excited because my boyfriend had never met them. As soon as I replied to him, 3 men in a black car rolled up next to me. One of them put their window down and said, "You want to come party?" I said, "No thanks," but they continued to follow me. I decided to run, but couldn't go fast because of my heels. They parked their car in front of me and pushed me inside. I could not do anything since I'm only 5'4" and they were each about 6 foot tall. I passed out and woke up in some sort of cell where I heard girls my age screaming. I heard lots of smacking, so I thought I was going to get hit by them. Then my phone rang. It was my boyfriend, who was 21 and pretty well built. Then we shared locations, but a man came and took my phone. I just sat there, crying. Then 2 men opened my cell and took me to a man sitting on a chair. They put me on him as if he was gonna spank me. Then he lifted his hand and kept on hitting my ass. I told him to stop, but then he started hitting harder. Then, about an hour later, he stopped, and they took me back to a cell, and one of them lifted my sleeve. I asked him, "What are you doing?" Then 2 men held my arm, and he put a shot in me and quickly covered it. Seconds later, I could feel my body going numb. It was hard to do anything. Then I heard lots of gunshots. My boyfriend owned a gun, and I saw a man coming. It was my boyfriend, and he quickly carried me out of there and put me in his car, but we did not call the cops because if they found out my boyfriend shot them, he could get in extreme trouble. Now I'm 32, and I cannot thank my boyfriend enough for being there. It kills me to think what would have happened if my boyfriend hadn't planned on surprising my parents. Hi, my name is Natalie. I'm a 19-year-old female, and this incident occurred 2 years ago. This is by far the craziest thing that has happened in my life. It all started when I was walking home one night after eating at a restaurant with a friend of mine. It was around the end of the summer season and going into fall, so I was slightly shivering. You might be wondering why me, a young woman, is walking home all alone in the night with no one else around to accompany me. Well, I wasn't carrying anything close to value like a purse, so no immediate theft target besides me myself. Then again, I learned karate in a course of 4 years, so I thought I could put up a fight if I needed to. Anyways, I'm a bit embarrassed to say this, but I was very distracted smelling my armpit since it stank so much at that moment that I didn't notice someone in front of me with her back turned. We collided and I apologized. The person I bumped into was a girl who looked slightly older than me, maybe 2 years. When she first saw me, her expression glowed in awe. I asked her if she was okay. She said she was fine, introduced herself as Mia, and then randomly said that I looked pretty and how I had a nice outfit and jewelry. In my opinion, what I was wearing was nothing fancy, just casual. But hey, we all have our different opinions. To be specific, I was wearing a sleeveless plain white tank top, dark blue jeans that extended to my heels, and red running shoes. In fact, much like a cartoon character, I wore this outfit almost every day. Also, I know I am basically bragging here, but I was pretty attractive. I was slim and had wavy, shoulder-length brown hair. "Thanks," I said, rubbing my hand on my other arm shyly in response. Lastly, I was wearing no jewelry at all. I may have found out the reason why, and that is the way she was talking. It sounded like she drank some booze, but not too much. And only then I started smelling it from her, in addition to her not walking that normally. As drunk as she was, she didn't look threatening at the same time. From what I can tell from my point of view, at least, I assume that she was a lesbian. Not that I'm against lesbians, for anyone who is curious, but at the same time, I wasn't comfortable being in a full relationship with a female, but just being a friend. She asked me if I wanted to come with her and spend the night at her place. I didn't want to be rude right away, so I politely said, maybe soon, but not tonight. I was down with having another friend, as she looks nice and innocent. That's when stuff suddenly started hitting the fan out of nowhere. It all started as soon as we were done exchanging our contact information with each other when I saw something moving behind Mia. Before I could even think what it was an extremely large hooded man dressed all in black with his face mostly covered by his hood charging at Mia. I then saw him wielding a large butcher's knife. At that point, Mia seemed to sober up a bit, screaming after turning around and realizing the predicament she was in. Before I could do something, I watched in horror as he grabbed her and started thrusting the knife into her right arm and started to violently cut it off, and unfortunately, he succeeded as I heard the dreaded noise of the severed arm hitting the ground with a splat. I knew I had to think fast before things went from bad to worse. The man didn't seem to really notice me when I first saw him, so I quickly tackled him to the ground, pinned him, then punched him in the face a few times. I grabbed the knife from him and threw it a good distance from him. I saw his face bleeding pretty good from my blows. I wasted no time as I told the girl she could come with me to my house so she can be safe, and we both immediately sprinted for my place. Amazingly enough, after what has happened to her, it seemed that the alcohol she drank numbed the pain quite a bit, so she was still able to run under her own power. After what seemed like forever, taking a few detours and looking back to make sure we weren't being followed, we finally reached my place. We got inside, with Mia still rapidly bleeding. My parents were home, and they were really scared and confused as to what was going on. I told them I can explain later, and that for now they need to call 911. I told them the location of the attack, which luckily I still remembered where it happened. A few moments later, an ambulance came along with a police car. Mia was taken to the hospital, while, amazingly, the man was actually found unconscious with all the evidence of the crime occurring still there. The blood, the arm, the knife, everything. So it was easy for police to piece together what happened and arrest the man. Since then, Mia has made a full recovery in the hospital, and we ended up being good friends. She even started to take karate classes herself. Despite that, she still wanted me to walk with her to have each other's backs. What can be learned from all this in the end? I suggest that you should always have your guard up in a situation like this and to just always have something with you to defend yourself with. Stay safe out there. You can almost never know what can happen out there.
This is my true story. What I'm about to tell you is the scariest thing I've ever experienced. I'm 17 years old, and I live in a pretty rural town in Michigan. I was at my friend's house to stay the night. I won't mention his name for privacy purposes. He lives way out in the country, so it's very peaceful where he lives. It was summer, so we decided we would camp outside rather than sleep in his house. I had also brought my dog over to help get rid of my friend's raccoon problem. We spent the day playing video games, shooting guns out in the woods, making a bonfire, and talking about normal, immature, redneck, teenage boy stuff, like trucks, girls, how much liberals suck, and going down to Florida for an epic guys trip when we graduate high school. Once the sun began to set, we decided to go for a walk and talk in the woods. My dog and his dog tagged along with us. We walked for about 10 minutes, then decided to stop and watch the sunset behind a wheat field. It was beautiful, and I enjoyed it while I could before I would have to go back to my house in the suburbs. Once the sun had set, we decided to head back. It was dark out and very hard to see. My friend and I, being the idiots that we were, forgot to bring a flashlight. The woods were very dense, so there was little moonlight shining through. We had to rely on a rinky-dinky flashlight on my phone. The dogs started to act weird, though. They were on edge, as if someone or something was following us. We blew it off, however, thinking it was just a deer or something. Suddenly, both dogs had stopped dead in their tracks and looked around the woods. The hair on my dog's back stood up, and he let out a deep, throaty growl as he bared his teeth. My friend's dog was acting similarly, only he was sniffing the air and walking in circles around us. He would growl at the slightest noise. At this point, my friend and I were freaking out. We didn't know why the dogs were acting so aggressive. My dog then does what he always does when he sees something he doesn't like. He stood completely still with his tail sticking up in the air. He was no longer standing up straight. He had lowered his head, staring off into the darkness. My friend's dog soon caught wind of whatever my dog was seeing and began barking viciously. We were both nervous, but we weren't totally freaking out because we're two teenage boys who have been in physical conflict before. And we had two big dogs with us. I shone my flashlight toward the direction where the dogs were looking at. It was useless. I could only see 5 feet in front of me. It was silent for a moment. Then my friend and I heard a noise that will haunt us till we die. The silence was broken by loud, maniacal laughter coming from directly in front of us. It had to have been close, given how loud it was. My friend picked up a large stick off the ground and held it ready to swing at whoever was out there. "This is private property," my friend shouted into the darkness. There was no response. "My dad is a cop," he yelled. My heart was racing, and I was sweating all over. "Let's just run back," I whispered to him. He told me that he wasn't just going to let someone trespass on his property without paying the price. I noticed how brave my friend was acting, and that gave me some courage. I picked up a stick too, and said something I immediately regretted. "We're going to beat your ass," I yelled. After I had yelled that, we heard twigs snapping coming towards our direction. The dogs then sprinted off in that direction. We tried to call them back, but they completely blew us off. We chased after the dogs, trying not to trip over anything. We heard the dogs growling and barking. I then heard a scream of pain from what sounded like a man. We followed the noises and found the dogs fighting someone. It was obviously a man. I shone the flashlight on him. He had a pig mask on. He wore a white tank top with a red flannel shirt over it. He was wearing torn-up blue jeans that were caked with dried mud. He wore old work boots that looked like they'd been dipped in water. My friend was trying to pull the dogs off the man. He eventually did, and the guy got up surprisingly fast and tried to make a run for it. My friend was a bit too big to chase after someone, so I ran at him and dragged him to the ground from behind. He got up and I punched him in the stomach as hard as I could. He moaned in pain, clenching his stomach. He dropped to the ground. My friend was pissed off at this weirdo and smacked him multiple times with a branch. I saw something gleaming in his pocket. It was a switchblade knife. The man then said something I didn't expect. Hey, cool it, guys. He had a normal sounding voice. He sounded like he was in his 20s or 30s. He got up and ripped off the pig mask, revealing a surprisingly normal face. The only thing off about him was his right eye that was looking uncontrollably to the ground. "It's a prank," he shouted, sounding like he was about to burst into tears. "Why the hell do you have a knife in your pocket?" I screamed at him. He said nothing. He gave us both an evil grin. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the knife as he flipped out the blade. The tip was covered in blood. "Oh shit!" my friend screamed. We both ran like hell back toward the house with the dogs following us. We heard twigs snapping behind us. I heard him screaming crazily. "I'm sorry, Kate," he screamed. He repeated this over and over again. This guy obviously had something wrong with his head. We burst into the clearing of my friend's yard and ran towards the house. My legs were moving so rapidly I thought they would fall off. We turned the corner leading to his back porch, tripping over his pet pig in the process. We scrambled for the door handle. My friend got it open, and we literally fell on our way into the house. The dogs entered in after us. I got up and closed the door and locked it. I peeked outside, and to my horror, I saw him. "He's still out there!" I screamed to my friend. He looked too, and saw him. His dad then entered the room with a worried look on his face. "What's wrong?" he asked us. My friend told him about the crazy guy. His dad ran downstairs and grabbed a 12-gauge shotgun. He came back upstairs and told us to stay inside. He looked outside and saw the man. He swung open the door, pointed the gun at the man, told him he was a cop, and demanded him to drop the knife and get on the ground. The man screamed at him and tried to sprint off into the woods. His dad took aim and pulled the trigger. The loud bam of the gun echoed in the night. The man fell to the ground with a quick yelp of pain. His dad cautiously approached him with the gun still in his hand. I could see that the shotgun had blasted a giant hole in the man's back. "He's dead," my friend's dad told us. About 5 minutes later, the coroners came to pick up the dead body, followed by the police. I watched in relief as they placed a white sheet over the man's body. I still stayed the night at my friend's house, given the situation. A few days later, my friend and I received a profile of the man. Apparently, he had murdered his wife during an argument, which is what the blood from the knife was. Her name was Kate, which is why he was screaming her name. He also had major mental issues. I still hang out with my friend, but whenever we walk in those woods, we carry a pellet gun with us.
When I was 12 years old, I would spend my summer days hanging out with my friends. We all lived in the same neighborhood, so we would walk to each other's houses and hang around together all the time, which meant if we had a sleepover, our parents didn't drive us, since it would be a waste of a drive. But there was something different about my house. My house was up a hill that was in our neighborhood, and one of my friends lived on the complete other side of the neighborhood. One day, we planned a sleepover at her house. It took me around 12 minutes to walk there, and we usually would head over around 7 p.m. By that time, it was dark, but I didn't care because my neighborhood was extremely safe and secure, so I wasn't scared of anything happening to me. When I arrived, we started playing games and all that. I went to the bathroom and realized I forgot pads. I was on my period and I wasn't risking it, but my parents were already asleep, and I was scared they would get pissed I was calling them at 9 p.m. to ask them to grab me pads. I told my friends I would be back, and my one friend said she would come with me. My parents never locked the door, so we got in easily. We grabbed the pads and some more snacks, and then we left. On our way back to her house, we noticed someone walking behind us, which was normal because people took walks around here all the time. We weren't scared, plus we had each other. All of a sudden, the person started mumbling and rolling on the floor, yelling and kicking. My friend and I felt concerned, so she asked the man, "Sir, are you okay?" He stood up and started laughing. I realized he had a reddish substance all over him. We thought maybe he was on drugs, so we went to the other side of the street. He followed us, so we went back to the side we were on first. Then he did the same. We both realized at that point he was definitely following us. Both of us started running really fast, but the man did too. I looked back, and he was screaming and laughing, staring right at us with his beady black eyes. We had to find a place to hide, so we ran through some backyards and eventually hid in one of those mini wooden play areas that kids have. I covered my friend's mouth since she was panting and crying like crazy. The man walked right past, and I heard him say, "Come on, don't stop now." I thought we were having fun. Suddenly, my friend let out a squeal. He saw where we were hiding and started to climb up. Thinking quickly, I grabbed a stick that was up there and stabbed it right in his eye. He screamed so loud. Then I pulled my friend up by the arm and we ran as fast as we could. When we arrived at her house, we told our friends everything that happened. We didn't tell our parents because they didn't even know we'd left the house so late. The next morning, we woke up and noticed her dad was watching the news. We found out that there was a man who was stabbed in the eye last night in someone's backyard. It turned out that they were glad he was found. He was guilty of kidnapping 2 girls, 1 boy, and of killing 1 teenage girl. I am 16 now, and my friends and I still wonder what could have happened to us if I hadn't stabbed him.
My name is Emerson, and this happened to me in year 7. I lived in an apartment with 20 blocks. Mine was on the 16th block, and I went to visit one of my friends, a couple floors down. We had a good time together, and after 2 hours, I decided it was time to leave. But right before I left, there was a nasty, rotten smell. I shrugged it off, thinking I was drunk, but it was not because of that. When I walked outside, I saw dead bodies in front of doors. A chill ran down my spine. I was thinking about staying at my friend's for the night, but I had left chicken in the oven so that when I came back it would be ready. I called the cops and they told me not to touch the body. I went to the balcony to get some fresh air after what I just saw, but the thing I saw next made me sick to my stomach. There was a guy dressed up as a Grinch. At first I thought it was a prank because we were 2 days away from Halloween, but I saw blood on his clothes. I'm pretty sure he was the killer of that body we found. I tried stepping away quietly, but I guess that guy heard me because I heard him running towards my direction. I quickly ran to the elevator. I looked back once and I saw that same Grinch. I got on the elevator right before he could get in, but as I was going down, I heard him say, "See you at the 16th floor, Emerson." How did this guy know my name and my floor? I had to act quickly, so I stopped at the 17th floor. I was right on top of the floor he was in, so I heard his wicked laugh. I went back in the elevator and went all the way to the parking floor to hide in my car. But while I was going down, I got a call from my friend saying that security was dead. That meant that the Grinch person killed the security guy. I told my friend to meet me at the parking floor. But I did not know what was waiting for me on the other side. As the elevator door opened, I saw that same Grinch person. He pulled out a gun and said, "Nice try, bitch." I ran screaming, but he just laughed and shot me right in the ear. The next thing I knew, I woke up in the hospital. Apparently, the police came right before he could shoot me again. I could not provide much detail about him as he had a whole Grinch suit on, which covered most of his body. Sadly, my friend did not make it either. It turns out he had 2 of his friends with him and stabbed my friend to death. The police eventually found that person and was sentenced to life in prison. But I know how smart that person is, because of how he figured out my plan. I really do not want to see that person again, because if I do, I will probably not be able to hold it for longer. I still wonder what would have happened if the police did not arrive right before I got shot. I'm an 18-year-old man now. This is my horror story. I remember this like a childhood memory. Before I start, here's some backstory. I lived in LA. I lived in a 3-family townhouse. The 3rd and 4th floor was like a 2-floor house. I used to love Legos. I had a lot of them. I played with my Legos, took a shower, ate dinner, and went to sleep at like 9 o'clock. So, on with the story. It was in 2016. It was early September. I was 13 at the time. It was 2:30 a.m. I was deep asleep. I was having this dream repeatedly for 4 nights. It was like me getting killed by this figure. To describe the figure, it was a girl around my age with long black hair, wearing a torn-out white dress. I kept trying to question what she was doing, but she killed me before I could finish. I woke up sweating unimaginably. I couldn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, tired, but I thought I couldn't miss school. So I got up and went to school anyway. It was the first day of school. I went to a new school. I didn't know anyone. There was this girl that looked just like the girl in my dream. I looked at her with a blank stare. She gave me a dirty look and walked off. I shrugged it off, thinking she did that because she did not know me. So we all met in my class. After school, some of my old friends, John and Tom, they wanted to explore the forest behind my house. Later that day, I texted them. They said they couldn't make it. So, being bored, I thought, why not go explore it? I brought a flashlight with me. I walked for what seemed like 10 minutes. Then I reached an old work shed. It was a very rusty metal shed with one window that was boarded up with wood. The closer I got, the more of a foul smell was getting more stronger. I went inside and saw a dead body. It scared the living hell out of me. I turned around to run, and that's when I saw the thing that gives me the creeps to this day. It was the girl from school. She was holding a large knife. I pushed her to the floor and ran. I ran what felt like eternity. I came home, and that's when I realized the horrifying truth. That dream was warning me that I was gonna die. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if I did not have that dream. This happened about 5 years ago during my senior year in high school. In April 2016, 2 months before my graduation, I was hired by my uncle getting a job at the storage unit facility that makes $11 an hour, and I was willing to get that job to get hours done for my school year. On the afternoon after school period of class was done, I always go straight to work at the storage unit to make more money to save up for my future upcoming plan for college. After working at the storage facility for 5 hours straight, I was tired as hell, and I went to go straight home before going to school in the morning, which I hate getting up early when I'm exhausted from doing all the work. While heading home from work and getting ready for school the next day, I saw a guy in his mid-50s or 60s using his thumb to ask someone to pick him up, and I was thinking in my head, am I allowed to pick up hitchhikers or not? To be honest, I always like to help people out, and especially elder people. And I asked him, "Sir, do you need help with something?" And he replied, "Yes, young man, I do. I do need help." So he got into my truck and gave me directions where to go so that I could help him out quickly. 10 minutes later, after I helped this guy, he pointed the entrance to the driveway, and I stopped my truck at the entrance point and asked, "Is this where you want me to drop you off?" He didn't answer my question until 10 seconds later. Yes, just drive through the driveway. I didn't feel comfortable doing that, since there's a deep forest with trees around the area which looked like to me it might be a scary place to go in there. So I had to do what that guy said. The driveway took me 2 minutes to drop him off at his house, and I saw the house. It looked like it's an abandoned house, which made me nervous. Something's not right here. The man told me to wait here, and he said he'll be back. And about 5 minutes later, I thought I saw something with my own eyes, and I immediately stepped out of my truck to investigate what it was. And I said to myself, am I seeing things or am I being hallucinated? I went back to my truck and I saw the man looking at me angrily, and I asked, "Sir, are you okay?" And he replied, "No, I am not." I didn't say a word after what he said, and after we got into my truck, I heard a click, which froze me for a second, and he immediately drawn a gun on me and said quietly, "You will take me to my gang member's house." And I didn't say a word before he was going to go intense on me. The gun he had was a .44 Magnum revolver. After I took him to the place he intensively ordered me to, he got out of my truck and once again said, "Wait here and do not move," as he pointed a gun at me. When he went inside the house, I drove off without hesitation and called the police. When the cops came to the entrance of the neighborhood, I told them exactly what happened, and I told them the location where the house of gang members were, and they went there and arrested the guy and his gang. When the police took him away, they checked the guy's previous criminal record, and it turned out he had a felony conviction of armed robbery, fraud, and possession of a firearm, which he had. And as a felon, to him, he wasn't supposed to have a gun with felony convictions. I went home after this incident and told my parents, as they were frantically worried about me after I was gone for hours. And lucky me, I'm okay and not dead. My lessons to this day is never pick up hitchhikers. I can't stop thinking about what would have happened if I didn't leave the area where the gang members were. Also, what would have happened if that guy pulled the trigger on me? I would have been dead.
Hello, my name is Snigdha, and I'm 16 years old. I'm an Indian girl, and this incident happened when I was 11 years old. So one day, I was visiting some cultural programs and was returning home late with my family. It was around 1 a.m. or something. We were driving across a highway, and that's when we spotted an old lady sitting on the side of the highway. She looked homeless, so my dad offered her help, but she refused. And in a shrill voice, she warned us about some accident that was going to happen. My father was like, "She's some lunatic, let's leave." As we all agreed and continued driving, we came across a big accident with a car that had been driving in front of our car before we stopped for the old lady. The car had been crushed by a truck. The driver died on the spot, and the passenger was paralyzed. Although we were safe, we drove back to meet the old lady who warned us, but by the time we reached that spot, she wasn't there anymore. Our family was scared, and my dad drove us to a motel nearby to spend the night after the incident. We spent the night in the motel, and the next day when we were driving back home on that highway, we saw that woman. We stopped and told her everything, and she replied, "The next accident is yours. Live your life to the fullest now." My parents and sisters were scared, and we didn't understand what to do. So we drove home and informed our cultural priests. They told us not to panic, and they made us talismans and told us to always wear them. And yeah, we are safe right now, but this thing still haunts me. What if we didn't meet that lady that morning? I would really appreciate if you did this story. Thank you, and I'm a big fan and real big one. Hi, I am Kushi, and I have a story to share. I am not making this up or anything, but this actually happened to me and my best friend. This happened 5 years ago when I was 9 years old. my best friend invited me to her house for the first time. She also called another friend of ours and her neighbor, who was our age. All of our parents were upstairs in the terrace area talking, so my best friend showed us around her house and then took us to her and her sister's room. There was a big shelf covered with glass, and it had her teddy bears, Barbie dolls, and some small dolls on it. But on top of the shelf, there was a doll that caught my eye. It had blonde hair, a light blue dress, a creepy smile on its face, and it was pretty dirty. It was covered with dust. So, after some time, we played for a bit, but got quite bored. So my friend suggested we play the Truth or Dare board game. After playing it for some time, my best friend's neighbor asked if there were any kinds of ghosts in the house. My best friend said no and kept her hand on the scanner. It said she was lying, and everyone started laughing, thinking that there was some mistake in the scanner. Then, after about 1 minute, we heard a light footstep coming from the hallway area. We thought it was her sister, but then we remembered she was with our parents. Then the footsteps came closer and closer. We didn't know what to do, so we ran outside. Everyone was pushing each other, and then we ran to the terrace and told our parents that someone was in the house. My best friend's father went and checked, but he came back and said no one was there and to stop fooling around. After about an hour, we finally gathered up the courage to go inside the house because our mobile phones were still in there. But when we went inside, we saw that creepy, blonde-haired doll was in the living room, sitting on the sofa. The next day, my best friend got creeped out, and she threw the doll in the dustbin. I had nightmares for several days because I couldn't forget the doll's creepy face.
This story happened to my mother when she was pregnant with my eldest sister. She was in her late 20s, and she and my father weren't on good terms. As a result of this, she had to stay at my auntie's house. Just a little detail on Auntie's house. It was at the end of the street, and beside it was a huge mango tree. People in the village believed that the tree was haunted because it has been there even before the village was constructed, and who knows its history. My mother didn't believe it and wasn't scared at all. She was staying in a room upstairs alone while her niece was downstairs. As my mother went to bed that night, she had this eerie feeling in her gut, but brushed it off, thinking she was just paranoid. She fell asleep as she was tired of carrying the baby around. She woke up to someone whispering into her face. That someone was whispering my father's name. His name is John. So she opened her eyes and was stunned to see a long-ass-legged creature right on top of her. According to my mom, he was very, very dark. He had messy blonde hair. He smelled very bad and he was wearing stripes. He was staring at her with his huge eyes, still whispering my dad's name, John. My mom screamed for my niece, and the creature ran out to the window and into the trees. Her niece came in and my mother explained everything that happened. My auntie came home and my mom explained the situation to her. My auntie laughed it off and told her she was being paranoid. But one day as my auntie was in bed, she woke up and saw the same creature on top of her. She was creeped out as fuck and screamed. After this incident, my mom left that house and never came back. I just wonder what that creature wanted and why was he whispering my dad's name?
This happened to my friend Mary when she purchased a house. In 2016, it was December. The house which Mary lived in was a big house with a big living room. It had 2 big rooms. It had 1 basement, a big kitchen, bathroom, and toilet. Mary kind of felt very bad in the house because there was always a bad smell that come from the walls, but she didn't pay attention. After a day and night, she began to hear footsteps, like someone is walking. After that day and night, when Mary was about to sleep, all photos in living room fall by itself, and Mary couldn't sleep throughout the night after seeing this. After that incident, nothing happened. But after 2 weeks passed, Mary died. The cops searched the whole house, then they finally go to the basement and find a very horrible thing that gave them a froze and found a big truth about the house that was very shocking. that who was the owner of this house did suicide after 2 weeks when he purchased this house. But he said before doing suicide that whoever will purchase this house will die after 2 weeks. Till now, hundreds of people have died living in this house after 2 weeks. The cops found dead bodies of hundreds of people. I really feel bad for my friend, and I still remember her.
So I'm not exactly sure where to post this, but I feel like this might be the best spot for it. I recently moved out into an apartment building all the way up to the top floor. My balcony is at the back of the building, and the view is mostly trees, but there's some houses and a street directly behind the apartment building, so I can see that too, and I hope that makes sense. I usually sit out on my balcony at night, getting high and listening to music. At night, the view is just darkness aside from the house porch lights and the road lit up by a street light. Most of the road view is covered by trees, but I can see a good amount of it. There's also no light for my balcony, so at night I just sit in the dark, aside from the light coming from my phone. So anyway, I was sitting there at around 10 p.m. or so, like I usually do, and I noticed movement from the road. When I looked down, I saw someone running down the road, like really fast. From my distance, it looked like this person was running faster than any human should. I was just watching when this person just stopped under a street lamp. Under the light, I could tell this person was a man. I also realized this person was now looking up at me. I got nervous, but I didn't move because I thought I could just be overthinking and maybe this guy wasn't actually looking directly at me. How could he? My phone wasn't on, so I was pretty much sitting in complete darkness. Could he really see me from all the way down there? I just kept sitting there, hoping the guy would leave, but then I saw him waving at me. Now I knew he was looking at me. I was too uncomfortable to do anything. I couldn't even go back inside. I just sat there, getting increasingly nervous. My thoughts started running wild. I thought this guy might find my apartment and try to break in. I also thought that they would somehow just sprint forward and climb up the building to get to me or something. But as I kept staring at this guy waving at me, a sudden feeling of dread came over me. That was when I started grabbing my things to go back inside. But then I saw that he stopped waving. He reached both of his arms out to the side and started swaying his body side to side, bending his knees as he moved and wiggling his arms around like a weird dance move. At this point, I was incredibly unsettled and just wanted to go back inside, but I was also slightly intrigued in a way, and I guess I wanted to see what he might do next. Soon, the feelings of dread and unease took over and continued closing up all of my stuff, and I went inside. There was a window in the room next to the balcony where you could see down to the same area, so I peeked outside trying to stay hidden behind the wall. I saw this guy still moving around, side to side, but he soon stopped and I saw him just start booking it down the road again. I made sure my front door was locked and I went back to my room, locking the bedroom door as well. The bedroom window looks out to the same direction, so I made sure that the guy was gone and closed my curtains. I didn't really sleep that night. I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that I had. This happened a couple of nights ago and I haven't seen this guy since then. I've still been sitting out in the balcony, but I've been getting really paranoid when I'm out there at night, so I don't stay out for as long as I did. I don't really know what to make of this whole thing. I don't know who that guy was, or maybe what he was. I get really uncomfortable and paranoid when I think about that night, like I'm back in that moment feeling those exact feelings again. Also, since then, I get occasional waves of dread. Like at times throughout the day, I get the feeling that I'm being watched. I hope this feeling goes away soon, and I'm really hoping I don't see that guy ever again.
Hi, my name is Mariah, and here is a story about me and my brother. Me and my older brother Anthony, and our dog at the time, Luna, went on a walk one day in the afternoon. Everything was going good until we saw a man. He looked like he was homeless, so we decided to give him some change that we had in our pockets, so my brother said, "Stay here. I'll go give it to him." So I waited with Luna. But the thing that was strange was my dog Luna is the nicest dog in the world, but she was trying to go at this homeless man. Keep in mind, I was training my dog to attack people on command. So I shrugged it off, thinking she was a little off today. So Anthony went and gave him the money. He placed it in his hands, and the old man grabbed his hand and didn't let go. My brother started kicking and hitting him, so I told my dog Luna to attack, and she lunged and bit the man and didn't let go. My brother was able to get free, and I told my dog to come, and she did. We ran as fast as we could home. We told our parents, and they called the cops, but when they got there, he was gone. After a while, we calmed down, and everything was okay. Later that night, I woke up because I heard a bashing sound which woke me up. I looked outside my window, and it was the same man. He was trying to break in. I told my brother, "That's the man that we saw. He is trying to break in." My brother rushed out there holding his bat and swung the bat at the man. But unfortunately, the man had a stronger weapon. He had a gun. I told my brother to get inside because I saw the gun, but when I told him that, it was too late. The man had already shot him in the head. I started to cry and scream at the same time. My parents rushed out and started to cry, and my dad called the police. My brother bled to death, and the man was arrested. I will never forget how he protected me.
My name is Jack, and right now I'm 26 years old. This happened when I was 15. My mom was out of town at the time, and my dad had let me and a couple of friends to come over and watch the World Cup start in 2010. It had been a while since we watched football at all, so we were all very excited. We got some pizza and some snacks and started to watch. Around halftime, we heard some scratching at the window. We all shook it off as the wind, since we lived in a gated community and it was a very safe neighborhood. After the game, we started to watch a movie, and that was when things started to get out of control. We heard the sound again, only this time it was louder. My friend, let's call her Maya, got a bit freaked out and grabbed a baseball bat. My other friends, let's call them James, Alan, and Steve, thought she was losing it, but at that point I was getting a bit suspicious too. So I turned on the security cameras on a smaller TV. Everything seemed okay, until we heard the noise again. We looked at the camera, but nothing was there. So we called my dad, and he looked out the window. There was nothing there, so he said to calm down and watch the movie peacefully. We forgot about it for a while, until about 40 minutes later, when we went upstairs to grab more snacks. Our house was pretty big, and I felt the need to check every room, but I convinced myself that it was okay. We went downstairs again to resume the movie, and I decided to look at the security camera, and I nearly screamed. There was a man in a tattered LA Dodgers shirt and sweatpants standing with a butcher knife in his hand at the living room window. He had a deranged look on his face, and his long, dirty, matted black hair made the situation even scarier. I motioned to my friends, and James almost screamed, but covered his mouth to prevent that. And before we could do anything, he went to the door and pounded on it, and said in a deep voice, "Open up, open up." Maya and I both grabbed our baseball bats again, but we were both shaking like crazy. I was pissed off and scared. We all slowly went upstairs to check to see if the doors were all locked. Who the hell was this guy, and what the hell did he want? My dad at that point had heard the noise and had to come down from upstairs, and he took one look at the guy and nearly fainted. He yelled at him to leave or he will call the cops. I had never seen my dad so angry. James, who was the youngest, was reasonably terrified, so he was hiding behind the couch. And Alan was just pale and frozen, while Steve had his fist clenched and had a deathly scared look on his face. The guy had the creepiest grin you could ever see in your life. He seemed like he was on drugs. I really didn't know what to do until he yelled, "I am coming in." He started stabbing the door. That's when I finally snapped back and yelled at him to leave or I will kill him myself. I I really don't know why I said that. And I wish I didn't, because he looked at me and ran towards the window and shattered it with his shoulder. My dad, meanwhile, was calling the cops and went to get spare knives from the kitchen while Maya and I were the only ones armed at that point. The guy was already in our house, so I screamed. Both me and Maya charged at him. This was just us teens being reckless, but we managed to drop him. The man got up and held the knife and said, "Don't think about it." I didn't know what to do, but I was pissed, so I hit his hand with the bat as hard as I could. I don't think I hurt him even a bit, but I managed to drop the knife out of his hands. That brought us some time, as he bent down to pick it up. Maya's hands were still shaking, so when she swung the bat, she missed. As the guy was about to pick the knife up again, my dad ran full speed out of the kitchen and rammed into him. With the hit, he dropped his knife again. The creepy guy was winded for a moment, as my dad pinned him as best as he could, but the guy somehow got out. By that time, both Maya and I had come to our senses and swung at the same time. My blow got his back, which I'm sure must have hurt a lot, and Maya, who was still shaking, somehow managed a solid blow to his crotch. The guy doubled back and cursed in pain, and this time my dad wrestled him to the floor with Steve's help and put him in a chokehold. But unfortunately, the guy kicked my dad's stomach, grabbed his knife, and threw it where my friends and I were standing. Most of us got out of the way, but Steve wasn't so lucky, as it grazed his leg. It wasn't serious, but it definitely hurt as he yelled out in pain. At this point, the guy was running at us again, but this time, he wasn't as lucky. He had only faced one or two of us at the time, and he escaped because of our pure shock to the situation. I got him first and punched him in the throat. Steve got there next and kicked him in the shin. And finally my dad and Alan wrestled him to the floor and finally subdued him. Steve was understandably pissed and kicking the guy while he was pinned down. The guy kept saying stop, but my dad covered his mouth and he couldn't talk. The cops arrived about 10 minutes later and arrested the guy. At that point, the commotions awoke the neighbors, so the whole neighborhood was outside at that point, wondering what the hell was going on. The guy tried to resist the police, and we can all guess how that ended up working out for him. He got tased, and they put him in the car and drove off. We later learned that the guy was a known criminal and was on the police's radar. He was probably a pedophile as well. As I said in the beginning of my story, I am 26, and I am still close with those friends. Most of us turned out fine, but Steve had to go to a therapist for a while. He had night terrors because of that knife throw, but he's okay now. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't turned on the security cameras, and I am so thankful I did, because I might not have been able to tell this story now.
This happened several years ago. I was home alone one evening when I heard a knock at the back door. This confused me as no one ever used that door. My husband and I lived in a fourplex at the time, and all of the units had a back door at the top of a narrow staircase. These doors were a little inconvenient to access, as you'd have to go around the building and up the narrow stairs as opposed to the wider main entrance at the front. It didn't make sense to me to use the back entrance, and I couldn't think of anyone who would go to that door to visit. As I approached the back door, I saw two tall men in the window standing at the door. A chill went down my spine. I didn't feel safe opening the door, so I called out, "Hello." One of the men tapped on the window. "Yes, hello. May we come in? We're with Bresnan." At the time, my husband and I had Bresnan for cable, but did not have any issues with it, and I replied, "We're not having any issues with Bresnan. Is there a problem?" "Ma'am," the man said, "can we come in? We're servicing the area and it's important we look at your cable." I shook my head. "We're not having any issues," I repeated, "so there's no need to stop by." "Ma'am, we're visiting every resident. Let us in so we can do our job." I noticed the man grab the doorknob and try to open the locked door. I slowly grabbed a knife from our knife block and held it at my chest. "We're not having any issues," I repeated, trying not to convey shakiness in my voice, "so you don't need to be here." The two figures appeared to shuffle and then straighten. "Ma'am, let us in. We're on a deadline and need to do our job." I glanced at the clock, gauging when my husband would arrive home from work, and I gripped the knife tighter. "Ma'am. Ma'am." I saw him try the doorknob again. I closed my eyes and felt overwhelming gratitude of always locking my doors. And just then, a thought came to the forefront of my mind. "I'm sorry, I can't help you. Could I please get your names and badge numbers? I can give your supervisor a call and let them know our cable's fine." I heard another shuffle and one of the men replied, "No need to, ma'am. We're sorry we wasted your time." With that, both of the men exited the staircase and disappeared into the night. Shaken up, I held the knife tight and tried to get my bearings. I remember making a mental note to call the cable company or the police, but my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't hold my phone. With the knife still grasped in my chest and the phone falling out of my other hand, I just sank to the floor and cried. When my husband returned home, I told him what had happened. I was still very shaken up and had started crying again after he came home. He immediately called the Bresnan Cable Company and spoke to a representative who informed us that no one from their company was out on an assignment in our area. The next day, we asked our neighbors if they had a visit from the company, and no one had.
This story isn't my own. This is my mother and aunt's experience. My grandparents had taken my mom and my aunt to a sleepover when they were young. My grandparents were your traditional Hispanic people, so when they went to drop off my mom and aunt, they stayed for a while talking to the parents of the girl who was throwing the sleepover. Let's call her Janet. Janet had a little sister who she shared a room with. Let's call her Mari. There were about 8 girls there in total. It was around 10 p.m. when Janet said that they have to sit in a circle to play a board game. Time passed, and eventually it was 11 p.m. To paint the picture, the girls were sitting in a circle, and Janet and Mari were in the section of the room with a corner behind them, and my aunt and mother were in front of them. While playing the game, my aunt started to notice something behind Janet and Mari. It looked like a little girl. She had on a white dress that was grimy and dirty, and had long black hair and long fingernails, almost like the girl in The Grudge. My aunt was frozen in fear and was unsure if it was just her who was seeing the girl. She started whispering my mom's name and asked, "You see her too, right? Please tell me you see her in the corner of the room." Trying not to make a scene, she kept a smile on her face while asking this. My mother looked at the corner slowly, trying to make it seem like everything was normal. My mother was horrified by what she saw and froze just like my aunt had. The girl that was behind Janet and Mari had now shown her face. Her eyes were very wide and bloodshot. Her mouth was sewn together and her smile was so wide the stitches started to tear. My mom and aunt screamed at the top of their lungs and asked Janet and Mari who the girl behind them was. Janet and Mari turned to the corner and then looked back at my mom and aunt, and Mari responded, "Oh, you mean Lila?" Then Janet explained, "Oh, don't mind her. She just stands there. She always appears at 11. Don't worry, she'll be gone by 3 a.m. My mom and aunt, followed by the other girls, screamed once again and ran out of their room. Thankfully, my grandparents were still there, and once my mom and aunt told them what happened, they rushed them into the car and drove away as fast as they could. You may ask why my grandparents just believed them and took off without questioning them to see if they were lying. Well, a few years later, my mother asked them why they believed them so easily. Their response was, "While we were talking to Janet and Mari's parents, they started acting strange. They started talking with their mouths closed. When they started talking that way, it was the same time y'all came out of the room screaming and describing how the little girl looked. hence why we didn't even question y'all and rushed y'all out of there. My mom and my aunt never visited Janet and Mari ever again, or even played with them outside. My grandparents moved my family to a different neighborhood within the next 2 weeks. One of my mom's old friends reached out to her, and as they were catching up, talking about their childhood, my mom's friend brought up Janet and Mari. She told my mother that after we moved away, Janet and Mari stopped coming to school and going outside to play. Their grandparents went to check up on the family because they hadn't heard from Janet and Mari's parents either. No one answered the door, so their grandparents called the police. What they saw was horrific. Janet and Mari's parents were found dead, with stab wounds on their wrists and ankles and knives left in their foreheads with maggots inside. Janet and Mari were gone. I believe they are still missing. They would be about in their 40s, so they are either dead or in hiding because they could possibly be the ones who killed their parents. You could choose not to believe this story. It's really up to you. But the way my mom told me this story wasn't something I felt like she was joking about.
I work as a sculptor. I also adore Christmas. I carved many of the statues in my yard, including Rudolph and Santa. Every day is Christmas at my home. I used to offer prayers in front of a sizable Christmas stocking statue in the living room every Christmas. Santa Claus, I will live a good life. Give me a really expensive gift. Every Christmas when I was a child, my father would dress up as Santa and give me amazing presents. Every year I wait for Christmas to come around. I currently live alone because my father passed away. Even though I'm an adult, Christmas time makes me feel like a kid again. And I offer up prayers in front of the statue of the Christmas stocking. Santa Claus, please make sure to give me a pricey gift. Of course, the Christmas stockings will be empty the next morning. No one can give me a present now that I live alone in my home. Just like that, I fall asleep with a sweet dream. Christmas morning was the following day. When I woke up, I have been taken completely by surprise with the abundance of cash in the living room. I initially questioned my eyes, but after coming to, I looked. They were actual money. The living room was piled high with money. I was so shocked that I assumed this was a practical joke. However, nobody around me had this much money. It wasn't fake money either. I was so shocked that it took me a while to collect myself. Then I noticed something in my Christmas stocking statue that drew my attention. I moved slowly closer to have a better look. There was a sizable object wrapped in a paper like a present. When I removed the wrapper, I recoiled in disbelief. What was inside was a dead body, a woman's body that appeared to have been mutilated. I also saw a tiny message that was attached to it. My hands shook as I retrieved the message. Then I read it.
Merry Christmas. It is a gift from Santa Claus. I'll offer you 5 million in cash. However, only if you cope with this woman. How do you feel? It's a really wonderful gift, don't you think? You better not cry. It's a reward that only good kids get.
I was shocked and was at a loss for words and felt as though my brain was damaged. I was unable to look away from that enormous pile of cash as the anxiety crept in. That's right. Money also saw the emergence of greed and selfishness. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply. Then, in front of my eyes, a panorama of many dream scenarios with sports cars, luxurious homes, and yachts emerged. I was tearing my hair out in pain. But how should I get rid of this body? Never in my life I have been giving anything like this. Even though I'm aware of it, I will undoubtedly suffer consequences if I acquiesce to this body. I felt like my brain was going to explode with all kinds of thoughts. I shouted while glancing up at the ceiling. God, why do you torture me to this suffering on a joyous Christmas day? I debated for a while before picking up the phone and dialing 911. But the phone abruptly rang at that very time. Unknown was the phone number. I heard an old man's voice when I got it.
Happy holidays. Did you enjoy your gift?
I yelled, "Murderer!"
You are the murderer who killed this woman from now onwards.
I yelled him to stop this nonsense. He spoke.
I simply gave you what you requested. If you're embarrassing yourself, you'll be wrapped up and given as a present to someone else. Do you comprehend?
I yelled, "Santa Claus can't even enter my home because I don't even have a chimney. Do you think I'll be scared of you?" The porch bell then abruptly sounded. I glanced at the intercom in shock. A man dressed as Santa stepped in front of my door and said,
Santa can get in every child's house. Just like this.
My front door's lock beeped after a bit, and then it clicked open. My heart dropped for a split second when I caught a glimpse of the front door partially open. A hand then slipped through the gaping space and waved. Blood was all over his hands. As my hands started to shake, I hurriedly spoke. "What the hell are you looking for?"
Between the two of us, keep this a secret. You're a good boy, therefore I think you'll do a great job. Remember that Santa is always keeping an eye on you.
He hung up and closed the door. I collapsed on the ground and started crying. Why did I witness this? I have been disorganized and absent-minded all day. I ultimately came to the conclusion that I had no choice but to take this job. But because I'm still young, I didn't want to serve time in jail. But I also didn't want to be horribly slain by this killer. I made the decision to first see if this money was fake or not. I verified that the bills were genuine by taking some cash to the bank. Then I spent a lot of time debating on how to get rid of this body. And after giving it a lot of thought, I succeeded. I was wrong about how simple it was. I began constructing a stunning golden Santa Claus monument for the yard, then placed the body inside. It turned into my greatest achievement, the ideal of beauty and the ideal secret. Across time, visitors to the statue started to gather from all over the neighborhood. Everyone was amazed. People traveled from long distances to admire my statue once I became famous. The crowd yelled that the statue appears to be alive and moving. They said that they have never seen a statue this realistic. Some even told me, "I can't believe you created a statue so exquisite. Your soul must have been sold to the devil." I scowled at him. After that day, I began to spend on the finest of things. I lived in a 5-star hotel every day, ate expensive food, wore luxurious clothing, drove a sports car, and attended parties every day. Everyone believed I was a wealthy, self-made individual, but nobody was aware of that unpleasant reality. I occasionally had the impression that someone was monitoring and following me. However, I didn't care and had fun. I was appreciative of that enigmatic Santa Claus. Christmas Eve night returned the following year. I received a call from a strange number. Once more, it was the old man's voice.
Wow, that statue is awesome. How were you able to get the body inside? Nobody took note? Really, I was impressed. I mean, let's work together going forward. From now on, I will pay you 1 million each corpse. How do you feel?
My shaking returned. This time the trembling was one of excitement rather than fear. Without realizing, I yelled, "Boss, I'll handle it. Please," he said while grinning hysterically.
It's funny. From now on, we are all on the same side.
The following morning when I got out of bed,
I discovered a body enclosed in a Christmas stocking statue. Good. This time, what kind of statue should I create? I slapped myself when I finally noticed that I was grinning. Although I felt bad about it, I was powerless to stop myself from turning into a monster. Again, I created a magnificent statue and put the dead body inside. I created a statue this time that closely resembles the dead body's appearance. Once more, a bunch of people gathered to gaze in awe. Someone questioned me. After whom was this statue modeled? I want to see this model in person, please. They're not in this statue, is it? I kicked them out. I continued my wealthy life in that way. I was overjoyed. I fulfilled my goal. Everyone admired me and complimented me on my coolness. Santa heard my prayer. He actually gave me a gift. Of course, there were occasions when I worried that everything might eventually be revealed. I questioned myself. Is there really an eternal secret in this world? I was unsure of the question. I always pray that I'll get presents for Christmas the following year. I'm hoping everyone else says a prayer to Santa, so Santa will pay attention to your prayers.
Merry Christmas to you all. Oh.
This is quite possibly the most intense and strangest encounter I've ever had. Not only did it happen to me, but also my dog and my friend's dog too. In our local woods, there's a path beside a cliff face, and on those cliffs are a series of small caves that we call the Banana Caves. I was never sure why they were called that, but if I had to guess, it's because they were made of limestone and had a slight yellow tint to them. Maybe it was the shape of the caves, but that's not really important. The path we walked was frequently walked by many people. Locals, dog walkers like us, bird watchers, you name it. It's not exactly a quiet path, which is why this was as shocking as it was. My dog and my friend's dog are great, and they're amazing off their leashes. They just go and do what they need to do and don't bother anyone or any other dogs. Of course, dogs will be dogs. Mine being a bit of an adventurer, it began climbing the bank that day toward the cliff face and near the caves. I tried to call him back down more than once. At one point, I called him again, but something had caught his eye. His head went real low to the ground, and his ears went straight back. I thought this was strange, because if it was a rabbit or a squirrel, he would have just chased it. But no, he stood as still as a statue. I shouted louder this time for him to come back down the path. Then there was a huge commotion. He went into fight mode. He backed up while barking and snapping at whatever the heck it was. I began to climb the bank myself in a panic, making sure it wasn't a badger or worse. My dog charged forward, and that was it. He yelped and barked, and it was awful. What I saw was this monkey-like creature with pointed ears. It had no fur at all that I could see. It was black and leathery, with black eyes. It had latched onto my dog's neck, hanging onto it, like the way a sloth would do to a tree or a caretaker. My dog shook and rolled fiercely, but this thing just held on. It felt like ages before I finally reached my dog. I'd been running as fast as I could up the bank. My friend's dog joined in on the commotion as she ran past me and began barking and snarling at this creature and my dog. As I got closer, I picked up a stick and instantly swung at the little creature, terrified it was seriously hurting my dog. I hit the thing directly in the back of its head, but it didn't budge straight away, so I hit it again, and this time I cracked it against its back. The creature then jumped off my dog, just like you'd imagine a monkey would. I got a look at it again, and noticed it had a bat-looking face with two sharp front teeth. It did this little spin and looked like it tripped sort of, but eventually it dashed off on all fours, climbing up the cliff face and disappearing over the cliff edge. Luckily, my dog was pretty much unharmed. He had a slight cut above his eye, a cut on his nose, and a cut on his chest that looked worse than what it was. There was just a lot of blood. I have no idea what this thing was, but my friend saw it too from the bottom of the bank and confirmed the exact same thing I saw. I believe it to be a goblin of some sort. Otherwise, I have no idea. If you have any idea, please enlighten me. I'd love to find out more. I live in the northeast of England, if that helps.
My name is Zara, and this happened around 6 years ago when I was 8 years old. I was around 8 years old. I stayed in an old house since when my great-grandfather lived when he was born with my grandma, so about the woman in my room. Back then, I slept with my sister, grandma, cousin, and even though I slept with them, I was still scared. Well, because I was scared, it's because there was a bunk bed that my sister and cousin slept on the middle, and my sister slept on the pusher thing for the bunk bed. And I slept on the top of the bunk bed, which never scared me. The reason I hated it because it was hot. So that night I slept normally as usual, around like 3:36 a.m. I woke up to someone staring and smiling, but the smile was wide and sharp. Well, I brushed it off and thought it was my great-grandmother, so I had a picture of my grandma and great-grandmas, so I checked the picture. And then it shocked me. It was not my great-grandma or neither of my dead relatives. It was someone that I didn't know of. And then it whispered so gently and wonderfully. It whispered, "Zara," over and over again. Then I woke up from that. Dream. I was shaking. I was so scared and sad at the same time, but I didn't know why I was sad. Then the next day, I told my grandma about it. Then she said, "That was not one of our relatives." Then I shivered and said, "But who is in this picture?" Then my grandpa laughed, then said, "Don't worry, your grandma is just bonkers. It's your dead sister who always smiled widely." Then I remembered why I was crying. It was because that was my sister. Years passed by, and now I'm 13 years old, and still question myself, how did my sister die? And why did my grandpa laugh? It still makes me scared and sad to this day.
I live in a city located in a valley with a lot of smaller towns up the hills and mountains around, so it's part of the local culture for teenagers and young adults to visit these smaller areas during the winter to drink, smoke weed, and hang out with their friends. My uncle bought a house in one of these areas, so eventually I decided to get the keys and spend a weekend there with 5 of my friends. The house has 2 big bedrooms with 3 beds each and a lot of extra mattresses. At night, we decided at some point to go back inside and just chill, watching TV. But since the living room had no sofas yet, we brought some mattresses from the bedrooms and just used them. One of my friends, Victor, decided to go out to smoke, and after some minutes, we'd hear someone knocking at the window just behind us. Everyone got scared for a second, but just looked at the window and said things like, "Oh, it's just Victor." But since we were sitting on mattresses close to the ground, it wasn't easy to see clearly who it was at the window, and since the person just stood there looking straight at one of the girls, I got up to check. I saw a man who somehow looked a lot like my friend, but a bit more fat and obviously older than him. As I came to the conclusion that it was a stranger, I froze while looking at him and him looking back at me, and when I said, "It's not Victor," everyone else froze and looked at me waiting for a reaction, but all I could think was to ask what he wanted. He just stood there for a second and asked, "There's a bar nearby and we need a drummer to play with our band. Is any of your friends a drummer by any chance?" Which weirdly enough, I was. But I told him no, and after some extra long seconds looking at us, he left. My friend came back and we made fun of the situation, making jokes on how it was him messing with us. Later, most of the group decided to sleep in one bed and leave the second for me and one of the girls since they saw us kissing earlier. And we all go to bed, but some hours later I wake up to the girl shaking me in horror. and whispering that she heard something coming from the kitchen. So, I get up, tell her to lock the bedroom when I leave and go to check the sound like the moron who always dies first in films. As I pass by the second bedroom, I think about calling someone else to join me, but as soon as I see them all sleeping, I hear something at the kitchen's window. I quickly move there in silence, check around, and as soon as I find and grab a knife, the door opens right in front of me. It was the same guy. I knew it was no joke since I just saw my friend sleeping. It probably took like 5 to 10 seconds of us staring at each other, but it felt like an eternity. While still holding the door handle, he made a slow movement with the other hand towards something under his shirt, which was probably a gun or a knife. But I also lifted my hand, showing him the knife, and he stopped. The kitchen was quite small, so we were standing pretty close to each other, and at this point we both knew that it would end bad for both of us if he tried something. So I just shook my head and said as calm as I could, "Don't." He just kept staring at me a bit more and then finally closed the door and went away. I went back, told the girl it was nothing and that we should get back to bed. I didn't sleep that night. We left early in the morning and I made sure to ask my uncle and cousins if they ever received weird visits there. They said that the only person who ever goes there at night is the old neighbor when his wife doesn't let him arrive drunk at home, so he grabs my uncle's rocking chair to sleep until he gets sober. Now every year my friend talks about spending another weekend there, but I always make an excuse, so we never go through that again. And thankfully, I never had to tell them what happened.
When I was 7 years old, my parents told my siblings and I that we were moving to a new house. It was exciting. I found out that the house was much bigger than the one we had at the time, which was great because I have a big family. For some details, the house was in more of a rural area, and it was close to a forest. We finished getting everything and everyone situated about a month after we bought the house, and we were all happy with it. I ended up sharing a room with my sister, who we'll call Bella, which her and I were fine with. In our room, there was a big window covering almost the whole wall. My bed was in front of it. I noticed something was a little odd when, after about 3 weeks of being situated, I would hear knocking on the window late at night. But I just blew it off as a bat or something. But I was mistaken. This would going on about every other day at around any time between 9 or 10 p.m. And I know I wasn't just hearing things because Bella would hear it too. And even my cat would get scared sometimes if he was sleeping on my bed. He would be sleeping on my stomach, but when he would hear that, he would get scared and curl against my chest. This actually made me feel safe, so I would be fine. A couple years would go by with the same thing happening. And when I was around 10, I would still hear the knocking, but I would also hear scratching. Not scratching like a mouse or anything, but scratching as if someone was dragging their nails against the window. This scared me, but every time I would look to see if something was there, it stopped. I would sleep next to my cat every night, but he eventually stopped sleeping with me because this would annoy him. And on top of that, Bella had gotten her own room, so I was all alone. I had gotten sick of it, and I was sad because my cat wouldn't snuggle with me. I told my parents eventually. "Oh, you're just imagining it. Just stop overeating," they said. This got me a little frustrated, but mostly sad because they just blew it off right away. I even started sleeping in the living room on the couch. This didn't help, though, because the knocking and scratching started happening in the living room. I even tried the bathroom that had no windows, but then I would hear it on the door. I would hear it wherever I would go to sleep. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't. It was terrible. It got to the point where I wasn't sleeping because the noise would keep me up. As years would go by, there were more noises. By the time I was 12, I would hear knocking, scratching, slapping on the window, and even what sounded like kicking. I hated it. One day, when I was 13, however, a whole week went by without any noise at all. A week turned into a month, and a month turned into a whole year. It was great. I would be way more energetic because I would get more sleep, and I was happier because my cat started to sleep on me again. Everyone could see a change in my personality, and they thought it was great, so no one ever asked me about anything. One afternoon, my younger brother, who I'll call Jack, and I were playing with a soccer ball in the backyard. We were just kicking it back and forth, messing around with each other, when I accidentally kicked the ball too hard and it went far into the forest. Jack and I both went to get it, but we couldn't see it or find it anywhere. But we were getting a little far away from our house, so I said that we should go back. "Wait, look," Jack said. I looked where he was pointing, and down a hill, we saw a little wood cabin with a man in the front yard, and he was holding our soccer ball. Jack said we should ask him for it back, but I felt a little uneasy about it. I said we should just go back, but while I was turning around, Jack ran down the hill, shouting, "Hey, you have our ball!" I had to chase after him, and once we were both down, we were in the man's yard. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was yours. It just rolled into my yard," the man said. He sounded really nice. I told him that I was sorry and that we were just playing and that I kicked it too far. He said it was fine and gave our ball back. He introduced himself as Tom. He looked to be in his late 40s or early 50s. He was tall and skinny, and he had short brown hair. He asked how old we were. That kind of made me uncomfortable, so I didn't answer. But without any hesitation, Jack said, "I'm 9 and she's 14. We live up there," as he pointed to our house. I looked at him with a concerned look because I thought he shouldn't be telling him that. There was a moment of silence when all of a sudden Tom said something that scared me, and I could tell it scared Jackson as well by the look of his face. He said, "Yeah, I know. I watch you guys outside sometimes." He snickered after he said this, which made me even more uncomfortable. I told him that we should get home because our parents are going to be wondering where we were. He sighed and then said it was fine. Jack and I both ran home, and we were both weirded out by that guy. Once we got home, he kept apologizing, and I kept saying it wasn't his fault that Tom guy was a creep. We decided not to tell our parents because we thought that they would get mad at us for going into the forest. Now that I think about it, that was stupid. About 1 week after that, I was about to fall asleep with my cat when all of a sudden, knock, knock, knock. I heard the knocks again. I couldn't believe it. A whole year without that terrible noise, and now it's back? I was so scared. This kept going on, so I looked up, and this wasn't a surprise, but it stopped. And when I looked away, it started up again. My cat left my room, which made me even more scared because now I was alone. I was fed up, so I decided to go outside and look if something or someone was there. I got up, walked to the back door, and went outside. It was about 10 p.m., so it was really dark. I don't think to get a flashlight, so I was just trying to rely on the moonlight. All of a sudden, I felt someone grab me from behind and cover my mouth. This terrified me, so I kept kicking. Whoever grabbed me wouldn't let me go and was carrying me into the forest. I cried and kept trying to think of what to do. I thought that I should bite his hand, so I did. He yelled as he dropped me. I then kicked his shin as hard as I could. I then looked at his face. I noticed that it was Tom. "You brat," he said as he tried to grab me again. I started running back home and screaming as loud as I could. As I got closer to my house, I noticed that my dad had come outside with his shotgun and a flashlight. Thankfully, he saw me and started running towards me. He then saw Tom and told him to stay away or he would shoot him. My mom then came outside and I ran to her and I told her to call the police. My dad told Tom that we were calling the cops and to stay where he was. Tom then threw a big rock that he had in his hand right at my dad's head. My dad fell over and Tom ran back to his house. When Tom was nowhere to be seen, that's when we heard 2 police sirens. I told them what happened and how Tom had ran back to his house. More police went to his house while 2 stayed with me and my parents. Eventually, my whole family woke up and came outside. All of a sudden, we heard a gunshot, and then another. In total, we heard 9 gunshots. Once the cops came back, they talked to my parents. I didn't listen, but my mom told me the important stuff. She told me that once 2 police got there, they broke down the door, only to see Tom sitting on the floor with his back turned to the wall. When they told him to stand up and to put his hands behind his back, Tom stood up and quickly turned around and shot one of the police officers. He kept shooting wildly at the police officers when one of them was able to shoot him. Tom had killed 1 police officer and injured 3. However, Tom himself had died. The police said that when they searched his home after he was down, they found pictures all over his walls. The pictures were of me, Jack, Bella, my mom, my dad, and so many other of my siblings, along with some of many young girls and boys. It was horrible to hear. The police also said that they had found a total of 3 dead bodies in what they thought must have been his room. I just knew that he was the one who was knocking on my window all these years. I was scared to know that it was actually a man who was doing it, but I'm relieved that it has now stopped. My family and I still live in the same house, and my cat has gotten used to sleep with me again. I'm really happy that things have gone back to normal. Sometimes I still have dreams about Tom, though, about his chilling smile and about how he would make noises on my window. Knocking, scratching. It's horrible. I would hate for anyone else to have to go through this. My name is Amelie. I live in California, and this happened when I was 13 years old, last Christmas. My family decided to celebrate Christmas at my Aunt Jennifer's house, and as always, my cousins would come. I'm the oldest cousin, which means I must take responsibility all the time. But I'm fine with it. I love all of them. My grandfather always dresses up as Santa Claus for Christmas and hands out all of the gifts. This Christmas was no different. My grandfather pulled the old card of going to the post office to pick up something he ordered. Instead, he snuck through the back door and quickly changed into the Santa costume. I was just playing with my cousins when everyone heard a loud knock on the door. "Ho, ho, ho! Are there any nice children?" a deep voice asked. And so my cousins, in excitement, opened the door to see no other than Santa Claus. But the beard my grandfather used to wear felt very real when I hugged him. His costume also felt very dirty, not like the soft and gentle costume that my grandfather used to wear each Christmas. And so it was time for Santa to leave the house after he had handed out all of the gifts. We all said our goodbyes, and he left shortly after. We waited a few minutes, but Grandpa wasn't coming back from the closet upstairs. My other aunt, Helena, became curious and decided to sneak upstairs and check on him. And so she opened the closet doors to find my grandfather lying dead on the floor with the Santa costume on. We took him to the hospital, and apparently he had died from an unsurvivable heart attack. But there was another thing. When they examined him, they found out that he had died around 8:34, but Santa came at 9:25. Then who was our Santa? Who did me and my family welcome into our house? And most importantly, that still haunts me until this day, how did he know my family's names? So it was 5 years ago. I was a little 9-year-old girl back then. In front of my house, there was a big tree and a land that it was free back then. Right now, there is a house, so the tree is gone. The land was dirty. It had a lot of trash on it. In the summer, my mom would open the windows of my room at midnight so that the air could run freely in the house. In that moment, I was used to go and see outside my window at midnight. It was really strange because I would always wake up at 3:35 a.m. I would be watching the land in front of my house, and especially the big tree. I don't know why, but it was like the main element in the entire land, even if it was just a side. That midnight, I woke up at 3:30 a.m. I would approach the window as usual and see outside the window calmly while the wind run in my face freshly. I saw a black cat in the land. I don't believe that black cats are of bad luck. I didn't and I don't. I love cats, so I started to stare at the cat. Until something moved slightly its arm. I focused my eyes on that something that moved its arm. I was looking to a man-looking creature, but it was like 3 meters tall, and at that moment I could see that his head was cut off. It had no head. I was shocked. I couldn't even move. Even my mother was in the same room, but I couldn't move or talk. I just remember that I turned back and started to walk into my bed. It was like if something was controlling me. I sat on my bed and started to see the creature. I could see it because it was a really tall thing. After like 5 minutes, I could recognize that it had a head. The strange thing here, and the proof that makes me believe that that creature wasn't a human are, number 1, he was a really tall man. Number 2, he was literally so thin, like if he starved for a year. Number 3, the street was illuminated by the lights. I could even notice the cat, but the man was completely like a shadow. I couldn't see its face. Number 4, who would be out at midnight in front of a tree doing absolutely nothing? So I remember taking my sister out of the room, telling her everything. She kind of believed me because when I took her to see the creature, there was nothing, just a black cat. My family didn't believe me, especially my father. He would just joke about it, saying that I was hallucinating. After that, everything went back to normal. Until like 4 months ago, I could feel someone watching me. And last night, while I was trying to sleep, this time I was alone in the room, I think heard someone enter into my room while whispering something, but when I turned back to see who or what was doing it, there was nothing. And now I am just hoping that none of these happens to me again and trying to ignore the feeling that someone is observing me.
As soon as I landed in Denver, I powered up my cell. I had a series of texts from Dylan's phone. I'm not sure what time they were sent. 7:45 a.m.
Come. Find. Me.
Who the hell is this? Where is Dylan? I'm with the police. We will find you. There was no response. After I got my luggage, I rented a small truck and drove to the ranger station. The police officer I spoke with told me they were letting the ranger handle the investigation for now. As soon as I arrived, I was escorted to a back room. I assumed it was the same ranger that had talked to Dylan. He reeked of smoke and looked like he hadn't slept in years. I sat down across from him. He placed his hat on the table, lit a cigarette, and spoke.
We called you down here because, at first, we needed your phone as part of the investigation, but I'm afraid that is no longer necessary.
What happened?
I'm sorry, but I can't discuss any details at the moment. You need to leave this to the professionals. We will do everything we can to find your friend.
That's bullshit.
I'm so sorry, but we cannot have civilians interfering. We need you to stay safe and out of the way.
I got text messages from his phone right after I landed. Something happened to him.
I know this is hard. We're searching all possibilities, but we do not believe there was any foul play. Teenagers in the area have been known to play pranks on lone campers. You're more than welcome to help us with reports. I know how hard it is to lose a friend.
Oh, and these teenagers slash tires and steal phones to send violent threats too? Fucking do something. You even told Dylan that he was in danger.
I promise we are working night and day. I think the best thing to do is stay off the trails and be there for his family and...
I couldn't even let him finish his sentence. I was too upset. I stormed out and he didn't attempt to stop me. I know that was all bullshit. What was he trying to keep from me? I had text evidence that Dylan was being followed by someone or something. I'm gonna figure this out. I went to the only place I was familiar with in the area, Dylan's apartment. I still remembered his door code from the last time I had visited. The apartment was eerily quiet. I was overcome with feelings of fear and sadness. As soon as I saw a picture of Dylan in the kitchen, I couldn't help it. I had to cry. After a few moments, I collected myself, opened the fridge, and pulled out a beer. I needed to sit and think. As I got up to throw the empty beer away, I saw something in Dylan's kitchen. His Colorado map. I had forgotten all about it. Dylan used this large topographical map to keep track of all the places he trekked. The map was riddled with black thumbtacks and a few white ones. Dylan's method was simple. Black thumbtacks for the areas he had already explored, and white for his upcoming adventures. I wrote the coordinates of the white markers. I searched through Dylan's apartment and collected the remaining camping gear. I grabbed a wooden baseball bat from his closet as well. I knew where to go. I loaded the truck, tossing the supplies in the truck bed, and headed to the mountain. It was a long drive. Eventually, I passed the old bridge on the way. I didn't notice any sign of recent construction. 10 minutes later, I pulled up next to Dylan's car. It was eerie to see the yellow police tape wrapped tightly around the body of his white sedan. It made the situation all too real. As soon as I parked the pickup, I dropped a pin on my phone. After what seemed like an eternity of hiking, I reached the point on the map where Dylan had marked, and I got to work setting up camp. I was running out of daylight. I constructed my tent and placed a sleeping bag inside. As soon as night fell, I lit a large fire and quietly snuck away from camp. I took cover in the trees about 100 yards away. I posted up beneath a large tree, cracked open an energy drink, and kept my eyes glued on the tent. 11:13 p.m. Nothing. I thought I heard a few footsteps rustling in the leaves, but I chalked it up to the wildlife. 12:02 a.m. It was quieter. Still nothing. 1:10 a.m. Oh shit! I yelled as I jumped. I almost had a heart attack. 3 deer walked by me. I had started to nod off and they woke me up. 2:23 a.m. I was exhausted, cold, and trying to stay awake. I drank my last bit of caffeine. 3:11 a.m. I saw something, walking toward the tent. It was a man. With a flashlight, he started looking in and around my tent. What the hell? He noticed no one was in the tent and started shining the flashlight around the woods. He didn't see me. 3:19 a.m. He started leaving and headed south. I followed. I took off my boots so I could walk quietly. I threw on a couple more pairs of wool socks and kept my distance. 4:01 a.m. I continued to follow, taking countless turns in the dark. He seemed to be wandering, shining the flashlight in front of him as he walked. 4:17 a.m. He finally stopped near a pile of leaves. He tripped on something and started brushing away the leaves. Then I saw his face. It was the park ranger. There were doors under the pile, huge metal cellar doors. A chain was fastened around the handles, and the doors led straight into the ground. He stopped to smoke a cigarette, pulled a notepad from his coat pocket, and scribbled something down. After he finished writing, he started looking through a flip phone. There was no way. I sent a text. 4:19 a.m. Where is Dylan? 4:20 a.m. This piece of shit had Dylan's phone. It chimed right after I sent the text. He read it and whispered to himself, "I told you to leave it to the professionals," and put the phone back in his pocket. I wanted to kill him. I was blinded by rage. He started undoing the chains and making a lot of noise. I couldn't let him disappear from my sight. I was running out of time. 4:28 a.m. I did it. I fucking hit that piece of shit in the skull with a bat. Right before he opened the doors, I swung as hard as I could. He fell to the ground and didn't move. The chain rested next to his bleeding temple. He never heard me coming. I'll never forget the sound when the bat connected. That dull thud and crack of solid wood smashing into bone. Sweat and blood misted in the air as he fell. I opened the cellar doors and I wished I hadn't. It was the smell, a putrid stench of rotting of flesh, that hit me first. As soon as I saw the first limb sticking out of the massive mound of corpses, I had to look away. My head was spinning and my stomach turned over. I ran. I was mortified by what I had just seen. 6:48 a.m. I got back to Dylan's apartment. I was still sweating and breathing heavily as I bought a plane ticket for the next flight home. I decided the best plan was to call the police when I landed. I just wanted to go home. My heart was pounding. 8:58 a.m. Red and blue lights flashed outside as a police car pulled up to Dylan's door. I had to try to keep my cool. I spoke with the officer. I felt like I was going to vomit. As we were talking about Dylan's disappearance, the officer's radio receiver sounded. I listened in horror. Some campers discovered a scarecrow, strung high in a tree, with a noose around its neck. The campers claimed dark liquid was seeping through its burlap skin, and it was wearing a park ranger's hat. My thoughts began to race. I've made a huge mistake. The ranger was just investigating a lead which led him to the cellar. He must have found Dylan's phone after I got those weird texts. But how did he get a key to the cellar? I acted so quickly. I hit him with the bat and ran. Oh shit, what have I done? I just left him to die, and most importantly, that cellar. What the fuck was that? My phone chimed. I had a text from an unknown number. 10:10 a.m. Why did you run?